Emohan let out a miserable scream, struggling to crawl out of the bathroom, completely naked. He looked down in confusion, scanning his skin, only to find no scars left by the cruel devastation of the apocalypse. Large beads of sweat mixed with the fragrant, shampoo-scented droplets of water slid down his cheeks. Where was this? Wasn't he lying in the cold laboratory, his body full of tubes, having his genes extracted, injected with various viruses, and repeatedly sliced for research? In the 5th year of the apocalypse, as the first and only person to awaken psychic abilities, Emohan was undoubtedly very impressive and was admired by countless people. He even regarded saving the weak as his duty, venturing out to search for supplies, kill zombies, and fight monsters, single-handedly safeguarding the entire base's security. He was also the solid support for his uncle, cousin, and his fiancée's entire family, especially his beautiful and delicate fiancée, who was practically his heart, his soul, and occupied nearly 3/4 of his life. It can be said that in order to please his fiancée, Emohan would venture into dangerous places every day, just to bring her food, drinks, necessities, and entertainment. However, those very people he trusted the most and gave everything for, when the great villain of the apocalypse, Toulon, came to kill, betrayed him to gain Toulon's trust and join the Noah's Ark base. They directly handed him over, delivering him into Toulon's hands. When Emohan woke up, his limbs were tightly bound to the operating table with black iron. His mind was groggy, leaving him powerless to resist and at the mercy of humiliation. Emohan still remembers the face of his uncle, Emojalan, twisted with ecstasy, and his sharp voice desperately suppressed. Shaohan, don't blame your uncle. Everything your uncle does is for your own good. Once you're sent to the lab and the research succeeds, there will be many versions of you in this world, all your replicas. Your life will achieve immortality. Look, isn't that wonderful? Standing beside Emojalan, Emohai burst into laughter. Dad, why bother being polite to this fool? He's almost dead. What can he do to us? Emohan, let me be honest with you, your fiancé Yenuer has long been mine, and your parents didn't die in an accident. That car crash was arranged by me and my dad. Ha ha ha, you. Emohan's head spun, and upon hearing Emohai's words, he couldn't help but convulse violently. How could you do this? How could you? Ah, higher, why did you tell him that? Emojalan turned and glared at Emohai. Emohai said indifferently, so what if you tell him? He's about to become a test subject, sliced into thousands of pieces. What can he do even if he's powerful? Emojalan chuckled and said to Emohan, Shaohan, don't worry. When it's time for the slicing, your uncle will make sure they give you extra anesthesia. It won't hurt too much. The laboratory echoed with the maniacal laughter of the father and son. I will kill you. I will kill you both. Emohan clenched his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on them. His jaws ground together audibly, and he wished nothing more than to break free from his restraints and kill those two hypocritical, ruthless beasts on the spot. However, several researchers entered the lab. Emohan watched them in terror as they pulled out surgical pens and began marking lines on his body, determining where and how much to cut. Pain. Agonizing pain that pierced his very soul. Emohan would never forget the sensation of his flesh and bone being sliced apart bit by bit. Yet, they refused to let him lose consciousness. Instead, they injected him with stimulants to keep him awake, forcing him to watch helplessly as he was tortured to death. Ah! Piercing screams echoed throughout the laboratory as blood continuously gushed from Emohan's mouth, eventually leaving only dark blood bubbles. The agony of blades slicing through flesh and bone had reached its peak, yet it was nothing compared to even a fraction of the pain in Emohan's heart. In the final moments of being forcibly kept conscious during the cutting, he saw his delicate and beautiful fiancée gracefully walk in, heading straight toward Emohai. She smiled sweetly and took his arm. Emohai pulled her into his embrace and gently pinched her waist. Yenuer said coquettishly, Brother Hai, you're so bad. Emohan's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to speak, but a mouthful of fresh blood clogged his throat, leaving him only able to let out muffled roars. Yenuer looked at Emohan on the operating table and covered her mouth, pretending to let out a startled cry. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with indifference. When the three walked out the door, Yenuer suddenly turned back and said to the bloodied and mangled Emohan, Brother Han, don't worry, the spatial ring you once gave me, I will take good care of it for you. In the end, Emohan died in extreme pain. If the space had been with him at the time, he could have instantly entered it to escape, but he was foolish to the extreme, giving the space to Yenuer. After his death, the laboratory extracted his genes and flesh, cultivating countless monster-like beings resembling King Kong to serve the apocalyptic demon King Toulon. And in this world, no one remembers the name Emohan anymore. Emohan looked at himself in the mirror. His skin was dark, and his whole being exuded a healthy aura, completely unlike the haggard face he had during the apocalypse. He grabbed the phone on the sink. The time displayed, May 2nd, 2030, 10:45 p.m. May 2030? Isn't this half a month before the apocalypse broke out? Have I been reborn? Emohan pinched his thigh hard, the pain making him cry out uncontrollably. It hurts. It's really a rebirth. Oh my God, heaven has shown mercy and given me a chance to live again. So happy. In an instant, Emohan was so excited excited he almost went crazy, laughing out loud. However, before he could fully savor the joy of rebirth, a delicate, sweet voice came from the bedroom. "Brother Han, hurry up, I can't wait any longer." Han quickly wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out of the bathroom. What met his eyes was Yenuer, dressed in intimidating lingerie, reclining casually in the spacious bedroom. Her figure was curvaceous, her posture perfectly arranged, evoking endless imagination. Han looked at the nauseating woman in front of him, his whole body involuntarily exuding a chill. Ha! Back then, it was Brother Han this and Brother Han that, calling him so affectionately. If it weren't for her drugging him, as a super powerful psychic ability user who could easily control him. Seeing him walk out of the bathroom, Yenuer gave a sweet smile, her gentle voice seemingly capable of melting ice and snow. "Brother Han, come quickly." "All right." Han's lips curled into a cold smile as he strode over and said to Yenuer on the bed, "Yuer, let's go to the hallway. It's late, at night, quiet, and there's no one around. I'm the only resident on this floor, and there are no cameras. Let's do something thrilling." "Oh, Hanji-e, can't we just play at home?" Yenuer said reluctantly, not wanting to go outside for some wild fun. Han coaxed, "We haven't done anything thrilling in a while. It's even more exciting outside." "Fine." Yenuer grudgingly got up, stepped off the bed, and walked barefoot on the cold floor. Han nodded to her. Yenuer opened the door and walked into the hallway, wearing only her underwear. Han sneered disdainfully. If memory serves, Yenuer was supposed to hand over the ring on this day. Although before the apocalypse she didn't know the ring had space, after the apocalypse, Yenuer relied on the supplies Han had desperately stockpiled for her to live comfortably and contentedly. "Brother Han, hurry up, I can't wait any longer," Yenuer urged from outside, her words carrying an obvious implication. "All right, coming." Han let out a cold snort. Not only did he not open the door, but he also slammed it shut with a bang and locked it from the inside. Seeing the door shut, Yenuer anxiously shouted outside, "Brother Han, why did you close the door? It's so dark outside, I'm really scared." Inside the room, Mohan pretended to struggle with the door lock and said loudly, "Oh no, it won't work. The wind blew the door shut, and the lock is broken. I can't open it." "What? It won't open?" Yenuer's heart leapt to her throat, her delicate voice tinged with sobs. "Brother Han, please think of a way to open the door. I'm really scared." Han let out a cold laugh. "Scared? You can feel fear too? If it weren't for you, how would I have suffered so much, been tortured to death, and torn apart alive?" He gritted his teeth in hatred but deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Yuer, don't be afraid. Wait outside the door. I'll check inside the house right away to see if there's a screwdriver. I'll take the lock off." Turning back to the bedroom, Han yanked off the bedsheet that Yenuer had just lain on. "So filthy." He frowned, his eyes full of disgust. He took a new bedsheet from the wardrobe, spread it out, and lay down after taking off his shoes. Being able to sleep comfortably is truly delightful. In the apocalypse, running around for survival left no chance for such a warm bed to lie in. Even being able to quietly rest for a while on the cold cement floor was a luxury, because there were too many dangers. People, as well as all kinds of zombies, aliens, and monsters. However, if it weren't for trusting the wrong person in the previous life, how could one have met such a tragic end? As a powerful psychic ability user, Han not only possesses X-ray vision and super hearing, but by focusing his mind, he can also retrieve objects from a distance and control surrounding items to attack enemies. If mental energy is concentrated in the palm, a single strike can unleash a fierce force capable of shattering rocks and collapsing buildings. If the ability continues to grow, it could even control a person's brain, wielding the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Therefore, the apocalyptic overlord Tulong regarded Han as a thorn in his side, fearing that his abilities would gradually strengthen and hinder his grand ambition of unifying the world. While Han was still inexperienced, Tulong devised a plan to eliminate him. Tulong gave Yenuer a specially formulated sedative, instructing her to put it into Han's water cup. This sedative was specifically designed to target psychic ability users, causing unbearable headaches and an inability to concentrate, rendering their abilities useless. Recalling the events of his past life, Han clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, and took a few minutes to calm himself down. Since he had been reborn, he vowed to live this life to the fullest, with passion and brilliance. Moreover, any grievances must be avenged, and any enmity must be resolved. He will never let go of anyone who has humiliated or harmed him. However, the apocalypse has not yet arrived, and killing is still against the law. For now, he'll just toy with them a bit. The real show is yet to come. Outside the door, Yenuer's voice rose and fell, and now she was crying, Han, hurry up. It's really scary out here." Han's lips curved slightly as he pulled the blanket over his ears. Having just been reborn from the endless exhaustion of the apocalypse, all he wanted was to sleep well and enjoy a peaceful night. The next morning, Han got up early. The first thing he did was focus his mind to check if his psychic abilities were still intact: X-ray vision, super hearing, telekinesis, sharp palm strikes. Unfortunately, they had all disappeared. Now, he could only pin his hopes on the ring in his hand. Han rose from the sofa, quickly walked into the kitchen, confusion, picked up a kitchen knife and lightly sliced the pad of his index finger, letting 2 drops of blood fall onto the ring. The originally dull and rusty-looking ring instantly radiated brilliance upon being nourished by the blood, transforming into a luminous emerald ring. Immediately, a space appeared before Emohan's eyes. How big is this space? Infinitely large. In his previous life, he often entered the space. Although he wasn't sure of its exact size, it always felt as boundless as the universe. The space is divided into 2 areas. One is a vacuum zone where time stands still. Items placed inside won't spoil and will remain in their original state when taken out. For example, if something is placed inside while warm, it will still be warm when retrieved. The other is a living zone, where living beings can be placed. However, they can only stay for about an hour before being automatically ejected from the space. Emohan's face revealed a faint smile. Fortunately, the space still existed. In his previous life, he knew the purpose of the space, but by then it was already 3 years into the apocalypse, and supplies had been plundered to the point of near depletion. The small amount of rare supplies he had risked his life to store ended up in Yen Yuer's hands after his death. Since he was reborn, he absolutely could not let himself go hungry again. He had to make full use of the space and stockpile it to the brim. When the apocalypse arrived, hunger became a matter of life and death. At that time, people would fight fiercely over half a steamed bun. If someone had other food, like a bowl of rice, they could make others do anything, killing and arson included, without a second thought. However, before heading out to stock up on supplies, he had to fill his stomach first. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since Emohan had a proper meal. He opened the fridge door to see what was left inside, planning to eat his fill before going out shopping. Staring at the empty refrigerator, he couldn't help but sigh, then closed the door and walked out. Outside, Yen Yuer's delicate figure was already nowhere to be seen. He had no idea when she'd gone back last night. Did she walk all the way home in just her underwear, barefoot in the dead of night, forcing herself to make it? Or did she call a cab? Emohan didn't care which way it was, but no matter the method, just thinking about it sent a thrill through him. Humiliation is just the beginning. Little brother, what would you like to eat? We have 3 flavor noodles, beef noodles, lamb noodles. Emohan sat down in a noodle shop, and a waitress came over to take his order. Beef noodles, extra meat, extra toppings, extra beef tendon. Alright, that will be 36 yuan in total. The steaming bowl of noodles was served, and Emohan squinted his eyes, first taking in the aroma wafting from the edge of the bowl. So fragrant. This was a taste that only appeared in dreams during the apocalypse. He finished the noodles in just a few quick bites. Not enough, so he ordered another bowl, still with extra meat, extras, and beef tendons. The customers nearby cast strange glances at him, their faces full of confusion, unable to understand how someone could eat so much, as if he were the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Emohan completely ignored the stares of the crowd. After finishing the second bowl of noodles, he said to the owner, "Boss, cook 50 more bowls of noodles, with the same amount of meat as before, add a bit more, and pack them up for me to take away when they're ready." If he weren't afraid of drawing too much attention, he would have wanted them to cook 1,000 or even 2,000 bowls in one go. He could only have them cooked in batches. While the shopkeeper was busy cooking the noodles, Emohan started downloading various online loan apps on his phone, planning to take advantage of them one last time before the end of the world. He didn't have much money on him. At 23 years old, his parents had passed away in a car accident a few years ago, and he was taken in by his uncle. Under the guise of acting in his best interest, his uncle had taken custody of the 4 billion yuan worth of shares under his father's name, saying they would be handed over to him when he got married. However, those shares? Until the apocalypse broke out and he died miserably, he hadn't seen a single penny. The app hadn't even finished downloading when the phone rang. An exasperated voice came through the phone. "Emohan, how could you treat Yuer like this? She's your fiancée." The call was from Emohai. The corners of Emohan's mouth curled into a cold smile. That bitch Yen Yuer must have told Emohai about being locked out. Sure enough, her adulterer Emohai called to stand up for her. Emohan gripped the phone tightly, his heart as calm as still water. "Emohai, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Emohai's voice carried a trace of anger, but he deliberately slowed his speech to avoid arousing Emohan's suspicion. "I heard from Yuer that you two had a fight, and you even hit her. Honestly, as men, we should be more magnanimous. Why bother arguing with a woman?" "Ha!" Emohan sneered coldly in his heart. "Yen Yuer dared to claim that I hit her? Ha! I, Emohan, have never hit a woman, but this time, I might just have to break that rule for you. As for Emohai, that bastard, and Yen Yuer have been colluding for a long time. He deliberately had Yen Yuer approach me, deceive me, and report my every move to him. All of it was for the sake of those 4 billion worth of shares. The sad thing is, in my previous life, I was completely unaware of the schemes of these two scumbags. Every time Emohai fawned over Yen Yuer in front of me, I thought it was just a younger cousin showing respect to his sister-in-law. Thinking back now, I was such an idiot." "Ha ha!" Emohan laughed heartily. "Emohai, last night Yuer and I had a wild time. If it weren't for the fact that while she was waiting for me, the wind blew the door shut and locked her outside, I would have hit her even harder. But this hit is the kind every man understands. TSK TSK TSK, pure ecstasy. Oh, by the way, do you want to hear the details? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before Mo-han said, I can't be bothered with your business. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up, Mo-han's lips curled into a faint smile. Jealous? Upset? If you're upset, that just makes me happy. In his mind, the image of Yen Yuer's fiery figure appeared fair, full, and perfectly curvaceous. He had to admit, no wonder in his past life he was willing to be a simp. That woman's body truly drove people crazy. But in this lifetime, Mo-han only felt disgust when he looked at her, as if seeing a pile of dung, reeking with stench. When the apocalypse came, he would send her to the cesspit in no time. Why the cesspit? Well, dung ultimately belongs in its happy homeland. While imagining the fate of those vile people, Mo-han frantically opened the various cashback apps he had just downloaded, studying how to maximize the money he could scrape together. Handsome, your 50 bowls of noodles are packed. Please pay over here. Mo-han stood up, walked to the cashier to scan the code and pay, then picked up the 2 oversized food bags the shopkeeper had prepared for him. The crowd cast astonished glances his way as he carried a large bag in each hand and walked straight out of the store, walking all the way home. Mo-han had originally graduated from a sports school and leveled up by fighting monsters during the apocalypse, greatly enhancing his physical abilities. Although his powers disappeared after being reborn, his physical strength remained formidable. So, 50 bowls of noodles were nothing to him. After returning home, Mo-han stored all the beef noodles into his space. Fortunately, the place downstairs was only 4 minutes away, so the noodles hadn't gone cold. Sitting on the sofa, Mo-han took out his phone and called Chairman Zhang of the Jotian conglomerate. Chairman Zhang had always wanted to acquire the 4 billion yuan worth of shares left by Mo-han's father but only offered 3 billion yuan. Back then, Mo-han refused to sell no matter what because of the 1 billion yuan difference. Because according to reliable information, the shares will rise by more than 40 percentage points in half a year. Chairman Zhang has been working hard to facilitate this deal, asking people everywhere to persuade Mo-han, and even putting considerable effort into his uncle's side. Seeing that the call was from Mo-han, Chairman Zhang was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. Hello, Chairman Zhang, this is Mo-han. You want shares in my company, right? My other company urgently needs funds for turnover. Here's the deal, 3 billion is 3 billion. I'll first consult my uncle's opinion, and if he has no objections, it's a deal. I want cash. Alright, Mr. Mo, rest assured, we'll sign the agreement this afternoon. Cash, absolutely cash. Chairman Zhang responded excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Mo-han lazily reclined on the sofa, waiting for Mo Jalan's call. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Mo Jalan's call came through. As soon as Mo-han answered, Mo Jalan started cursing. Mo-han, are you stupid? Shares worth 4 billion, and you're actually going to sell them for 3 billion? The corner of Mo-han's mouth curled into a cold smile as he said, Uncle, I have no choice. My friend and I started a company in the beautiful big country, and we urgently need funds for cash flow. There's no other way, I have to sell these shares. Mo Jalan was so angry he was gritting his teeth, but he didn't dare get too worked up, fearing he might scare this foolish nephew into impulsively selling the shares to Chairman Zhang. As a seasoned businessman, he of course knew that in 6 months, the shares would increase by several billion on top of the 4 billion, but he would never reveal the secret to Mo-han. How about this, Xiaohan? If you really want to sell your shares, your uncle will advance you 3.1 billion as an emergency fund. If the shares drop and you lose money, I won't blame you. If they rise, all the profit will be yours. Mo Jalan deliberately put on a concerned look for his nephew. Mo-han sneered silently. Shares worth 4 billion, and you're only offering me 3.1 billion? In a while, I could easily make a profit of over 1 billion. Ha, what a clever calculation. However, this plays right into Mo-han's trap. Mo Jalan's entire fortune is just 3.1 billion. Once he hands it all over to Mo-han, when the apocalypse comes, they'll be left clutching a pile of worthless shares, wailing in despair. Thinking of this, Mo-han couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. He put on a troubled expression and said, Uncle, forget it. How could I take money from family? I'll just sell to Chairman Zhang instead. Don't. Mo Jalan almost let it slip in his excitement. Hunter, your uncle treats you and Xiaohai equally, like the palm and back of his hand, both are flesh. He would never be biased. Trust your uncle, it's all for your own good. If these words had been spoken in the previous life, Mo-han would have been moved to tears, willing to go through fire and water for his uncle's family. But hearing them now, they sounded exceptionally ironic. After his parents passed away in a car accident, Mo-han lived with his uncle's family. On the surface, his uncle treated him well, providing food and shelter. But after his death, Mo-han realized that this kind of overindulgence was the most lethal form of manipulation. Outwardly, his uncle's family seemed kind to him, but in reality, they wanted to turn him into a wastrel, incapable of inheriting his father's business. Especially his cousin Mo-hai, who constantly dragged him into skipping classes and playing video games, grades, causing his grades to plummet. If it hadn't been for his exceptional physical abilities, which allowed him to enter a mediocre university as a sports special admission student, he might have spent his life addicted to smoking, drinking, gambling, and internet cafe games. Although his computer skills became highly advanced, even comparable to those of hackers, what would happen if one day he suddenly died from playing games day and night? Who would inherit all the family assets then? Alright, uncle, I'll transfer the money this afternoon. I have to go to the beautiful country early tomorrow morning, Emohan said seriously to Emojalan. Alright. A glint of coldness flashed in Emojalan's eyes as he thought about stabilizing this foolish nephew first. Are you at home? I'll come over to see you in a bit. Emohan hung up the phone and continued lying on the sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table, leisurely shaking them. At the moment, he had a few major tasks to take care of. First, get the money in hand. Second, stock up on goods. Third, find the good partner from the previous life after gaining supernatural abilities, a lightning-powered demon chicken. In the previous life, the demon chicken was always loyal, but she was too foolish and believed Yen Yuer's slander, mistakenly thinking the demon chicken wanted to harm her. In a fit of anger, she locked the demon chicken up, only to find out the next day that it had been killed and eaten by Emohai and Yen Yuer. Upon hearing this news, Emohan was so furious that she spat blood and nearly died of shame. Therefore, in this life, Emohan must find it, cherish it, and never let it suffer any harm again. The fourth thing is killing. But this should wait until the apocalypse truly arrives. Emohan opened his phone and continued frantically taking out online loans through various loan apps. Apps like 350 Jetiao, Jidong Saitiao, Campus Loan, Easy Loan, Anytime Loan, Small Loan, Instant Loan, Email Loan, Wawa Loan, Mama Loan, and even some loan institutions without official apps, which he directly searched for on websites. Emohan's family owned a property certificate for a house located in the bustling downtown area of Shanghai, valued at 15 million yuan. Every time a loan app required him to submit information, Emohan unhesitatingly used the property certificate as collateral. Submit an ID card and undergo facial recognition? Emohan uploaded them in seconds. One website even asked him to take nude photos, and Emohan did so without hesitation. After all, the apocalypse was coming in half a month. What did it matter if he took them? In fact, with Emohan's net worth of 3.1 billion in shares, there was no need for him to get more money. But he thought to himself, since the apocalypse was coming in half a month anyway, and those loan companies were usually so arrogant and detestable, if he didn't take advantage of them now, when would he? In the afternoon, as expected, Emojalan arrived as promised. He came alone, and strangely, Emohai did not come. As soon as he entered, Emojalan said earnestly, Honor, it's only because it's you that your uncle is willing to take out so much money at once. I always knew uncle treats me the best. Emohan quickly stood up to greet him, letting Emojalan sit on the sofa, serving tea and water, putting on the appearance of a dutiful nephew. Emojalan took out a document from his bag. As Emohan looked at the contract for the preferential acquisition of equity, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile. Honor, let's sign this document. I specifically didn't let Emohai come over today because I wanted to secretly give you this money, so he wouldn't have any objections. Emojalan put on the appearance of a kind elder. Ha! Emohan sneered inwardly. No wonder he deliberately kept Emohai away. It turns out this cheap uncle, who shares the same father but a different mother with his own father, still wants to play the role of the good guy, pretending to be kind to his nephew while not wanting his own son to know. Of course, Emohan was more than happy to play along with this act. Thank you, uncle. When my company starts making money, I will definitely repay you well, Emohan said deliberately, feigning obedience. Emojalan handed over the document, asking Emohan to read it carefully. Emohan didn't even glance at it and directly said, Uncle, I trust you the most. There's no need to read the document. I know you wouldn't deceive me. Just transfer the 3.1 billion to me. Emojalan was grinning from ear to ear, thinking to himself, you fool, I was worried you'd actually read it. But you said you wouldn't? Ha, not reading is even better. It wasn't until the 3.1 billion was deposited into the bank account that Emohan signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. Satisfied, Emojalan left. Uncle, take care. Your nephew is heading to the beautiful country tomorrow, so I won't see you off. As soon as Emojalan left, Emohan closed the door, and the obedient look in his eyes instantly turned into deep indifference. Looking at the time, it was already 5 in the afternoon. It was too late to head to the beautiful country, so it was better to get a good night's sleep, make some plans, and set off tomorrow. In the evening, Emohan went downstairs to have a small hot pot, eating while pondering over some issues. First of all, in the post-apocalyptic world, the scarcest resources are supplies, with food and weapons being the most critical. Most food can be purchased domestically, as not everything from abroad suits one's taste. But when it comes to weapons, that requires some careful thought. After finishing the meal, he also brought back 10 portions of the same hot pot for his roommate, packed to go. Upon returning home, he took a nap. In the early hours of the next day, after a simple preparation, Emohan set off for the the beautiful country. The plane ticket he had previously purchased was changed to a nighttime international flight due to a temporary malfunction. Visa and other formalities had already been completed. Before departing, Mohan made a phone call to look for the dog named Big Pancake. As soon as Mohan turned on his phone after landing, his bank card notifications exploded like fireworks, with an overwhelming flood of alerts coming in one after another. ICBC received 500,000. Oh, okay. CCB received 1,200,000. ICBC received 980,000. ABC received 340,000. Bank of Communications credited 1 million. These are all funds borrowed from various major loan apps. Because Mohan had previously taken loans on these platforms, the funds were credited particularly quickly this time. Before the apocalypse, Mohan was often exploited by his uncle's family and frequently had little money on him. He had to take out loans and use credit cards multiple times to buy luxury clothes and bags for his girlfriend, Yenuer. In fact, he is a computer expert, and stealing money from others would have been a piece of cake for him. But at that time, the apocalypse hadn't started yet, and he didn't dare to do such a thing. Don't even mention taking action, I haven't even thought about it. Mohan walked along, listening to the constant notification sounds from the bank card. Apart from the money from a few major apps, there were also loans from small institutions, all in amounts of 20 or 30,000. This amount of money was nothing to Mohan, but even a small grasshopper is still meat who would complain about having too much money. What's more, this money doesn't even need to be repaid in the future, so not using it would be downright foolish. However, only a small portion of the app's funds get approved within a day, while most apps take 3 to 10 days for document review, so that money can't be accessed for the time being. Mohan couldn't be bothered with this. He wasn't short of such petty cash anyway. He simply wanted to try out these apps because in his previous life he was hounded by debt collectors to the point of dizziness. Some apps even colluded with Jalan to take his money, so he didn't have a good impression of these apps. At the same time, he also felt that he was quite foolish. Mohan left the airport, and it was already past 10 o'clock at night. He decided to find something to eat first and take care of those supermarkets and shops later in the night. Mohan found a Chinese restaurant, and the owner warmly came forward to ask what he would like to eat. "Boss, bring me a few Sichuan dishes." "Not too much, just enough for one person," Mohan said politely. "All right, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready soon," the owner said before heading to the kitchen to cook. The restaurant has an antique charm, giving off a warm, homely feeling. However, business is not very good. Apart from Mohan, there are no other customers. The owner is both the boss and the waiter. Mohan took out his phone and started browsing the local lifestyle habits, paying particular attention to the operating hours of various supermarkets and shopping malls, which he examined carefully. Before long, your food arrived. The owner brought the dishes while scrolling through videos on his phone, casually chatting with Mohan. For instance, asking what Mohan was doing in the beautiful country and where he planned to go next. Mohan smiled and said, "I'm here for tourism, planning to explore around. By the way, boss, can I ask what time the supermarkets here usually close?" "The supermarkets here, some close around 10 in the evening, some at 12, and some are even open all night." Through a conversation with the shop owner, Mohan gained a general understanding of the local customs. After finishing the meal, it was already past midnight. Mohan walked to an unnoticed corner of the street, took out a detector, and confirmed that there was neither anyone around nor surveillance. Then with a swipe, he slipped into his own space. In his previous life, his space initially couldn't accommodate living beings, but as he kept fighting monsters and leveling up, the space gradually became capable of holding living beings. It's just that the duration was relatively short in the early stages, while in the later stages, the time one could stay inside became slightly longer. Currently, Mohan's space is still in the early stage, and a person can only stay inside for about an hour. Moreover, his space also has a flash function. The so-called flash means that he quickly returns to his space the moment he exits it. Others only see a transparent little white dot flickering, unable to see him in person, but the item has already been taken by him. Mohan doesn't need to worry about being discovered because the flash is very intelligent. As long as he has a thought or says the word flash, he enters the flash state. Entering the space, Mohan quickly disguised himself as a foreigner with gray hair, looking like he was in his 50s. After dressing up, he left the space and staggered around the streets for a few laps. Then he entered a large chain supermarket that was open all night. The supermarket was filled with a dazzling array of goods, making it hard to take it all in. Here, because it was already around 12:30 at night, there weren't many shoppers, but there were still quite a few. It seems that the beautiful country, like the Dragon Country, has plenty of night owls who enjoy shopping late at night. Mohan hunched over as he walked into the supermarket, wandering around to see what he might need. After that, he went to the supermarket restroom. When they came out, the person was already gone, leaving only a flickering transparent dot in the supermarket. Those unaware might think it was a lighting malfunction. transaction. In any case, almost no one noticed this dot because it was nearly invisible. However, this flickering little dot caused all the goods and shelves in the supermarket to vanish without a trace wherever it went. Under the stunned gazes of the supermarket staff and customers, Han emptied the entire supermarket. Screams echoed through the empty house. Ah, what's going on? Where did all the goods go? Damn it, where are the shelves? How is everything gone? What's happening, Jack? I'm losing my mind. Everyone present was terrified, screaming repeatedly as if they had seen a ghost. Someone hurriedly took out their phone to call the police. Han left the supermarket with satisfaction, flashing continuously until he arrived at a bustling bar. In his own space, he transformed into a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman and swayed his body freely to the rhythm of the music. Half an hour later, Han left the bar with a group of people. He hailed a cab and headed straight to the nearest hotel, booking a luxury room. After closing and locking the door, he turned off the lights, took out an electronic detector, and quickly located and dismantled the pinhole cameras in the room. There was a computer in the room. Han walked over, entered a string of codes, modified the IP, and successfully obtained the contact information of a major weapons dealer from a prominent gang in a certain big country. He then sent an email expressing his desire to purchase a batch of goods. The arms dealer was shocked upon receiving the email, but since the other party could find his contact information, it was clear they were no ordinary person. The two communicated via email and agreed to meet the next midnight on the outskirts of Little Marltown in the beautiful country, conducting the transaction with a straightforward exchange of money for goods. Closing the computer, Han lay back on the bed, turned on some music, and listened to the songs leisurely. No one knew that he had been a computer genius since childhood, with an extraordinary talent for information technology. Having spent years in the company of computers, his skills had reached a masterful level, to the point where even top hackers would respectfully call him Grandmaster. In the middle of the night, Han got dressed and left the hotel using his teleportation skill, swiftly sneaking into several nearby shopping malls. Regardless of the type of goods, he silently stored all the merchandise into his space. As dawn approached, he returned to his hotel room, took off his shoes and clothes, crawled into the warm bed, and fell into a deep sleep. On the street, police sirens blared as officers searched everywhere for the thieves who had emptied the supermarket. The entire city was in chaos. Yet, the mastermind behind the incident was already snoring loudly. The next morning, Han didn't get up until 8 o'clock. He turned on his computer, entered another string of codes, hacked into the bank account of a major gang leader in the big beautiful country, and successfully transferred all 6 billion from the account into his own. However, the transfer information displayed a string of codes with an IP address located in Sakura country, meaning the flow of funds was untraceable. No matter how the gang leader investigated, he couldn't trace it back to Han's account. Even if the bank sent out their top computer experts, they would find nothing. Moreover, since this was dirty money obtained illegally, the gang wouldn't dare report it to the police or cause trouble with the bank. A few minutes later, the gang leader, Lux, was raging at home, smashing objects in fury. Damn it, who stole my money? In a fit of anger, Lux immediately sent people to Sakura country to investigate the mastermind behind the stolen IP address. Meanwhile, Han had already wiped the contents of the computer clean and leisurely went out in search of food. Han casually ate something and took a cab to the most bustling street in the beautiful country. This was a shopping paradise, offering a dazzling array of goods. There were essentials for the masses as well as high-end and luxury items. He disguised himself as a blonde, wavy-haired beauty, swaying seductively, strutting in sky-high heels, and walked into the shopping mall amidst the crowded streets. Entering the restroom, under numerous surveillance cameras, he suddenly turned into a transparent, flickering as he roamed through the mall. Wherever he went, the goods on the counters instantly vanished without a trace. The bustling mall, lively just a moment ago, was soon filled with wails and cries. Han immersed himself in this sensation, savoring the screams of the people. To him, it was the ultimate pleasure. Moving forward, he emptied shelf after shelf in one mall after another. No one could see his figure, but goods mysteriously disappeared. Whether it was security guards, sales assistants, or customers, everyone was stunned and at a loss, as if they had seen a ghost. Han couldn't be bothered with the panicked crowd and continued to shuttle around using teleportation, brazenly taking things. No matter what the goods were, they were free anyway, and taking them would always come in handy. Even if they turned out to be useless later, it didn't matter. That big, flashy country was the most annoying, so the more chaos he could cause, the better. Han cleared out 3 malls along the way, spending nearly 50 minutes. He had already tried his best to speed up, but the malls were simply too large. Even though he only needed to place his hand on the shelves and with a thought, the items would enter his space, it still took quite a bit of time. Han quickly teleported into the 4th mall, ready to start stealing. Suddenly, he exclaimed inwardly, "Damn, only 5 minutes left before I get kicked out of the space." At that moment, the police sirens on the street were blaring non-stop. After receiving the alarm from the mall, dozens of police cars rushed to the scene, and over 100 officers surrounded the entire Empire Building. Outside, the police shouted through their walkie-talkies, "Criminals inside, we've got you surrounded. If you don't come out, we'll open fire." Of course, everything was said in English. Mohan's English was excellent. He understood every word. When he was young, his parents had hired foreign tutors to cultivate his English skills and often took him abroad, so he was fluent. Unfortunately, after his parents were murdered, he lost all motivation and only managed to get into a sports college. He glanced at his watch. 11:57 a.m. Beautiful country time. Just 3 minutes left before he would be kicked out of the space. In this situation, if he suddenly appeared in the mall and got caught on surveillance, even if he disguised himself as a curvy, blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty, the police would still be able to trace him. He had to find a restroom, exit the space there, and then re-enter. Mohan flickered around inside the space, following the mall's signs to the restroom. Finally, right as the clock struck 12, he dashed into the restroom and, in an instant, was kicked out of the space, materializing inside. Mohan panted heavily. Thankfully, there were no cameras here. He headed to a stall, planning to relieve himself before going back into the space. But as soon as he walked in, 2 men stepped out of their stalls. When they saw the curvy, blonde girl, one of them kindly pointed out, "Miss, you're in the wrong restroom. The ladies' is next door." Mohan feigned surprise. "Oh, sorry, wrong door." He quickly slipped into the women's restroom next door. Inside, women dressed to the nines were either using the toilet or washing their hands. No sooner had Mohan entered than a woman in her 40s or 50s came over and asked him to help adjust her bra strap. Mohan wanted to say, "Oh no, I can't," but to avoid blowing his cover, he forced himself to help, squinting as he fixed the strap. "Thank you so much," the older lady said. Only then was Mohan able to slip into a stall to relieve himself. People were coming and going in the restroom, like a revolving door. No one noticed that the thick-waisted, strong-armed blonde hadn't come out since entering the stall. Outside, the police were still shouting through megaphones, and the surveillance room was desperately searching for clues, determined to catch the thief and bring him to justice. But at that moment, the thief had already looted 2 more malls, right under the nose of the police and security cameras, clearing out everything. Mohan's series of maneuvers made the hundreds of police officers begin, for the first time, to doubt the very reality of their world. How could things just mysteriously disappear? What on earth was going on? The streets were in chaos. Police had sealed off the malls, dispatching large numbers of officers to hunt down suspects. Crowds had gathered at the mall entrances, blocking every exit, leaving not even a crack. A blonde beauty with big waves in her hair, wearing sky-high heels and walking with pigeon-toed steps, gently tapped an elderly lady on the shoulder in front of her and asked, "What's happened?" The elderly lady turned around and said mysteriously, "There's a thief in the mall. Everything has been stolen." "Really? Did the police catch the thief?" Mohan asked curiously. "No, the thief is too mysterious and disappeared without a trace." As the elderly lady and Mohan were chatting, a man nearby turned around with a face full of fear and interjected, "It's probably a ghost." "Ha, a ghost? That's so scary." Mohan covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to be terrified, and slowly moved toward the edge of the crowd. As she walked, the beautiful blonde with big waves suddenly vanished. Mohan then arrived at another street and began a new round of looting. High-end men's clothing stores, shoe stores, watch stores, sports equipment stores, basketball specialty shops, anything a man could use, Mohan swept it all away. While the mall was still being cleaned up, chaos had already erupted at the other end of the street. A legend about a ghost began spreading through the streets and alleys. When the police arrived, they discovered that all the stolen items were from a men's goods store. The sheriff whispered to the officer beside him, "Identify the suspect, a young male, and conduct a thorough investigation." Beside the sheriff stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty with big, wavy curls, leisurely applying lipstick. As the sheriff turned around, she threw a flirtatious wink at the sheriff, who was sporting a big belly, instantly making him feel weak all over. Mohan Zero-Cost purchased a large number of items, toying with the police and merchants of the grand beautiful country. At 5 in the afternoon, Mohan had emptied at least 20 large shopping malls. The range of items was extensive, from furniture to socks, leaving nothing out, all stored in the space. From last night's theft to today's paranormal events in major shopping malls, the beautiful country's society was in a state of panic. Related news was everywhere, spreading across the globe. Mohan did not use the social media apps of a certain big and beautiful country. He opened a domestic group chat, and breaking news kept popping up. Ghost breaks into a large shopping mall, goods worth over 100 million looted clean? Ghost invasion, why specifically target men's products? Ghost invasion incident in a foreign location, merchants lose billions in goods. Someone in the group is discussing, the big beautiful country is so disgusting. This ghost did a great job, making people applaud. Turns out it was the most bustling mall in the capital of the big beautiful country that got looted, worth at least tens of billions of dollars. This ghost is strange. Aren't ghosts usually about taking lives? Why does this ghost specialize in stealing things? Could it be that ghosts have special preferences too? Mohan's lips curled into a smile as he closed his phone. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mohan entered entered the virtual space, transforming into an elderly man with white hair. He took a ride from the city center to the outskirts of Little Mailer Town, which took 35 minutes. After getting off the vehicle, following the location agreed upon in the email with the mafia's weapons boss, Missouri-Han flashed all the way to the entrance of a small convenience store. The originally agreed transaction time was midnight tonight, but Imo-Han deliberately arrived early to observe the weapon dealer's movements. The convenience store clerk was a burly man with a thick beard, looking fierce and clearly not someone to mess with. As Imo-Han just appeared at the entrance, he saw a tall, thin man enter the store, place a rose on the counter, and say, "Rose or you?" The burly man with the beard immediately replied, "Red and white." Imo-Han's lips curved slightly. This was obviously a coded message. He had no interest in their conversation and quietly followed behind the tall, thin man. A bearded man walked out from behind the cashier counter, whistled, and soon a short-haired beauty came over to take his place. Imo-Han glanced around and noticed that this convenience store was located at the junction of Xiaomail Town and the countryside, specifically near a three-way intersection, where people often came to shop. Next to the small shop sat a group of plainly dressed people, some smoking, some chatting, and some standing alone enjoying the scenery. Relying on the sharp eyes honed through the blood and chaos of his past life, Imo-Han instantly saw through these ordinary people and realized they were anything but. They were top-tier assassins. This was to be expected. After all, how could a mafia weapons tycoon be surrounded by ordinary people? The bearded man led the tall, thin man forward, turned left for over 10 meters, then right for 20 meters, and finally entered a wooded area. After walking through the woods for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a hidden area. In front of them stood a large warehouse, with guards armed with heavy machine guns at the entrance, at least 100 men on watch. Imo-Han's heart tightened suddenly. Fortunately, they scouted in advance. Otherwise, if they had come directly for the deal, not to mention leaving alive, there might not even be a trace left. The bearded man nodded to the guard at the door, signaling him to step aside and allow passage. Imo-Han followed closely behind and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, the scene before him left him utterly shocked. The room was filled with all kinds of wooden crates, varying in length, size, and weight, with a wide range of types. There were also various knives, long knives, short knives, swords, daggers, and sharp steel blades, an array dazzling to the eyes. Imo-Han was dazzled by the sight and was very satisfied with this operation. The bearded man began introducing various heavy weapons to the tall, thin man. It was evident that this was not their first transaction, as their conversation grew increasingly congenial. The tall, thin man took out his phone and made a call. Before long, someone arrived carrying 3 large boxes of cash. They were all stacks of crisp US dollar bills. The bearded man ordered his subordinates to start distributing the goods, but before they could even touch the merchandise, all the weapons in the arsenal vanished like lightning, leaving no trace. Everyone on the scene turned pale with shock, and the bearded man shouted, "Fuck. Mike, what's going on?" The tall, thin man named Mike spread his hands, full of helplessness and grievance. I don't know. The bearded man pulled out a gun and, without hesitation, shot the tall, thin man dead on the spot. Hearing the gunshot, the tall, thin man's people immediately rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with the warehouse guards, the sound of gunfire echoing continuously. Imo-Han was still in the warehouse, continuing to collect weapons. The first room he entered was full of weapons, but little did he know that the space inside was far larger than he had imagined. To make future storage more convenient, Imo-Han simply took the weapon racks from the armory into his own space as well. What surprised Imo-Han even more was that the armory also contained dozens of bulletproof vests. As he touched the soft material of the vests, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and his heart was filled with joy, almost to the point of bursting into laughter. Taking advantage of the heated battle between the two sides, Imo-Han quietly slipped out of the warehouse and darted onto the main road. He avoided the crowds along the way and reached a deserted area, where he secretly exited his space and immediately returned. Since he could only stay in the space for an hour, Imo-Han had to leave and re-enter to extend the time. The mob boss's armory was now completely empty, with hundreds of thousands of pieces of equipment all taken by Imo-Han. Even with just a little thought, Imo-Han could imagine the mob boss being furious over the theft, possibly even so enraged that he might die of a stroke. But what did his death have to do with Imo-Han? Imo-Han flashed far away, leaving the space behind, transforming into a hunched old man, and boarded a bus heading back to the city center. Since it was inconvenient on the bus, Imo-Han decided to personally visit the beautiful country's motor city, Detroit, tomorrow. This place is reputed to be the world's largest automobile city, with a thriving automotive industry. Imo-Han planned to get a few free cars to play with. In the apocalypse, off-road vehicles and RVs are essential. Back in the city center, the streets were filled with the constant sound of police sirens, clearly indicating that the ghost's appearance had terrified people. Imo-Han wandered around the streets, and found that all malls and shops had their doors tightly shut. Glancing at his watch, it was only 9 o'clock, yet people had closed early out of fear that the ghost might break in and steal. Imo-Han shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed this ghostly figure had caused him to have no place to settle down. Helpless, he visited visited several hotels, all of which had their doors locked. In the end, he could only spend the night squeezed in the subway entrance with the homeless. Fortunately, the weather wasn't cold, and it felt more like camping outdoors, allowing him to sleep relatively comfortably. The first half of the night was as peaceful as camping, but in the latter half, Emohan felt a bit cold and groggily scooted closer to the homeless man beside him. The homeless man immediately felt that Emohan was encroaching on his space, flew into a rage, and swung a beer bottle at Emohan's head. Emohan, who was sound asleep, suddenly felt a gust of wind coming at him. He quickly turned to the side to dodge and shifted away. Cursing, he muttered, "Damn it, if this were a novel, I'd probably be the first protagonist to spend a night with a homeless man. What a miserable mess." Unexpectedly, the homeless man refused to let it go, cursing and chasing after Emohan to fight. "Wow, you really have no shame, huh?" Emohan countered with a backhand strike, knocking the homeless man to the ground. He stepped on the man's face and angrily scolded, "Idiot, I was just trying to make do for the night here, and you dare mess with me." The homeless man collapsed on the ground, cursing under his breath. Emohan stomped on him, breaking two of his front teeth, then turned and walked away. He checked the time, it was already 2 a.m. No, he needed to find a place to rest properly. Emohan wandered the streets for a while and finally noticed a hotel door that wasn't fully closed. He slipped inside. While the receptionist was in the restroom, he found a VIP room card and discreetly tucked it into his pocket. Afterward, he teleported to the room, opened the door, and went in. He casually took a shower and then lay down to sleep. Lying on the luxurious single bed, inhaling the faint scent of laundry detergent from the blanket, Emohan sighed, it's still more comfortable sleeping in a hotel. The next morning, Emohan slipped away early. Standing by the glass doors of the hotel, he even opened the door for himself on the way out. At 9 o'clock, someone booked a room. The attendant led the guest to the room where Emohan had stayed the previous night and was surprised to find that the room had clearly been used, with traces of the toiletries having been touched. The attendant knew that this room had remained unbooked for a long time due to its high price, but now someone had suddenly checked in, which made him suspicious. Feeling uneasy, he specifically went to the front desk to check the booking records, only to find them completely blank. Then, he pulled up the surveillance footage. When he saw the footage, he was so shocked that he almost lost control. The video showed, at 2:35 a.m., the hotel's glass door suddenly opened halfway on its own, as if someone had pushed it from outside. At 2:36 a.m., the door of the VIP luxury room also opened automatically, then slowly closed from the inside. Throughout the entire process, the surveillance footage showed no trace of anyone. A ghost, the waiter screamed, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably. The guests who had booked a room were so frightened that they forgot to ask for a refund and fled in a panic. At this moment, the mastermind behind the incident, Emohan, was leisurely strolling through the car market in Detroit, munching on a sugar-free piece of bread while sipping milk. Today, he was still disguised as a blonde, blue-eyed beauty with big wavy curls. However, finding high heels troublesome and painful, he had switched to a pair of sneakers this time. These sneakers were treasures he had casually stashed into his space during a previous raid on a large mall. In the car market, Emohan wandered around a few times, dazzled by the variety, but he knew exactly what kind of car he wanted. He plans to purchase about 10 cars, 20 off-road vehicles, 20 super sturdy luxury RVs, 20 light trucks, and 20 heavy trucks. Under the cover of going to the restroom, Emohan quietly entered the bathroom and then disappeared without a trace from inside. While numerous car buyers and staff stared in shock, he stored his favorite vehicles one by one into his space and even took along 20 world-class top-configured racing motorcycles. As a man, Emohan is extremely knowledgeable about cars. He remembers that the lowest price for one of these motorcycles is $68,000, and in Longwa, they would sell for at least 400,000 yuan. Watching as cars vanished into thin air one by one before their eyes, the crowd on the scene screamed repeatedly, firmly believing that the rumors of ghosts were indeed true. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The staff quickly called the police, and within 10 minutes, sirens blared. However, Emohan had no time to bother with these other people right now. Only 12 days remain until the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, and he still has many things to do in these 12 days, leaving no room for him to waste even half a minute. Emohan rushed non-stop to the official military base of the great beautiful country. If it weren't for his experiences in the previous life, he would never have known the exact location of that base. The base of the great beautiful country stored a large number of weapons and various vehicles. Before the apocalypse, they had already transferred these supplies. After the apocalypse, Emohan had clashed with them and knew their hiding place. In the past, because there were no cars in the space, Emohan could only take a taxi. This time, after stealing so many cars, any one of them was enough for him to show his skills. When he reached a location farther from the base, Emohan took out the surveillance detector from the space, discreetly stored the vehicle in the space in a hidden and unmonitored corner, and then flashed his way into the military camp. As soon as he entered, the alarm sounded immediately. Emohan cursed under his breath. Damn, the anti-theft system of this official military base is really impressive. The sound of alarms rose rose and fell, and the soldiers in the base quickly grabbed their guns and rushed out. They knew someone had broken into the base. The computer detection system could even pinpoint the intruder's location, yet no one could be seen. The soldiers were not ordinary civilians, they were highly disciplined and extremely vigilant, instantly sealing off all exits of the military base. If an ordinary person were to enter, it would truly be a dead end. Fortunately, it was Mohan who came in. He is no ordinary person. Although he currently only has the spatial system, with his powerful teleportation ability, he is essentially in a stealth state, and no one in the base, no matter how strong, can do anything to him. Mohan teleported all the way to the massive warehouse where the military base stored its weapons. At a glance, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, compared to this, the mob boss's arsenal is like an ant facing an elephant. Mohan walked all the way through, regardless of style and type, placing his hand on the shelves. With a thought, various guns and equipment, along with the shelves, entered his space. In addition to the guns, he also took all the bullets from the warehouse. Glancing at the data panel, the number of bullets reached a staggering 200 million rounds. The arsenal contained far too many items, and Mohan estimated that it would take at least 10 hours to collect everything. Help! However, he could only stay in the space for 1 hour, and having already spent over 20 minutes, he could no longer continue collecting weapons. Had no choice but to turn around and move to another spot, arriving at the area of the military base where vehicles were stored. In the apocalypse, owning a bulletproof car is of utmost importance. The apocalypse is perilous, and attacks could happen at any moment. These attacks might be launched by zombies or other alien creatures, but more often than not, the attackers turn out to be humans. After all, the human heart is more complex than anything else. Animals attack humans out of hunger, driven by the most primal instinct. But humans are different. The human heart is as blinding as the sun, filled with countless twists and undercurrents. In the vast parking lot of the military base, it was filled with various armored vehicles, bulletproof cars, fighter jets, tanks, and more. As Mohan stepped into the parking lot, he immediately felt as if he had entered his own kingdom. Those rows of vehicles seemed to be tailor-made for him. His eyes quickly scanned the area, his hand lightly touched, and with a thought, dozens of armored vehicles were instantly transported into his space. He continued walking forward to collect the bulletproof cars. Over 100 bulletproof cars were quietly parked in their designated area, all brand new and unused. They silently awaited the return of their master. Mohan collected along the way, taking at least over 100 various bulletproof cars, as well as fighter jets and tanks. Anything he could take, he stored in his space. The alarm bells at the base rang one after another, and the soldiers were busy running around, but all to no avail. A third of the weapons had been stolen, and half of the military vehicles were missing, leaving the soldiers with worried expressions. The ghost incident that had been wildly circulating in the news a few days ago was gradually taking root in the soldiers' minds. Initially, they were staunch materialists who didn't believe in such rumors at all. Now, with the facts before them, they couldn't help but harbor doubts. Mohan followed a group of soldiers to the deepest part of the warehouse. James, who was leading the group, instructed his subordinates, "Open the door and check if the base's treasure is still there." A soldier unlocked the warehouse door with a password. The heavy door slowly rose, and Mohan's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. In the center of the warehouse, a luxurious and imposing bulletproof vehicle stood quietly. AK-250. That was none other than Mohan's exclusive ride during the apocalypse in his previous life. Seeing it, a surge of joy from a long-awaited reunion filled Mohan's heart. The entire vehicle's armor was made of titanium steel alloy, weighing 27 tons. The inner layer of the body was embedded with 5-inch thick steel plates, while the outer layer was coated with a protective layer against biochemical weapons. The fuel tank was covered with flame-retardant foam. It was equipped with a fire suppression system, oxygen supply, and explosion-proof tires, capable of withstanding attacks from grenades and even rocket launchers. In his previous life, it was this very car that accompanied Mohan through the hardships of the apocalypse. If not for the betrayal, he wouldn't have died. Mohan bypassed James, walked to the center of the warehouse, and affectionately kissed the AK-250. "Sweetheart, did you miss me?" he couldn't help but whisper. Who's talking?" Despite the low volume, James still noticed something unusual. The other soldiers looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what James was referring to. They hadn't heard anyone speaking at all. James drew his gun, looking around in panic. The soldiers also pulled out their guns, their eyes filled with fear. James asked again, "Someone just whispered something. Did you hear it?" A soldier replied, "No, I didn't hear anything." Another person also said, "Sir, I didn't hear anything." The others looked even more terrified. It's a ghost. It must be a ghost." Everyone began to tremble, with some soldiers' hands shaking so much they couldn't even hold their guns, and their legs trembling uncontrollably. These staunch materialists were scared by the ghost for the first time, almost to the point of wetting their pants. Mohan glanced at his watch. There were 15 minutes left before being kicked out of the space. He no longer paid attention to others' reactions, placed his hand on the AK-250's body, and with a thought, the vehicle instantly entered his space. Recovered an old friend, Mohan left the warehouse fully satisfied. He quickly walked out of the base. Despite the tight security and omnipresent surveillance equipment, nothing could stop him from swaggering away. Utilizing his athletic skills, Mohan sprinted at high speed, running a great distance before finding a spot out of the camera's view. There, he started a sedan and drove away. This trip to the beautiful country had two purposes. First, to do some zero-cost shopping, and second, to acquire weapons. Now that both objectives were achieved, Mohan decided to switch locations and continue his mission. He pondered for a moment. In the apocalypse, the most sought-after resource is food. Currently, panic has already erupted within the borders of the United States. Mohan plans to go to another country and create another wave of panic. India ranks third in the world for food production, so let's go to India and empty out half of the country's food supply. Driving quickly to the airport, Mohan took the opportunity when no one was around to hide his car. Thinking about the fact that flying to country it takes more than 10 hours, I originally planned to buy a ticket, but then I changed my mind and decided against it. The procedures are cumbersome, so it's better to be invisible and take a cheaper flight for convenience. I teleported all the way into the airport and boarded the plane heading to country A. On the plane, inside the restroom, Mohan stared at the reflection of himself dressed as a flight attendant. Clearly, he was an exceptionally handsome man, with well-defined features, sharp eyebrows, a high-bridged nose, and slightly pursed, sensual thin lips. Yet he was made up to look like a beautiful flight attendant, although his skin was a bit darker, and his build was quite burly. This is not because his values are problematic, always wanting to dress up as a woman, but because on the plane, only by dressing as a flight attendant could he move around conveniently. Climbing into the plane's rest cabin, Mohan fell into a deep sleep there. The watch on his wrist was set to vibrate as an alarm every hour. The alarm went off 3 times, yet no one came to the rest cabin. Until the 4th ring, 2 flight attendants finally came over. The sound of footsteps, tap tap tap, grew closer. Mohan quickly retreated into his own space. The puzzled voice of a flight attendant could be heard. Huh? I think I just heard something? It sounded like a phone vibrating? No, Linda, I didn't hear it. I guess you misheard. Maybe I misheard. 2 flight attendants lay down opposite the spot where Mohan had been lying earlier. Mohan stayed in the space for about 45 minutes, then appeared again, walked down the rest cabin stairs, and went to the restroom. After using the restroom, he re-entered the space and flashed back to the rest cabin. After the 2 flight attendants got up and left, Mohan returned to the spot where he had been lying and continued sleeping. When the plane arrived in country A3, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Mohan disembarked along with many other passengers and took a free taxi. After having breakfast in the city, we took a car to the northwestern Kashmir granary. The Northwest is the largest grain production base in the country and also a producer of high-quality cotton. Kashmir, on the other hand, is the trading center for grain and cotton. Mohan stood on the streets of Kashmir, surrounded by stalls selling grain. Casually asked someone and found the largest grain production and processing factory. Inside the processing factory, a group of people from Asin country were busily moving grain back and forth. Mohan disguised himself as a person from Asin country, with a white cloth wrapped around his head and a cigarette in his mouth, and walked into the granary. The granary was bustling with people, and no one noticed his presence. He entered the restroom, intending to find a place without surveillance to secretly enter the space, then teleport out to steal food. Who would have thought the restrooms in Asin country lived up to their reputation? All he saw was an open yard, with several long trenches where a group of bare-bottomed people were squatting to relieve themselves. The sight of feces all over the ground almost made Mohan throw up. Originally wanted to use this place to hide, but it turned out to be impossible to hide. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, my bladder was so full it hurt, so I had no choice but to follow local customs and relieve myself before leaving. Secretly took out the surveillance equipment detector, went to a spot not far from the restroom without cameras, and entered the space, then flashed all the way back to the granary. There were too many people in the warehouse, making it highly unfavorable for Mohan to act. It seemed necessary to find a way to lure these people out first. Mohan thought for a moment and walked out of the granary. At the door, he stuck out his foot to trip an Indian man carrying a sack of rice, causing him to fall to the ground. The fallen Asin thought it was the person next to him who pushed him. After getting up, the two started arguing. While the argument was at its peak, Mohan slapped one of the Asins across the face. "Damn it, how dare you hit me?" Asin, furious, slapped the other Asin in return. The 2 Asins immediately started fighting. Soon, a large crowd gathered around. The number of onlookers kept increasing. Mohan shook his head. It seemed that the love for watching commotions was the same no matter which country one was in. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone in the warehouse ran off to watch the fight, Mohan quickly entered the granary, crouched down, and placed one hand on one of the many sacks of rice. With a single thought, all the rice in the granary was absorbed into his space. When the group of porters returned after watching the fight, they found that the granary, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, was completely empty. The sound of crying and shouting instantly shook the heavens. "Ah, what happened?" happened? Where's the food? Where's the grain? Where's the rice? Where's the flour? Where's the wheat? Where did the grain go? How did it suddenly disappear? The big boss of the producers received an urgent call and rushed to the scene, only to find all the grain had vanished. He immediately burst into tears. Others quickly called the police. Emohan flickered in and out of sight within the space, witnessing the police arriving to take notes and retrieve surveillance footage. In the previous life, when spatial abilities were first developed, it was already long after the apocalypse, so not much could be stored. At that time, Emohan felt that the spatial ability was of limited use and not very practical. Only now does she realize that spatial abilities are simply extraordinary, capable of holding thousands upon thousands of supplies and even becoming completely invisible. At this moment, the food market was still in chaos, and the police were still reviewing surveillance footage and gathering witness and material evidence. On the other side, the cotton spinning market was attacked by thieves. As everyone knows, India is not only a major grain producer but also the world's second largest cotton producer. What Emohan values is not the cotton itself, as an excess of cotton has limited practical value. What is truly useful are cotton textiles. He stood in the town of Nix in Asen country, where cotton textile processing factories were everywhere, and various high-quality cotton quilts had already been processed and neatly stacked on the shelves. There was more than one processing factory, with rows upon rows stretching endlessly. The number of quilts produced was easily in the millions. Emohan used spatial teleportation, effortlessly moving between the processing factories as if walking through an uninhabited realm. With just a light touch and a thought, hundreds of quilts on the shelves flowed into his space. When leaving, although he hadn't planned to stockpile cotton, he casually took a few tons with him. The main goal of this trip to Asen was rice and quilts. Now that both are in hand, Emohan is ready to shift to a new location. He couldn't be bothered to consider how much panic his actions would cause in Asen country. Walking through the airport in Asen country, Emohan locked onto the target plane. Speaking of neighboring countries, the one he hated the most was kidney-cutting country, and this time he was specifically going there to stir up trouble. His mode of travel was still hitching a ride on a convenient flight. Had a nice sleep on the plane. It is said that the most notorious gangs in Kidneyland are concentrated in the southeastern town of Emohan drove 3 hours to reach this place. "Sir, we've arrived. Please pay the fare." Upon reaching the destination, the driver turned around and asked the white-bearded old man in the back seat to pay the bill. Turning around, he found the car empty. "Ha! Where's everyone?" The driver screamed in fright, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and nearly drove the car into the nearby ditch. Emohan flashed all the way and quickly arrived at the gang's hideout. This is indeed a gathering place for many villains. In rows of shabby rooms resembling slums, countless victims from around the world are imprisoned. Some are forced to do hard labor. Some have already been cruelly tortured and are on the verge of death. Some tried to escape but were caught and brought back, covered in wounds and barely breathing. Emohan used spatial teleportation to silently infiltrate the deepest part of the enemy's stronghold. Upon reaching the computer monitoring room, he threw an object to attract the attention of a big, black-faced man. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly entered the monitoring room, logged into the computer, and destroyed all surveillance systems. The chubby man with a dark face returned to find that Emohan had already shut down the computer and disappeared in a flash. The chubby man did not notice at all that the computer had been hacked, nor did he sense anything unusual. Emohan walked out of the surveillance room, and gunfire erupted. Pulling the trigger, bullets rained down on the villains. Those evildoers fell to the ground one after another, struck by bullets. The hideout instantly fell into chaos, with cries and screams echoing one after another. Emohan systematically eliminated the villains of Kidney Country, while also freeing the innocent people who had been imprisoned. The only exception was the black-faced fat man in the monitoring room. He was spared. "Speak, where is your boss?" Emohan emerged from the void, appearing as an old man with a grizzled beard. Although the makeup technique is still quite rough, at least after putting on makeup, no matter how you look, you can't see the real appearance. The black-faced fat man was trembling all over, frightened by the screams outside. When he saw Emohan appear out of thin air, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, unable to utter a complete sentence. He's in the Golden Cave. The Golden Cave is a place in the kidney-cutting country, about 3 kilometers away from the hideout. Hearing the gunshots, the gang leader had already led several trucks of underlings, armed and rushing over. Emohan pressed a gun against the waist of the big, black-faced fat man, just in time to see a tall, skinny, dark-skinned gang leader. The leader babbled on for a long time, but Emohan didn't understand a single word. However, whether he understood or not, he simply didn't care. He shot the head of the big, black-faced fat man in front of him, then flashed behind the boss, pressing the gun barrel against his head. The boss's underlings, seeing their leader being held hostage, dared not act rashly. Each of them nervously stared at the disguised white-bearded old man. Emohan fluently ordered the kidney harvesting boss in English to start a live video stream. The boss tried to resist, but Emohan unhesitatingly shot him in the knee. Right behind Emohan, a few of the boss's underlings attempted to shoot back. However, before they could fire, the heads of several underlings in the rear were simultaneously hit, and they collapsed to the ground. Everyone turned back in terror, only to find that Mo-han, who had just been beside the boss, was now outside their encirclement. Mo-han communicated entirely in English, and fortunately, the kidney harvesting boss had a decent grasp of the language. Mo-han sternly commanded, "Start your live video stream." The kidney harvesting boss was unwilling to cooperate. Mo-han aimed at his right leg, and another gunshot rang out. Helpless, the boss could only follow Mo-han's orders, edit a certain Douyin livestream page, and open the live room. A few minutes later, thanks to the enticing title and cover, countless netizens swarmed into the live room. Kidney Harvesting Nation Boss, live kidney harvesting broadcast. Mo-han's lips curled into a smile as he stared at the live room, which had over 100,000 viewers, feeling particularly pleased. He pressed the gun against the boss's temple, directing him to cooperate step by step. Mo-han blindfolded the boss and led him to a high vantage point. The boss had a waist drum hanging around his neck, and Mo-han instructed him to beat the drum. As the drum was played, the underlings below passed around a large red flower. When the drum stopped, the red flower also stopped being passed. "It's him!" Mo-han pointed a gun at the underling holding a gun, then immediately fired a shot into his arm with a bang. The underling let out a blood-curdling scream. "Take his kidney," Mo-han ordered. Someone immediately came over with tools and began to operate on the gang boss. The process was repeated over and over. In the end, Mo-han forced a few of his underlings to cut out the gang boss's kidneys and abdomen. To avoid making the scene too gory and disturbing for viewers, Mo-han deliberately added a mosaic filter to the livestream. Even so, audiences could still catch glimpses of the bloody edges, sensing the terror of what was happening. For the first time, netizens around the world saw the true face of the kidney-snatching boss, and also witnessed, for the first time, someone having their kidneys removed by their own men. However, the shocking scene didn't last long. The livestream was quickly shut down. Mo-han didn't linger. He used his flash ability to swiftly escape from the kidney-snatching boss's lair. Before leaving, Mo-han planted a bright and vibrant flag of the beautiful country on the scene. A strong wind blew past, and the flag fluttered loudly in the wind. Officials from kidney-cutting country arrived at the scene, extremely furious, believing that the beautiful country had gone too far. They decided to return and discuss with neighboring countries to jointly sanction this despicable act. Meanwhile, Mo-han, the mastermind behind the incident, had already returned to the city and was leisurely cracking sunflower seeds in a hotel while browsing the internet. Mo-han borrowed the computer from the hotel and directly hacked into the military accounts of the bear country, utilizing a large amount of military resources. He quietly transferred 7 billion out of the 12 billion in military funds into his own account, with the process being tightly encrypted, leaving no trace for the other party to verify. The remaining 5 billion was entirely transferred into the private account of a palm reader in Sakura country. Although it could be easily traced, the login address was located in Kidney country. The leader of bear country roared, "Damn Kidney country, damn Sakura country, how dare you point the finger at my bear country?" The Great Bear Nation immediately unleashed its military power in a frenzy. 10 days later, Kidney Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were successively annihilated. The timing of the annihilation coincided precisely with the day the apocalypse broke out. Smoke and flames filled the air, marking the beginning of the end times. However, that is a story for another time. After dealing with the Great Bear Nation's troubles, Mo-han switched to another hotel and slept for 2 hours. Afterward, he disguised himself as an old man with a full beard, went out to the night market and ordered a few local specialties: biba grilled fish, seafood fried rice with soup, lemon iced tea, and cash grilled chicken. Mo-han wore headphones, listening to music while enjoying the food. The street was filled with food stalls, bustling just like the night markets in Longwa. After finishing his meal, he packed 100 portions of the same dishes to take away. In order to keep the food warm, he bought a handcart. Every time the vendor packed the food, he would quickly push it to a hidden spot, and when he pushed it back, the cart was already empty. All the delicacies had been stored in his space. Of course, such actions caught the attention of some sharp-eyed passers-by, but he was dressed very discreetly and didn't care at all. After all, he was returning to Longwei tomorrow. That evening, Mo-han went to the most upscale restaurant in the area. Under the pretense of hosting a banquet, he requested the restaurant to prepare all their signature dishes in quantities sufficient for 100 tables. He paid half the deposit upfront, promising to pick up the food once it was ready. In truth, he hadn't wanted to pay the deposit and had hoped to get the food for free, but the restaurant wouldn't cook without reason, so paying the deposit became an unavoidable choice. When the restaurant was busy preparing dishes, Mo-han ran to the night market, sweeping up everything he liked. When he saw toys or gadgets, he would take them without paying while the shopkeeper wasn't looking. When he came across delicious specialty foods, he would order the shopkeeper to make dozens of portions, pack them up, and then, without paying, sneak them into his own space, along with the shopkeeper. Along the way, he looted supplies recklessly, as if plundering resources in a post-apocalyptic world. When all the dishes at the restaurant were ready, Mo-han returned. In the lobby, a waiter introduced the origin descriptions of the dishes to him in fluent English, but he had no interest in listening. He coldly ordered, "Place the dishes for 100 tables on these few large tables." "Not enough space? No problem, just squeeze them in." Once the dishes for 100 tables filled the tables, Mohan, under the watchful eyes of the waiter, placed his hand on the table and activated his thoughts. Instantly, all the dishes disappeared into his space. It wasn't that he intentionally revealed his spatial ability. He had already disguised himself, applied makeup, and wore gloves the entire time to avoid leaving any fingerprints or traces. Even if the surveillance cameras captured him, the restaurant and the police would be helpless. Just as he was storing the steaming dishes along with the tables into his space, the waiter beside him screamed in shock, shouting as if they had seen a ghost. The restaurant manager rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to find that the customer who had just taken the items, along with the table, had vanished. Terrified, the manager quickly called the police. The police retrieved surveillance footage and discovered that the thief was an old man with a scruffy beard, walking unsteadily. He first freeloaded quite a bit at the night market and then went to a restaurant. Zooming in on the surveillance video, the police noticed the old man was using a large Apple phone, playing a speech by the leader of the beautiful country, and leaving comments below such as, "Long live my beautiful country. The leader is so handsome. The leader's big front teeth are so charming. The leader's smile is the most beautiful smile I've ever seen." Based on these clues, the police deduced from the old man's appearance and language that the thief was someone sent by the beautiful country. While several officers were discussing how to apply to the state to lodge a formal protest with the beautiful country, the surveillance footage coincidentally showed the scruffy bearded old man flipping off the camera and cursing under his breath. Enraged by the provocation, the kidney harvesting country's police launched a massive manhunt for the scruffy bearded old man disguised as Mohan. Using spatial teleportation, Mohan instantly appeared at another street's night market. This time, he was dressed as a flamboyant figure with red hair and green eyebrows. At one stall, he ordered 20 skewers of grilled meat, over 10 chicken wings, 5 skewers of chicken gizzards, and 3 skewers of chives. Once they were ready, he grabbed them and ate as he walked, planning to find a small inn to spend the night and catch a flight back to Dragon Country the next morning. As he walked, he suddenly felt that someone was following him. When he sped up, it sped up. When he slowed down, it slowed down. Turning around, he saw that it was a dirty little golden retriever puppy. Although it was a bit dirty, its round, chubby body and bright, twinkling eyes still made it look very cute. "Hey, little guy, why are you following me?" Mohan squatted down and handed over a skewer of roasted meat. The dirty little dog took the meat skewer without hesitation and bit into it. "So you were hungry, huh?" Mohan couldn't help but admire the little dirty dog. It had followed him through several streets just for a bite to eat. He threw a few skewers of roasted meat on the ground and said disdainfully, "You're filthy all over, you stink. The meat is yours, but stop following me." With that, he got up and walked away briskly. However, after finishing the meat on the ground, the little dirty dog chased after him again, wagging its tail. Mohan couldn't be bothered with it and directly hid in his space, using teleportation to sprint away. At a crossroads, Mohan quickly crossed the street in the few seconds before the red light changed. Just as he stopped on the other side of the road, panting heavily, a few woof woof woofs nearly scared him to the ground. "Why is it you?" Mohan stared in shock at the little dirty dog in front of him. How had it managed to follow him? He had clearly already hidden in the space, blinking all the way, and only came out after crossing the road. No one could possibly see him. The space also had a very strong concealment function, and no scent could escape from inside. How did this dog manage to catch up with itself? Could it actually see itself? To verify this hypothesis, Mohan flashed into the space again, sprinted about 10 meters toward the left intersection, and then used spatial teleportation, keeping an eye on the little dirty dog to see how it would react. As a result, the little dirty dog dashed right in front of him and wagged its tail furiously at the spot where he was hiding. Mohan said nothing, turned around, and started running away. As he ran, he kept looking back and found the little dirty dog stubbornly following behind. He ran to the left, and it chased to the left. He ran to the right, and it chased to the right. Tired from running, Mohan stopped and finally confirmed that this dog was no ordinary dog. It could see his invisible self, or rather, it could smell the scent on him. No longer teasing it, Mohan stepped out from the space. Damn, running all the way was really exhausting. The little dirty dog was also sticking out its tongue, panting heavily. "Hey," Mohan squatted in front of the little dirty dog, adjusted his breathing, and then asked, "Can you see me?" The little dirty dog shook its head. Mohan asked again, "Then can you smell my scent?" The little dirty dog nodded. "No wonder, even though I was invisible, you could still catch up." "Wait, that's not right." Mohan suddenly widened his eyes. "How can you understand what I'm saying?" The little dirty dog raised its head, its big, watery, round eyes staring at him. Its adorable and soft appearance almost melted Mohan's heart. He picked up the little dirty dog and lifted its rear to take a look. "Damn, it's a male. I thought you were a female, so cute. I didn't expect you to be a male." Mohan gently placed it back on the ground and said with a smile, "Other golden retrievers have bean-sized eyes, but you, you, with your big, watery eyes, truly a top-notch beauty among golden retrievers. Oh no, a top-notch handsome boy. After a few compliments, the little dirty dog seemed to listen happily. Emohan stood up, preparing to find a place to stay, and warned it, "Don't follow me anymore. I'm going to sleep. Go find someone else to ask for food." After saying that, without caring about the little dirty dog's expression, Emohan walked forward. Walking all the way to the entrance of a small inn, a few scantily clad beauties were soliciting customers at the door. Emohan really disliked such places, but it was already past midnight, and he needed to rest quickly. He wasn't picky either. He directly used a flash step to enter the inn, grabbed a VIP room card at the front desk, and opened the door to go in. However, as soon as he entered, a strong scent of heavy makeup and perfume hit him in the face. He initially wanted to make do, but he couldn't stand it, feeling utterly disgusted, so he had no choice but to leave. He would rather sleep under a bridge with homeless people than stay in this room filled with the smell of makeup and perfume. The feeling this room gave could be summed up in one word: filthy. Emohan walked out of the motel and happened to see that little dirty dog trying to run inside, but the glass door of the main entrance was closed by a guest, and the little dirty dog couldn't get in, stomping its feet anxiously. Perhaps because it was so cute, a few women curiously and happily gathered around it. Although it was dirty all over, its fluffy head and big, glistening eyes were particularly endearing. A beautiful woman squatted down and placed a piece of candy in front of it, but the little dirty dog disdainfully swatted the candy away with a paw. Another woman shook her head helplessly, went to the nearby convenience store, and bought a chicken leg to throw to it. The little dirty dog directly peed on the chicken leg. The beautiful woman who bought the chicken leg was so angry that she started cursing. The beautiful woman who had given the candy earlier saw this scene and not only felt awkward herself but also laughed, revealing a mouthful of big front teeth. Several beautiful women picked up sticks, ready to chase and hit the little dirty dog. It dodged while keeping its eyes fixed on the door, afraid that Emohan might take the chance to escape. Emohan took the opportunity to push the door open and walk out, using the little dirty dog's distraction with others to quickly teleport away. He didn't want to take the little dirty dog with him. Although it could track his scent and follow him at any time, in the apocalypse, this ability wasn't particularly impressive. It's nothing more than a useless burden. I still have to protect it wherever I go, wasting time and energy for nothing. Emohan was looking for his best partner from his previous life, the #1 lightning-type dog, Thunder God Demon Chicken. He sprinted all the way, running through countless streets, and finally arrived at a relatively luxurious hotel. Using the same trick, he entered the hotel's VIP suite. Entering the room, Emohan first dismantled the pinhole camera, then enjoyed a comfortable shower before lying down on the soft, large bed. Cheerful music played in the background on his phone while he leisurely scrolled through videos. Feeling tired, he decided to have a good sleep. Early the next morning, Emohan slipped out of the hotel, ready to hail a cab by the roadside to head to the airport. After walking just 5 or 6 meters, a small, yellow, furry creature suddenly appeared in front of him, dashing toward him with tiny steps. Emohan stood helplessly in place, watching the chubby little dog run up to him, wagging its tail and acting all cutesy. Smiling, Emohan asked, "Why are you so determined to follow me?" The little yellow dog barked at him incessantly. Although he couldn't understand what it was saying, Emohan was quite curious. How had the dirty little creature from yesterday become so clean and fragrant today? "Who gave you a bath?" Emohan asked it. The dog extended a paw and pointed at its chest, as if to say it had done it itself. Emohan burst out, laughing. Impressive. He patted its head and teased, "Could it be that because I said you smelled bad yesterday, you went and bathed yourself?" The little dog nodded. Glancing at the time, the next flight was departing at 8:30, and it was already 7:40. Emohan, worried about missing it, hurried to the roadside and flagged down a taxi. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the car door, the little dog darted inside. Seizing the moment, Emohan shut the car door, threw in 100 yuan, and instructed the driver, "Drive straight ahead, don't stop, and only pull over after 40 minutes. Then he flagged down another taxi for himself. As he got in, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and the image of the little yellow dog's big, watery eyes flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, "If you can still find me, I'll take you back to Longwa." The thought passed quickly, and even Emohan found it highly unlikely. The driver sped straight ahead, covering at least dozens of kilometers in 40 minutes before stopping. No matter how capable that dog was, it couldn't possibly find him again. Emohan felt a secret joy in his heart, finally shaking off this foreign little tale. At the airport, Emohan bought 2 hamburgers in the waiting lounge and sat at a table to eat. On previous flights, he had hitched a ride, but this time, he had purchased a ticket under his real identity, intending to enjoy a comfortable trip without having to hide or dodge. While biting into a hamburger, 2 sudden woof woof sounds came from underfoot, startling him so much that the hamburger fell onto the table. Looking down, it turned out to be that little yellow dog. He had no idea how it managed to escape from the taxi and run all the way back. Emohan noticed that one of its front legs seemed a bit lame. Could it have been injured while jumping out of the car to escape? He motioned for it to jump onto the chair and sit beside him, then handed it a piece of hamburger. "Here, have something to eat." Back in taken the taxi on the way to the airport, Emohan had already thought that if this dog could find its way back to him, he would take it with him. The little dog ate the hamburger with relish, but its eyes remained wary, fixed on Emohan, as if afraid he might suddenly run off again. Amused by its expression, Emohan patted its head and said, "Don't worry, I won't run anymore. I'll take you with me. But you have to give me a reason. Why should I take you along?" Actually, he had already decided in his heart not to abandon it, but he still wanted to tease this clever little guy to see what other surprises it could bring him. The little yellow dog, upon hearing Emohan say he wouldn't run anymore and would take it along, got so excited that a piece of bread got stuck in its throat. It almost choked to death, but after finally swallowing it and calming down, it barked twice at Emohan. Emohan laughed and said, "So, choking on a hamburger is the reason I should take you with me, huh? Weakling." The little dog barked back defiantly, and Emohan stared at it provocatively, waiting to see what tricks it had up its sleeve. The little yellow dog, determined to make Emohan take it along, finally played its trump card. It stuck out its rear, stretched its neck, suddenly opened its mouth. Sizzle! A small flame, about the size of a lighter's flame, shot out. Emohan was stunned. Fire! He remembered that in his previous life, after the apocalypse, there was a dog that became as famous as his demon chicken, and everyone called it the fire god. This dog in front of him could actually breathe fire. Could it be the legendary fire god Pancake from the apocalypse, just not fully awakened to its powers yet? Back then, fire god Pancake was the most powerful fire-type dog. Not only was it intelligent and clever, but it could also spew samadhi true fire, capable of killing zombies and defeating superpowers with extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, it was later captured by the demon king Slaughter Dragon, refused to obey orders, and was ultimately killed. Emohan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good, to have gotten ahead and made Pancake his dog. If that was the case, wouldn't killing Slaughter Dragon in this lifetime be even more assured? Afraid that others might discover Pancake's secret of spewing fire, Emohan quickly covered its mouth and whispered, "Remember, don't easily show your abilities in front of people in the future." Pancake obediently nodded. In the previous life, Emohan had fought countless times with De Bing. However, at that time, De Bing was already an adult, radiant and dazzling, whereas the little one before him clearly hadn't grown up yet. After so many encounters, Emohan remembered that its right ear had a large notch. As long as he pulled it open to take a look, he could recognize it. Emohan gently pulled open its right ear, and sure enough, there was a large notch on it. Because it was too fat, its ear was tucked into its fur, making the notch completely invisible most of the time. It seems that this dog is undoubtedly dating himself. But in this life, who will be its owner? And what is its name? What is your name? Emohan gently asked while stroking its fluffy little ears. Dabing shook its head. No name? Emohan thought for a moment and said, "You look cute and chubby, so I'll call you Pancake." Pancake, thrilled to have a name, bounced up and down on the chair. After eating the burger, Pancake snuggled up to Emohan, rubbing its head against him. Round, plump, and fluffy, Emohan carefully observed and felt that young Pancake was truly endearing. Yesterday, because it was dirty, it was hard to tell how smooth its fur was. After a bath, its true appearance was revealed, looking much prettier. After eating a hamburger and drinking a glass of milk, Emohan prepared to board the plane. The big dog limped along behind. Emohan suddenly felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have abandoned it like that before, causing it to break its leg. He immediately turned around and picked it up. Oh, it's quite heavy. The Pancake lay in Emohan's arms, chirping happily and constantly licking the back of Emohan's hand with its mouth. Emohan wiped the back of his hand on his t-shirt and said with some disdain, "Don't lick, it's dirty." Holding the flatbread, he made his way to the restroom. After using the toilet, Emohan stored the flatbread in his space. Then he went to board the plane. On the plane, Emohan went to the restroom every 50 minutes or so. Using the toilet was just an excuse. The real purpose was to take the flatbread out of his space to care for it before putting it back. A few hours later, the plane arrived at Long Country Airport. Emohan walked out of the airport holding a flatbread, and his phone immediately rang. "Hello, Mr. M.O. We've found the black Doberman you asked us to look for." After hanging up the phone, Emohan quickly hailed a cab and headed to the vegetable market on Xingfu Street. He walked several hundred meters into the market and arrived at a hidden dog vendor's stall. The stall owner was a burly man with a dark face in his 50s. Seeing a customer approach, he immediately put on a big smile. His face was full of thick, fleshy folds, and his smile gave off a particularly sleazy impression. "Little brother, all the dogs here are good dogs. The meat stewed from them is incredibly fragrant." The stall owner pointed at the dogs in the cage, enthusiastically promoting them. Emohan stared at the few dog cages in front of him but didn't see his demon chicken. He asked, "Boss, are there no other dogs?" The boss cautiously looked around and led Emohan into the room inside. As soon as he entered, a strong stench hit him. There were more than a dozen dog cages in the room, each containing 3 or 4 dogs. Dozens of dogs barked incessantly. Emohan glanced around and immediately spotted the black Doberman curled up in the innermost cage. Seeing it again, Emohan couldn't help but let tears stream down, but he quickly wiped them away. "Men, how can can they cry? The boss was still enthusiastically explaining which dog had more meat and which had finer texture. Emohan didn't listen to a single word, walking straight to the innermost dog cage and looking at the barely alive demon chicken. In his previous life, he had met the demon chicken 6 months after the apocalypse began, and by chance, the demon chicken became his good partner. At this moment, the demon chicken was so thin that it was just skin and bones, lying weakly in the cage. Reborn into another life, many things had changed, such as the encounter with the demon chicken. In the previous life, Emohan did not meet the demon chicken at the dog vendor's stall but encountered it while searching for survival supplies. At that time, the demon chicken had not yet awakened its supernatural abilities and was just an ordinary black dog. Emohan took it in because it had once saved him. Half a year after the apocalypse, Emohan had not yet awakened his psychic abilities and relied on the brute strength of an athlete to fight his way through. After being saved by the demon chicken, he took it along with him on his journey. The demon chicken remained loyal to him until it was ultimately killed by Yenuer's scheme. Emohan pointed at the demon chicken in the dog cage and said, "Boss, this is the one. Oh, this dog was brought here the night before last. I heard it was hit by a car, and its right hind leg is broken. How about this? If you want it, I'll sell it to you cheap, just 500 yuan. Wait here, I'll kill it for you right away." Kill? Why kill it? Upon hearing the boss say he was going to kill the demon chicken, a strong chill surged in Emohan's eyes. The boss was startled by his gaze and asked in confusion, "Didn't you come here to buy dog meat?" "Buy dog meat?" Emohan sneered. "This is my dog. Let it go immediately." The boss looked utterly surprised. "Your dog? I paid money for this dog. Just because you say it's yours, does that make it yours?" Emohan sneered. "My dog has a spot without fur under its belly, a purple moon-shaped birthmark. If you don't believe me, open its belly and take a look." The boss was half convinced and wanted to reach out to open the demon chicken's belly but hesitated. He muttered, "If you're so capable, you do it and show me. This dog is very fierce. It almost bit me yesterday." Emohan nodded, squatted in front of the dog cage, and looked at the demon chicken inside with gentle eyes. The demon chicken didn't recognize him at the moment, but he wasn't worried about being bitten. The demon chicken was very smart. It would surely know someone was trying to save it. Emohan reached out, parted the fur under the demon chicken's belly. The demon chicken made a whining sound, bared its teeth in an attempt to resist, but didn't bite him. Emohan pointed at its belly and said, "Boss, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Is there a purple moon-shaped birthmark?" The boss squatted down and looked closely. Sure enough, there was one. However, this dog was bought for 30 yuan, and he had to make some profit no matter what. "Whether this dog is yours or not, I don't care. I bought it for 300 yuan, and over the past few days, I've been feeding and watering it. You have to pay me back." Emohan ignored the boss's words and gently patted the demon chicken's head. The black Doberman curled up in the cage, though barely alive, still had sharp eyes that couldn't hide its edge. Emohan looked into its eyes, his heart filled with pity, and softly said, "If you don't want to end up as someone else's delicacy, come with me." The demon chicken raised its head and glanced at Emohan, then slowly walked out of the iron cage. Emohan walked forward, and the demon chicken followed closely behind. The boss, seeing that Emohan intended to take the dog he had bought without spending a penny, instantly flew into a rage, pointing at the back of Emohan's head and cursing, "Pay up. If you don't pay today, don't even think about leaving this place." Emohan turned around and gave the boss a faint smile. "Are you sure I have to pay?" For some reason, the boss's gaze wavered with a hint of panic, but he still forced himself to appear calm. "Of course you have to pay. Do you think I'm just going to give you a dog for free?" Emohan sneered, took out his phone, and said to the boss, "What do you think will happen to your dog meat stall if I call 110? Hearing 110, the boss quickly forced a smile and said, "Brother, don't mess around. We're all just trying to make a living. Since this dog is yours, take it with you." Emohan put away his phone and smiled with satisfaction. "Now that's more like it." He turned and walked out of the house, with the demon chicken following closely behind. After walking a few steps, Emohan squatted down and held it in his arms. The demon chicken resisted a little, but Emohan stroked its head and gently reassured it, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Demon Chicken." The demon chicken eventually gave up resisting and obediently lay in Emohan's arms. Emohan quickly hailed a cab home, opened the space to take out Debing, and placed them both on the carpet in the living room. Both dogs were still young, just puppies, but Debing looked bigger because of its chubbiness. The demon chicken was thin and small, dirty, and smelly. Debing had an outgoing personality and got so excited upon seeing the demon chicken that it jumped up and down, pouncing on it. The demon chicken, being a descendant of police dogs, was naturally reserved and vigilant, disliking such wild antics. So when Debing pounced, the demon chicken desperately dodged. The more the demon chicken dodged, the more Debing found it amusing. Until the demon chicken had nowhere left to hide and could only crouch in a corner, letting Debing frolic all over it. Emohan went to the bathroom to prepare some hot water and carried both dogs in, giving them a quick wipe down. Since both of their legs were injured, Emohan didn't dare put them in the bathtub, fearing the wounds might get infected from soaking. After cleaning them up, Mo-han used a hairdryer to dry their fur. After drying the fur of both dogs, Mo-han went downstairs to buy iodine, gauze, and other medical supplies. De-Bing's injury was on its left front leg. Although it limped while walking, it was just a minor scrape and not too serious. Mo-han still gave it a simple bandage. The demon chicken was more seriously injured, with its right hind leg completely broken, bleeding profusely, and a deep wound on its back exposing the bone. Mo-han carefully cleaned its wounds and bandaged them. While cleaning the wounds, the demon chicken was in great pain. To ease its suffering, Mo-han rummaged through the fridge, found a bone that had been frozen for a long time, cooked it thoroughly, and handed it to the chicken to bite on. The demon chicken was extremely obedient, biting down hard on the bone, gritting its teeth in pain, but not making a sound. Beside it, De-Bing was drooling with greed and even scratched the demon chicken to make it itch, hoping it would voluntarily spit out the bone. Mo-han got anxious and sternly scolded, "De-Bing, I'm bandaging its wound right now. If you keep causing trouble, do you believe I'll throw you out immediately and not want you anymore?" De-Bing hopped a few times, but seeing Mo-han's fierce expression, obediently stopped misbehaving and quietly stayed to the side, staring. Seeing the bone in the demon chicken's mouth, it couldn't help but drool. "What a foodie," Mo-han said to the pancake, but thought to himself, "This dog must be starving. I'll have to get it something to eat later." After bandaging the demon chicken's wound, Mo-han ordered 20 hamburgers on his phone. The wound was properly bandaged, and the hamburgers were delivered. Mo-han opened the package and said to the two dogs, "Here, each of you gets 2 burgers. That should be enough. Stay home and behave, don't cause trouble. I'm going out to stock up on supplies." Both dogs were very smart. Hearing Mo-han say this, Pancake nodded directly and barked a few times, while Demon Chicken, though silent, blinked its eyes. Mo-han understood well that Demon Chicken had a quiet personality and didn't like to bark. When agreeing to something, it often wouldn't even bother to lift its head. Blinking was its way of saying yes. Instructing the two dogs not to mess up the house, Mo-han changed into mature and dignified clothing, put on a graying wig, stuck a white mustache on his face, clasped his hands behind his back, and headed out. It must be said that the disguise skills Mo-han honed in the last apocalypse were truly masterful. Dressed as an old man, whether viewed from afar or up close, there was not the slightest flaw. He looked just like an elderly man who goes to the park every day to play with spinning tops. Abroad, Mo-han had already stockpiled weapons, armored vehicles, rice, cotton goods, and cotton supplies. In the country, he needed to stock up on some essential items for the details. In the apocalypse, natural disasters were relentless, and severe acid rain erosion in the later stages made even drinking water hard to secure. So the first thing Mo-han thought of was to stockpile water. He left home and went straight to the mineral water factory. A 18-kilogram barrel of bottled mineral water is priced at about 8 yuan per barrel on the market. "Boss, how much stock of this bottled mineral water do you have in your warehouse?" Mo-han asked in a deliberately aged voice, as pretending to be an old man required doing it convincingly. The water factory owner, a man in his 30s, was sitting at the counter playing on his phone. When he saw someone come in, he didn't even lift his eyelids and replied coldly, "Single purchase is 8 yuan per barrel, wholesale starts at 30 barrels, 6 yuan per barrel." In the early days of the apocalypse, the weather was getting increasingly hot and mineral water was selling exceptionally well. The boss's arrogant attitude was normal. Mo-han noticed that the boss was evading the question but remained calm and asked again in his aged voice, "Young man, I didn't ask about the price. I asked how many barrels you have in your warehouse." This finally caught the boss's attention. He looked up and laughed. "How many barrels?" 100,000 barrels. "Do you want them?" His tone carried a hint of disdain, thinking Mo-han, pretending to be an old man, couldn't possibly need that much and was just bragging. Mo-han looked around, the ground neatly piled with water buckets, and said lightly, "Since you only have 100,000 buckets, I can only go next door to take a look." The boss sneered, 100,000 buckets and you think that's not enough? How many do you want?" "At least 200,000 buckets. Next to this water plant, there happened to be another water plant. Mo-han shook his head and turned to leave the first shop. The owner watched Mo-han hunch his back as he walked out the door and mocked loudly, "You crazy old man, all you do is brag without even thinking." Mo-han replied in a drawn-out voice, "Just you wait and see." The owner of the second water plant was much more welcoming than the first. As soon as Mo-han walked in, he was greeted with a warm smile. When he learned that Mo-han wanted 200,000 barrels of water, the boss was still incredulous. "Sir, are you serious? 200,000 barrels of water? I'm afraid the combined stock of all the city's water plants wouldn't add up to that much." Mo-han smiled and asked, "How many days would it normally take for your company to produce that much water?" The shopkeeper replied with a smile, "Under normal circumstances, if ordered, it can be completed within a week." There were 9 days left until the apocalypse's extreme heat. Delivering 200,000 barrels of water within a week was completely feasible in terms of time. Mo-han said to the shopkeeper, "How much is a barrel of water if I order this many?" Although the shopkeeper found his words hard to believe, he still answered seriously, "The market price price is 7 yuan per barrel, wholesale is 5 yuan, but, since you're ordering so many, I'll only charge you 2.8 yuan per barrel. However, you'll need to pay a deposit of 50,000 yuan for the barrels first. Alright, I'll pay some deposit now and contact you by phone in a week. Mo Han left his phone number with the shopkeeper and scanned the code to pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan. A notification of a WeChat payment immediately came from the warehouse. The boss was stunned and only came to his senses after half a minute, asking, "Sir, what are you doing with so much water?" Mo Han laughed heartily, donating it to impoverished mountain areas. Which impoverished mountain area? Mo Han blared and said angrily, "Mind your own business. Refund my deposit." The boss immediately smiled and said, alright, I won't ask. After placing the water order, Mo Han left. The boss of the first water factory curiously walked over to the second boss and asked, "Did that crazy old man come to you just now and talk nonsense?" "Ha, he actually said he wanted 200,000 barrels of water. It's hilarious." The second boss looked at him sympathetically and laughed. "You're really foolish, passing up a good business opportunity." As he spoke, he showed him the record of Mo Han paying a deposit of 100,000. The first shop owner widened his eyes and counted aloud, 1, 10, 100,000, 100,000. It really is 100,000. If I had known, I wouldn't have mocked him. Your family just made a net profit of 100,000 yuan from this deal. The second shop owner said smugly, "Of course, that's what happens when you misjudge people. Who would have thought that old fool would actually buy so much water? By the way, did he say why he ordered so much water?" The second shop owner glared at him and retorted, "A customer buys something, I just sell it. Why would I pry into their privacy?" After settling the bottled water matter, Mo Han, disguised as an old man, headed to the wholesale market. There are only 9 days left until the apocalypse, and he must spend all his money. The 3.1 billion in shares obtained from his uncle, the 7 billion stolen from the official accounts of the Bear Nation, the 8.12 million in loans that have been arriving over the past few days, and the 15 million worth of property on the 12th floor of his home, all of it will eventually be submerged once the apocalyptic rain begins. Might as well sell it and find a safer place to stay. So, a few days ago, Mo Han listed the house online for sale. A house worth 15 million, he offered 11 million, and many people inquired about it. But these days he has been abroad and hasn't responded to those interested in viewing the house. He will start replying after returning to the country. "Someone is coming to view the house tomorrow morning, and if the price is right, it will be sold." "Sir, what are you looking for?" Mo Han walked into a flower wholesale store, and the attendant immediately came over to ask what he wanted to buy. He looked around and saw the warehouse filled with flour, then asked, "How much is a bag of flour wholesale?" The attendant explained, "It depends on which type you want. For 50-pound bags, the wholesale price is 150 yuan per bag with a minimum order of 20 bags. For 20-pound bags, it's 70 yuan per bag." Mo Han interrupted directly, "For 50-pound bags, I'll take 200,000 bags. What's the lowest price? Do you have them in stock?" The attendant was startled. "Sir, 200,000 bags? Are you joking?" Mo Han understood in his heart that talking in terms of hundreds of thousands so casually, who would believe him? However, he wasn't angry. He thought that if he hadn't been reborn, he wouldn't believe someone buying goods like this either. He smiled and said, "How about this? Go and get the boss, I'll talk to him." "Alright." Although the waiter was half skeptical, he still went to find the boss. The boss walked over, seeing Mo Han with a face full of stubble and a hunched figure, hoping in his heart that he was truly a big buyer and not an elderly man with dementia. Mo Han said to the boss, 50 kilograms per bag of flour, 200,000 bags. Give me a price." The boss smiled and stepped forward. "Sir, if you're really buying this much, even at 2 yuan per kilogram, a 50-kilogram bag would be 100 yuan. Right now, there are only 50,000 bags in stock, and it would take 3 days to order the rest." "Alright, I'll pay a deposit first and contact you in 3 days. Mo Han took out his phone and paid a deposit of 200,000 yuan. Leaving his contact information under the shocked gaze of the owner, he turned left and headed to the next shop. Mo Han was very cautious in his actions. The contact number he provided was not linked to the SIM card registered under his ID but was a virtual number purchased from a small website, making it impossible to trace any ID information. Being able to communicate with others was enough. The next shop was a large food wholesale department, the one with the most comprehensive variety of food in the entire market. A wide variety of items, almost everything Mo Han needed was available. Even if they weren't immediately useful, storing them wouldn't cause any harm. If Mo Han wanted, he could easily pull off a zero-cost purchase and empty out this wholesale store in no time. But he had no intention of doing so. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he still harbored some patriotic feelings. $0 purchases could only target those people abroad. In his own country, he would try to pay for whatever he could buy. This was the last shred of conscience in Mo Han's character. Mo Han wandered around the food wholesale department thinking about the items he needed, and then said to the sales assistant, "I'm planning to open a large supermarket soon and need to purchase a lot of things. 100,000 bundles bundles of wide noodles, 50,000 bundles each of thin noodles and medium-cut noodles, 100,000 bags of sorghum flour, 50 pounds per bag, 100,000 pounds of vermicelli, 100,000 pounds of soybeans, 100,000 barrels each of lard, vegetable oil, and salad oil. After listing a long series of items in one breath, the expression on the sales assistant's face gradually shifted from excitement to concern. Sir, the scale of your order is truly astonishing, but not all the goods in the warehouse are available in such quantities. For items like noodles, let alone 100,000 units, we might not even have 30,000 units. Mo Han nodded, finding it reasonable. The quantities he needed, all in units of 100,000, were indeed beyond what anyone would stock as ready inventory. The sales assistant suggested, Sir, why don't you tell me where the supermarket will be located, draft a list, and I'll help you source the goods and deliver them once everything is ready? Mo Han thought this was a good idea and asked with a smile, how long will it take? The sales assistant thought for a moment and said, based on my experience, it might take about half a month. Half a month? Mo Han chuckled inwardly. There were only 9 days left until the apocalypse, so the sales assistant's estimate of half a month was clearly impossible. However, using the pretense of opening a supermarket to stockpile supplies was indeed a clever move. How about this, young man? Let your boss come and talk to me, Mo Han said to the sales assistant. Not long after, the sales assistant brought over the owner of the food wholesale department. Mo Han explained his requirements and said to the owner, I'll give you 1 week. Ensure both quality and quantity, and get all the goods ready. Can you do that? The owner bent almost 90 degrees, his smile gentle. Within a week, I guarantee all the goods will be delivered. Mo Han was very satisfied with the boss's attitude but still reminded him, if I find out you're being dishonest with any of the goods, you might even forget how to write the word cry. The boss nodded repeatedly, bowing and scraping. Don't worry, sir. Doing business is about integrity. I would never deceive you. You can rest assured. To put the boss at ease in preparing the goods, Mo Han paid a deposit of 1 million. The boss didn't need Mo Han to go through the order list item by item because their wholesale department already had a food list spanning over a dozen pages. Mo Han himself couldn't be bothered to count item by item how much was needed, so he ordered 200,000 portions of all grains, oils, rice, and flour. Previously, over 1 million pounds of rice had been acquired for free in Asin country, so there was no need to buy more. Other items such as sorghum flour, corn kernels, cake flour, and sweet potato flour were all ordered in quantities of 200,000 packages. Rapeseed oil, castor oil, salad oil, sesame oil, sunflower oil, and the like were all ordered in quantities of 200,000 bottles. There are also yeast powder, butter for making cakes, cream, and so on. Order 100,000 portions of each. Purchase everything according to the proportions of a regular supermarket. The boss roughly calculated that, based on Mo Han's requirements, the entire supermarket's supply would cost at least 200 million yuan. Sir, it will probably cost around 200 million yuan if the supermarket covers about 5,000 square meters. After all, you definitely won't just sell food. Besides food, you'll also need to sell clothing and daily necessities. Mo Han smiled. Yes, the variety must be complete, covering all aspects of life. He understood that the boss was partly offering kind advice on the supermarket's purchasing methods and partly worried that he might not have enough money. Seeing that the boss was still uneasy, Mo Han signed a purchase agreement with him and paid a deposit of 20 million. Including the previous deposit of 1 million, the total came to 21 million. Now the boss can rest assured and boldly proceed with stocking and replenishing goods. As he walked out of the food wholesale department, Mo Han's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Han, regarding the storefront in the large underground mall on Nanyuan Street that you mentioned last time, unfortunately, it has already been rented out. Han Jalua was the fake identity Mo Han used. Before going abroad, Mo Han had specifically arranged for someone to help rent the storefront in the large underground mall on Nanyuan Street to facilitate stockpiling upon his return. At that time, the leasing information showed that renting a 5,000 square meter space would cost 500,000 yuan per year. Who rented it out? How much is the rent? Mo Han asked. The one who helped him rent the supermarket was a temporary agent he had hired earlier. It was a gentleman named Su Ming, and the rent is 480,000. Alright, got it. Please help me find his contact information. After hanging up the phone, Mo Han stepped into another food store. This food store specializes in snacks and beverages. Although Mo Han had the wholesale food department owner prepare goods according to the supermarket shopping list, he still walked into the store to see if there was anything he particularly wanted to eat and casually bought some first. People coming to wholesale snacks were endless. Mo Han wandered around and found many things he loved to eat, such as sakama, beef jerky, spicy strips, shredded potatoes, potato chips, walnut stuffed dates, beef jerky, black sesame slices, various nuts, cheese sticks. Boss, these, 20,000 packs of each. Ham sausages, hot dogs, corn candies, white rabbit milk candies, peanut milk candies, sesame candies, soft cowhide candies, also 20,000 packs of each. Instant noodles, braised eggs, diced radish, rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, crossing the bridge rice noodles, 100,000 boxes of each. Bread, milk, yogurt, Coca-Cola, Sprite, 250 ml mineral water, instant coffee, iced pear drink, Pocari Sweat, Jiao Jiao, Jaduo Bao, fresh orange juice, apple cider vinegar, Red Bull, 100,000 pieces of each. The boss stood in front of Mohan, only able to see his mouth moving non-stop. Tens of thousands of pieces, then 100,000 pieces of this and that. The boss felt his ears buzzing, like a never-ending tinnitus. Mohan ordered the things he liked and realized that the ones he hadn't ordered seemed pretty good too. Finally, Mohan's impatience got the better of him. Feeling that checking item by item was troublesome, he directly said to the owner, "How about this? I'll buy your store. How much does it cost?" The owner looked at him in surprise. The owner's wife, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain and said, "Old man, do you even know how much my big store is worth?" Mohan stroked his graying beard and asked with a smile, "How much?" The owner's wife scoffed and said, "If you want to buy something, hurry up and buy it. Stop causing trouble. My store is worth over 2 million, and you can't afford it." "What? Over 2 million? Mohan said, surprised. "So expensive?" The shopkeeper's wife, busy stocking goods for other customers, glanced at Mohan, who was dressed shabbily and looked outdated, like a poor city dweller, and mocked, "Are you joking? With so many snacks, over 2 million is just the cost price. If you can afford to buy my shop, not only will I sell it to you at cost price, but I'll also kneel and call you dad 3 times. The shopkeeper said nothing. Hearing his wife say this, he also found it odd that this old man, who casually asked for tens of thousands of goods, might actually be a lunatic. Mohan ignored the two of them and continued to press, "Tell me, exactly how much?" The landlady sneered, 2.1 million. "Are you buying or not?" "Buy, why not? Give me the bank card." The landlady took out a bank card and continued sarcastically, "Here, take it, you old geezer. If you really have this 2.1 million, I'll throw in all the goods I just brought back in the truck outside. That's 360,000 worth of goods." Mohan looked up at the surveillance camera, confirmed it was working properly, and said with a smile, "The surveillance will bear witness." The proprietress laughed and said, "That's right, my shop has surveillance, and the sound is crystal clear. If you really have this 2.1 million, transfer it to me right now, and everything in the shop and the goods outside will be yours." Mohan pretended to look troubled, turned around, and prepared to escape from the shop. In fact, he had no intention of leaving, he was just putting on an act to make the proprietress more determined to sell to him. His turning motion never left the proprietress's line of sight. The proprietress cursed at his back. "What, the words you say are like farts? Turning around and leaving, not buying anymore? Truly insane. Saying 10 million of this, 10 million of that, I even thought it was real, but it turns out you're just a lunatic wasting my time." Mohan knew that with his old and ugly disguise, making bulk purchases would definitely arouse suspicion. His turning to leave was deliberately meant to provoke the proprietress. At this moment, as soon as the landlady spoke, Mohan immediately felt enraged. He quickly turned around, took out his phone, and swiftly transferred money to the landlady's account, coldly saying, "Fine, fine, with surveillance, are you still afraid I'll renege on the payment?" The landlady crossed her arms and leisurely watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound echoed in the air, "CCB account credited with 2.1 million yuan." The landlord was stunned. The landlady asked in surprise. Mohan shook his phone and coldly said to the lady boss, "This shop is mine now. You'd better leave quickly." The lady boss was momentarily stunned and stammered, I. The boss was the first to recover and hurriedly explained, "I won't do it, I won't sell. My wife was just joking with you, old ghost. Don't take it seriously." Mohan let out a cold laugh. "There's surveillance footage as evidence. If you're not convinced, we can meet in court." After speaking, he turned to the employees who were busy in the store and announced, "All right, I've bought this store. Business ends here today. Everyone, close up. Those who listen will have their salary doubled." The 5 employees who were helping with packing immediately stopped what they were doing and stared at Mohan in unison. Mohan beckoned one of the employees to come over and asked, "Give me your WeChat. How much was your previous salary?" The employee answered honestly, 3,000 yuan a month. Mohan transferred 6,000 yuan and said, "This is your salary for this month. Now your task is to close the store, return the previously ordered goods to customers at double the price, and persuade others not to come in." "Thank you, boss." The employee thanked him excitedly and immediately got to work. The other 4 exchanged glances. After hesitating for a moment, 2 of them walked over to Mohan, while the other 2 returned to the store owner's side. They were relatives of the couple. Mohan paid the salaries and instructed them to unload all the goods from the vehicle and move them into the warehouse. The boss and his wife cursed and swore, while Mohan coldly instructed the 3 employees, "If they try to stop you, just hit them. I'll cover the medical expenses and give each of you a 20,000 salary raise." The 3 employees immediately perked up. They were often scolded harshly by the boss's wife, and now they finally had a chance to get back at her. They were even hoping the boss and his wife would make the first move. After cursing for a long time, the boss's wife finally admitted defeat and handed the keys to Mohan. A few employees and the factory workers began unloading the goods together, while Han sat in the store with his legs crossed. Over 10 minutes later, the phone rang. A delivery worker informed him that they had found the contact number for Su Ming, who rented a storefront in the underground shopping mall. Han dialed the phone, and Su Ming said he planned to rent this 5,000 square meter storefront to create a clothing mall and had no intention of subleasing it within 3 years. Han pondered for a moment and said, "Boss Su, I'll give you 50,000 yuan to rent the storefront for 9 days. After 9 days, I'll return it to you. How about that?" Su Ming asked in confusion, "Why would you spend so much money to rent it for just 9 days? Han explained, "I used to run a supermarket, but it went out of business. I have so much stock at home that I can't store it all, and I can't find a warehouse. I'll store the goods at your place first, and once I rent another warehouse, I'll move them. More than 5,000 yuan a day, anyone can tell it's a great deal." Su Ming readily agreed, "Mr. Han, since it's a short-term rental, 50,000 yuan for 9 days, and I'll give you an extra day, making it 10 days. We're not opening until next month, so the renovation can wait a few days." Han was deeply grateful and thanked him repeatedly. The two agreed to meet at 6:30 in the evening to exchange money and keys. The goods weren't fully moved yet, so Han found a few porters on the street to help. At 5:30 in the afternoon, all the goods were moved into place. Han said to the 3 employees, "No need to work today, everyone go home and rest." The 3 employees looked at him gratefully. In the past, they often worked until 8 or 9 in the evening. The new boss was truly wonderful. As soon as the employees left, Han closed the shop door. The store's surveillance system was originally linked to the boss's wife's phone, allowing her to clearly see his every move. So the first thing Han did after closing the door was to break the surveillance camera. After taking out the surveillance detector, Han confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras installed in the entire shop or the warehouse where goods were stored. Once he was certain, he gently placed his hand on the snacks, and with a thought, instantly stored all the snacks and drinks into his space. In just 1 second, the previously crowded room was completely empty. Han walked out of the shop, closed the door, and left the key at the entrance. Although he had bought the snacks in the shop, he was well aware that the over 2 million yuan he had could not buy the storefront itself. To avoid being detected by street surveillance, he deliberately walked a bit further to a corner without cameras and stealthily entered his space. Next, he teleported along the way to another intersection, disguising himself as an old man with a hunched back, slowly walking out from the corner. Among the crowd, no one recognized him as the same person from before. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 6 o'clock, leaving him half an hour before his scheduled meeting with Su Ming. Time is precious. Han arrived near the entrance of the underground mall on Nanyuan Street and casually chose a noodle shop to have a bowl of noodles. At 18:20, Han reached the storefront entrance of the underground mall. A few minutes later, Su Ming, dressed in a suit, appeared, clearly a successful businessman. Being able to establish a clothing market in the high-traffic underground mall of Nanyuan Street indeed showed exceptional foresight. Unfortunately, with the apocalypse approaching, even the sharpest vision cannot predict an unknown future. "Boss Su, give me the payment code, I'll pay the rent first," Han said. After transferring 50,000 yuan, he took the key from Su Ming's hand. "Mr. Han, I just gave the store a simple coat of paint, no renovations, but it should be fine for use as a warehouse," Su Ming said. "Alright, thank you." Han didn't say much to avoid revealing his identity. After handing over the key, Su Ming left. Han pushed the door open and entered. As expected, the interior was not yet renovated, with only white walls painted. Fortunately, there was a light. Han turned it on and saw the spacious area. There were no surveillance cameras inside, which was convenient for him to store goods in the space. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling it was quite suitable. Locking the door, Han walked out of the underground mall. It was already 7 o'clock, and the summer daylight was still long, so it wasn't completely dark yet. Walking down the street, Han thought about the 2 injured dogs at home that needed food and medicine, so he headed to the nearest pet store. The shop owner enthusiastically inquired about the pet's condition and helped Han put together a nutritional meal plan for the dogs. "This food will last for 10 days, no problem," the owner said, handing Han a plastic bag. Han shook his head. Not enough, boss, how much is everything in this pet store worth? How about I buy it all? You can make some money and restock in a few days." The boss was very pleased to hear this and quoted a price, 300,000. "Alright," Han said with a smile, "please help me deliver everything to shop 308 in the underground mall on Nanyuan Street." "Sir, should I deliver it right away?" the boss asked. Han thought for a moment and said, "I'll first make a trip to the veterinary clinic and contact you later." The two exchanged contact information, and Han paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan. He then went to the veterinary store and requested the owner to sell all the medical equipment and drugs in the store. The total cost was 510,000 yuan. Han paid the full amount on the spot, with the only condition being that the owner send a driver with a large truck to deliver everything to the warehouse on Nanyuan Street. The veterinary store owner and the driver set off in the large truck. Han called the pet store and asked the owner to drive over. The pet store owner knew that Mohan was in the supermarket business and would never engage in fraud or hoarding. The underground mall on Nanyuan Street was well known, and those who could open large supermarkets there were all multi-millionaire level big bosses. The pet store was not far from the underground mall, but there were too many pet supplies to carry by hand. They had to be transported to the underground parking lot using a light truck and then taken into the storefront via the elevator. Mohan didn't take a car. He walked back to the underground mall. By the time he arrived at the warehouse entrance, the owners and employees of the two stores had already started using the elevator to transport goods back and forth. Large boxes of goods were piled up outside the storefront. Mohan helped them open the door. The two bosses looked at the more than 5,000 square meter store with immense admiration. Anyone capable of opening such a large supermarket must be either wealthy or noble. Even though Mohan was now disguised as a stooped, modestly dressed old man, it couldn't hide the image of the towering big boss in their hearts. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. After the two bosses and the driver moved all the pet supplies into the warehouse, Mohan closed the door and stored everything into the space. Then he locked the door and went home. As soon as the door opened, Dabing excitedly jumped and ran over. Mohan squatted down, gently stroked its head, and asked, "Dabing, are you hungry?" Dabing nodded repeatedly. Mohan smiled and said, "You'll be able to eat soon." She got up, walked around Dabing, put on her shoes, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Dabing followed closely, not leaving her side. The demon chicken lay on the carpet under the sofa. Due to its injury, it didn't stand up, only slightly raised its eyes to glance at her. The demon chicken had always been serious by nature, unlike Dabing, who was lively and adorable. Mohan bent down from the sofa, gently stroked the demon chicken's back, and said softly, "Demon chicken, are you hungry?" The demon chicken blinked, indicating it wanted to eat. With a thought, Mohan took out 2 boxes of dog food from the space, tore open the packaging, handed one to Dabing, and the other to the demon chicken. Dabing couldn't wait and pounced on it, hugging the dog food and eating. Its chubby body moved so quickly that it rolled on the ground twice before stabilizing. Mohan smiled and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, helping it up and setting it properly, saying, "You little chubby thing, what's the rush?" Dabing whimpered twice and then pounced on the dog food on the ground, fully displaying its foodie nature. The demon chicken also ate the dog food seriously, completely different from Dabing. That sense of seriousness and vigilance inherited from police dogs was ingrained in its bones. It ate meticulously and cautiously, appearing mature and steady. Strictly speaking, this demon chicken could be considered mature for its age, as it was still just a half-grown dog, not yet fully developed. Mohan watched the 2 dogs eating intently and decided not to bother them. He leaned back on the sofa and began to recall events from his previous life. According to the memories of his past life, on May 17th, a strange virus would suddenly break out across the globe. The virus spread rapidly, and in less than 20 days, the entire world was plunged into a plague. Infected individuals first experience a persistent high fever, followed by bleeding from the mouth and nose, and ultimately transform into zombies with no self-awareness, only capable of biting wildly. Out of the billions of people worldwide, over 90% lost their lives to the virus, while the remaining less than 10% had to face a series of ensuing natural and man-made disasters. The path to human survival is extraordinarily difficult. The onset of natural disasters is marked by prolonged high temperatures, with this extreme heat lasting for 3 months. After that came extreme cold. Next were disasters such as fire rain, earthquakes, insect swarms, plague, and acid rain. Mohan recalled in his past life fleeing everywhere with his uncle, cousin, and fiancé Yenuer's family. In order to enter the Ark base, they even schemed to frame him. Buildings on the ground are not safe at all when extreme weather strikes. Even if the buildings are made of the strongest materials, they are still prone to covetousness. Among those who covet them are both powerful superhumans and official forces. In short, it is extremely difficult to defend a shelter relying on one's own strength. Therefore, in this lifetime, Mohan decided to build a shelter, but it couldn't be constructed on the ground. It had to be located in a place that others would find difficult to discover. There were only 8 days left until the outbreak of the apocalypse virus. In the previous life, after the apocalypse arrived, Mohan fled from place to place and learned that there was a towering peak outside Jiangyang City in the neighboring province, called Xianyutan. This mountain peak soared into the clouds, surrounded by sheer cliffs on all sides. The only way to climb it was via a narrow stone staircase, where even the slightest misstep could lead to a fall into a bottomless abyss. When Mohan's abilities in his past life were still weak, he was chased by a monster while protecting Yenuer and accidentally stumbled into the cliff below Shenyu village, where he discovered this hidden mountain peak. The mountaintop is a flat and spacious area, approximately 3,000 square meters. There is a thatched hut on it, which had collapsed due to years of neglect. Faded red strings were scattered everywhere, indicating it was once a temple dedicated to the god of matchmaking. After reaching the mountaintop, Mohan was pleasantly surprised to find the place extremely suitable for living, a veritable treasure trove. The terrain is treacherous, and people rarely visit it on ordinary days, making it an excellent hiding place to avoid natural disasters and human conflicts. At that time, Emohan sat on the mountaintop and sighed, if only I had discovered this place earlier, I could have built a few wooden cabins and lived a carefree life in a secluded paradise. Unexpectedly, heaven showed mercy and allowed Emohan to be reborn. In this lifetime, Emohan was determined to build one of the shelters on Xianyutan. He must choose the most top-grade materials that are bulletproof, poison-proof, fireproof, and acid rain-resistant to build an indestructible cliff-top shelter. In addition to the shelter at Xianyutan, Emohan also plans to find a location unaffected by earthquakes and volcanic eruptions to excavate and construct 2 underground shelters. Building multiple shelters is a precaution in case one becomes unusable due to special circumstances, leaving 2 alternatives to rely on. In recent days, the weather has become increasingly sultry, and Emohan fell asleep unknowingly while lying on the sofa. When he woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he was surprised to find a thin blanket covering him. There were no surveillance cameras at home, and he couldn't figure out whether it was Daving or Yaoji who had covered him. Anyway, since there was no one else at home, it must have been one of the 2 dogs. Early the next morning, Emohan was awakened by the alarm clock. He opened his eyes and saw that it was only 6:30. He habitually turned off the alarm clock and burrowed back under the blanket, wanting to sleep a little longer. After a few minutes of sleep, he suddenly realized that there were only 8 days left until the apocalypse virus outbreak, and the preparations were still far from sufficient. No, he had to get up quickly and stock up. Emohan swiftly got up, still disguised as a sallow-faced old man around 60 years old. To be honest, his disguise skills weren't very advanced, but who cares, as long as no one recognized his true appearance. He didn't need to look good, just to stay safe. Right now, he had nothing but spatial abilities, so he had to act low-key. Otherwise, with the apocalypse just beginning, all the factions would target him. His great revenge was yet to be taken, and his apocalypse journey hadn't even started. How could he let himself become the center of attention? He took out the beef noodles he had previously stocked up in his space, steaming hot. Emohan quickly finished his breakfast and prepared dog food for Dabing and the demon chicken. He also applied medicine to the wounds on the demon chicken's legs and back, then headed out. Dabing barked and chased to the door, wanting to go out with Emohan. Emohan squatted down to comfort it. Stop running after me, stay home and take care of the demon chicken. When you grow up, I'll marry the demon chicken to you as your wife. Big Pancake, woof woof woof, I don't want a male. The demon chicken loudly protested from the other end of the sofa, I'm a male. A male. Emohan knew very well that both of them were male and deliberately teased them to see their reactions. The reaction was quite intense. It seems these 2 dogs don't have the potential to be gay. Just as he was about to go out, Emohan's phone rang. He answered the call with a confused look, and the person on the other end said, Mr. Mo, are you available now? We're planning to come over to check out the house. Oh, right, the house. Emohan suddenly remembered the house he had listed for sale while abroad. Initially priced at 15 million, it was now being sold for 11 million, so there had been quite a few inquiries. However, most buyers don't have cash and want to pay in installments. Only a few bosses are willing to pay in full cash. Bossy is one of them, planning to buy a house for his wife. He had discussed it over the phone earlier and said he would pay in cash. The one coming to view the house now is this generous Bossy. Well, that's convenient. Where are you now? I'll open the gate for you at the entrance of the community, 9-12-1. Big Pancake, Demon Chicken, you 2 go stay in my space for a while. Someone's coming to see the house. Emohan hung up the phone, put Big Pancake and Demon Chicken into the space, and quickly started tidying up the house. The tidying was quick because the house was 90% new. Emohan rarely stays here, spending his days hanging out with his cousin Emohai, and only occasionally coming by when meeting Yenuer. Usually, he either stays at a hotel or sleeps in an internet cafe. After tidying up the room, Emohan went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he looked up, he was startled by the waxy yellow complexion of the face in the mirror, a clear image of an old, haggard man staring back at him. Almost forgot to wash my face. Emohan quickly washed his face to avoid scaring the prospective tenants. The phone rang. Bossy had arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Emohan remotely opened the gate for him. Back home, Emohan met the wealthy Bossy, who was about 60 years old and holding the hand of a stunning beauty in her 20s. Emohan's smile remained unchanged. This kind of beast and beauty pairing was most likely a boss and his kept mistress. Whether it's a mistress or a fourth wheel, as long as the money is in hand, other people's lives have nothing to do with oneself. Bossy led his beautiful young wife around the house, looking very satisfied. Boss Missouri, can the price be a bit more favorable? I'll transfer the cash to you right away, Bossy negotiated while sitting on the sofa. 11 million, not a penny less. When Bossy resells it later, the selling price will definitely exceed 15 million, Emohan said straightforwardly as always. Okay, I got it. The beautiful lady said coquettishly, Mr. Mo, how about this? Let's reduce it by another million, and settle at 10 million, shall we? Emohan sneered coldly, responding to the beautiful lady with words, but his gaze was fixed on Bossy. Why reduce it by another million? million. Bossy explained with a smile, Mr. M.O., after all, there aren't many people who can come up with over 10 million in cash. Why not give a little more leeway? M.O.Han cursed inwardly, thinking it was absurd to reduce the price by $1 million. Did they take him for a fool? But at the moment, if he didn't sell the house immediately, he wouldn't have a place to live himself. So, pretending to deliberate, though feeling very reluctant inside, he said, I'm willing to settle the house at 10.8 million, reducing it by 200,000. However, boss, he must agree to let me stay in it for another month, as my residence in the beautiful big country will take another month to finish renovations. Boss, he was secretly pleased upon hearing this, but he maintained a calm exterior. M.O.Han's house was located in the best area of the city center, with an average price of about 185,000 yuan per square meter. Buying this house was a guaranteed profit with no loss. Boss, he put on a troubled expression, Mr. M.O., I was originally planning to have my little darling move in as soon as possible. M.O.Han smiled and said, we can specify in the agreement that the house will be returned immediately once the time is up, without any delay. Although we're saying a month, I estimate it won't even take half a month before the renovation of the other house is completed. In fact, the renovation would only take 8 days, but after the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, the collapse of social order wouldn't happen overnight, it would take some time. So, it didn't hurt to mention a longer period. After the two parties reached an agreement, Boss, he, worried that someone might swoop in to buy the property and fearing M.O.Han might back out, decided to act immediately. The two of them quickly drafted the agreement and went to handle the procedures. M.O.Han initially thought the procedures wouldn't be completed in a single day, considering taxes, title transfers, and other formalities. However, to his surprise, the wealthy and influential boss, he made a simple phone call, which saved a lot of trouble. Still, it would take at least 3 days to finalize everything. To reassure Boss, he, M.O.Han handed over all the property documents, including the title deed and purchase contract, for safekeeping. However, before doing so, he recorded the entire process as evidence. M.O.Han suggested that Bossy transfer 7 million yuan first. Bossy, completely unafraid of him running off, directly swiped his card to make the payment and kept the evidence. In his mind, he didn't take M.O.Han seriously at all. M.O.Han had never sold a house in his previous life and had never encountered such a big shot. Back then, he spent his days playing games, fooling around, and being a sycophant, completely uninterested in paying attention to business tycoons. He casually typed the name He Mingguang into Baidu and discovered that this person was a local financial magnate with an extensive network of connections. However, M.O.Han didn't care. As long as he got the money, once the apocalypse arrived, he was sure the Yi family would lose everything. After sending off Boss He and his beautiful companion, M.O.Han didn't dare waste a single minute and immediately began stockpiling supplies. At present, rice, flour, quilts, snacks, and such are all prepared, but meat, vegetables, fruits, dried goods, frozen goods, and medicines are still missing. He opened his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and reached out to Yang Hu, a friend from a pharmaceutical company he used to dine and hang out with, hoping to get help in purchasing some medicines. Hey, Han, my uncle is the general manager of a pharmaceutical company. Leave this to me, Yang Hu replied cheerfully. That's great, buddy. You'll definitely get your share of the benefits, M.O.Han said with a smile, hung up the phone and waited for Yang Hu to coordinate. In the meantime, M.O.Han disguised himself and went to the largest frozen goods processing factory in the city. Boss, my supermarket on Nanyuan Street is about to open, and I want to source a batch of goods from you, M.O.Han said, bypassing the sales assistant and going straight to the factory owner. The owner noticed that although M.O.Han was disguised as an elderly man, he was dressed in the world-famous brand Septwolves, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. M.O.Han noticed that the owner recognized quality, secretly pleased, and casually brushed his hair, revealing the watch on his wrist worth over 1.5 million. The boss's eyes almost turned green. M.O.Han chuckled secretly. These items weren't his at all. They were all acquired for free from supermarkets in the beautiful big country. Although the source was not legitimate, it had clearly attracted the boss's great attention. Sir, please list the items you need and transfer a deposit. We can deliver everything by tomorrow morning. Alright, thank you, boss. Many people came to the processing plant to pick up goods, but M.O.Han received VIP treatment. The waiter brought fragrant tea and let him sit in a comfortable armchair, slowly organizing the shopping list. Fresh pork, 200,000 pounds. Fresh beef, 300,000 pounds. Fresh fish, 200,000 pounds. 300,000 pounds of fresh chicken. 200,000 pounds of fresh mutton. Taking a sip of tea, M.O.Han continued writing on the paper. 200,000 pounds of frozen pork intestines. 100,000 pounds of frozen duck intestines. 100,000 pounds of shiitake mushroom balls. 200,000 pounds of frozen prawns. Shrimp balls, crab sticks, chicken legs, beef balls, 100,000 pounds each. More than an hour passed, and he wrote down all the foods he liked and could remember the names of. As for the rest, whose taste he was unsure of or whose names he hadn't heard before, he left it to the factory owner to pack everything pricing based on the existing stock. This round of operations cost 13 million in cash. The factory owner was overjoyed, as this deal earned him 4.78 million. But Imohan kept shaking his head, sighing, at this rate of spending. When will I ever finish spending over 10 billion? It's really stressing me out. To secure further cooperation, the owner even said, "Uncle, it's fine, you don't have to pay it all at once. Just transfer 6 million first and settle the rest with the next order." "Alright." Imohan frowned, took out his card, and paid. The owner saw his frown and thought the amount of money had upset him, so he insisted on giving him some extra fresh pork. "Boss, that's it for now. Arrange for delivery around 8:30 tomorrow morning. I still need to go elsewhere to stock up." Imohan bid farewell to the owner and was about to leave. The owner smiled and said, "Sir, if you trust me, I can arrange for employees to help you with the purchasing. There are plenty of supplies needed for a supermarket, and buying everything on your own is too exhausting. Besides, once the news of your supermarket opening gets out, there will be plenty of merchants wanting to rent space to sell their goods. You won't even need to spend money to open a big supermarket." "Really?" Imohan thought for a moment and then smiled in agreement. "I'm just about to hire a manager and staff. If Boss Xiao can help, once the supermarket opens, I'll give you a 2 million rebate unconditionally." "Alright." Boss Xiao happily agreed repeatedly. "Uncle, don't worry, leave this matter to me." Imohan nodded and coldly reminded, "But if I find out you're using substandard goods and pocketing my money, I'll make sure you can't keep your store open. Since I can spend 13 million to buy goods from your factory, I naturally have the ability to make your factory disappear forever." The boss quickly assured, "How could that be?" "Uncle, rest assured, we have many cooperative merchants, abundant resources, and plenty of experience in stocking supermarkets, which is why I dared to recommend myself. If you're still worried, you can investigate privately to see if I've taken any of your money." "Heh, no guts," Imohan thought to himself. "What merchant doesn't take kickbacks?" This boss has been in business for a long time, introducing people to supermarkets. He must be taking a little commission from the merchants. But so what? It's the merchants' money anyway. He is going to open a large supermarket in a prime location on Nanyuan Street. Those wholesalers are eager to cooperate with him, and the prices will definitely be lower than others. The supermarket operates in various ways. Some involve the owners sourcing the goods themselves, while others involve merchants renting space to sell goods and paying a venue fee. Regardless of the method, Imohan approved. He instructed Boss Xiao to make the arrangements and deliver the goods to the supermarket as soon as possible. Boss Xiao assured him there would be absolutely no problem. As they were talking, Imohan's phone rang. It was Yang Hu calling. "Brother Han, I've already discussed it with my uncle. There's no issue on this side. You can just drive the truck over to pick up the goods." "Alright, thank you, brother. I'm heading over now." Imohan saw Yang Hu at the entrance of the pharmaceutical company. Ever since the apocalypse began in his previous life, the two hadn't seen each other again. As for Yang Hu's fate, Imohan had always been unclear. Seeing him again 5 years later, and noticing the short and chubby Yang Hu, he almost didn't recognize him. He had thought they were just casual drinking buddies, but it turned out Yang Hu was quite reliable. As soon as they met, Yang Hu ran over, slapped Imohan on the shoulder, and laughed. "Hey, it's only been half a month, but Hanji, why do you look so worn out?" Imohan sighed. "Ah, my kidney function hasn't been great lately. You know how it is." "Ha ha ha, I get it. Sparring with women too much will make you age faster." The two chatted for a few minutes about men's topics. Imohan asked, "Brother, I have a friend who wants to open a big pharmacy. The business license hasn't been issued yet, but he wants to stock up. What do you think?" "It's doable," Yang Hu answered candidly, "but some medicines have purchase limits, so you might not be able to buy too much." "No problem, just buy as much as you can." The two waited at the door for a few minutes before Yang Hu's uncle came out. Seeing the tall, sunny, and handsome Imohan, he smiled and asked, "Xiao Hu, is this the brother you mentioned?" Yang Hu nodded and said, "Yes, uncle." Uncle Yang made a gesture inviting them in and let Imohan into the house. The pharmaceutical company naturally had a wide variety of medicines. Imohan purchased antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, anesthetics and their auxiliary drugs, as well as neurological, psychiatric, and anti-tumor medications. He also bought cardiovascular drugs, respiratory system drugs, digestive system drugs, urinary system drugs, blood, sugar-regulating medications, hormones, and related products, various injections, liquid medicines, as well as pastes, ointments, patches, suppositories, sprays, and more were all included. Normally, it would be impossible to buy so much outside, but with the help of acquaintances, things went much more smoothly. Imohan bought over 6 million yuan worth of medicines in one go, all thanks to the help of Yang Hu and Uncle Yang. To express his most sincere gratitude, Imohan transferred 200,000 yuan to the uncle and nephew. When the two saw such a large sum suddenly appear in their bank account, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Imohan secretly sighed in his heart. So many medicines only cost over 6 million. Sigh, that's really not much. However, he didn't say it out loud. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to voluntarily tell others stores. Oh my, with so many medicines, why not charge more money? Seeing that Imohan hadn't driven over, Uncle Yang thoughtfully drove the company's light truck to help him transport the medicines to the warehouse on Nanyuan Street. Uncle Yang drove one truck while Yang Hu drove another. It took 2 trips with the 2 large light trucks to transport all the medicines. When the goods arrived at the store entrance, Imohan spent a few hundred yuan to hire some porters from the street to unload the goods. After all the goods were moved into the warehouse, Yang Hu and his uncle left. Imohan then stored all the medicines in the warehouse into his space. Just as he finished storing the goods into his space, Imohan's phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be that vile woman Yen Yuer calling. Yen Yuer called again. Initially, he didn't want to answer, but Imohan was curious to know what she wanted. What is it? Imohan answered the phone, his voice as cold as ice. Hello. Her voice was still sweet and coquettish, as if nothing had happened that day. Brother Han, where are you? I miss you. You haven't contacted me these past few days. Have you abandoned me? I've been busy these past few days. I'll come find you when I'm done, Imohan said with a cold sneer. Brother Han, what exactly happened that day? Did you oversleep and cause me? I barely managed to get back home. Yen Yuer's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but she didn't dare lose her temper. According to Imohan had taken 3.1 billion and started a big company abroad. As long as she could coax Imohan into being with her, wouldn't all of Imohan's money become hers? As for Imohan, he was completely under her control and could be made to bow down to her at any time. Oh, that day, Imohan feigned a helpless expression. I suddenly fell and passed out that day. I'm sorry, Yuer. I have some things to take care of these days. I'll contact you in a week. Don't call me in the meantime. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. 103. Hello, Mr. Han, where should we deliver the rice you ordered? Hello, Mr. Han, the flour you ordered is expected to be delivered at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Hello, Mr. Han, this is Ming Yang Clothing Manufacturer. I'd like to discuss the matter of your products entering the mall. Mr. Han, I am a children's clothing merchant. For a moment, Han's phone was almost ringing off the hook. After attending to these merchants, it was already 6 in the evening. While the merchants were moving goods to the warehouse, Han went to the building materials and hardware wholesale market to stock up, purchasing a large quantity of hardware, machinery, and building materials, including hardware supplies, kitchen and bathroom hardware, instruments, welding machines, welding tools, electrical equipment, and wires and cables, wood, stone, bamboo, rebar, cement, bricks, ceramics, glass, composite materials, solid wood flooring, paint, tiles, wallpaper, glass, marble, melamine boards, lacquered boards, faucets, bathroom, cabinets, toilets, hardware accessories, security doors, latex paint. He bought everything, spending over 24 million yuan. He practically cleared out the entire hardware and building materials market. Looking at the account balance, which still had over 1.7 billion yuan, Han couldn't help but wish he could clone himself countless times to go on a shopping spree together. After all, with the apocalypse drawing closer, his spending speed was simply too slow. After the merchants gradually left, Han closed the door and stored everything into his space. After leaving the mall, he went to enjoy a small hot pot meal. Authentic Chongqing spicy hot pot, paired with a bowl of sweet iced jelly, complemented the scorching weather perfectly, making the experience incredibly refreshing. After finishing his meal, Han chose to walk home. On the way, he passed by 2 large tobacco and liquor stores. He thought about how money would become useless when the apocalypse arrived, and tobacco, alcohol, gold, and silver would become hard currency. Without hesitation, he bought all the tobacco and alcohol in the 2 stores, including their stock. Surprisingly, all these premium cigarettes and liquors only cost him 8 million, which made him realize these items weren't as valuable as they seemed. He instructed the shop owners to deliver the goods to the warehouse early the next morning and continued walking home. The reason he chose to walk was so he could shop along the way. After all, disguised as an old man, even if someone wanted to track down this hoarding elder when the apocalypse came, they wouldn't be able to find him. The walk from this street to his residential area took about 40 minutes. Han kept buying things along the way, purchasing whatever he came across. He even took a stroll through a maternity and baby store before leaving. When he was almost at the doorstep, the frozen goods factory owner called to inform him that the supermarket's stocking arrangements had been fully taken care of. He didn't even need to worry about the shelves, and everything would be organized neatly within 5 days. Han thanked the owner, walked to a spot without surveillance cameras, and with a thought, retrieved a small car from his space and drove home. He should have been driving earlier, as it would have made shopping more convenient and allowed him to store items directly into his space. However, he had noticed that the previous street was full of surveillance cameras, so he didn't dare take the car out. Passing by the beef noodle shop he had eaten at before, Han ordered 100 bowls of lamb noodles with extra meat and toppings. Once the shop owner finished packing them, he placed them in the car, and Han immediately stored all the noodles into his space. Before leaving, he ordered another 5,000 bowls of beef noodles and told the owner, "My supermarket on Nanyuan Street is about to open. These are for the employees' meals. From now on, don't bother with other customers' orders. Just deliver 1,000 bowls to my shop every day. Deliver these 5,000 bowls over 5 days, but make sure they're fresh and don't let the noodles lose their flavor. A regular bowl of beef noodles costs 15 yuan, but with the extra beef and toppings, each bowl came to 36 yuan, totaling 180,000 yuan for 5,000 bowls. The owner was overjoyed at the thought of selling so much in just 5 days. Mo Han paid an 80,000 yuan deposit, gave a few reminders, and left. The boss quickly called his wife. Honey, something big has happened. Hurry and call mom, my sister, my uncle, and Uncle Yao over. Buy some beef and get busy cooking noodles. His wife was completely confused. Are you crazy? There are only 2 employees in the shop. Why do you need so many people? Sigh, I just got a huge order. An old man ordered 5,000 bowls of noodles. The beef noodle shop owner and his family, for the sake of this profit, would likely have to work sleeplessly for several days and nights. Mo Han, using the same reasoning, ordered lamb noodles, pork, trotter noodles, pork chop noodles, 3-flavor noodles, spicy chicken noodles, and sour and spicy noodles, all 5,000 portions, to be delivered to the Nanyuan Street warehouse over 5 days. He himself didn't know why he got involved with various powders, thinking it would be convenient to eat ready-made food during the apocalypse. After all, with constant natural disasters and human calamities, who would have the time or energy to cook? What's more, the space has a preservation function, so no matter how long these things are stored, they remain steaming hot and fragrant when taken out. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mo Han finally returned home. De Bing happily ran over to greet him, and the demon chicken's pain had clearly eased a lot. Its eyes were filled with joy as it looked at him. However, due to its crippled leg, it couldn't run but could only walk slowly. Mo Han picked up De Bing and gently stroked its head. Holding it, he walked over to the demon chicken and carefully checked its wound. The wound is healing quite well, but this fracture issue. How about I take you to the vet tomorrow, Demon Chicken? In the previous life, Demon Chicken's leg was somewhat disabled, though Mo Han wasn't sure of the exact reason. The injury had already existed before he encountered Demon Chicken. So, when Mo Han didn't take it to the vet a few days ago, he had actually somewhat given up, thinking its leg might already be beyond repair. But since he was living a second life, not everything would necessarily be the same as before, so he still wanted to give it a try. Demon Chicken shook its head, clearly disagreeing. Mo Han patiently persuaded, Demon Chicken, I know you can completely understand what I'm saying. The veterinarian has professional medical equipment, maybe they can heal your leg. Let's give it a try. Demon Chicken, be good, it won't endanger your life. Demon Chicken, look, apart from De Bing's ear missing a corner, everything else is perfectly fine. After repeated persuasion from Mo Han, Demon Chicken finally nodded in agreement to see the veterinarian. 2 guys took 2 boxes of dog food, and Mo Han sat down in front of the computer. He contacted Wang Feng, the leader of a construction team in Province G, thousands of kilometers away. This man was a genius he had met during the apocalypse, with highly advanced skills in building shelters. Relying on memories from his previous life, Mo Han found Wang Feng's contact information online and offered him a high salary to build an underground shelter. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Wang Feng had to bring a large team to carry out the construction. Mo Han roughly calculated that there were only 7 days left until the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, but the virus had not yet spread to the city where he was located. Therefore, even if the virus breaks out, he still has 3 days to build the shelter, as long as it can be completed within 10 days. Mo Han dared to boldly contact Wang Feng because he knew that this apocalypse outbreak would only last 3 months, and Wang Feng had already passed away due to cancer. Thus, Wang Feng's existence would not pose a threat to the safety of the shelter. As for other construction workers, after the apocalypse virus outbreak, all kinds of transportation would be paralyzed, so even if someone knew the exact location of the shelter, they would be unable to get there. Even if someone miraculously survived and reached the shelter, these ordinary people without special abilities would be completely incapable of dealing with Mo Han. This is also why Mo Han went out of his way to select construction workers from outside the province instead of local workers, all for the sake of his own safety in the future. In this lifetime, Wang Feng does not know Mo Han, but he has always dreamed of building a doomsday shelter. When others heard him talk about the apocalypse, they mocked him for being mentally unstable. Now, upon suddenly hearing that Mo Han wants him to do what he loves, along with generous compensation, Wang Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up and danced disco. The budget for the 2 shelters amounts to 1 billion, with 100 million allocated for wages. Wang Feng, who is impoverished and regarded as mentally ill, will instantly become a billionaire as long as the shelters are completed. After hanging up the phone with Mo Han, Wang Feng began designing the shelters. Mo Han, on the other hand, had a good sleep. The next morning, Mo Han got up and continued stockpiling goods. His fake supermarket was fully stocked by the frozen goods factory owner. Logically, the goods were already very comprehensive, but Mo Han didn't bother to worry. Since he had money and trusted the arrangements made by the owner, he focused on his own stockpiling. smiling. Feeling that the cigarettes and alcohol he bought yesterday were still not enough, Mohan went on another shopping spree, buying out all the cigarettes and alcohol in the entire city. This time, the purchase was completed with the help of his uncle, Yang Hu, a manager at a pharmaceutical company. Seeing Yang Hu being so capable, Mohan simply asked him to help stock up on supplies. Anyway, with a large supermarket as cover, no one would suspect no matter how much was hoarded. If Yang Hu ever discovered the warehouse goods were missing, he could just say they were stolen after the apocalypse broke out. After stocking up on cigarettes and alcohol, Mohan went to various famous men's clothing stores and bought all kinds of clothes. If one store didn't have enough stock, they went to another to sweep up goods. In the end, Mohan himself forgot how many suits, shirts, pants, as well as various down jackets and cotton-padded coats he had bought. There were also t-shirts, socks, and underwear. Women's clothing was purchased as well. He didn't understand women's things, so he simply cleared out one mall after another. Down jackets, dresses, underwear, loungewear, thermal underwear, everything was included. Buying women's clothes was just in case he met someone he liked in the future and couldn't resist wanting to marry her. He had to make some preparations for the future. There were also clothes for infants and toddlers. In total, he spent over 20 million on clothes. Mohan entered his own space and looked at the mountain of clothes piled up inside, countless in number. He couldn't help but sigh, fearing that he wouldn't be able to wear them all even in several lifetimes. On Yang Hu's side, he had prepared a massive amount of vegetables and fruits for Mohan, all measured in units of 100,000 pounds. For example, 100,000 pounds of carrots, 100,000 pounds of potatoes, 100,000 pounds of tomatoes, 200,000 pounds of apples, and 200,000 pounds of mangoes. Due to the enormous quantities, it was impossible for suppliers to prepare everything at once, especially since these were perishable fresh goods. They had to be prepared in batches, and it was estimated that it would take 5 days for everything to be delivered. As long as everything was ready before the apocalypse, Mohan felt it was completely fine. For handling such a big task for Mohan, Yang Hu naturally deserved compensation, 200,000 as a reward. Mohan wasn't exactly willing to spend the money, but he simply couldn't control it. Having so much money made him generous. After hanging up the phone, Mohan went to the busiest Golden Street in the city center and began a shopping spree. He swept all the gold, silver, jewelry, and diamonds from every jewelry store. After settling the bills at all the stores, Mohan shook his head and smiled wryly. As expected, gold and silver jewelry are the most expensive things. How much? Not much, just 100 million. To prevent others from knowing he had bought so much gold and silver, Mohan had already instructed all the gold shops to keep their mouths shut before shopping. So, even after all the gold shops on the street were completely sold out, no one knew what had happened, nor did anyone know who had bought these treasures. All the gold and silver jewelry purchased was delivered by the merchants to Mohan's warehouse. As soon as the merchants left, the warehouse returned to its empty appearance. It was already 2 p.m., and there was still some time before nightfall. The things Mohan needed to buy were far from complete. Food, clothing, and daily necessities were almost done, and the remaining items would be supplemented with Yang Hu's help. Suddenly, Mohan realized that in the apocalypse, without transportation, it would be impossible to get anywhere. Although his space contained bulletproof cars and various armored vehicles, these were all small vehicles, lacking large transportation tools like heavy trucks and light trucks. So, Mohan went to the largest car dealership in the city and bought 20 heavy trucks, 20 light trucks, 20 regular cargo trucks, 100 off-road vehicles, 50 sedans, and 50 wooling vans. He even bought hundreds of motorcycles and electric scooters. In addition, he purchased various car maintenance supplies, repair tools, car tires, wrenches, pliers, windshield washer fluid, antifreeze, and other materials. Mohan suddenly bought so many cars, causing quite a stir and almost scaring the car dealership owner into kneeling and calling him Dad. However, Mohan stated in advance, "Boss, if you want to make money, don't talk too much. Just sell me the cars obediently." Buying cars is definitely not something that can be done in one go. Various procedures still need to be handled. Mohan was unwilling to personally get involved in these tedious matters and fully entrusted the boss to take care of them. The boss nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. He paid for the cars in full at once, and all the vehicles were directly delivered to a large open-air parking lot on the outskirts of the city. There were surveillance cameras there, making it not easy to directly store the cars into his space, but Mohan had his own clever plan. Simply put, a wise man has his own tricks. After buying the cars, Mohan first went home and took the demon chicken to see the vet. He had promised it last night, and if he didn't take it, it would surely be disappointed. No matter how busy he was, he couldn't neglect it. Back home, as soon as the door opened, Dabing was still as excited as ever, and Yaoji's head immediately lifted from its drooping state. Perhaps deep down, it always doubted that Mohan would actually take it to see the vet, thinking it was just empty words. Mohan forced a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that whether human or animal, everyone longed to be loved. At the veterinary clinic, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Yaoji and finally said to Emohan, "I'm sorry, sir, but your dog's right hind leg is severely injured. Full recovery is impossible. It's been too long. We can only do our best to treat it to ensure it can still walk, but the leg will have a slight limp. Is there really no better solution?" Emohan asked unwillingly, though he understood deep down that he was just probing. This was already the best veterinarian in the city. The doctor shook his head inside. "Then I'll have to trouble the doctor to do your best to make its limp not look too unsightly," Emohan said helplessly. "Don't worry, we'll do our best to ensure it won't look too unsightly," the doctor responded with a wry smile. Emohan took out a 20,000 yuan red envelope and handed it to the doctor. The doctor waited in his hand for a moment, nodded in acknowledgement, and called for the assistant to prepare anesthesia for the demon chicken's surgery. Before the anesthesia, the demon chicken curled up in Emohan's arms like an injured child, trembling with fear and not daring to glance at the doctor. Emohan gently comforted it. "Don't be afraid. What are you scared of? You're the descendant of a police dog. Be brave and set an example for Debing." Deep down, he really wanted to say, "Demon Chicken, in your past life, you were the renowned thunder god Demon Chicken, the most formidable being on Blue Star. How did you become such a weakling now? Maybe you should change your name to Thunder God Weak Chicken." But instead, Emohan softly said, "Good Demon Chicken, good baby." The doctor was almost amused. He had never seen a man coax a dog like this. The surgery didn't take long, just over 10 minutes, and the doctor fitted the demon chicken with a splint to protect its leg. The doctor repeatedly emphasized that the leg would never regain full mobility. After bringing the demon chicken home and leaving enough dog food and water, Emohan hurriedly went out again. This time, he mainly stocked up on general merchandise. 10,000 face towels, 10,000 toothbrushes, 100,000 boxes of wet wipes, 100,000 rolls of toilet paper, 100,000 packs of tissue paper. He even bought trash bins, gloves, and bibs. Emohan also specifically bought cat litter. After all, in the apocalypse, going to the bathroom would be inconvenient. Frankly, there might not even be latrines, so having some cat litter was essential. After hoarding a pile of general merchandise, Emohan passed by the computer mall. Initially, he didn't plan to go in, but then he thought that although there wouldn't be internet in the apocalypse and computers wouldn't be usable, laptops, tablets, and power banks would still work. So, he went inside. He directly found the manager and asked about the stock quantities of these products in the warehouse and the maximum amount that could be mobilized through the manager's connections. The manager replied, "Laptops, there are 10,000 units across all the computer malls in the city. Tablets, 30,000 units. Power banks, plenty, 100,000 units won't be a problem. Alright, pack them all up and deliver them to storefront 103 on Nanyuan Street. How much in total?" The manager calculated the price on the computer for quite a while and then reported the amount. Emohan smiled and said, "Contact the people you know and have them fully charge all the laptops and tablets, download as many movies and songs as possible, and deliver them to my warehouse in 5 days. I'll reward each person with 50,000 in cash. How does that sound?" This. The manager was dumbfounded, simultaneously doubting the reliability of Emohan buying so many items, let alone charging and downloading movies, which seemed even more absurd. It wasn't until Emohan scanned the 5 million payment QR code that the manager trembled with secret relief, feeling like he had struck it rich with a windfall. After buying the computers, Emohan hurried off to another location without delay. This time, he was purchasing large-scale goods. With the global power outage and the apocalypse, Emohan had to buy generators as a precaution. Diesel generators, gasoline generators, wind-powered generators, and water-powered generators all were purchased. He chose silent models that wouldn't make noise during operation. He bought 200 units of each type and arranged for the boss to deliver them to the warehouse the same day. As soon as the boss left, Emohan immediately stored the goods into his space. By noon on the third day, Wang Feng's people arrived by plane, numbering over 1,000. When Wang Feng saw Emohan, who was dressed as an elder, he greeted him politely with a smile. "Uncle, rest assured, I will work day and night to ensure the shelter is completed within 10 days. Emohan smiled faintly and nodded, driving his newly purchased Wuling Divine car to take Wang Feng and his group to the mountaintop on the outskirts of the city. If Emohan hadn't already paid a huge deposit, Wang Feng would have thought the elderly, shabby-looking Emohan driving this beat-up car was out of his mind. Someone spending $1 billion to build a shelter looks like this? And drives a broken-down car? Ha, it's not just Wang Feng who wouldn't believe it, even Emohan himself found it hard to believe. At the mountaintop, there was a flat piece of land. Thanks to Yang Hu's connections and spending over $1 million, by whatever means necessary, this land now belonged to Emohan. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Pointing to the plot, he handed it over to Wang Feng, entrusting him with the task of building the underground shelter. With a reward of 100 million, Emohan knew Wang Feng would give it his all. Having met during the apocalypse, Emohan understood Wang Feng's character. This man had spent his life passionate about drawing apocalyptic blueprints and designing all kinds of god-tier shelters, to the point of obsession. Unfortunately, he had been unemployed at home before, lacking the financial means to realize his dreams. This opportunity Mohan offered him was exactly what he had been longing for. Therefore, this apocalyptic shelter would not only be built solidly but also designed to perfection. After all, Wang Feng was a perfectionist to the core. Wang Feng, I'm also a fan of post-apocalyptic architecture and want to build a shelter of my own for fun. If your design satisfies me, you can name your price for the subsequent costs, 10 billion, 20 billion. It's no problem. But you must understand, for someone who can put up this much money to get things done, if you dare to play tricks or mess with me, I can make you and your family disappear without a sound. Mohan was certain that Wang Feng would pour all his knowledge and skills into completing this task, but he still felt it necessary to give him a few warnings. If Wang Feng really took the money and did a sloppy job, not only would Mohan deal with him, but his family would also be implicated. By then, the punishment would not be light, it would be severe enough to threaten lives. Wang Feng repeatedly assured him, "Uncle, having someone fund me to build the shelter of my dreams is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. How could I not give it my all? Rest assured, there will be absolutely no mistakes." Good. Mohan handed Wang Feng a bank card directly and said, "There's 1 billion in this card. Use it as you please. If the money runs out, I'll transfer more. All you need to do is focus on building the shelter properly." Mohan dared to give Wang Feng so much money because he understood this person, knowing that he wouldn't run away but would work diligently. The other shelter Mohan planned to build was on the Tibetan plateau in the western part of Longwa. However, after some consideration, he decided not to tell Wang Feng the location. Although he found Wang Feng trustworthy, the Tibetan plateau was too far away, making it impossible for him to travel back and forth, and Mohan felt it was necessary to remain cautious about Wang Feng. Thus, Mohan directly spent 5 million to buy a design blueprint from Wang Feng. After returning home that evening, he went online and offered a high salary to hire a construction team to start building the shelter at an excellent location on the Tibetan plateau according to the blueprint. Like the first shelter, this project had a construction cost of 1 billion and a labor cost of 200 million. This construction team was top-notch, and Mohan hired the most outstanding foreign scientist, heirs. Due to the tight schedule, the project might not be completed until after the apocalypse began. After receiving the deposit, heirs arrived at the designated location with his team the next afternoon and began work. The two parties signed an agreement via email, with Mohan initially paying 500 million. Once the shelter was completed and approved by Mohan, the remaining payment would be made. Heirs also sent over on-site construction videos, showing workers working overtime day and night to ensure quality. With a salary of 100 million distributed, each worker could earn at least 500,000, an income they might never see in their lifetime. Everyone worked desperately, fearing they might lose this money if they made a mistake. Mohan said to Ailes, "If I'm very satisfied when it's completed, everyone's bonus can be increased by another 100 million. Ailes nodded repeatedly in the video, "Mr. Han, I will incorporate innovative designs based on the original blueprint to ensure your satisfaction." Mohan gave clear instructions to both Wang Feng and Ailes, stating that the shelter must have functions such as being poison-proof, bulletproof, acid rain-resistant, and capable of withstanding typhoons, floods, and earthquakes. Both of them assured him, no problem at all. Mohan also noticed that their design included escape spaces, entertainment facilities, an automatic oxygen supply system, and even automatic defense mechanisms, many features he hadn't thought of, they had already considered. The shelter was a major concern for Mohan. Even though it might be completed, it wasn't certain he would live there 100%. But no one could predict how long the apocalypse would last. As for the treasured land of Xianyu village in Jianyang City, Mohan does not plan to hire someone to design it. After the apocalypse breaks out, he will personally climb up there and build a small wooden house to live in, fully enjoying the tranquility and beauty. Anyway, with so much hardware and building materials stored in the space, they will definitely come in handy by then. Oh, right, besides all kinds of materials, it seems like he hasn't stocked enough nails for nailing wooden boards. Mohan made another trip to the hardware wholesale market, specifically finding a shop that sold nails and bought out the entire inventory. It didn't cost much, only a little over 500,000 in total. He also bought air guns, screwdrivers, expansion screws, and other tools. There are only 4 days left until the apocalypse breaks out, and Mohan still has 8 billion in his account that he needs to spend quickly. To be honest, he feels quite anxious. There are still many supplies for the apocalypse that haven't been stocked up, such as gas, natural gas, shoes, bedding, books. The list of things to prepare is overwhelming. If he weren't afraid of being too high profile and attracting attention, Mohan would really want to buy out all the goods in the entire county. With over 8 billion in funds, it's more than enough. There were 4 days left until the outbreak of the apocalypse virus. Mohan was racing against time, not daring to waste even a quarter of an hour. He had to hurry and buy. Once the apocalypse arrived, money would be useless no matter how much was left. It would just be a string of numbers in the account. amount. He had once seen a video online showing that in rural areas of western Longwa, people mostly burn coal for heating during winter. When extreme cold hit, if there was no coal, heating would become a major problem, and the value of coal would naturally stand out. So, in the middle of the afternoon, Mo Han rushed to a coal mine and directly purchased over 5 million tons of coal. The coal boss personally came to receive Mo Han and asked where the coal should be transported. Mo Han thought for a moment and said he didn't have a suitable site, and transporting it back and forth would waste time. So he simply said, no need to transport it for now. Have your workers work overtime and move all the coal to your open storage yard. I'll bring workers over tomorrow night to haul it away. Actually, whether to transport the coal or not ultimately depends on his decision. After all, the coal boss is wealthy and generous, and this amount of money is nothing to him. When the time comes, it wouldn't matter if Mo Han uses some unconventional methods to move the coal. By normal calculations, over 5 million tons of coal are worth more than 5 billion yuan. Although Mo Han feels the money is being spent too slowly, he is reluctant to spend such a large amount easily. To win the coal boss's trust and have him work for him, Mo Han first transferred 200 million yuan to the coal boss. After receiving the 200 million yuan, the coal boss was overjoyed and immediately ordered all workers in the mining area to stop serving other individual customers. What are individual customers? To the coal boss, even orders worth 10 million yuan are considered individual customers. Now, everyone is focused on handling Mo Han's coal. Early the next morning, the frozen goods factory owner called to say that the mall stocking arrangement he had previously promised Mo Han had been fully completed. All the goods would be placed on the shelves within the day, and Mo Han only needed to take the keys and open the doors. Mo Han drove over and handed the keys to the frozen goods factory owner. Thousands of employees from various merchants were methodically organizing shelves and stocking goods. Mo Han told the frozen goods factory owner to ensure the task was completed within 2 days, offering an additional 500,000 yuan on top of the original 2 million yuan reward. Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes turned into slits from smiling, and he repeatedly assured, "Uncle, rest assured, it will be absolutely perfect." Mo Han nodded and left. In fact, he wasn't too concerned about whether the matter was truly handled or how much money was spent, as long as the difference wasn't too big, it was fine. What he cared about most was stockpiling supplies. Stockpiling alone made it hard to cover all aspects, but these experienced merchants could stockpile comprehensively, considering food, clothing, daily necessities, and transportation. The food manufacturers he had contacted earlier would also deliver goods to Mo Han's so-called supermarket within the day. Mo Han opened the door for them, arranged everything, and then went shopping again. Yesterday, he bought quite a few cars, but he hadn't stockpiled enough gasoline and diesel yet. So, he called Yang Hu, "Brother, I want to stockpile some gasoline and diesel. Hire more people and use oil drums to fill up at the gas station." "No problem, bro, leave it to me," Yang Hu agreed readily. An hour later, Yang Hu arrived with 3 minibuses, each filled with 90 people, each holding 2 oil drums. Yang Hu said with a smile, "Bro, each of these oil drums can hold 20 liters. With 180 drums, we can store 3,600 liters. Once we're done with this gas station, we'll head to the next one." Mo Han used to think Yang Hu was just a righteous person, but he didn't expect him to be so efficient. "Alright, thank you, brother." Yang Hu handed Mo Han 2 oil drums and took 2 himself. The two chatted while lining up at the gas station. The gas station staff, seeing 90 people carrying oil drums in line, were surprised but still obediently filled the drums to the brim. After refueling at this gas station, Yang Hu continued to fill new oil drums. They visited all 6 gas stations inside and outside the city. Later, the minibus secretly delivered the fuel to the warehouse, arranged for these people to leave, and Mo Han stored the fuel in his space. The supermarket was becoming increasingly stocked, and various fancy shelves were being set up one after another. Mo Han didn't bother to manage it and let them handle it as they pleased. He transferred 10 million yuan to Yang Hu, instructing him to take people to refuel every day, not limited to the city but also in surrounding areas. The oil barrels should be uniformly placed somewhere. Mo Han will find a place to store them, and the two can coordinate by phone. After parting ways with Yang Hu, Mo Han went to the outskirts of the city's new district, where there were many factories under construction, some rudimentary processing plants, and a few vacant storefronts. Mo Han made a phone call and rented an old factory building with an area of over 10,000 square meters for 5 days at a cost of 30,000 yuan. He then informed Yang Hu to store the oil in this factory after refueling, and someone would come to collect it later. Yang Hu was highly efficient. To maximize the refueling process, he directly had a few close friends drive large trucks to the gas station to refuel, then transport the oil to the factory and store it in large barrels. Once the oil was used up, they would go refuel again, repeating the process. Mo Han himself also drove various vehicles he had previously purchased in the space, going to refuel one by one. All the vehicles, including his motorcycle, were fully refueled. Yang Hu was responsible for refueling, while Mo Han went to handle other matters. He specifically contacted a manufacturer of large water barrels and ordered more than 200,000 plastic barrels capable of holding over 20 tons of water each. Originally, this batch of over 200,000 barrels was part of a large overseas order, and the boss was unwilling to sell them to Han. However, Han offered double the price, and no matter how reluctant the boss was, he couldn't resist the profit. As long as the overseas order was delivered within the deadline, it could still be rushed to completion. Thus, all these 200,000 plus barrels were transported to Han's factory on the outskirts of the city. After the manufacturer left, Han immediately stored all the barrels in his space. That night, he worked tirelessly in his kitchen, filling the barrels with water. As he filled them, he couldn't help but curse, over 200,000 barrels, how long will it take to fill them all? Until the end of time? After working all night, he managed to fill only 100 barrels, leaving him utterly exhausted. He even fell asleep midway, causing water from the barrels to spill all over the floor. Fortunately, the Demon Chicken and Big Pancake were quick-witted. The Demon Chicken barely managed to stand up, while Big Pancake used it as a stepping stool to jump onto the sink and turn off the faucet. Otherwise, the house would have been flooded. Han muttered, "This isn't going to work. Filling water like this is far too slow. Tomorrow, I'll just go steal water directly from the water plant." With that, he went to sleep. The next day, before dawn, Han skipped breakfast and teleported to the water plant. Checking his watch, it was only 5:30 a.m., and the plant employees hadn't started work yet. He found a blind spot in the surveillance system and sneaked in. In areas covered by cameras, he used his space teleportation ability to avoid being caught on tape. First, he infiltrated the surveillance room, turned on the computer, and disabled the monitoring equipment. Then, he boldly walked to the water pool, turned on the faucet, washed his hands, and reached into the water. With a thought, he tried transferring water into the barrels in his space to see if it would work. If the water flowed directly into the space but didn't enter the bucket, instead spilling onto the ground and flooding other items, he wouldn't dare use this method. Fortunately, the water entered the space smoothly, and there happened to be a bucket with its lid open, catching the water. Thus, Han boldly reached into the water, and with another thought, half of the water from the plant flowed into his space. Over 200,000 large plastic barrels, each capable of holding dozens of tons, were filled to the brim. It really can hold that much. Although the reservoir at the water plant was quite large, the capacity of over 200,000 barrels was equally astonishing. Previously, he had purchased 200,000 bottles of mineral water, which should have been enough, but the mineral water was reserved for drinking, while tap water was for daily use. After collecting the water, Han teleported away, without anyone noticing. Since the reservoir's water was on a circulation system, it automatically refilled shortly after he left. After leaving the water plant, Han went to the street to have a bowl of breakfast. Still disguised as a sallow-faced old man, he passed by a shop selling agricultural seeds and bought all the seeds they had: rice, corn, peanuts, peas, sorghum, wheat, garland, chrysanthemum, celery, cilantro, everything was there. He bought these seeds with the intention of planting them in the future. After avenging his great grievance and retreating to a secluded life, he planned to build a small wooden house on the peak of Xianyu village, dig out a few plots of land, fence them off, and raise a few chickens. Emulating Tao Yuanming's poetic life of planting beans beneath the southern mountains, where weeds flourish and bean sprouts are sparse, just thinking about it filled him with joy. "Sir, you've bought so much, how are you going to carry it all back?" The shopkeeper, a young lady with a crisp voice, pulled Han back to reality. Looking at the 20-some large bundles of seeds on the ground, he smiled and said, "No problem, I can carry them." After speaking, he carried 10 bags in his left hand and 10 bags in his right hand. After walking a few steps, he suddenly felt that the seeds might not be enough, so he put the bags down and said to the young lady, "Do you have more seeds in your warehouse? Please check and pack all the seeds to be sent to the store at 103 Nanyuan Street, including these 10 bags. The young lady opened the computer to check and then smiled sweetly. "Sir, there are still 1,000 pounds of corn seeds, 200 pounds of peas, and 1,200 packs of cilantro." Han didn't have time to listen to her slowly count, so he directly said, "Tell me the total cost, I'll pay right away." The young lady calculated and said, 143,000. Han nodded and paid. Among all the things he purchased, these seeds were the cheapest. After leaving the seed shop, Han went to a bookstore. When the apocalypse arrives, communication devices and transportation tools will all fail, making an atlas an essential treasure. Otherwise, there would be no clue where to go in the future or which routes to take. Han walked into the bookstore, originally planning to buy just a few atlases, such as a world map, a map of Long Country, a map of Ji City, and a map of Jianyang City. While picking up the maps, he suddenly noticed that the cookbooks nearby were quite appealing, teaching people how to make various delicious dishes. Then he caught sight of many books on handicrafts and thought he might as well take some back. Time flew by, and more than 40 minutes had passed. The bookstore owner pointed to the large boxes of packed books on the floor and asked Mohan, "Sir, where should these books be delivered?" WeChat received 820,000 yuan. Mohan looked with satisfaction at the nearly empty bookstore, feeling that these books were far from enough. He had to stockpile more. Life in the apocalypse was boring, and books were a good remedy for the soul and a cure for loneliness. All the books from nearby bookstores, especially those from Manhwa bookstore, one of the nation's top 3 bookstores, had to be cleared out. "Deliver them to 103 Nanyuan Street," Mohan said, leaving behind a single sentence before turning to leave. 2 hours later, all the bookstores in the city began packing up their books and delivering them to 103 Nanyuan Street. As for the buyer, Mohan, he was more than happy to spend over 40 million on the knowledge he loved. Compared to other goods, the price of knowledge was neither too expensive nor too cheap, but its value was irreplaceable. Since his rebirth, Mohan had been on a constant buying spree, sometimes acquiring things abroad for free, sometimes making large purchases domestically, spending money as quickly as water flows. Yet, his account balance still had 7.6 billion left. Out of his over 10 billion in funds, he had only spent a little over 2 billion. He asked Yang to help procure a batch of cold-proof clothing and acid rainproof suits, while he himself used various means to purchase an additional batch. Besides cold-proof and acid rainproof suits, he also bought fireproof clothing and gas masks. He then contacted gas and natural gas companies, giving their key personnel million yuan red envelopes to purchase 100,000 bottles of gas and 100,000 bottles of natural gas. Additionally, he bought over 30,000 various types of gas stoves and lighters with different functions. All these supplies were delivered by the manufacturers in batches to the factory he rented in the suburbs. As soon as the goods arrived and the manufacturers left, Mohan quickly stored the supplies in his own space. 3 days before the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, in the evening, Mohan called Yang. "I want to purchase another batch of medical equipment, like oxygen tanks, ventilators, and also ultrasound machines, x-ray machines. Get as many as you can." "Got it, Hanga, I'll give it a try," Yang agreed. After hanging up the phone, Mohan sat in a small street-side eatery, eating stir-fried noodles with pickled radish, while asking the owner to prepare 50 portions to go. Halfway through his meal, Yang called back, "Brother Han, I found a few friends to help. 50,000 oxygen tanks are no problem. There are about 30,000 ventilators, but the machines require medical registration, so we can't get them for now." "Then just get whatever you can," Mohan said. "Alright, they'll be delivered the afternoon after tomorrow." Mohan continued eating his stir-fried noodles. The shop owner had already prepared 20 bowls. Worried that the noodles would lose their flavor if left too long, Mohan said to the owner, "How about I take these 20 bowls home first and come back later for the remaining 30? "Alright." The shopkeeper cheerfully packed the food into a large bag for him. Mohan carried the bag to a corner where there were no surveillance cameras and immediately placed the fried noodles into his own space. Next, he ordered several thousand yuan worth of barbecue at a roadside barbecue stall and instructed the owner to deliver it directly to his apartment upstairs later. After all, he wouldn't be living in that apartment for long. Once the apocalypse began, he would eventually move out. Ordering this amount of barbecue wouldn't make anyone suspicious of him. He went through the night market ordering food, spending thousands of yuan at a time. After sweeping through an entire street, Mohan finally went to pick up the 30 bowls of fried rice noodles he had ordered earlier. After paying and giving the barbecue vendor his address, Mohan returned home. As soon as he entered, 2 dogs greeted him. Dabing's injury had already healed and had happily jumped in front of him. The demon chicken, dragging its injured leg, walked over step by step. "Hey, demon chicken, your leg isn't healed yet. Don't come over, just lie down obediently." Mohan quickly squatted down and carried the demon chicken back to the carpet. In the past, the demon chicken never took the initiative to greet him. Perhaps after taking it to the doctor this time, its guard against him had lessened and it liked him more. Seeing that there was still plenty of dog food left on the ground and the water wasn't finished, Mohan knew they wouldn't go hungry or thirsty. After playing gently with the dogs for a while, Mohan turned on the TV, ready to see what had been happening outside during the time he was busy running around and stockpiling supplies. The TV was on, and the news broadcast was playing. It is expected that there will be a continuous heat wave in the coming days. Citizens are advised to take precautionary measures in advance. Mohan pressed the remote control and switched to another channel. The temperature kept rising, but everyone had already gotten used to it. The average temperature remained around 30 degrees Celsius, which was still within a bearable range. The news said that this continuous heat wave would start at 35 degrees Celsius in the coming days and keep rising until it reached over 60 degrees Celsius when the apocalypse broke out. People today have not yet realized the danger. When the temperature soars to over 60 degrees, many might not survive. Mohan suddenly realized that not only others, but even he himself had not truly become alert. After all, it is May now, a season of intense heat. He has been busy stockpiling goods all day and hasn't thought about buying things to cope with the hot weather. There is a generator, though. Tomorrow, he needs to go to the mall to buy some electric fans, ice makers, and the like. There are also refrigerators and freezers, a few more need to be bought as backups. While thinking about it, the doorbell rang. It was the barbecue vendor making a delivery. Emohan moved all the barbecue to the kitchen. After all, it was too hot, and the barbecue wouldn't cool down anytime soon. After the barbecue vendor left, he immediately stored the barbecue in the space storage. The doorbell rang again, this time it was another snack vendor. That night, Emohan was busy receiving takeout orders until midnight. Barbecue is his favorite. Once the apocalypse breaks out, no one will be grilling anymore, and wanting to eat it then would become a luxury. So, while the apocalypse hasn't started yet and society is still orderly, he must stock up on all the foods he wants to eat as much as possible. In the evening, many businesses on the platform that never close were available, and Emohan almost always placed orders in the largest quantities. For example, 500 servings of garlic grilled oysters, 200 servings of spicy duck intestines, 200 servings of stir-fried crayfish, 200 servings of fried chives. Although a few hundred servings seemed like a lot, in reality, the quantity was still too little. So, Emohan ordered everything on the menus of all the businesses that never closed. Until 4 in the morning, the delivery rider was still bringing him food. He didn't close his eyes all night, staring at his phone the whole time. Opening the forum, someone speculated based on recent weather forecasts that this year, with temperatures over 30 degrees every day, it would be hotter than last year. Someone else said, when is it not over 30 degrees? The experts' words aren't necessarily reliable either. If it could stay around 30 degrees, that would be great. I'm most afraid of it getting hotter and hotter. No matter how hot it gets, it won't be unbearable. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Emohan looked at these comments and shook his head with a bitter smile. These people probably have no idea that before long, this temperature could actually become deadly. But at that time, the apocalypse virus had already broken out, and people's main concern was zombies eating humans. Whether it was hot or not had become a secondary issue. At that time, people all over the world were either dead or turned into zombies. The few who were lucky enough to survive couldn't share their torment from the heat with others due to the lack of water, electricity, and internet. As dawn approached, Emohan finally dozed off on the sofa. However, he set an alarm and got up on time at around 7. There were only 3 days left until the apocalypse broke out. If he didn't work hard now, he wouldn't be able to spend the money. Emohan used to love playing games and reading apocalypse novels. Other people's wealth usually amounted to just a few billion, which would be spent within a few days. But for him, no matter how he spent it, the money just wouldn't run out. Think about it. I might be the only male protagonist who can't run out of money. Sigh, just thinking about it makes my heart feel sour. After casually eating some breakfast at home, Emohan went out. Today, there's something big to do. There will be heavy rain and flooding in the end times. Therefore, stockpiling large and small boats is essential. Emohan drove a Range Rover, rushing to the west dock of the neighboring city to find the owner of a cargo ship. After a conversation, the owner was extremely shocked by Emohan's words. Old man, you say you want to buy my boat? Ha! Do you know how much this boat costs? Emohan looked puzzled. What? Looking down on me? How much? This large cruise ship costs at least 200 million. Those big and small boats over there, at the very least, cost hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. The boss stared at him with a look as if he were senile. Emohan naturally felt that gaze. He dressed today with a grizzled beard, a sallow complexion, and a few freckles scattered across his face. At first glance, if he didn't look like a fool, he resembled someone with senile dementia. The sympathetic look in their eyes did have some justification. How about this? You can take your time handling the follow-up purchase procedures. Sigh, you don't even have to do it. I'll give you the money, and as for the ships at this dock, as long as they're yours, I'll buy them all. Emohan swallowed hard and continued, if they're not yours, as long as the ship owners are willing to sell, I'll buy those too. He deliberately spoke very slowly, and the way he swallowed looked nothing like a normal person. The boss suppressed his temper and, after listening to him finish speaking, smiled and said, Old man, if you can't find your way home, I can help you call the police so your children can come and take you back. Don't say such crazy things here. Sighing, Emohan helplessly rubbed his forehead. He hadn't expected that in today's world, having money to buy something would still make people suspect you of being abnormal. What bad luck. It seemed that unless he revealed his trump card, people would really think he was insane. Here, Emohan handed over the black card he carried with him and said calmly, go ahead and check. The boss called his assistant over. The assistant took the card, turned around to make a phone call, and came back a few minutes later to report to the boss. There are 1 billion in this card. How about it? Emohan asked with a smile, Boss, can I buy your cargo ship now? The boss's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. His cargo ship was worth 210 million, but he was asking for 300 million, which wasn't too expensive. Adding up the other smaller ships, it came to about 100 million, so charging Emohan a total of 200 million was reasonable. But still, why would such a wealthy old man suddenly go crazy and buy so many ships? Sir, why are you buying a boat? The owner couldn't help but ask curiously. Too much money at home, nowhere to spend spend it, so I buy boats and planes for fun, the old man replied nonchalantly. The owner was stunned, his mouth wide open in an O shape, completely shocked. This time, Mo Han spent a full 500 million on the boat. The owner had initially been a bit apprehensive, worried that after taking this crazy old man's money, his children might come looking to sue him. Unexpectedly, Mo Han's words completely dispelled all of the owner's concerns. Boss, I have no children, no family, just me alone. No need to handle transfer procedures, just give me the boat, and I'll give you the money. But we need to record this as evidence. I've already paid you, so don't ever claim this boat is yours again. The boss, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. No children, no need for cumbersome procedures, and the money in the card was indeed substantial. What was there to fear? If you want to take the boat, just take it, as long as you know how to operate it. The boss truly underestimated Mo Han. In fact, Mo Han could operate a boat. During his time at the sports academy, he spent a period following his senior brother to the Atlantic every day to deliver goods, and his senior brother personally taught him how to operate large ships. With his quick mind and excellent memory, he mastered large ships, so smaller boats were naturally no challenge for him. As for airplanes, he almost became a pilot. However, Yen Yuer wouldn't let him go to work, fearing he might fall for those beautiful flight attendants, so Mohan ultimately didn't become a pilot. Speaking of which, Mohan felt he was quite versatile. His only weakness was that he had trusted Yen Yuer too much back then, acting as her devoted admirer for several years, giving his all, only to be deeply hurt in the end. Thinking of Yen Yuer, Mohan's gaze suddenly turned cold. Cash in one hand, goods in the other. Now, the money belongs to the boss, and the ship is Mohan's. The boss suggested that Mohan transport goods for one more day and return the ship to him tomorrow. Mohan quickly shook his head. How is that possible? Contact your people again and move all your goods away, or I won't buy it, and you'll have to return the money to me. When the boss heard this, he knew that wouldn't work. He had already made billions during the conversation. Only a fool would return the money. Unloading and removing his goods was no big deal, it could be done in minutes. He immediately instructed his employees to get to work. Mohan wanted to sail the ship away, but there were too many people at the dock. He could only wait until midnight, when the surveillance was disabled, to take action. After resolving the matter of buying the boat, Mohan went to the furniture store, bought all the furniture, and also added many refrigerators, freezers, ice makers, and other equipment. A call came from the warehouse on Nanyuan Street, saying that the supermarket stock was beginning to take shape, but there were still many goods with no place to store them, asking Mohan to find a solution. Mohan drove to the new district, to the old factory he had rented, which was filled with the oil Yang Hu and the others had been adding for him every day. The floor was neatly lined with oil barrels. An idea struck him, and he collected all the oil barrels into his space. This old factory building, spanning over 10,000 square meters, is quite spacious, but the goods Mohan purchased start at a minimum of 100,000 pieces, making the factory far from sufficient. Next to his old factory, there are several large buildings each over 10,000 square meters. He called the leasing agent at the entrance and rented all 3 properties in one go. In the last 3 days before the end of the world, he had only one task left: stockpiling goods like crazy. As for the later needs of food, clothing, and daily necessities, he left all of that to Yang Hu and the frozen goods factory owner to handle. Mohan said to them, just buy as much as you can, money is not an issue. During these 3 days, Mohan mainly prepared to stock up on cooked food. However, he did not stock up in this city. He went to the neighboring city, opened a hotel, and started ordering takeout like crazy. Anything that could be ordered to eat or drink on certain group buying or food delivery apps, he ordered without exception. In the neighboring city, he almost booked meals at over 30 large restaurants under the pretense of hosting banquets, with a starting point of over 100 tables each. However, he also booked banquets at all the restaurants in the local city, only staggering the pickup times between 2 restaurants. He did this to maximize the amount of cooked food he could eat after the apocalypse arrived. After all, the post-apocalyptic world is turbulent, especially since his revenge has not been taken. How could he cook while traveling? Where would he find the time to make food? At the hotel banquet, Mohan demanded that everything be prepared to VIP standards. The dishes had to all be signature specialties. In his words, these dishes were prepared for his son. After all, he was the richest tycoon, and the guests were all prominent figures. Let the hotel prepare cigarettes, all using huazi and mutai. In this way, Mohan stocked up on some more cigarettes and alcohol. To make it easier to take away the cooked food, he used the excuse of hosting a banquet in his hometown and asked the hotel to pack the dishes table by table and bring a large truck to transport them. In the neighboring city, there is a very impressive restaurant called Luyang Restaurant, where the chefs hire hired are of top national level. Emohan not only booked a large banquet at his own hotel but also had the chefs from Luyang restaurant prepare over 1,000 servings of specialty dishes for him in a single day. Each specialty dish was made into 1,000 servings. The price Emohan offered was enough to keep the hotel running normally for 50 years. As a result, the hotel placed great importance on Emohan's requests. Worried that one hotel might not be able to handle the task, the hotel owner even called other chain stores in the city, ordering all employees, except for 2 or 3 left to watch the store, to drive over overnight to help. The hotel was busy cooking, while Emohan focused on his own tasks. With so much stockpiled, the ice cream was almost forgotten. In the extreme heat of doomsday weather, taking a bite of cool and refreshing ice cream was simply a chilling delight. So, Emohan also packed up a cold drink processing factory. In addition to buying ready-made ice cream, popsicles, small puddings, Bigfoot bars, chocobars, etc., there were also thousands of bowls of ice jelly. Emohan also packed up the raw materials for rough processing and the equipment for making cold drinks and desserts. In case the post-apocalyptic world stabilizes and there's free time, he could even make some food himself. At noon, Yang Hu called to say that the oxygen tanks, ventilators, and other equipment had all been delivered to the suburban factory. Emohan replied with a smile, "Thank you, brother." He then transferred 1 million to Yang Hu's account. The apocalypse was approaching, and Yang Hu had helped him a lot. Although it was mostly for the commission, there was also some camaraderie involved. Emohan felt that it would be somewhat unkind not to remind him about the situation in the apocalypse. It was also inconvenient to directly remind him. With 2 days left until the apocalypse, Emohan told him to stockpile 30,000 bags of rice and 30,000 barrels of mineral water, instructing him to find a proper place to store them and to come back to retrieve them on May 18th. This time, he did not specifically explain where the rice and water should be placed as he had done in the past. However, based on Emohan's understanding of him, he would definitely store it in the factory. The storage location is not important. The key is that Yang Hu has been running errands for him these past few days. Whether for profit or friendship, Emohan does not want to owe him a favor. Let him stockpile rice and water. When the apocalypse comes, at least he won't starve to death. In this way, not only would his whereabouts remain hidden, but he could also repay Yang Hu's help, achieving 2 goals at once. May 15th, 2 days before the apocalypse breaks out. The temperature is getting higher and higher, rising from an average of 30 degrees a few days ago to 34 degrees Celsius. In just a few days, the temperature has increased by 4 degrees. The news repeatedly reminds, the weather has been unusual recently, with temperatures continuing to rise. Citizens are advised to take precautions. The citizens also felt the heat, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, 34 degrees Celsius isn't considered very high. Girls at most dressed a bit cooler, with crop tops or tank tops. Boys at home went shirtless, and when going out, wore a t-shirt paired with big shorts. In the evening, Emohan was wearing a tank top and floral shorts, sitting at home enjoying a cold drink and playing on his phone. He had almost prepared everything he needed to buy. Later, he still needed to go out to buy some batteries, data cables, wires, and sockets. He also needed to buy some seafood, especially a lot of Australian lobsters. It was too hot at noon, so he planned to go home and rest for half an hour, and at the same time feed the flatbread and the demon chicken. A call came from the digital mall earlier, saying that the laptop, tablet, and power bank he had bought before were all fully charged, and they asked where Emohan wanted the goods delivered. Emohan gave the merchant the address of the old factory on the outskirts of the city. He quickly disguised himself as a sallow old man, drove the sedan parked in the underground garage, and went out. When he reached a place in the suburbs without surveillance, he stored the sedan in his space and switched to driving a large truck. The merchant had already been waiting at the factory gate. Seeing Emohan approach, they quickly greeted him with joy. "Sir, all these items are fully charged, and we've also downloaded movies, TV shows, and songs. Every novel available on the market has also been downloaded for you. Please take a look and verify." Emohan casually opened a few tablets and saw that they indeed contained videos and ebooks. Satisfied, he nodded and immediately paid the remaining amount to the seller, adding a generous tip as well. The hotel also called, asking Emohan to come and pick up the banquet dishes. He drove a large truck, collecting goods from one place to another, then loaded everything into his storage space. The dishes from hotels in both the local city and the neighboring city were all collected, and the sky was nearing dusk. In the neighboring city, Emohan also went to the seafood market and bought out all the Australian lobsters, large prawns, crabs, softshell turtles, scallops, and clams. The owner, selling Australian lobsters, was so excited upon seeing him purchase goods worth over $1 million in one go that he stuttered, "Sir, what are you going to do with so many lobsters?" Emohan smiled and replied, "My son made a fortune and is hosting a banquet with 100 tables at home to entertain the villagers." The lobster shop owner was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Emohan had seen such reactions many times and was already used to it. With an average price of over 400 yuan per lobster, there were very few people who could afford them. He didn't rush to pay and asked the owner, "How much stock do you have of these lobsters? Or can you contact the supplier to deliver delivered directly? The more, the better. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll contact them right away. The owner stepped aside to make a call and returned a few minutes later, saying to Mohan, the factory said they still have over 30,000 Australian lobsters and 40,000 large prawns. Take them all. Mohan took out his phone and paid a deposit of 1 million. Have them delivered to the old factory on the outskirts by tomorrow. The sooner, the better. Once the goods arrive, the remaining payment will be settled immediately. He thought for a moment and added, by the way, if the job is done properly, I'll give you an extra 500,000 as a reward. The boss was so excited that he almost jumped up, nearly bowing to Mohan, and shouted, yes, sir. Leaving the seafood market, Mohan drove to the hardware and electrical wholesale market. The hardware and electrical wholesale market in Jianyang City was much larger than the one in the city center. The night had already fallen, but most of the shops were still open. He bought over 200 high-power storage batteries and several bundles of high-quality wires in one go. Seeing the plowing machines being sold next door, he bought 10 of those as well. After all, since he had bought seeds, the land in Xianyu village needed to be cultivated, and plowing machines were necessary for tilling the soil. Thinking about it, since he had bought plowing machines, he couldn't do without hoes, so he bought 30 or 40 hoes, sickles, and dustpans. Then he thought, why not buy a barbecue grill, just in case he needed to have a barbecue in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he decided to simply buy everything in the wholesale market. That way, he could use whatever he needed in the future, making things incredibly convenient. So, Mohan spent 200 million, almost clearing out the entire wholesale market. Starting that night, the major merchants in the wholesale market called their employees to start frantically packing, driving large trucks to transport the goods to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of G City. Basically, as soon as one merchant left, Mohan would store the goods in her space to make room for the next merchant. That night, Mohan destroyed all the surveillance equipment at the west dock of Jianyang City. Taking advantage of the quiet late night, she secretly rushed over and stored all the large and small boats she had previously purchased into her space. The day before the apocalypse broke out, Mohan went to his warehouse on Nanyuan Street and saw that the entire mall's shops were neatly arranged. The owner of the frozen goods factory had even kindly helped him install 360-degree high-definition surveillance equipment without blind spots. Looking at the dazzling array of goods, Mohan sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, he could have opened a supermarket and become a boss. However, since the apocalypse virus had not yet broken out, he couldn't take everything from the supermarket just yet. The frozen goods factory owner continued to help him arrange the distribution, letting him take his time to organize. Items that couldn't fit here were all stored in the old factory building in the suburbs owned by the other party. Including the previously rented factory and the newly leased ones, there were a total of 4 factories, covering tens of thousands of square meters, all filled with the various supplies Mohan needed. Instant noodles, sausages, spicy sour noodles, all kinds of beverages, everything was available. Seafood products from suppliers were also frozen in foam boxes and delivered to the second floor of the old factory, filling the entire space. Whether it was large machinery or a single needle, Mohan stockpiled everything. Compared to the protagonists in post-apocalyptic novels, his reserves were already quite abundant. Unfortunately, after calculating, he still had 5.3 billion left in his hands. Mohan instructed Yonghu to continue purchasing gold, silver, jewelry, tobacco, and alcohol from nearby cities, but it only cost 400 million. With 4.9 billion remaining, he briefly considered buying an airplane, but the procedures for purchasing one were overly complex and tedious. After some thought, he decided to leave the money for now. Airplanes, ultrasound machines, and the like, once the apocalypse arrived and order collapsed, they might be given to him for free, so why bother going through the trouble of buying them? May 16th, the day before the apocalypse broke out. All the ordered and customized goods had been delivered. The last batch of fuel that Yonghu had been sent to collect from various gas stations had also arrived at the warehouse, and Mohan stored all the supplies in his space. Then, he went to the slaughterhouse and bought 10,000 freshly slaughtered pigs, 10,000 freshly slaughtered cows, and 20,000 freshly slaughtered sheep. Mohan's space could accommodate living creatures, but they could only stay in the space for a maximum of 1 hour. Beyond that, they would be forcibly expelled by the space. If only the space could allow living creatures to stay a bit longer, how great would that be? Unfortunately, Mohan knew the secret to upgrading the space. It didn't require gold or silver but rather the crystal cores from the brains of mid-level or higher zombies. The apocalypse has lasted for half a year, and zombies have begun to gradually evolve. Some remain unchanged, only capable of biting aimlessly with a creak-creak sound. They are slow, clumsy, and have poor vision, and are referred to as low-level zombies. Those that bite more aggressively, run faster, and possess a certain level of independent awareness, even ambushing humans, are mid-level zombies. High-level zombies are even more terrifying, running swiftly, moving nimbly, and attacking humans with plans and intent. They often lead large groups of their kind to form zombie hordes that attack human bases. spaces. Encountering high-level zombies makes survival extremely difficult. Therefore, in the later stages of the apocalypse, many people awaken special abilities to deal with these high-level zombies. Currently, the apocalypse has not fully erupted, and even if it does, zombies still require opportunities and time to evolve gradually. Manhwa's spatial ability upgrade is unlikely in the short term. As for the great villain of the apocalypse, Tu Long, his whereabouts are currently unknown. In the previous life, he always wore a mask, and no one knew his true face. If Manhwa knew his identity now, he would have already gone to settle the score with him. Although the space cannot sustain goods for long periods, once the apocalypse truly arrives, all poultry and livestock will either be slaughtered by humans, devoured by alien creatures, or infected and mutated. 2. Preserve the pure bloodlines of poultry for the future and ensure access to fresh meat. Manhwa must start raising some poultry in the space now. When the time comes and they are forced out, he can simply put them back in. Manhwa bought live poultry and livestock from the slaughterhouse, placing them all in cages to make it easier to retrieve them quickly when forced out of the space. Without cages, he would have to chase them around, which would be too exhausting. He purchased, for water buffaloes, 2 males and 2 females, 2 pairs of goats, 10 pigs, and 4 yellow cattle, also in male-female pairs. The people at the slaughterhouse thought Manhwa was crazy, who buys live animals at a slaughterhouse? But Manhwa bought them anyway. He also went to the vegetable market, bought 10 roosters and 10 hens, locked them all in cages, asked the staff to help carry them into his truck compartment, then found a secluded spot, climbed from the driver's seat into the truck compartment, and stored the cages with the animals into his space. Tomorrow, the doomsday virus will break out globally. Although it will only spread sporadically, it will be enough to contaminate all of humanity. Before the virus outbreak, Manhwa plans to deal with a few people, his mortal enemies. Yen Yuer, Jalan, Hai. At this moment, Manhwa is at number 103 Nanyuan Street, having just returned from the suburbs. The millions of goods piled up in the old factory in the suburbs have all been stored into his space. Except for the rice and water left untouched for Yang Hu, everything that belonged to him has been taken away. Number 103 Nanyuan Street. The former warehouse has now been completely transformed into a large supermarket. The first thing Manhwa needs to do is head straight to the general manager's office and destroy the entire surveillance system. While operating, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The cold storage factory owner kindly installed surveillance for me, going through a lot of trouble, but little did he know, these cameras had long been destroyed by me. Once the surveillance was destroyed, Manhwa moved his thoughts and instantly stored all the supermarket's goods, including the colorful shelves, into his space without altering anything. Manhwa particularly enjoyed this feeling. All the items were meticulously categorized, although they could automatically appear when summoned by thought. If he chose not to use his mind, he could directly enter the space and personally search for items based on their placement. This space also had an automatic classification function, helping Manhwa organize everything neatly. The items were first divided into 3 major categories: food, clothing, and utilities. Food was further subdivided into grains, oils, condiments, and so on. In short, the classification was detailed, ensuring that as soon as Manhwa entered the space, he could immediately locate what he was looking for. Manhwa was utterly enamored with his space. After storing the goods, he closed the door and contacted the previous tenant, Su Ming, to return the keys to him. Taking out his phone, he prepared to call Yen Yuer. After some thought, he decided against it and resolved to go directly to her residence to find her. Based on his previous memory, Yen Yuer lived in Shangjian Liuan on Huafu Road. Manhwa hailed a car, wearing that roguish smile on his face, and arrived at Shangjian Liuan. Tonight, someone would never see the sun rise again. Due to the access control set by the property developer, Manhwa was unable to enter the residential complex directly. He teleported into his personal space and patiently waited at the entrance of Shangjian Liuan for over 10 minutes until he finally saw someone coming out. Taking advantage of the moment the door opened, Manhwa used his teleportation ability to silently slip into the complex. He teleported all the way to the elevator and pressed the button for the 21st floor. Seeing that familiar door, Manhwa felt a mix of emotions. He remembered that this apartment was one he had bought for Yen Yuer. Yen Yuer often cried in front of him, saying her sister had been kicked out by her in-laws and had nowhere to go, begging him to take her sister in. In a moment of impulsiveness, Manhwa almost gave her sister his own apartment worth 15 million yuan. Fortunately, he calmed down and decided to keep a base for himself, occasionally meeting Yen Yuer there and buying her some small snacks. So, he spent over 3 million yuan to buy this apartment for Yen Yuer's sister. Later, according to Yen Yuer, her sister had returned to her hometown, leaving the apartment unoccupied. Filled with love and trust for Yen Yuer, Manhwa once told her, "Silly girl, if your sister isn't coming back, then you can live here. The apartment is yours." To express her gratitude, that night, Yen Yuer was passionately affectionate and endlessly seductive. At this moment, Manhwa stood at the door without knocking. Unexpectedly, when he had given the keys to Yen Yuer back then, he had forgotten that there was still a spare key hidden in the shoe cabinet at home. Now, he quietly took out that spare key and gently unlocked the door. As soon as the door opened, a harsh and unpleasant sound came from inside the room. "Ah, how are you so amazing? Baby, I've missed you so much it hurts." Those unbearable sounds pierced the eardrums with every word. In the past, Mo Han would have been furious, spitting blood and heartbroken. But now, hearing these sounds, he only felt disgust, without the slightest ripple of emotion. In order to create the effect of a surprise attack and record a video in passing, Mo Han tried to stay as quiet as possible, walking lightly as he headed straight for the bedroom. The room was still in the same state as when he had bought the house for Yen Yuer's sister, brown leather sofas that he had personally picked out. Mo Han had poured his heart into it, only to be met with indifference and betrayal, his deep affection completely wasted. When he reached the bedroom door, the sounds inside grew louder. Yen Yuer's moans almost made Mo Han nauseous. This promiscuous woman, she really acted the same way in front of every man. The bedroom door wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap just wide enough for Mo Han to enjoy the live broadcast. He took out his phone, set it to silent mode, and started recording a video. He had thought this battle would last a long time, but to his surprise, it ended abruptly. In less than 3 minutes, the man had his back to Mo Han the entire time, and at first, Mo Han didn't recognize him. Judging by the voice, it was definitely not Mo Hai. Ha, who would have thought? The pure white lotus in Mo Hai's heart had actually hooked up with another man. After the battle ended, Yen Yuer lay sprawled out on the bed. The man turned and walked out of the bedroom, intending to go to the bathroom to urinate. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mo Han standing behind it. Both of them were startled at the same time. The man panicked because he saw Mo Han. The apocalypse had not yet broken out, and everyone knew that Mo Han was Yen Yuer's legitimate boyfriend. At this moment, he had thought the securely locked door was absolutely safe, but unexpectedly, it had been opened, and the legitimate boyfriend was standing right in front of him to catch them. Who wouldn't be alarmed in such a situation? As for Mo Han, he was shocked because the man in front of him turned out to be Yen Yuer's brother-in-law, Gao Wenjiang. He never imagined that this despicable woman, Yen Yuer, would even go after her own brother-in-law. Such behavior, how could she face her own sister? The noise outside the door startled Yen Yuer, who was lying sprawled out and still immersed in the pleasure from earlier. "Ah, Han Ji," she exclaimed in shock, hurriedly pulling the thin blanket beside her to cover her exposed body. Mo Han looked at the two flustered people in front of him, shook the phone in his hand, and sneered, "Sister-in-law and brother-in-law, TSK. How interesting." After speaking, he ignored Yen Yuer's pleas, walked straight into the bedroom, and picked up her phone from the bedside table. Seeing him grab her phone, Yen Yuer panicked. Ignoring the fact that she was almost completely naked, she lunged to snatch it back, crying and shouting, "I'm sorry, Brother Han, I was wrong. I'm sorry, it was Gao Wenjiang who seduced me first, it was him. Brother Han, it really was him." The corner of Mo Han's mouth curled into a cold smile as he opened Yen Yuer's WeChat chat history. Worried that the truth would be exposed, Yen Yuer pounced on Mo Han like a mad dog, clutching his arm tightly and refusing to let go, while shouting back, "Why aren't you coming to grab it?" At this moment, Gao Wenjiang was covering himself with both hands in front of him, his embarrassed appearance making it seem as if he had been forced. Realizing what Mo Han intended to do with the phone, he forgot about everything else, even the urge to relieve himself, and rushed over in a panic to try to snatch the phone from Mo Han. But Mo Han had already found several targets in the contact list. First, he sent the video to Mo Hai, then chose send to group. The video was first sent to the owners group of this building. Previously, when Mo Han bought the apartment to conveniently gather information about the property, he had Yen Yuer join the owners group first, and later added her sister as well. It's likely that Yen Yuer had long forgotten to leave the group. Now, this video was sent out so blatantly, allowing all the residents of the community to fully enjoy this spectacular drama. Next, he sent it to Yen Yuer's work group and then posted it on his Moments. A few swift actions, clean and efficient. Gao Wenjiang and Yen Yuer simultaneously grabbed one of Mo Han's hands, trying to snatch the phone from his other hand. But by this time, Mo Han had already completed all the actions. Without waiting for them to grab it, he directly tossed the phone back to Yen Yuer and, in one smooth motion, landed a punch on Gao Wenjiang, the scumbag, right on his nose. In an instant, Gao Wenjiang's nose gushed blood and one of his teeth was broken. You. He desperately covered his mouth, blood mixed with nosebleed flowing through his fingers, staining the bedroom floor red. Gao Wenjiang charged forward in a rage, swinging his fists wildly at Mo Han. However, the nearly 1.9-meter tall, physically strong Mo Han, a sports school graduate, easily knocked the short and stout Gao Wenjiang to the ground. Mo Han hit Gao Wenjiang not out of anger over his relationship with Yen Yuer, but because despite having a wife, he was entangled with his sister-in-law behind her back. Such behavior was something Mo Han, as a man, deeply despised. So hitting him was to seek justice for Yen Yuer's sister. Hitting him was for righteousness. Yen Yuer's elder sister is honest, gentle, and family-oriented. disoriented, completely different from Yen Yuer. After harshly teaching Gao Wenjiang a lesson, Han walked out of the bedroom, sat on the living room sofa, crossed his legs, and smoked with an air of arrogance. He admitted that the methods he used against Yen Yuer this time were a bit ruthless, but compared to her despicable and vicious actions, this loss was utterly insignificant. After humiliating Yen Yuer, Han would make her pay the price, just as she had once ruthlessly betrayed and humiliated him, causing his tragic death. The excruciating pain of being torn apart still lingered vividly in his memory. Woo woo woo! A heart-wrenching cry from Yen Yuer echoed from the bedroom, chilling to the bone. In less than a minute, Yen Yuer's phone rang. Whatever was said on the other end, Han couldn't hear clearly, but Yen Yuer's voice carried sobs. Sis, listen to me, it was him, it was brother-in-law Gao Wenjiang, he forced me. As she explained, she shifted all the blame onto Gao Wenjiang. Heh, Han sneered coldly, so it was her sister calling. Gao Wenjiang was just tender and affectionate towards Yen Yuer, but after being beaten up by Han, he became even more determined to be with Yen Yuer. Who would have thought that at this moment, Yen Yuer's video was seen by her sister, and Yen Yuer pushed all the blame away, claiming that she had forced someone else. Gao Wenjiang was trembling with rage, pointing at Yen Yuer's nose and yelling angrily, "You shameless woman! It was clearly you who seduced me first, asking me to look at your new lace lingerie. When did I ever force you?" The two began to argue fiercely in the bedroom. In the midst of the quarrel, a crisp sound suddenly rang out as Gao Wenjiang slapped Yen Yuer hard across the face. The sound was deafening. Han sat on the sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position as he continued smoking. From his angle, the scene in the bedroom was completely visible. This dog-eat-dog drama was truly a spectacular show. You dare hit me? Yen Yuer covered her swollen face, her voice trembling with tears, and fiercely hurled the phone in her hand at Gao Wenjiang. Smack! The phone struck Gao Wenjiang's bloodied nose directly. The intense pain made Gao Wenjiang lunge forward like a crazed beast, grabbing Yen Yuer's hair in one swift motion. He glanced back at Han on the sofa. Seeing his indifference, his courage grew even bolder. Subsequently, he slapped Yen Yuer's face mercilessly with both hands, the sound echoing throughout the room. Just moments ago, they were entangled in deep affection, wishing to become one. Now that the matter was exposed, the two instantly became mortal enemies. Han held a cigarette in his mouth, freeing one hand to clap for them with a papa sound. Yen Yuer struggled desperately, trying to grab Gao Wenjiang's face. The two people who were grappling stopped when they heard Han's words and saw the kitchen knife in his hand. They stared at him in shock and fear. Han let out a cold laugh, raising his voice by a decibel. Gao Wenjiang, didn't you hear what I said? Gao Wenjiang, who had just been beaten black and blue by Han, was terrified. He spoke to Han in a conciliatory tone. Brother, it was my fault. I messed with your woman, but it really wasn't intentional. I came back to get my stuff, and she just wouldn't let me leave, insisting I experience what ecstasy feels like. Oh, Han dragged out the sound, asking grimly, so, did you taste the ecstasy? Gao Wenjiang was quite frightened by his sinister expression. He had no idea about Han previously sending Yen Yuer out late at night. He just assumed Han cared too much about Yen Yuer, which caused him to lose control. Therefore, he didn't dare to answer Han's question and hurriedly got up to pick up the clothes he had thrown on the ground to put them on. Just as he picked up a pair of underwear and hadn't had time to put it on, a knife suddenly flew over. The knife landed precisely on the wooden floor beneath his feet, missing his foot by less than a centimeter. Ah! Gao Wenjiang screamed in fright. Already desperate to pee, he was nearly scared into wetting his pants. Throw away the underwear and beat that scumbag hard. Use all your strength. Han remained motionless, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, an innocent smile on his face. His tone was calm, as if what he was saying had nothing to do with him. However, this smile appeared more terrifying than the hellish azura in their eyes. Gao Wenjiang stood in place, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to move or stay still. Yen Yuer trembled, curling up at the head of the bed, staring unblinkingly at Han, with tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Oh, feeling quite wronged, huh? TSK. Han shifted to a more comfortable sitting position, watching the two in the bedroom as if enjoying a show. Gao Wenjiang and Yen Yuer exchanged a glance. Ah! Suddenly, Gao Wenjiang picked up the kitchen knife from the ground and screamed as he charged at Han. Yen Yuer also grabbed the table lamp beside her and lunged toward Han. They were afraid of Han. At this moment, Han had no weapon by his side, so they decided to strike first. Kill him. Two masses of black and white fury charged toward Han, trembling uncontrollably in the places that should tremble. Han suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as the two reached his side, he suddenly disappeared. Without a trace, his entire being seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Yen Yuer, Gao Wenjiang. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with terror. Ah, a ghost! Yen Yuer screamed, hurriedly ran back to the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Gao Wenjiang still stood in the center of the living room, holding the kitchen knife that Han had just thrown to him. He gripped the handle tightly with both hands, his entire body in a defensive posture, slowly moving toward the bedroom. His eyes, as if seeing a ghost, were fixed on every corner of the the room. That guy was clearly on the sofa just now. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was seeing things? No, he had seen it clearly. What on earth was going on? Where did that person go? Just as he was scanning the room cautiously while racking his brain, Emohan suddenly appeared behind him, also holding a kitchen knife. Ha ha ha! Emohan burst into laughter and swung the knife fiercely at his buttocks with no hesitation. Instantly, blood spurted out. Gao Wenjiang let out a sharp scream and bolted toward the bedroom in terror, shouting repeatedly, "Help! Help!" Wherever he ran, the floor was left with a puddle of yellow urine and a trail of bright red blood. In the bedroom, Yen Yuer heard the commotion outside. She quickly got dressed, locked the door, and hid behind it, not daring to move. Gao Wenjiang's voice was shrill and filled with fear. "Help! Yen Yuer, open the door! He's trying to kill me! He's trying to kill me!" Yen Yuer trembled as she searched everywhere for a phone, wanting to call the police. She thought about Emohan catching her with Gao Wenjiang, and now he seemed to want to take the opportunity to kill. At this moment, Gao Wenjiang was surely unable to bear the blow and had already lost his sanity. Meanwhile, Emohan was physically strong and incredibly powerful, far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. This was a fact Yen Yuer had long understood. If Emohan truly harbored murderous intent tonight, neither she nor Gao Wenjiang would likely survive. Yen Yuer was utterly baffled. Just a few days ago, Emohan had been obedient to her every word, so how had he suddenly become like a stranger? There was no trace of tenderness in his eyes anymore. Could it be that the simp had finally awakened and no longer wanted to keep simping? She lay on the ground, desperately searching for her phone. However, to her dismay, when she had thrown the phone at Gao Wenjiang earlier, Gao Wenjiang had rushed over to retaliate, stepping on the phone screen and completely shattering it, making it impossible to make a call. Yen Yuer gripped the phone tightly, frantically pressing the power button, trying to get the screen to light up, but the more she panicked, the more chaotic it became. Outside, Gao Wenjiang's piercing screams echoed one after another, leaving Yen Yuer utterly terrified. Although Emohan had treated her decently before, men often reached a breaking point in situations like this. Once they lost control, they could truly kill. Why won't this phone turn on? Yen Yuer anxiously pressed the phone, sweat dripping from her forehead. She searched everywhere for Gao Wenjiang's phone but found nothing. Just as she was anxiously searching, bang, the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Ah! Yen Yuer suddenly looked up, staring in terror at the figure outside the door. It wasn't Emohan, but Gao Wenjiang. At this moment, Gao Wenjiang's lower body was already soaked in blood. Enduring excruciating pain, he slowly dragged himself step by step into the bedroom. Gao Wenjiang, what are you doing? Yen Yuer watched him approach step by step, a chill running through her heart. Gao Wenjiang walked up to her, viciously tore her clothes apart in a few swift moves, grabbed her hair, and delivered a brutal punch to her front teeth. Yen Yuer only managed to let out half a scream before her two front teeth fell out. "Help me!" She opened her mouth to call for help, but blood gushed out. Just as the pain overwhelmed her senses, Gao Wenjiang's other fist smashed into her nose. Yen Yuer felt dizzy and disoriented, and before she could react, her nasal bone had already fractured. Ah! She crouched on the ground, clutching her face, and looked at Gao Wenjiang in terror. Why are you hitting me? Her speech was slurred because she had just lost two front teeth, and her voice sounded like that of an elderly woman. Emohan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing at the bedroom door with his arms crossed, coldly watching Gao Wenjiang punch Yen Yuer over and over again, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Normally, he would never hit a woman, but Yen Yuer was unworthy of being called a woman. She was worse than an animal. After beating Yen Yuer to a pulp, Gao Wenjiang turned back and looked nervously at Emohan standing at the door. Trembling, he asked, "Is that enough?" Emohan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Enough, now it's her turn to fight back against you." Gao Wenjiang was left speechless. Yen Yuer looked at Emohan in utter fear, only to see him pointing at Gao Wenjiang beside her. She gritted her teeth, barely propped herself up, and swung a fierce punch at Gao Wenjiang's face. "You hit me, I hit back." After they had fought enough, Emohan told them to stop and take a break. "Heh," Emohan said with a mischievous tone, "Gao Wenjiang, do you still like her now?" Gao Wenjiang shook his head and cursed viciously. What a wretch, absolutely disgusting. "Brother Han, Yen Yuer, terrified of being beaten again and afraid she might be beaten to death, hurriedly struggled to crawl forward from the ground. Crawling to Han's feet, she cried and begged for mercy. "Brother Han, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. He forced me, please forgive me. Brother Han, I beg you, let me go." In her previous life, Han was always gentle and easygoing in front of Yen Yuer, never losing his temper or getting angry with her. But in this life, Han seemed like a completely different person. At this moment, the look in his eyes terrified Yen Yuer more than seeing a demon from hell. She couldn't understand how someone could change so drastically, but the current situation left her no time to think, not even for half a minute. Han couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Yen Yuer and turned around to sit back on the sofa. Just as Yen Yuer was about to crawl over again, the door suddenly swung open. Her sister, Yen Wanner, and Mo Hai walked in one after the other. "Yen Yuer, why are you doing this to me? As soon as Yen Wanner walked in, she saw her younger sister kneeling on the floor, completely naked and covered in bruises, while her beloved husband, Gao Wenjiang, who had only come home to fetch the household registry, had ended up in bed with Yen Yuer. At that moment, Gao Wenjiang was also stark naked, blood streaming down his backside. Yen Wanner was furious, nearly exploding with rage. She rushed forward, grabbed Yen Yuer by the hair, and shouted, "You little slut, how could you do this to me? Every time I get a boyfriend, you seduce him. Now I'm married, and you're still after my husband. Yen Yuer, we're sisters, when have I ever treated you badly?" Yen Yuer's head was yanked back as her hair was pulled. It hurts, she cried, struggling to pry Yen Wanner's hand away, but she couldn't break free. Yen Wanner gave Yen Yuer a vicious beating before storming into the bedroom to deal with Gao Wenjiang. Gao Wenjiang cowered on the floor, dazed from her blows. Mo Han lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips, and watched the whole farce unfold in silence. Mo Hai followed Yen Wanner inside. When he saw Yen Yuer naked and bruised, his steps became unbearably heavy, as if he were wading through lead, unable to move forward. "Brother Hai, you're here, please save me," Yen Yuer sobbed and cried out for help. Mo Han listened to Yen Yuer's sobbing, looked at the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, and felt a buzzing in his ears. Yen Yuer had clearly told him that her feelings for him were fake, without a shred of sincerity, and that the only person she loved in this lifetime was Mo Hai. Yet in the video, she was hugging her brother-in-law, calling out with increasing enthusiasm. All along, he had thought she was a pure, sweet, timid, and harmless girl, but he never expected her to be this kind of person. Devastated and unable to bear the blow, Mo Hai kept calling Yen Yuer, but her phone was unreachable. The scene in the video, with the large bed, was in Yen Yuer's sister's house. Thus, Mo Hai came in person, wanting to see how Yen Yuer would explain herself. Unexpectedly, he ran into Mo Han here. Han Ji, why are you here? Mo Han sneered, "Xiao Hai, I say you're smart most of the time, but foolish at the moment. Do you really think that video was recorded by Yen Yuer herself and accidentally sent to you?" Mo Hai was momentarily speechless. In fact, that was exactly what he thought. As Mo Han spoke to him, he suddenly realized, "Hey, Xiao Hai, how did you know Sister Yen Yuer's house is here? And my girlfriend is in trouble. I'm the one who should be anxious. Why are you here?" Mo Hai stammered for a long time without saying anything. He sneaked a glance at Yen Yuer, who was kneeling on the ground without clothes, and thought of her appearance in the video just now. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a knife. Faced with Mo Han's questioning, he could only come up with an excuse. Han Ji, she's my future sister-in-law. Something like this happened, and as a brother, I wanted to come and help you check things out. Oh, Mo Han pretended to be indifferent and said with a smile, "Xiao Hai, you're really thoughtful. I'm truly lucky to have a good brother like you in this lifetime. Come, sit here on the sofa." Mo Hai stood in place, feeling awkward whether to sit or not. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, he suddenly heard Mo Han say, "Xiao Hai, sneaking around behind my back, and with her brother-in-law no less. Tell me, isn't a woman like that despicable?" The corner of Mo Hai's mouth twitched slightly before he finally replied, "Despicable. Yes, truly despicable. Xiao Hai, you're my brother. This woman has hurt me so much, slap her a few times for me. Teach her a harsh lesson." Brother Han, she's your woman. I really can't make a move. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Yen Yuer had been listening to the conversation between the two brothers from beginning to end. She firmly believed that Mo Hai would stand up for her, but unexpectedly, Mo Hai chose to stay out of it and even wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Yen Yuer couldn't help but shout loudly, "Mo Hai, you coward. You've been climbing into my bed since last year, and now you're cold and heartless to me. You bastard." Mo Hai left helplessly, a painful ache twisting in his heart. If he didn't leave, was he really supposed to help Mo Han teach Yen Yuer a lesson? Just now, he had wanted to step in and give Mo Han a good beating to help Yen Yuer. Although Yen Yuer had made a big mistake, seeing her covered in wounds still made him feel a bit of pity. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't beat Mo Han. Moreover, his father had already instructed him not to fall out with Mo Han just yet. They needed to wait until all the shares were sold and everything was settled. Although they had signed an agreement last time when buying his shares for 3.1 billion, it hadn't been notarized yet. If Mo Han turned against them midway, they would have no recourse. They had to take Mo Han to the notary office within the next few days. Now was not the time to fall out. After walking for a while, Mo Hai couldn't help but take out his phone and dial Mo Han's number. "Brother Han, you were as usually well behaved and gentle. She was probably deceived by Gao Wenjiang. Let's part on good terms. There's no need to hit her." Mo Han held the phone, his face still wearing a gentle smile. Xiao Hai, you're right. I understand. Thank you for the reminder." After hanging up the phone, Mo Han walked toward Yen Yuer, grabbed her by the hair, and dragged her downstairs with force, smiling as he said, "My cousin Mo Hai told me to teach you a good lesson. Alright, I thought about it, and only the septic tank downstairs has filth. Yuer, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me." Yen Wanner saw Mo Han's actions and did nothing to stop him. At this moment, her younger sister was more disgusting to her than than filth. Mo Han dragged Yen Yuer by the hair all the way downstairs, shouting loudly into the house, "Remember to go to the septic tank downstairs to find your sister." "No, I don't want to go. Brother Han, no. Sis, save me. Mo Han, you hypocrite bastard, let go of me. Brother-in-law, I love you, save me, brother-in-law." Yen Yuer was already naked, and being dragged like this by Mo Han made her feel utterly humiliated. She desperately used both hands to tear at Mo Han's grip, leaving his hands covered in wounds, one after another, shocking to behold. But compared to the pain in her heart, what did these scars matter? At this moment, Mo Han felt only hatred and disgust toward Yen Yuer, with not a trace of love remaining. In his previous life, it was only after she was executed by 1,000 cuts that Mo Han realized that apart from the Mo family father and son, this vile woman had also been involved in the fatal car accident that killed his parents. The enmity of a murdered father could never be reconciled. As long as Yen Yuer lived, the Mo family father and son would never find peace, and it would be a betrayal of his parents' spirits in heaven. Mo Han dragged her downstairs all the way, encountering a few passing neighbors. They all try to dissuade him, saying, "Couples quarrel, but they make up in bed. Young man, you're going too far treating your wife like this." One neighbor turned away and quietly called the police. By the time the police car arrived, Mo Han had already thrown Yen Yuer into the community's septic tank. Mo Han had once said that filth belonged in the cesspit, and that was her rightful place. Unfortunately, there were no cesspits in the city, so the septic tank had to suffice. When the police arrived, Mo Han had long disappeared without a trace. Yen Yuer, having inhaled a large amount of feces, was unconscious. The police urgently called 120 and sent her to the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctors frantically pumped her stomach, extracting a belly full of feces. Mo Han deliberately did not hide his tracks, allowing the neighbors to see him dragging Yen Yuer. It wasn't that he was too foolish to disguise himself, but rather that he had already destroyed the surveillance system of the entire building and wore gloves while capturing Yen Yuer. As long as he didn't confess, the police couldn't convict him based solely on the neighbors' testimonies. If he firmly claimed his innocence, the police couldn't wrongfully accuse an innocent person, could they? As for Yen Yuer, she naturally wouldn't die so easily. If she died too easily, that would be letting her off too lightly. In the perilous post-apocalyptic world, Mo Han wanted her to die slowly in endless despair. That was his true pleasure. "Are you sure it was a tall young man who threw her into the septic tank?" The police are taking statements from several neighbors just now. Of course, they also recorded Yen Waner's statement. However, at this moment, Yen Waner was filled with hatred for her extremely disgusting younger sister. Faced with the police's questions, she remained silent. Either she responded with "I don't know, I'm not sure," or "Wait until she wakes up, you can ask her yourself." Mo Han left Shangjiang Liyuan and went straight to the supermarket. As for the Mo family father and son, he was in no hurry. There was no need to act today. After all, the apocalypse virus would only break out tomorrow, so he would make plans then. Tianfu New City. Mo Hai had just returned home and, looking at Mo Jalan sitting on the sofa, complained with resentment, "Dad, what on earth is going on with Mo Han? Hasn't he always loved Yen Yuer, treating her like his life? How could he beat Yen Yuer into such a state?" Mo Jalan was leisurely watching TV. Seeing Mo Hai pacing back and forth in front of him, he said impatiently, "Oh, hi, can you stay away from me? You just got back and you're already complaining non-stop. Aren't you annoying? You're disturbing my TV time." Mo Hai seemed not to hear his father's words and continued pacing in front of the sofa, saying, "Dad, do you think Mo Han might already know about his parents? Could he have seen through our scheme and that's why he refuses to go to the notary office with us?" Mo Jalan was startled. "Why did that thought suddenly occur to you? Did he do something unusual?" Mo Hai sat on the sofa and said, "My friend just called me and told me that Mo Han threw Yen Yuer into the neighborhood septic tank. Yen Yuer is now in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment." "Oh, is that true?" Mo Jalan pressed the pause button on the TV, sat up straight, and said to Mo Hai, "Keep him steady for now. We'll talk after notarizing the agreement tomorrow." "All right." Mo Hai nodded and made a throat-slitting gesture. "When the time comes, we can always use the car accident trick again. Let's see how much longer he can hold on." Mo Han wandered around the supermarket several times and bought dozens of induction cookers. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening, and the supermarket wouldn't close until 10:30. He thought to himself, since going home would only mean waiting idly for dawn, he might as well buy more things before the apocalypse arrived. The money on his card was practically impossible to spend completely. There were still over 4 billion left. He decided to use as much as he could. In the supermarket, he bought everything he found useful or appealing. The goods he purchased filled up the large truck he had driven there. Mo Han used high prices as bait to urge the supermarket staff to speed up the loading process. While they were loading, he noticed that the hardware and machinery store across the street was still open. Disguising himself, he entered the store and bought all the steel bars, broken bridge windows, and other items in stock. After Mo Han paid, the owner was about to step step outside to contact a driver for delivery. In the blink of an eye, all the goods in the store were gone. The owner, terrified, quickly called the police and opened the surveillance footage to check. Unfortunately, the cameras worked fine every other day, but today they happened to be broken. Meanwhile, the owner's panic had yet to subside. At the supermarket entrance, Mo Han was already driving the truck leisurely back home. Mo Han drove the truck back to his residential area. On a stretch of road without surveillance cameras, he stored the truck and all its cargo into his space. Then he put on a large hat and glasses and switched to driving an unlicensed sedan. The hat and glasses were to prevent surveillance from capturing his identity. After all, the police were still investigating the incident of him throwing Yenuer into the septic tank and would definitely review all surveillance related to him, trying to find any trace of his crime. Fortunately, he had also disguised himself earlier when shopping at the supermarket, so no one could recognize him. He drove the sedan back to the underground parking lot of his residential area and parked the car in a surveillance blind spot. Using his space to teleport, he returned home. There were no surveillance cameras at his doorstep. He only appeared at the door, holding his keys to unlock it. Inside, a 90-inch large TV was playing the cartoon The Dog and the Mouse. Mo Han was extremely surprised to see the television turned on. He closed the door and couldn't help but walk over to the sofa. At this moment, two dogs were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw Mo Han return, they surprisingly did not come to greet him as usual, merely lifting their eyelids to glance at him. Woof woof, they barked twice, as if greeting him. Who turned this on? Mo Han pointed at the television and asked the two dogs. He knew his dogs were smart, but he never expected them to be so clever as to not only turn on the TV but also choose their favorite cartoon. It was simply unbelievable. The demon chicken raised its paw, still encased in a steel plate, and pointed at Bing. Bing glanced at Mo Han, afraid he might be angry, and quickly jumped into his arms, rubbing its head against him affectionately. Mo Han gently patted Bing's head and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm not angry. I'm just curious, which dog in my house is so smart that it knows how to turn on the TV?" Bing immediately pointed at itself with its paw, barking excitedly at Mo Han as if to say, it's me. Master, your Bing is the smartest. Are you hungry? Mo Han asked the two dogs. Woof. Two little heads shook like rattles. Mo Han brought them dog food and water, then went into the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, he lay on the sofa and started playing on his phone. Today is May 16th. Tomorrow, a mysterious virus will break out in many parts of the world, turning many people into zombies. In G City, where he lives, there will also be sporadic virus outbreaks tomorrow, but the city won't fall overnight. Regarding the news about the virus, even today, the authorities still have not issued any reports, and the citizens remain completely unaware of any precautions. The reason is that the authorities themselves know nothing about it. The only thing they have reported is the prolonged high temperatures over the past few days. In the past 2 days, temperatures have risen to 36 degrees Celsius. Citizens are advised to take precautions against the heat. It is expected that temperatures will continue to rise in the coming period. Please try to minimize going out and work from home if possible. There have been several cases of heat stroke among citizens recently. Please do not take this lightly. Below the official reminder, there were overwhelming comments. Cat Rabbit, damn, will the temperature keep climbing? How can we survive if it hits 50 or 60 degrees? No way, I have to go out and buy an air conditioner tomorrow. GG, who loves eating bullfrogs, who knows? It's said that the temperature in human history once reached as high as 52 degrees Celsius, and many people died back then. Flower, sigh, I need to hurry up and buy an air conditioner too. Little Master loves eating farts. It's so hot. Do you think the end of the world might be coming? Nonsense. The end of the world? You've been reading too many novels. Mo Han looked at the comments one by one and felt that the netizen called Little Master loves to eat farts was quite prescient. However, he figured that person was probably just speculating and saying things casually, without taking any real action to prepare for the so-called apocalypse. After all, if he hadn't been reborn, he himself wouldn't have believed in any apocalypse. He wouldn't believe it even if it killed him. Who would believe it? Just because the temperature is a bit high, the end of the world is coming? So, you can't blame people for being ignorant. Those who haven't experienced it would never think in the worst direction. Apart from discussions about the high temperatures, the internet remains peaceful, with no signs of anything unusual. Shopping websites are still bustling with business transactions. People on the video app are still frantically filming all kinds of content. Filming themselves, filming others, filming mountains and fields, filming life vlogs. It's a lively scene. In the neighborhood owners group chat, some people are also discussing the recent high temperatures. Mo Han clicked on those messages and casually glanced through them. 9611, this terrible weather, it's too hot. Does anyone in the group know the phone number of the convenience store downstairs? I want to ask them to deliver some popsicles. 9-20-3 Liwei, 182 ****8803. This number is also their WeChat ID. If you buy more than 5 popsicles, they will personally deliver them to your door. 8-23-1 Xiaoxiaolen, neighbors, it's 36 degrees now, too hot. Does anyone know the phone number of an air conditioning technician? It's all discussions about the hot weather and various coping measures from the residents. It's nothing more than buying a few extra bottles of mineral water, installing an air conditioner, and eating a few popsicles. No one thought about stockpiling food or vegetables. The weather was too hot, people felt lethargic, and all they wanted to do was stay home and sleep all day, with no appetite for food. Emohan closed WeChat and was about to lie back on the sofa to rest with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a video popped up in the browser. XX company employee Yan Yuer seduces her brother-in-law, exposed and thrown into a septic tank. Who's to blame? Yan's septic tank journey reminds us to follow the rules in life. Septic tank journey. Who should pay for emotional mistakes? Emohan saw video screenshots with mosaics and various related news, and he understood in his heart that the police would soon come looking for him. It was estimated that someone would come to have tea with him tonight. Although he knew that as long as he refused to admit it, the police couldn't do anything to him. But at the very least, he would have to sit in the station for a while, temporarily losing his freedom. Emohan curled his lips into a smile. To be honest, he wasn't afraid. Anyway, the apocalypse was about to arrive, so what was there to fear? He got up from the sofa, took out a self-heating hot pot from his space, walked to the kitchen, and started heating it on the induction cooker. Picked up the bowl and chopsticks, sat down, and started to eat heartily. In one word, delicious. No, this kind of self-heating hot pot needs to be stocked up. Just as he was about to dial Yang Hu's phone, the phone rang first on the other end. Bro, let me tell you, we've already got those planes. One passenger plane, worth 2.5 billion, and 3 civilian planes, each worth 450 million. As per your instructions, we've bought them all. Well done, Emohan said while eating. He hadn't expected Yang Hu to be so impressive. His skills practically covered every aspect of life. In his previous life, he had been so busy being a sycophant that he completely overlooked having such an amazing brother by his side. Bro, I'm eating a self-heating hot pot right now, and the taste is absolutely incredible. Stock up on more self-heating hot pots and ready-to-eat foods for me, all kinds of flavors. Got it, bro. How many do you want? Stock up on about 300,000 boxes. Brother, are you planning to buy another factory again? After hanging up Yang Hu's call, Emohan ordered another round of takeout, including various burgers and barbecues. There were originally 4.9 billion in the card, about 3.9 billion was spent on the plane, and with the addition of ready-made food in self-heating hot pots, it was estimated to cost tens of millions. No matter how he spent it, Emohan would still have a few billion left in his hands. Originally, at the beginning of the apocalypse, everything could be taken for free, so there was no need to spend this money. But there was no choice, the card had too much money. If he didn't spend it, he felt like he was letting down that string of numbers, and even more so, the Sakura Nation and kidney harvesting nation that he had ruined. Ever since he hacked into the Bear Nation's military accounts, used their military resources, and transferred 5 billion in military funds to the private account of a Sakura Nation official, while deliberately setting the login location in the kidney harvesting nation, the Bear Nation had been demanding explanations from these two countries for the past 10 days. Of course, they couldn't explain it clearly. The president of the Great Bear Nation was furious, launching a fierce military offensive and ruthlessly crushing two countries. The war has now entered its final stage, and it is expected that by noon tomorrow, these two nations will be annihilated. Emohan shook his head with a bitter smile. If he had known in his previous life that the apocalypse was coming, with his incredible computer skills, he would have stolen the military funds of the Great Bear Nation long ago. By then, not only could he frame these two countries, but also Kimchi Nation, Ladyboy Nation, and the Beautiful Nation, none of them would escape. After finishing a box of self-heating hot pot, only a bit of millet chili was left. Emohan took out a bowl of iced jelly from his space. On a scorching hot day, hot pot paired with iced jelly was simply the perfect match. Halfway through drinking the iced jelly, the door sounded. Emohan curled his lips into a smile. The police had come knocking. However, there was no way he would go with them tonight. The doomsday virus was set to break out tomorrow, and his two mortal enemies, Emojalan and Emohai, were still alive and well. How could he possibly go to the station now? If he had to go, it would be tomorrow. Originally, she wanted to store everything left into the space, but after thinking it over, she decided against it and arranged everything neatly on the spot. After all, even if she stored it in the space, the spicy aroma lingering in the air wouldn't dissipate. Flatbread, demon chicken, let me tell you, there's someone knocking on the door outside. It's a bad guy pretending to be a police officer trying to catch me. I'll hide in the space first, and you two pretend all these things belong to you. Demon chicken, you go open the door for the police. After saying that, Emohan slipped into the space. Her two dogs were so smart, she wanted to see how they would handle the police. Outside the door, 5 or 6 armed police officers stood guard. They knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Just as everyone thought it was unnecessary to keep knocking and prepared to break in, the door suddenly opened. A yellow dog and a black dog were squatting behind the door, one fat and one thin. The thin black dog even had a bandage wrapped around its leg. The police had no time to care about how cute the two dogs were. They rushed straight into the house, searched every room, but found no one. Something's not right, Captain Sheen. This place doesn't look uninhabited. There's the aroma of self-heating hot pot, and this bowl of ice jelly, it looks like someone just ate it. Officer Wang Gang said. Sheen Jinwoo nodded, holding the pistol, and cautiously scanning the surroundings. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. Behind the door, the chubby yellow dog used a chair to jump onto the rice cooker, grabbed a spoon with its mouth, and started scooping rice into empty bowls. After filling 2 bowls, the chubby yellow dog carried 1 bowl down to the ground, placed it on the dining table, and pushed it in front of the skinny black dog. Then it went back to fetch the other bowl of rice. Ha! Wang Gang said with a smile, this little golden retriever is really very smart. Sheen Jinwoo nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the 2 dogs in front of him, a golden retriever and a Doberman. The golden retriever placed the food bowl in front of itself, and the 2 dogs began to eat. If it were just ordinary eating, the police wouldn't think there was anything special about it. The key point is that they actually used a spoon to scoop food from the self-heating hot pot while eating. The meat and vegetables in the pot were completely devoured, not even sparing the small chili peppers. The 2 dogs ate while gnawing on the small chili peppers, seemingly unaffected by the spiciness. After a few bites, the demon chicken pushed the bowl of ice jelly in front of it to Big Pancake. Without hesitation, Big Pancake leaned in and slurped it up noisily until it was completely gone. After finishing, Big Pancake pushed the bowl of ice jelly back to the demon chicken. The 2 of them acted just like 2 humans, completely ignoring the presence of the 6 police officers nearby, eating and drinking on their own. Wang Gang said in a low voice, it seems there's really no one here. These things are just for the 2 dogs to eat. Sheen Jinwoo nodded, suddenly feeling a surge of impulse to take these 2 dogs back to the police station as his police dogs. Although golden retrievers are not suitable as police dogs, this particular golden retriever was surprisingly intelligent. Sheen Jinwoo had been in the police force for many years and had never seen such a clever dog. As for the black Doberman across from them, it was truly impressive. It appeared gentle but had sharp eyes and purposeful movements. Based on Sheen Jinwoo's years of experience, this black Doberman was mature, steady, intelligent, and alert. With some training, it would undoubtedly become an outstanding police dog that criminals would fear. Although it seemed a bit like stealing someone else's love, Sheen Jinwoo still inexplicably squatted down and said to Dabing and Yaoji, hey, little guys, would you like to come with me to the police station and be police dogs to catch bad guys? Dabing and Yaoji looked at each other. Clearly, they understood in their hearts that Dad was right, these people were really bad guys, trying to trick them into leaving. Immediately, the 2 dogs shook their heads. Captain Sheen, they're ignoring you. Wang Gang laughed. Looks like even our Captain Sheen got snubbed. Sheen Jinwoo raised his hand, pretending to hit Wang Gang. Wang Gang quickly hugged his head and begged for mercy, Captain Sheen, spare me. The flatbread, seeing the person refuse to leave, couldn't help but look up and bark at the demon chicken. Woof woof woof, meaning, demon chicken, what should we do? Why aren't they leaving yet? I'm about to be burned to death by the spice. The demon chicken responded with a few barks. Woof woof woof. Do you think I'm not suffering from the spice? My tongue is about to blister. This Mohan is really something, choosing to eat hot pot in the sweltering heat instead of something light. And now he's run off, leaving us to clean up the mess. 2 dogs barked woof at each other, while several people listened to their conversation, constantly guessing what they were actually saying. Finally, the meal was finished, and the ice jelly was all gone. The strange chicken jumped off the dining table and sat on the sofa. Pancake picked up the remote control, turned on the computer, scrolled down through the options, selected a children's cartoon, and then pressed play. Ignoring the puzzled looks from several police officers, the 2 dogs started watching the cartoon. After watching for a few minutes, the 2 dogs suddenly turned their heads in surprise and realized the police were still in the house. Dabing jumped off the sofa, baring its teeth and starting to chase them out. Dabing, woof woof woof. You've lost face already, why are you still hanging around my house? Get out! As soon as Dabing barked, the police snapped out of it and realized they had forgotten why they came, having ended up watching TV with the 2 dogs. Wang Gang laughed and said, Captain Sheen, looks like we have to leave. This little dog is already chasing us out. Sheen Jinwoo shook his head and sighed. What a pity, such smart dogs, but they can't be police dogs. No, I have to go back to the station and apply to buy these 2 dogs. Hearing that they wanted to buy him, Pancake looked disdainful and barked even louder. By me, brother Pancake? I'm priceless. I only want my daddy Han. After the police left, Mohan came out of the space. The 2 dogs could no longer hold back. Abandoning their earlier composure, they rushed into the bathroom, opened their mouths over the squat toilet, stuck out their tongues, and exhaled desperately. Spicy, it's killing me. Mohan looked at them in this state, feeling both amused and distressed. These 2 guys ended up like this because of me. Sigh, it seems I'm really an unqualified owner. He quickly took out 2 ice creams from the space, tore them open, and handed handed them to the two dogs to lick. The cool sensation brought some relief to their tongues. After the police left, they would definitely search everywhere for Mo-han, but they would never come back to Mo-han's house. After all, they had already searched it earlier and found no one inside. This suited Mo-han perfectly. He lay on the bed and had a comfortable, deep sleep. Early the next morning, as soon as Mo-han turned on his phone, text message notifications bombarded him like explosions. They were from Yang-hu. Unable to reach him by phone, Yang-hu left a message. Brother Han, the plane is now parked at the large flat area on the outskirts of the city. Go check it out when you have time. Brother Han, all the cooked food is ready, along with several large pots of steamed rice, seaweed egg drop soup, carrot soup, vegetable gourd, and bean soup, and cabbage soup. Mo-han listened to Yang-hu's updates one by one, unable to help but admire the guy, so capable and yet so endearing. He quickly rolled out of bed, casually threw on a pair of baggy shorts, and slipped out of the residential complex. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a few plainclothes police officers squatting across the street, one of them holding binoculars and staring intently at the entrance of the complex. Mo-han thought to himself, good thing he was smart enough not to walk out openly. He guessed the police were there because Yenuer had woken up and tearfully confessed his crimes, prompting them to come and arrest him. Since they hadn't caught him last night, they were now lying in wait at the entrance. Mo-han shook his head and continued to leave quickly. That wretched Yenuer, she had been involved in the plot to harm his parents, and now she wanted the police to hunt him down relentlessly? What a joke. It wasn't that Mo-han was unwilling to be caught, but he had to take care of the important matters first. At the next intersection, Mo-han suddenly blended into the crowd, hailed a cab, and headed straight toward the suburbs. The police were lying in wait, but without phone tracking, they couldn't find him at all. The phone number Mo-han used was always an overseas virtual number, completely untraceable. Wow, so much. Mo-han stood in the abandoned factory, looking at boxes upon boxes of various ready-to-eat foods, self-heating hot pots, and other supplies, marveling at Yang-hu's resourcefulness. How had he not noticed before that this guy was so capable? Xiao-hu, you're something else. Mo-han sent Yang-hu a voice message. After packing everything in the factory into his own space, he went to the large open field in the suburbs where planes were parked. Confirming no one was around, he also stored several planes in his space. With Mo-han purchasing so much every day, Yang-hu couldn't help but grow suspicious. But Mo-han said, Xiao-hu, don't worry about what I'm doing, and don't ask. Someone will come to pick up those things. What I'm doing is definitely not legitimate business. Yang-hu immediately understood. It was probably about taking things to resell or something similar. Right now, the bear country was fiercely fighting with the cherry blossom country and kidney country. Yang-hu guessed that Mo-han was involved in some international dealings and didn't ask further. As long as he helped Mo-han with the work and received a large payment, that was enough. Nowadays, Yang-hu was not only Mo-han's good brother but also his god of wealth. Mo-han took everything with him, except for the 30,000 bags of rice and 40,000 barrels of water he had previously asked Yang-hu to buy. After thinking it over, he decided to take half. Over the past half month of the apocalypse, Yang-hu had been helping him. With the apocalypse virus set to break out in the afternoon, taking everything would be equivalent to cutting off Yang-hu's livelihood. His own space was already piled high with countless supplies, so he decided to leave the rice behind as if he had accidentally forgotten it. For those who harm his loved ones, fight if he can. If life is threatened, kill without mercy. For benefactors, never repay kindness with betrayal or cut off their livelihood. This was Mo-han's principle. At first, Yang-hu helped out of loyalty, but later, after receiving money, he naturally worked for the money. However, if Mo-han didn't leave him some food, the chaos of the apocalypse would make finding food extremely difficult. In his previous life, Mo-han had fought with others over a single biscuit. If someone had given him a full meal, he would have learned to behave like a dog with its tail between its legs, obediently playing his part. In short, when it comes to food, every trick must be used. After getting the good stuff, Mo-han took a taxi to Tianfu New City, the residential area where the Mo family, Lin and his son, lived. Using a quick flash, he skillfully arrived at the door of apartment 602 and gently knocked. The door was opened by Mo-hai, who immediately lit up with joy upon seeing Mo-han and warmly welcomed him inside. Why was he so happy? Just moments ago, the father and son were discussing calling Mo-han to ask him to come over and take the agreement to the notary office. Who would have thought that before they even made the call, he would show up? It was truly a stroke of luck. Mo-jahai was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette. He waved at Mo-han with a loving smile and said, Honor, come over here and sit with your uncle. Mo-han walked over expressionlessly, sat down, and said with a smile, Uncle, I have something I need your help with. Oh, what is it? Mo-jalan glanced meaningfully at Mo-hai and asked, Honor, have you encountered some tricky problem? Don't even mention it. Mo-han sighed and said, It's all because of that Yenuer causing trouble. Uncle, let me tell you, she cheated on me behind my back. In a fit of anger, I threw her into a cesspool and made her eat quite a bit of filth. Now the police are looking for me everywhere. Uncle, you have to help me. At the mention of the cesspool incident, a trace of coldness flashed across Mo Hai's face. Mo Jalan, on the other hand, pretended to know nothing and asked with a worried expression, Hunter, what exactly happened? Mo Han smiled a bit more sincerely than Mo Jalan, but in his heart he was already cursing the old fox. You think I'm stupid and have to tell you everything? Actually, I just want you and your son to first experience the feeling of going to heaven and then falling to hell and see how thrilling it is. Ah, Mo Han sighed helplessly, Uncle, you still don't know. That vixen Yenuer, she looks like a good person on the surface, but secretly, she's very sinister. That girl seemed decent, but who would have thought she'd be so disgraceful? Honor, a woman as fickle as her must be taught a harsh lesson. As Mo Jalan spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked to Mo Hai. How could a father not know about his son's affair with Yenuer? But he chose to turn a blind eye. Now that someone had taken care of that shameless Yenuer for him, he couldn't be happier. But, Uncle, the police are looking for me everywhere now. I guess I'll have to go in and serve some time. Mo Jalan lightly patted Mo Han's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, Uncle will help you figure something out. Mo Hai seized the opportunity to interject. Brother Han, this is quite tricky. Malicious injury can lead to imprisonment. Yeah, Mo Han sighed. What should I do? I acted on impulse at the time, and now I really regret it. The Mo family father and son exchanged a glance, secretly delighted. Heaven is helping us. They had been worried that Han wouldn't go to the notary office, but now it was perfect, just have the notary come directly to the house. Mo Jalan pretended to take a phone call, then turned around and sat on the sofa with a sigh. Mo Hai deliberately asked, Dad, what's the matter? Mo Jalan sighed. The notary office wants us to go over there now. The notary office? What's going on? It's still about Honor's shares. They want me and Honor to go and get them notarized. Mo Jalan pretended to look embarrassed, swallowing his words before they came out. Mo Han naturally saw through his intentions and smiled. Uncle, isn't it just notarizing the ownership of the shares? Don't worry, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Mo Jalan said worriedly, No, Honor, the police are looking for you right now. What if you get caught when you go out? Mo Han remained silent, waiting to see what other tricks this old fox had up his sleeve. After a few minutes of silence, Mo Jalan said, How about this, Honor? I'll arrange for someone from the notary office to come to the house. That way, you won't have to go out. Okay, Uncle, I'll follow your arrangements. After receiving Mo Han's permission, Mo Jalan happily made a phone call. About 40 minutes later, 3 staff members from the notary office arrived, and the notarization was quickly completed. Just as the staff left, 6 police officers suddenly burst in, pointing their guns at Mo Han as they shouted sternly, Don't move. The corners of Mo Han's mouth curled into a smile. He had anticipated this outcome. However, when he turned to look at Mo Jalan and Mo Hai, he feigned a look of panic. Uncle, Xiao Hai, what on earth is going on? Mo Jalan immediately dropped his kind and gentle demeanor, sneering coldly, You scoundrel, don't you know exactly what you've done? Mo Hai sneered sarcastically on the side, throwing someone into a septic tank, such a despicable trick, only you could come up with that. No, Uncle, you all. Mo Han put on a look of deep anguish. How could you betray me? Mo Jalan laughed heartily. Honor, what are you saying? What do you mean by betrayal? We're just abiding by the law and absolutely not covering up. Dad is absolutely right. Seeing the police take Mo Han away, the father and son were all smiles. Mo Hai stood at the door and shouted loudly to Mo Han, Brother Han, goodbye. I'll go to the beautiful big country to help you manage your business there. Mo Han's act of ordering someone to eat feces showed clear malicious intent. On a smaller scale, as long as he could obtain Yenuer's letter of forgiveness, it would be fine. But on a larger scale, who knows if he might be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years wouldn't harm Mo Han's major plans. At most, it would just mean losing his freedom. What made the father and son happiest was that they had notarized their agreement, completely securing control over the 4 billion in shares. Mo Han was escorted out the door, took the elevator straight down to the underground garage. Hey, officer, what exactly did I do wrong? Why are you arresting me? Mo Han turned his head to look at Qin Jinwu beside him. Why are we arresting you? Don't you know in your heart? Qin Jinwu replied irritably. Honestly, I really don't know. Mo Han argued with a straight face. Qin Jinwu and the others drove the police car and brought Mo Han to the police station. In the interrogation room, Qin Jinwu threw a photo of Yenuer's bruised and swollen face onto the table in front of Mo Han. This woman, do you know her? Mo Han said in surprise. Officer, are you joking? She's my girlfriend. How could I not know her? You still know she's your girlfriend? Qin Jinwu was so furious he almost wanted to punch Mo Han to the ground. How could you do such a thing to your girlfriend? What did you do? Beating, insulting, and even throwing her into a septic tank. Sigh, Mo Han chuckled. You say I threw her into a septic tank, I admit that. As for beating and insulting, absolutely not. He looked up at the time in the interrogation room, 11:20. At 1650, the apocalypse virus would break out. That's good. Wang Gang, wrap it up. Qin Jinwu nodded at Wang Gang and walked out of the interrogation room. Mo Han saw the 2 officers leaving and shouted, "Hey, officer, you haven't even interrogated me yet. How can you just leave?" Just as Wang Gang was stepping out of the interrogation room, he heard Mo Han yelling and couldn't help but step back, sneering as he said, "Didn't you already admit to throwing someone into the septic tank? What else is there to interrogate?" Mo Han, with his hands cuffed, stood up from the chair and earnestly advised, "Officer, details are important. You haven't asked about the details yet." "Humph, don't get cocky too soon." Wang Gang glared at him and strode away. He caught up with Qin Jinwu, who had already walked far ahead, and said, "That kid is too arrogant. He needs a good lesson." Qin Jinwu smiled and said, "What's the rush? Can he escape?" Mo Han sat in the interrogation room. No one came to interrogate him, and no one took him anywhere. He just sat there like that, waited for more than an hour. Finally someone came and took him to a temporary room. Sitting on the simple iron bed, Mo Han pondered over a question. If things after rebirth change, what if the apocalypse doesn't come? Or if the apocalypse is delayed by 3 to 5 years, wouldn't I end up being sentenced? The more I think about it, the more thrilling it feels. Mo Han stayed in the temporary room at the police station for more than 20 minutes, calculating in his mind, after the frenzied looting and massive shopping spree at the beginning of the apocalypse, over 10 billion yuan still remained unspent out of the original 100 billion. Use it? There's no way to spend it all. I really shouldn't have gone so overboard back then, insisting on getting so much money. No, the apocalypse is only a few hours away. I need to get out quickly and spend one last wave of money. The temporary room was unguarded, and Mo Han glanced up, seemingly noticing there were no surveillance cameras either. It seems that only the interrogation room has surveillance. Perfect. No surveillance, it's simply heaven sent. Without hesitation, Mo Han quickly took off the spatial ring on his hand and threw it out through the crack in the door. Then she swiftly slipped into her own space. Since the ring is the carrier of the space, if the ring is outside the door, it means that when Mo Han comes out of the space, she will appear outside the door. But with surveillance everywhere outside, Mo Han wouldn't be foolish enough to come out of the space directly. Instead, she used a flash to pick up the ring and put it back on her hand. She flashed her way out of the police station. Just as he arrived at the police station entrance, he happened to encounter Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang chatting casually. Qin Jinwu said to Wang Gang, "His attitude is arrogant and domineering. Keep him locked up for a few more hours and see if he still acts so arrogant." Wang Gang glanced at his watch and said with a smile, "He's still locked up. It's 12:35 now. Let's go see him at 3:30 in the afternoon and properly crush that brat's arrogance." Mo Han couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. "Concern me? Perfect. I was afraid you wouldn't involve me. Over 3 hours, just enough time to go out and spend some money. Spend as much as you can. The more you spend, the better you'll feel." Racing all the way to the street, he first returned to his own space to put on makeup, transforming himself into a sallow, ugly old man. Then, he swaggered onto the street. First stop was the gold shop. Last time, he had bought out all the jewelry in this store, and to his surprise, in just a few days, the shelves were fully stocked again. Without wasting words, he slapped the glass counter and said, "Boss, quickly calculate how much all the gold jewelry in this store is worth and pack it all up for me." The shop owner, upon seeing him, the same ugly old man who had cleared out their gold jewelry last time, immediately lit up as if seeing a god of wealth, almost wanting to kneel in gratitude. He hurriedly urged the manager, "Quick, calculate how much all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the store are worth." Tap 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 tap. The manager began typing rapidly on the computer. While waiting, Mo Han said to a few employees, "Come here, help me go to the other gold shops on the street and have them pack up all their gold, silver, and jewelry within 30 minutes and deliver it here. Tell them it's for that ugly old man from last time. If the task is done well, each of you will get a 200,000 reward." Last time, Mo Han cleared out all the gold shops on the street, and the incident became the talk of the neighborhood. The gold shop owners even regarded him as a god of wealth who had fallen from the heavens. Upon receiving the news, the employees immediately ran out of the store to inform other gold shop owners. Within minutes, the owners rushed over to confirm the news. Seeing Mo Han sitting in the shop with a cane, his face aged but his demeanor calm, everyone almost jumped up and cheered loudly, "We're rich! We're rich!" 5 minutes later, the manager who had just calculated the value of the gold and jewelry informed the owner, "The total value is 9.8 million. Mo Han sighed, "Only 9.8 million? That's so little." The owner heard his sigh and thought he was dissatisfied with the price being too high, quickly flattering him, "Uncle, how about this? We'll make it 9.6 million for you, a discount of 200,000. Mo Han shook his head. The boss felt uncertain, not understanding what the head shake meant, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only step aside quietly and urge the employees to hurry up with the packing. He also joined in to help, packing all the gold jewelry into boxes and placing them into a giant crate. For those not yet boxed, a few employees were preparing to pack them one by one, but Mo Han stopped them. "Don't bother boxing them, just throw them directly into the crate and toss all the boxes in as well." The employees exchanged puzzled looks, first glancing at the boss, then at Mo Han. The boss felt even more uncertain and was about to ask, but Mo Han smiled and said, "Don't worry worry, just do as I say. Alright, the boss turned around and instructed, everyone, follow the gentleman's orders. Other jewelry store owners also brought their employees over, loading their packed gold jewelry into large crates and moving them over, one by one. Mo Han didn't even bother to check the inventory and paid directly. Here it was 9.2 million, there it was 8.86 million, and another store was 10.12 million. He paid without batting an eye. Outsiders thought he was extravagantly wealthy, but only Mo Han knew the truth. The apocalypse virus was only hours away from breaking out, and if he didn't spend the money now, there would be no chance later. Just now, regarding the 9.6 million deal, since he borrowed their venue, Mo Han generously transferred another 1 million to their account. For the employees who helped him with the task, he gave each 200,000. The employees, overjoyed upon receiving the money, ran over to hug Mo Han, shouting, "Sir, we love you." A tall, beautiful woman threw herself into Mo Han's arms, playfully saying, "Sir, does your family need a young wife?" Mo Han replied with a smile, "No, I like men." The young beauty pouted so much that her lips looked like they could hold an oil bottle. Several gold shop owners were so overwhelmed they almost knelt down and called Mo Han dad. The employees at the gold shop loaded Mo Han's large truck parked on the street until it was completely full. After confirming the goods were loaded, Mo Han started the vehicle and drove off. Upon reaching an area without surveillance, he stored both the truck and the gold jewelry in his space. At the intersection, he turned left and entered a snail noodle shop. He ordered a large bowl of snail noodles with tofu skin, fried bean curd sticks, and spicy chicken, and also packed 50 bowls to go. "Boss, please cook quickly, I need to catch a high-speed train." To urge the boss to speed up, Mo Han specifically mentioned he was in a hurry to catch a train. The boss instructed the staff to work faster, while Mo Han leisurely ate his snail noodles and scrolled through short videos. An employee nearby muttered quietly, "Isn't he rushing to catch a train? Why is he so relaxed?" The boss growled in a low voice, "Mind your own business and stop meddling." Mo Han finished his noodles and watched some videos for a while before the boss finally finished cooking the noodles. After paying, Mo Han carried 25 bowls of noodles in one hand and walked out of the shop. When he reached a secluded spot, he stored the noodles in his space. Checking the time, it was just past 2 o'clock. There was still an hour and a half before the scheduled meeting with the officer, so he needed to buy some more things. Mo Han found another remote spot, brought out the truck, and used the last hour to frantically stock up, loading everything into the truck. In fact, the items he bought last, like trinkets from a 2-yuan store or fruits from a fruit shop, could have been taken for free. But he was quite principled. As a citizen of Manhwa, before the apocalypse broke out, he would never do such things in advance. Things like taking items for free might be acceptable in other countries, but in Manhwa, it would only be considered when the apocalypse began and order had collapsed. That was his bottom line. Of course, there's another reason: he has to think more about his future. If the apocalypse doesn't come and he forcibly takes things for free, wouldn't that cause social panic and even attract official attention? A slight mistake at that point might lead to him being captured as a test subject. It's not easy to be reborn. Who would willingly throw their life away? He glanced at the time, it was already 3 o'clock sharp. Mo Han quickly entered the space, wiped his face with a wet tissue, and then teleported all the way to the police station, returning to the room he had stayed in earlier. After desperately running and teleporting through the space, he was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the room's only small iron bed, lying spread eagle, and fell asleep. Mo Han didn't know how long he had been asleep until someone patted his face, waking him up. "Hey, still sleeping? You've got some nerve," Wang Gang said angrily as he kept patting his face. "Hey, don't hit my face." Mo Han slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Wang Gang's enlarged face, almost giving him a fright. Back in the interrogation room, the camera was pointed at Mo Han. Qin Jinwu asked sternly, "Name?" Mo Han. Age? 23 years old. Occupation? Unemployed. What brought you to the police station? Threw my girlfriend into the septic tank. For what reason? Sigh, officer, aren't you asking the obvious? Bang! Wang Gang slammed the table and shouted, "Can you speak properly?" Sigh, Mo Han shrank his neck because she slept with her brother-in-law. "So, officer," Mo Han glanced up at the clock on the wall. 3:55 p.m. Only 10 minutes left until the apocalypse virus outbreak. Qin Jinwu asked seriously, "Do you have any objections to paying the victim's medical expenses?" Silence. Wang Gang, Mo Han, I'm asking you a question. Officer, thinking about what she did to me, I suddenly have a headache. No, I need 3 minutes to think. Qin Jinwu asked, "A headache? Do you need a doctor?" Mo Han waved his hand, "No need. Compared to the headache, my heart hurts more." Wang Gang and Qin Jinwu sat side by side, watching the pain on his face. Just moments ago, they were angry at how ruthless he had been to a defenseless woman, but now they couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. However, they were police officers, and handling cases couldn't be too emotional. So, the two quietly waited for Mo Han's 3 minutes. Mo Han silently counted the time in his heart. 1 minute, 1 minute and 5 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Emohan asked, "Officer, how long might I be sentenced?" Shin Jinwoo said sternly, "The sentencing decision is not up to us, but if you can actively obtain the victim's forgiveness, it will definitely help with your subsequent sentence reduction." Emohan was speechless. "The problem is, you've locked me up. How am I supposed to go out and seek forgiveness?" Sigh, better to stay silent. Shin Jinwoo asked, "Emohan, do you have anything else to say?" Emohan looked up at the window and smiled, "Officer, it is now 16:04. Shin Jinwoo stared at him in astonishment and asked in an adjusted tone, "What do you mean?" Emohan thought to himself, could the apocalypse not come? If the apocalypse doesn't come, won't I end up in prison? Finally, the clock on the wall showed 16:05. Bang! A thunderclap boomed in the distance, and the police station's alarm blared loudly. Shin Jinwoo's pager beeped, calling 001, calling 001, an unidentified meteor has fallen in the city center. Please proceed immediately to handle the situation. Alright, command center, 001 received, 001 received. Shin Jinwoo hung up the pager and said to Wang Gang, "Let's go, we need to head out." Emohan looked distraught, unwilling to see the two officers leave, and asked anxiously, "Hey, officers, what about me?" Shin Jinwoo and Wang Gang ignored him and ran straight out of the interrogation room. Shortly after, a police officer came over and took Emohan back to the room from earlier. Emohan stood by the window, looking up at the sky outside, a faint smile appearing on his face. The apocalypse has finally arrived. There's no avoiding it, no escaping it. It's destined to come, and it always will. However, the outbreak of the apocalypse in the previous life seems to be somewhat different from this one. Or rather, in his previous life, Emohan was only focused on playing games in the internet cafe and had no idea how the apocalypse began. He only remembered that when he came out of the internet cafe in his past life, many people around him had started biting each other. It scared him so much that he thought a group of lunatics from a mental hospital had escaped. After finally making it back home, Emohan learned through a video on his phone that unknown meteorites had fallen all over the world, releasing intense toxic fog in the surrounding areas. Anyone who inhaled the fog collapsed and lost their life. Before long, those who had fallen to the ground got back up, moving stiffly, and biting people indiscriminately, turning into disgusting and terrifying zombies. In this life, Emohan personally heard the loud sound of the meteor crashing. In the distance, faintly visible, black mist was spreading into the sky. Damn, this must be that toxic fog. It looks just like thick smoke coming out of a chimney. Emohan, just like sneaking out before, first threw the ring out through the crack in the door, then with a thought, entered his own space. He then used the space to teleport and hide, picked up the ring on the ground, and teleported away. From start to finish, no one saw him leave the police station. Since the apocalypse had already broken out, who would bother with solving cases? The police were all busy. Emohan rushed non-stop to the neighborhood where the Lin father and son of the Emo family lived, Tianfu New City. He had once said that when the apocalypse came, he would take the lives of the father and son to bring solace to the spirits of his parents in heaven. Arriving at Tianfu New City, he opened the door and entered the house. Unfortunately, neither the father nor the son was home. Where the hell did those two bastards go? Emohan sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Emo Jolin usually liked to visit his mistress Wang Kylie. He was probably so thrilled about getting his shares that he was sharing the news with her and feeding her lollipops. As for Emo Hai, he must have gone to see that bitch Yenuer. Sure enough, like father, like son, both cut from the same cloth. Emohan thought about it, then opened the door and walked out. Emohan first went to the Zero Distance Bar, 3 streets away from Tianfu New City. That was the love nest of Wang Kylie and Emo Jolin. This place was still some distance from the city center, so the chaos had not yet spread here. Emohan held a short knife over 20 centimeters long. When he walked into the bar, it was still filled with singing and dancing, toasts and laughter, completely unaware that the world outside had already been turned upside down. He searched around the bar but did not see any trace of Emo Jolin. He opened the small door nearby and walked up to the second floor with a steady clatter. That was the boss's dormitory. Emohan stood at the doorway with a knife, tilting his ear to listen, and sure enough, he heard Emo Jolin inside. Damn it, still living quite comfortably. The door wasn't locked, probably because they thought no one would dare to come in. After all, Emo Jolin is worth billions and is a prominent figure locally. Who wouldn't give him some respect? What's more, the bar is full of bouncers, so who would they be afraid of? But they overlooked one fact. Emohan used to come here every day with Emo Hai and was already a regular. Coming and going as he pleased, the bouncers watching the place wouldn't pay him any attention. The door wasn't closed, and Emohan couldn't be bothered to push it open slowly, so he kicked it open directly. Inside the room, 2 people were sitting on the large sofa, drinking red wine. Wang Kylie's face was flushed, her eyes gazing affectionately at Emo Jolin. The atmosphere was clearly intimate, the perfect prelude to enjoying a lollipop, but it was interrupted by Emohan, the uninvited guest, kicking the door open. The loud bang of the door being kicked open startled the two of them. Emo Jolin abruptly stood up from the sofa, placed the wine glass in his hand on the dining table, and angrily pointed at Emohan, cursing, "You bastard, aren't you supposed to be at the police police station? How did you get out? Emohan locked the door behind him with a backhand motion and sneered, Uncle, you're quite surprised that I'm out, aren't you? You were hoping I'd stay in there for 3 to 5 years, weren't you? You're really a vicious uncle. Mo Jalan hadn't expected him to speak to him in such a tone. This bastard usually obeys my every word, doesn't he? What's this now? Growing wings and daring to rebel. Bastard, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Ha! Emohan stepped closer to Mo Jalan step by step, sneering coldly, Uncle, why am I here? Of course, I'm here to take your life. My parents miss you. Go keep them company. You. Seeing Emohan approaching menacingly, Mo Jalan felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. But how could he show weakness in front of his beloved mistress, Wang Kylie? He first glanced at Wang Kylie, then fixed his gaze on Emohan, puffed out his chest, pointed a finger at Emohan, and shouted loudly, Emohan, if you leave this room right now, it's not too late. Otherwise, if I make one phone call, do you think my people will let you go? Do you think the police will let you go? Emohan took 2 or 3 steps forward, pressed his hand down, and smiled innocently. Uncle, take your finger away, don't point at me, or I might have to chop it off. You wouldn't dare. Mo Jalan roared. Sigh, truly foolish. Emohan shook his head, said no more, twisted his neck, gestured at his own finger, and then chopped it off with a single stroke. In an instant, Mo Jalan's index finger fell to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air. Unfortunately, the first floor was too noisy, and the thugs didn't hear a thing. Mo Jalan's face was filled with terror. He hadn't expected Emohan to actually strike so ruthlessly. He immediately clutched his left hand, crying out in pain, Someone, come quickly. Wang Kylie saw the scene before her and was so frightened that she turned and ran toward the door. Emohan immediately rushed forward, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled out a nylon rope from his space, tying up her hands and feet. Wang Kylie didn't even notice Emohan's action of taking out the rope. Panicked and desperate to escape, how could she pay attention to such details? Emohan crouched down and tied her hands and feet tightly. Emohan, why are you tying me up? The one who harmed you is Mo Jalan, not me. How can you treat me like this? Emohan sneered coldly and stuffed a large cloth into her mouth to stop her from screaming as soon as she opened it. Having been Mo Jalan's mistress for so many years, Emohan knew exactly what kind of trash Wang Kylie was. Although she hadn't directly participated in harming his parents, she had colluded with Mo Jalan and played plenty of tricks to deceive Emohan and gain his trust. Tie her up first, killing her later wouldn't be too late. After all, it's the apocalypse, killing 1 or 2 people doesn't mean much. He kept trying to open the door recklessly. Emohan rushed forward, grabbed him, and threw him harshly back onto the room's floor. Disgusted by the dirty sofa, Emohan took out a new plastic chair from his space and sat down right in front of him. Lying on the floor, Mo Jalan's injured hand was bleeding. He secretly unlocked his phone, preparing to call for help. Emohan crossed his legs and said with a smile, What? Thinking of calling someone for help? Mo Jalan's move was seen through, but his actions didn't stop. His eyes, however, were filled with fear and pleading as he stared at Emohan. Honor, it's all Uncle's fault. I shouldn't have blamed you today. Those police officers really weren't called by me. Look, I've been sitting at home the whole time, staying with you in Shanghai. I didn't go out to report anything. Ha! Emohan sneered coldly. Mo Jalan, you still want to deceive me? Take a look. Who is this? Mo Jalan trembled as he looked up and saw the 2 spirit tablets in Emohan's hands. Those were the memorial tablets of his deceased elder brother Mo Jiadong and sister-in-law Lu Minhui. Honor, what are you doing? How can you casually hold my brother and sister-in-law's spirit tablets? Quickly take them back. Emohan sneered. Brother, sister-in-law? Do you even deserve to call him that? Uncle, my parents said they miss you and want you to go down and keep them company. Mo Jalan's face changed, and he instantly cried out, Honor, Uncle was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you. But you can't desecrate your parents' memorial tablets like this. Honor, Uncle has treated you as his own since you were little. How could you hurt Uncle? Oh, Emohan drawled. What a way with words. Treated as his own. Mo Jalan looked at his frenzied state, knowing it was impossible to reason with him at this moment. The excruciating pain in both hands pierced straight to his heart, but he dared not provoke Emohan, fearing the other might end his life with a single slash. He could only continue to play the emotional card, crying out, Brother, sister-in-law, I beg you to speak to Honor for me. I've loved him dearly since he was little, but I don't know who has incited him to the point where he would raise a knife against me, against his closest uncle. Emohan was amused by his brilliant performance and burst into laughter, unable to resist applauding him. Squatting on the ground in front of him, she said with a smile, Mo Jalan, do you really think I, Emohan, wouldn't know what you and Emohai did regarding my parents' car accident a few years ago? You, Mo Jalan, even on the brink of death, refused to admit it. Honor, what are you talking about? When your brother and sister-in-law had their car accident, we rushed to save them as soon as we could, but unfortunately, we couldn't save them in the end. He cried as he spoke, while Emohan stared at his face, full of loathing. His face, bloated from indulgence in wine and women, made it unclear whether his pain was from the excruciating pain in his index finger or the family drama he was deliberately acting acting out in front of Emohan. Ha! Emohan looked down at the blood dripping onto the ground. It was all from Emojalan's index finger. Uncle, does the pain of losing a finger hurt? It hurts. It hurts. Emojalan knelt on the floor, ignoring the blood pooling around him, begging bitterly, Honor, please, call an ambulance for your uncle. Please, Honor, I'm your real uncle, your father's own brother. Emojalan, so you do know what pain feels like? You remember you're my father's brother? Then why did you and Emohai tamper with his brakes? You murdered your own brother, kept me by your side, all for those 4 billion in shares. Emohan squatted down, looking down at Emojalan from above. As his past crimes were exposed, Emojalan's face turned deathly pale and panic flashed across his features. But how could he admit it now? If he confessed, with Emohan in this crazed state, he'd have no chance of survival. Bang! 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 Although Emojalan's earlier call to the bodyguards went unanswered, the bodyguards had already sensed something unusual upstairs and rushed up with their guns. Emohan heard the knocking on the door and calmly raised the knife in front of him, blowing on the blade. Seeing that he was about to strike again, Emojalan gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and slammed into him, knocking Emohan to the ground. Help! Murder! Murder! Emojalan shouted as he ran toward the door. Emohan let out a cold laugh as he got up from the floor, mocking himself. Sigh, I'm just a sports college graduate, spent years as a simp and gaming addict, so I'm weak and not very strong. Looks like I'll need to start working out in a few days. He stood up and in a few quick strides, rushed over to Emojalan. With all his strength, he slashed down, left, then right. All that could be heard was, ah, ah. Emojalan's agonized screams echoed as all 9 of his remaining fingers were severed, the bloody digits rolling across the floor. Emojalan finally fainted. The bodyguard heard a scream from inside the room, kicked the door open, and rushed in. Inside the room, there were only Emojalan and Wang Kylie. Emojalan was lying on the ground, his hands a bloody mess, with 9 severed fingers scattered across the floor, and 1 finger in the center of the room. Wang Kylie had also fallen unconscious. When Emohan cut off the second finger, her eyes went wide with terror before she finally passed out from fright. Mr. M.O. Mr. M.O. The head bodyguard shook Missouri Jalan desperately, but Emojalan's brows were furrowed, his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking. The bodyguards quickly called the police and dialed 911 for an ambulance. 120 rushed over and took away Emojalan's severed finger, while Wang Kylie was also taken away by ambulance. After everyone left, Emohan slowly stepped out. Why didn't he just kill Emojalan directly? Ha! Ending him outright would be too easy for him, wouldn't it? Emohan wanted him to personally experience the despair of being unable to resist zombies in the apocalypse without fingers, only to be bitten alive. This agony was just like the feeling he had when he was dissected alive in the laboratory. At this moment, Emohan stood by the second-floor window, watching the ambulance speed away. Judging by the time Emojalan was sent to the hospital and the doctors began his surgery, the zombie virus would have already spread to the hospital. By then, when Emojalan regained consciousness and his 10 fingers had yet to recover, he would personally experience the inescapable helplessness and fear. Emohan gazed at the misty sky, silently praying in his heart that the virus would spread a little slower. No matter what, they had to wait for Emojalan to wake up before spreading the news to the hospital. If he were bitten to death while in a coma, that would be too easy for him. He had to be bitten to death by his own son. Emohan's lips curled into a sly smile as he slipped away from the zero-distance bar. At this moment, his destination was also the hospital. Earlier, he had seen the hospital address on the ambulance. It was the city hospital. What a coincidence. That bitch Yenuer was lying in a ward in Area A of the city hospital. She just ate a bit of shit. How serious could the injury be? She had been lying in the hospital for 2 days, clearly just to scam Emohan for more medical expenses, pretending to be more seriously hurt so that Emohan would spend more time locked up in prison. This woman was deeply scheming and utterly wicked. How had he not realized before that she was such a ruthless character? Indeed, only when a simp fully wakes up can the truth become clear to an observer. Emohan appeared on the street, where order had not yet descended into chaos. He hailed a cab and headed straight for the city hospital. Arriving at the door of room 302 in Area A, Emohan stood by the door, peeking through the small glass window to observe the situation inside. The reason he knew Yenuer was in this ward was that he had extracted the information from 2 police officers. He felt a bit shameless, even taking Qin Jinwu and the others' interrogation files before leaving. Inside the room, Yenuer was half lying on the hospital bed, gazing affectionately at Mohai, who was sitting by the bedside. Mohai was fiddling with something in his hands, while Yenuer pouted and said, "I'm sorry, brother Hai, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I promise I'll never sleep with another man again. Brother Han, brother Hai." This form of address made Emohan's skin crawl, filling him with disgust. Thinking about how she used to call him that every day, he couldn't help but gag. The 2 people inside the room suddenly heard the sound of someone almost retching and simultaneously looked toward the door. Emohai walked over, opened the door, and looked around, but there was no one outside. Helplessly, he sat back down and muttered, "A perfectly perfectly good phone, and it suddenly won't turn on? Oh, it's working now, thank goodness. Brother Hai, are you even listening to me? Yen Yuer asked coquettishly when she saw that Mo Hai was ignoring her. Mo Hai still didn't respond. The person who occupied his thoughts had betrayed him. He couldn't bear to let go, yet he didn't want to pay her any attention. Mo Han suddenly wanted to fulfill this pair. At least Mo Hai truly loved Yen Yuer. Then let's fulfill them, tie them up, and feed them to the zombies together. That's the plan. Just as he was about to push the door open and enter, Mo Hai's phone rang. Mo Han stopped his movement and continued standing outside the door, eavesdropping on what Mo Hai was about to do. What? All 10 of my dad's fingers were chopped off, and he's now in the emergency room being rescued? Mo Hai hurriedly hung up the phone, opened the door, and rushed toward the emergency room in the orthopedic building. His stumbling appearance made Mo Han chuckle. So even bad people have feelings. When you murdered my parents back then, did you ever think about how I would be left all alone? When the apocalypse came, I did everything for you, yet you betrayed and even tried to kill me just to enter the Noah's Ark base. Did a dog eat your conscience? After Mo Hai left, Yen Yuer's expression changed instantly, cursing coldly, spineless loser. As soon as I find someone better to rely on, I'll throw you away without a second thought. With that, she pulled out her phone and started flirting with other men. Mo Han watched her ever-changing face, crying one moment, smiling the next. On the surface, she looked delicate and charming, but underneath she was filthy to the core. Sigh, what a waste of talent that she isn't an actress. Mo Han shook his head. With a thought, he pulled a long rope from his storage space, pushed open Yen Yuer's hospital room door, and strutted right in. Just as Yen Yuer was in the middle of sending some explicit messages, she looked up and saw Mo Han standing by her bed. She let out a terrified scream. Help! Help! Mo Han grabbed a dirty rag lying nearby and shoved it hard into her mouth, instantly silencing the room. The rag was probably something the hospital janitor had left behind in the corner, perfect for gagging that filthy mouth of hers. Listen, if you don't want to die, shut up. Mo Han narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at Yen Yuer, his voice icy. Yen Yuer yanked the cloth out of her mouth, struggling to catch her breath, and pleaded, Mo Han, I know I shouldn't have been involved with others, but I've already been beaten, thrown into a cesspool, and my video has gone viral online. I'm already miserable enough. What more do you want? Ha! Mo Han let out a cold laugh. Compared to the harm done to my parents and me, what you've suffered is nothing. Hearing Mo Han mention his parents, a trace of panic inadvertently flashed across Yen Yuer's face. None of this escaped Mo Han's sharp eyes. As expected, this vile woman hadn't lied back then. She was indeed involved in his parents' car accident. I really don't understand what you're talking about. What does your parents' car accident have to do with me? Yen Yuer naturally wouldn't admit it no matter what. Mo Han swung the rope in his hand and sneered, Yen Yuer, do you want to taste what it's like to be torn apart? Yen Yuer was so frightened that she kept retreating, then suddenly jumped off the bed and ran outside. Mo Han yanked her over with one hand, grinning as he said, if you can get out of this, I'll admit you've got skills. He thought for a moment, then put the rope back into his storage space and took out a pair of handcuffs instead. He picked up 2 pairs earlier at the station, just in case. What are you doing? Help! Help! Yen Yuer started to scream, but Mo Han just picked up the dirty rag and stuffed it back into her mouth. He dragged Yen Yuer to the side of the bed and squatted down, threading the handcuffs through the metal bed rail and snapping them shut around her wrists, locking her firmly to the bed. Yen Yuer struggled desperately but couldn't break free or escape, only able to make muffled sounds. Mo Han stood aside, satisfied with his masterpiece, turned around, and walked straight to the operating room in the orthopedic building. At this moment, the lights in the operating room were on, and Mo Hai was pacing anxiously at the door. Mo Han did not show himself or speak. He glanced at him and then left. The apocalypse is about to arrive, and in just a few hours, chaos will engulf the hospital. Time passed second by second. No rush. Wait until the doctor finishes the surgery on Mo Jalan, the anesthesia wears off, and he regains consciousness before taking action. Go out first and check the situation outside. Mo Han walked out of the hospital. Inside the courtyard, people came and went, and so far, nothing unusual had happened. Outside the courtyard, vendors were pushing carts around, selling snacks. Mo Han stopped in front of a vendor and bought 10 skewers of grilled sausages. To be honest, he was quite hungry. He was eating a grilled sausage while trying to hail a car on the street. Screech! A taxi stopped. Driver, to the city center, please. The taxi driver was talkative, chatting with Mo Han nonstop along the way. Heard that a meteorite fell in the city center, created a big crater, and toxic fumes are coming out of it. Did you know? Mo Han took a bite of the grilled sausage and said, I heard. No one got hit, right? Got hit. How could no one get hit? It was on the news, a building got crushed, and many people were injured and hospitalized. That's serious? Extremely serious. Young man, if you're fine, make sure not to go near that crater. I heard that if you come into contact with that toxic gas, your skin will rot. Got it, thank you, sir. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped 3 streets away from the city center. The driver firmly refused to go any further. Little brother, I can only only take you this far. I don't dare to go any further. If the toxic mist touches me, causing skin ulcers, the medical expenses would be quite high, not worth it. Take care of yourself. Alright, thank you, sir. Emohan got out of the car, took a few steps forward, and observed whether anyone around seemed unwell. The outbreak of the zombie virus was a gradual process. He came here not just out of curiosity. He went to the ancient martial arts hall he had visited before, hoping to find some books on physical fitness. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he had accidentally stumbled into the ancient martial arts hall while searching for food. There were a few fitness books inside, especially one called Ancient Martial Arts. At that time, he followed the martial arts routines in the book, training daily, and managed to survive the early days of the apocalypse before awakening any special abilities, relying on a small amount of combat skills. Otherwise, in the apocalypse, dealing with zombies alone wouldn't be enough. One would also have to guard against people. Relying solely on his athletic physique, he could barely survive, but it was uncertain if he could make it to the end. The old martial arts school was right across from where Emohan got off the vehicle, then a left turn down the street. This way, it was very close to the toxic mist area. Sigh, my memory, Emohan muttered as he walked, slapping his forehead. At the time, I was only thinking about stockpiling supplies and completely forgot about that book. Now that I remember to look for it, I wonder if it's still there. Along the way, police cars roared past and ambulances rushed by in haste. The police cars maintained order and dealt with emergencies, while the ambulances kept transporting the injured away. Emohan sighed, knowing in his heart that the injured being taken away would soon spread the virus, causing widespread chaos. As he observed along the way, he noticed that red spots had already appeared on the skin of many passers-by. With these red spots, the skin will quickly ulcerate, ooze pus, bleed, and eventually die, turning into a zombie. To avoid infection, Emohan quickly put on a hazmat suit and gas mask in the space. He flashed all the way to the entrance of the ancient martial arts hall. The scene before him left Emohan stunned, and he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, which bastard started the fire?" Emohan shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking that he should have come here first, stolen the books, and then gone to stockpile supplies. But the martial arts hall caught fire, which was truly an unexpected accident. The fire was quite large, with several fire trucks parked at the entrance, and firefighters racing against time, desperately trying to extinguish it. Emohan observed from the side, using the invisibility feature of spatial teleportation, so no one could see him. Two men stood nearby, one tall and one short. The tall man said, "I heard the martial arts school owner had a fight with her husband, got so furious she poured gasoline all over the place and then set it on fire." The short man sighed, "Impulsiveness is truly a devil. I thought only young people were impulsive, but I never expected it to be even worse with people in their 60s or 70s. The two shook their heads and continued staring at the sea of flames in a daze. Emohan sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Actually, for this couple, dying now might not be such a bad thing. It's certainly better than being torn apart by zombies. It's none of my business to meddle in other people's affairs. In her previous life, Emohan was always running around for others, treating herself as a great hero, thinking she could save the world, yet unaware that this world has always been about survival of the fittest. Many people were desperately running toward the direction of the fire, saying as they ran, "Today is really full of strange events. Over on Xingfu Street, a meteorite smashed Mingyang department store, causing countless casualties, and now there's a fire here. Yeah, all the bad things happened at once. Ugh, my neck is so itchy. Me too, I've got a few big red bumps." The two began scratching the red bumps on their bodies, and Emohan quickly stepped back. The sounds of police cars and ambulances rose and fell one after another. Taking advantage of the fact that order had not yet spiraled out of control, Emohan hailed a taxi and returned to the city hospital. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Relying on memories from the previous life, by no later than 8:30, someone would turn into a zombie and start biting people frantically. The car stopped at the entrance of the city hospital. Emohan watched as ambulances, one after another, rushed into the hospital with sirens blaring. Those were the injured from near the meteorite crater. These people were not only difficult to save but would sooner or later turn into zombies and attack the patients inside the hospital. Emo Jalan's surgery had already been ongoing for several hours. The orthopedics department was the flagship specialty of the city hospital, gathering many world-class top experts, so the surgery for Emo Jalan should be completed within 3 hours. Save his life first, reattach his hand, and give him the hope to keep living. Then wait for his son, Emohai, to turn into a zombie, break into the intensive care unit, and tear him apart. Just thinking about that kind of despair is exhilarating. Why is there a fire truck coming in? Emohan frowned as he walked. A fire truck entering the hospital clearly meant that Yenuer, that wretch, had been discovered by the nurse, who called the firefighters for help. Emohan flashed all the way to room 302 in Area A. Sure enough, there were 2 firefighters inside, trying to unlock Yenuer. Emohan sneered, "Unlock what? I have all the keys right here." Meanwhile, Yenuer was tearfully complaining about Emohan. "Officer, not only did he throw me into a septic tank and almost drown me, but now that I'm injured and hospitalized, he actually came here and handcuffed me to the bed. A firefighter, unlocking the cuffs while curious, asked, "Your fiancé? Why did he throw you into a septic tank?" Yenuer was momentarily at a loss for words. "Because I cheated on him, but I can't say that out loud." The firefighter crouched by the bedside, holding an air pressure gun and tools, carefully operating to both protect her hand from injury and successfully unlock the lock. Just as they were busy unlocking, a piercing scream echoed through the hospital corridor, startling everyone present. Several doctors ran while shouting, "Help! A rabid patient has gone mad and is biting people." Rabid patient? The firefighters exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. It sounds like a complete mess. How could there be so many rabies patients? A curious firefighter went out to take a look. As a result, he came back limping, his body twisted, his neck tilted, and he staggered into the ward. Emohan couldn't see the situation outside while in the space, but with just a thought, he could instantly leave the space and return just as quickly. Before anyone could react, he used a quick in and out flash to swiftly take a clear look at the situation outside. "What's wrong with you? Rolling your eyes as soon as you get back, were you bitten?" The firefighter unlocking Yenuer's handcuffs was just about to release one of her wrists. Looking up and seeing his colleague walk in with strange behavior, he didn't suspect anything and continued focusing on his task at hand. Who would have thought that the eye-rolling firefighter would suddenly pounce on him and bite down hard on his neck? Ah! A piercing scream suddenly rang out as the crouching firefighter had a large chunk of flesh bitten off his neck by a colleague, leaving a bloody gaping hole. Blood gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. The firefighter instantly collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Meanwhile, the colleague who bit him was crouched over him, tearing off chunks of fresh flesh. Due to the large hole in his neck, he could no longer call out, only widen his eyes, open his mouth, and make woo-woo-woo sounds from his throat. Yenuer watched everything before her in terror, so scared that she wet her pants. She cried and screamed for help desperately, struggling with all her might to break free from the handcuffs. However, the handcuffs tightly locked her hands, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Her movements startled the zombie firefighter who was feasting. The firefighter slowly twisted his neck and raised his head. His eyeballs bulged and turned white, veins popped on his face, and a piece of flesh hung from the corner of his mouth. The firefighter who had turned into a zombie stepped toward Yenuer. She was terrified to the extreme, struggling with all her might, desperately kicking with her feet, trying to push the zombie away. But the more she struggled, the more excited the zombie became, letting out owo-owo sounds as it lunged forward. Ah! Her scream instantly echoed throughout the entire floor. At that moment, the firefighter who had been bitten on the neck also turned into a zombie, staggered to his feet, crawled over to Yenuer, and viciously bit off a large chunk of flesh from her face. In an instant, half of Yenuer's face disappeared. The two zombies tore at her body, biting off pieces here and there. Outside the door, more and more zombies were drawn by the commotion, stumbling in to join the feast. A zombie pressed its sharp claws against Yenuer's stomach, dug in forcefully, pulled out her intestines, and began chewing on them in big bites. Yenuer, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, ultimately perished. One down, two to go. Emohan was an extremely persistent person. He would always repay those who had shown him kindness, and those who have hurt him, he will never forgive. Clear about gratitude and grudges, clear about love and hate. Just like for Yanghu, who once helped him, he left tens of thousands of bags of rice and tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water. As for Yenuer, who plotted against his parents back then and caused him to endure excruciating pain, he showed no mercy. Now, there are still two people who must die, and they are Emojalan and Emohai. These two not only have to die, but they must die miserably to bring him peace of mind and to honor the spirits of his parents in heaven. Of course, the apocalyptic demon King Tulong must also be eliminated. However, Tulong's whereabouts are unpredictable, and Emohan currently has no idea where he is. He is only known as a mysterious figure, possibly someone from the upper echelons of the authorities. In this life, Emohan must do everything possible to improve himself, strive to awaken psychic abilities as soon as possible, find Tulong, and personally kill him. Back then, when he was dissected into thousands of pieces for experiments, Tulong specifically instructed the lab researchers not to administer anesthesia to Emohan, wanting him to die in excruciating pain. Tulong always wore a mask, and Emohan has no idea who he really is or what his identity was before the apocalypse. Silence. Only known as the leader of the Noah's Ark base, with a hoarse voice and unparalleled abilities. His whereabouts are unpredictable, capable of killing targets in an instant. He decides who lives and who dies, all based on his word. A living embodiment of an apocalyptic demon king. People call him Dragon Slayer, meaning he dares to slay even the divine dragon of heaven and earth. His real name is Yuan Su. With this name alone, it's impossible to find him, as there are countless people named Yuan Su in the world. However, the most pressing matter now is to deal with the Emo family father and son first. As for the matter of slaying the dragon, it will be settled slowly in the future. Emohan's current strength is still insufficient to deal with him. Arriving at the orthopedic ward, the place was already in complete chaos. Many zombies were wandering aimlessly in the corridor, attacking anyone anyone they saw. Even the doctors in white coats were staggering and shouting in the corridor. Emohan flashed all the way, making it impossible for the zombies to detect his presence. From time to time, he emerged from the space, provoking the zombies to howl incessantly. Emohan reached the door of the intensive care unit, only to find no one there. He couldn't help but wonder, where's Emohai? Dead? He searched along the corridor for a few minutes but didn't see Emohai, who had already turned into a zombie. Emohan returned to the door of the monitoring room. Since Emohai hadn't turned into a zombie yet, with his timid and cowardly nature, he definitely wouldn't dare to run around and must be hiding in the monitoring room. He pushed the door hard, but no matter what, he couldn't open it. The door was locked from the inside. If Emohai knew he was just outside the door, he would never open it no matter what. Break the door? It's impossible to break through. The intensive care unit door is extremely sturdy, far beyond what an ordinary door can compare to. The only way is to wait. Waiting is not a problem. The problem is that there are 5 or 6 zombies wandering in the hallway, and Emohan's space can only be entered for 1 hour. After 1 hour, he must physically come out before he can enter again, and then stay for another hour. As soon as he comes out, he immediately goes back in. As long as you keep a certain distance from the zombies, there's no big problem. Dealing with zombies, Emohan wasn't flustered. Besides, he didn't want to confront them head-on right now. He wanted to save his strength for later. But what troubled him the most was the scorching heat. Emohan, standing there dozing off, really wanted to pull out a chair from his space and sit by the door of the monitoring room to wait. However, he was afraid of being ambushed by zombies if he let his guard down. Dare not sit, can only stand obediently. Still worried inside, if Emohai doesn't come out, wouldn't I have to wait for a long time? Who would have thought? Just as Emohan was pondering this question, the door of the monitoring room opened slightly. Emohai stuck out his dog-like head, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Probably hungry, wanted to check the situation, and was preparing to go out to find something to eat. It was during this moment of observation that Emohan quickly seized the opportunity, rushed out of the space, grabbed Emohai's hair, and with all his strength pushed open the door of the monitoring room. Ah, who is it? Let go of me. Emohai, being pulled by the hair, had his head hanging down, revealing only a pair of floral shorts and black slippers. Emohan yanked his hair back and laughed. What, you don't even recognize me? Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Emohai grabbed Emohan's hand in reverse. How could it be you? Why are you pulling my hair? Why? Of course, to feed you to the zombies. Emohan shouted loudly toward the zombies outside the corridor. Hey, brothers, come quickly, there's a feast here. The zombies in the corridor had just mutated, had not yet evolved, and moved sluggishly with dull minds. Hearing Emohan shout, they wobbled and stumbled as they made their way over. Emohan, are you crazy? Those are zombies, they'll kill you. Emohai saw the zombies slowly approaching and became extremely anxious, struggling desperately to break free from Emohan's grip. Helplessly, when it came to fighting, Emohai was never a match for Emohan. After all, the training at the sports school wasn't for nothing. At this moment, Emojalan, lying on the hospital bed in the intensive care unit, was slowly waking up. Hearing the commotion at the door between Emohan and Emohai, his already pale face turned even whiter. He called out in a trembling voice, higher, higher. Emohan, let go of me. Emohai heard his father's voice and suddenly remembered, didn't he have a dagger on him? He pretended to talk to Emohan to divert his attention, then suddenly pulled a dagger out of his pocket and stabbed fiercely toward Emohan's stomach. Emohan had already noticed his movements. The moment the dagger stabbed forward, he quickly bent his body to dodge and immediately pushed Emohai away with force. Emohai, who was pushed away by this immense force, fell heavily to the ground, still clutching the dagger tightly in his hand. Emojalin lay bare on the hospital bed, an oxygen tube inserted in his nose, and an 4 drip attached to the back of his hand. Hearing the commotion outside, he knew Emohan had arrived and definitely wouldn't spare Emohai. In a panic, he pressed the call button by the bed while shouting with all his might, Emohan, don't kill him. I'll give you everything, even the shares. I'll give them to you. The 5 staggering zombies who had already reached the door immediately pounced on Emohai as he fell to the ground. Terrified, Emohai raised his dagger and stabbed frantically, but he was outnumbered and couldn't hold them off. He often played games and knew that to kill zombies, one must chop off their heads. However, just as he chopped off one zombie's head, another bit into his shoulder. Then it was his chest, stomach, thighs, his entire body was torn apart, leaving him a bloody mess. The excruciating pain caused Emohai to let out the final scream of his life. Emojalan, who had just barely managed to get out of bed, was still unaware of the zombie virus outbreak outside. Thinking his son had been killed by Emohan, he panicked and fell off the bed. What a coincidence, just as Emojalan had managed to get his reattached finger back in place, he fell hard and landed right on it, the pain making him break out in a cold sweat as he collapsed to the ground, desperately crawling forward. By the time Emojalan reached the door, Emohai could only let out muffled, pitiful whimpers. With bulging, unwilling eyes and blood bubbling from his throat, Emojalan caught sight of a horrific scene. Emohai lay miserably on the floor, 5 monsters hunched over him, viciously tearing and biting at his flesh. Emojalan felt felt his heart shatter. His hands trembling, he pointed in Mo Hai's direction. Higher! Mo Jalan roared, forcing himself up from the ground, determined to pull those snarling monsters off his son. But as soon as the monsters heard his voice, they weren't scared at all. On the contrary, they stood up and started walking toward him. Emohan swiftly pulled a heavy iron hammer from his storage space and smashed the 5 zombies over the head. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies' skulls burst open one after another, and they collapsed to the floor. Mo Jalan had to die, but what Emohan really wanted to see was Mo Jalan being bitten to death by his own son. That would be truly satisfying. That's why Emohan took out the zombies himself. Mo Jalan was baffled by Emohan's actions, but anger had completely overtaken his mind. He forced himself up, lunging furiously at Emohan. Emohan, you little bastard. I should have strangled you with my own hands back then. I'll kill you, he roared. Emohan sneered coldly, easily sidestepping. Mo Jalan missed and crashed to the floor in a wretched heap. You mongrel, you killed my higher. I'll fight you to the death. Mo Jalan forced himself up again, bloodshot eyes blazing as he charged at Emohan, screaming wildly. But just then, Mo Hai on the floor suddenly moved. Mo Jalan watched as his son rose stiffly, and he hurried over, hugging him tightly in relief and tears. Higher, I thought you were dead. Emohan looked down at them from above, sneering. Mo Jalan, your son was already dead. What you're holding now is a zombie. No sooner had he spoken than Mo Hai bit down hard on Mo Jalan's shoulder. The searing pain made Mo Jalan try desperately to push him away, but Mo Hai clung on, biting down with all his strength, then jerked his head back, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Ah, it hurts. Mo Jalan gritted his teeth against the agony in his shoulder, sweat pouring down his face. Emohan squatted casually by the door, watching the father and son with a cold smile. Mo Jalan, Mo Hai, you murdered my parents, killed your own brother, dying is too easy for you. Now you can wander the earth as zombies. Ha! Yen Yuer was involved too, she's a zombie now. Mo Jalan's 10 fingers throbbed in agony, and the pain in his shoulder was unbearable. He now understood that he had no hope left. Earlier, he'd frantically pressed the call button by his hospital bed, hoping for a doctor to save him, but no one came. What terrified him even more was the sight of 2 people in white coats, monsters, tearing into Mo Hai. He was old. He didn't really understand what these monsters were, but seeing how they devoured flesh, and looking into his son's hollow, bloody, terrifying eyes, he finally understood. His son must have caught some kind of virus and gone completely mad. Hearing Emohan's explanation, he realized the truth. They were zombies. Anyone bitten would become one too. Mo Jalan tried to flee back to the ICU, but Mo Hai tackled him again, biting deep into his chest. Ah, ah! Mo Jalan howled in pain. Of course, Mo Jalan wasn't the only one in the ICU. There were 12 beds, with 6 other patients inside. Hearing the commotion, those still unconscious remained so, while the awake ones raised their heads, asking curiously, what's going on? On one bed, an irritable old man shouted, Doctor, doctor, where did the doctor go? Those innocent people had no grudge with Emohan, so he wouldn't harm them. He walked around the father and son, heading to the ICU door, and pulled it shut tightly behind him. This way, when Mo Jalan turned, the door would stay closed, and the other innocent people inside would be safe from harm. In the spacious corridor, only the father and son remained. Mo Jalan was torn apart, his flesh and blood mangled, and the corridor echoed with his agonized wails. Emohan stood aside, arms crossed, coldly watching the scene. He had intended to stay until the end, waiting for Mo Jalan to turn into a zombie before leaving. Unexpectedly, Mo Jalan's howls attracted zombies from other floors. Stumbling and staggering, dozens of zombies followed the sound and gathered around Mo Jalan. Like starving wolves spotting prey, the zombies pounced instantly, tearing him apart piece by piece. Emohan stepped back to the side, watching from a distance with a faint cold smile on his lips. He said, Uncle, just watch. Even if they devour you completely, you won't die. You'll turn into a zombie and wander around, and your life will continue. In the end, this is all for your own good, isn't it? These were the very words Mo Jalan had once said to Emohan in the laboratory. Back then, Emohan was on the verge of being sliced into countless pieces as part of an experiment. Mo Jalan had laughed heartily beside him, saying, Honor, once you're successfully studied, there will be countless versions of you in this world, and your life will become eternal. Uncle, this is for your own good too. It's truly karma, without the slightest reprieve. Mo Jalan probably never imagined, even in his dreams, that Emohan, whom he had framed and caused to die, would be reborn in return for revenge. Although Mo Jalan could still hear Emohan's voice, he had already lost the ability to speak. Taking advantage of the zombies being engrossed in their feast and paying no attention to him, Emohan stepped closer and said coldly to Mo Jalan, Uncle, thank you for all your scheming over the years. I wish you all the best as zombies. Bye-bye. After dealing with a few major enemies, Emohan felt much more at ease. At the moment, the number of zombies in the hospital was increasing, and he couldn't stay here any longer. Dealing with these low-level zombies was of no help to his ability awakening. The more he killed, the more time he wasted. Therefore, Emohan decided to head straight home and relax for a while with his 2 little dogs. He planned to take it easy easy for a while, wait for the zombies to mutate and mid-level zombies to appear, and then kill to his heart's content, absorbing as many crystal cores as possible. Mo-han swaggered out of the intensive care unit area. When there were no zombies around, he moved forward on his own. When passing by them, for safety's sake, he always kept his gun in hand. When zombies appeared, he avoided conflict and directly blinked past them. Of course, while blinking was useful, it also had its drawbacks. For example, when Mo-han blinked into the space, nothing was left where he disappeared, but if he blinked out of the space, he remained in the original spot, just invisible to others. If someone fired a shot at that moment and he didn't react quickly enough, he could still get hit. So, blinking only made him invisible. It didn't mean he truly disappeared. The hospital was in utter chaos at the moment, with piercing screams echoing everywhere. Mo-han walked to the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator doors opened, revealing 3 zombies wandering inside. The moment they saw Mo-han, they howled and lunged at him. Mo-han swiftly raised his gun and shot each one in the head, then walked straight into the elevator. The elevator stopped at the B2 underground parking lot. Mo-han chose this place because there were fewer people in the parking lot, and consequently, fewer zombies. Additionally, he could take a car out of his space and drive straight home. As expected, there weren't many people in the parking lot, but it wasn't completely devoid of zombies either. Mo-han wasn't afraid of zombies. As long as it wasn't a confined space, he could dodge into his space the moment they got close, or even flash in and out the entire time. He simply didn't want to watch those zombies wandering around awkwardly. After all, he had no patience for dealing with these low-level, useless creatures. They were nothing but a waste of time and energy, offering no value whatsoever. In the underground parking lot, with a single thought, a Wuling Hongguang appeared on the ground. The apocalypse had just begun, and while traffic outside hadn't completely descended into chaos, there were inevitably zombies on the roads, and collisions might be unavoidable. When it came to hitting zombies, the Wuling Hongguang was the ultimate hardcore choice. The key point was that the car was cheap, so even if it got damaged, it wouldn't be distressing. Mo-han drove the car out of the hospital. At the hospital entrance, the security guard was already gone, and the barrier gate couldn't be opened. The area was surrounded by zombies or people being chased and bitten by zombies. Seeing Mo-han driving, several people clung to the car, desperately pleading, "Sir, please, save me. Take me with you. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy. Master, the zombies are coming. I'm begging you." Mo-han glanced coldly at the bite mark on one person's hand without saying a word and directly rolled up the car window. Behind his Wuling van, several cars followed closely. Because Mo-han was blocking the way in front, the drivers behind anxiously honked their horns repeatedly, unaware that the noise was attracting even more zombies. Those clinging to the car saw Mo-han's indifferent expression and unwillingness to save them, so they quickly turned to cling to the cars behind. However, at this critical moment, who would dare to easily open the car door and gamble with their life? The barrier was in front, and Mo-han initially thought of getting out of the car to open the gate at the guard post, but on second thought he decided against it. The outside was full of zombies, and even though he had the ability to teleport, he couldn't guarantee his safety. The car behind kept honking incessantly, urging him. Mo-han curled his lips and, with no other choice, braced himself and rammed forward. He drove his divine car straight into the barrier. Bang! The barrier didn't break but was knocked askew, hanging and swaying unsteadily. Mo-han slammed on the gas and quickly sped out of the hospital. The street was in chaos, with screams echoing one after another. Countless zombies were frantically biting passers-by. People ran while shouting, some hiding in stores, only to be frightened out again by the zombies inside. Although the scene was chaotic, cruel, and tragic, fortunately, it was nighttime, and the zombies' vision was limited. Unless someone ran right in front of them or screamed, it was hard for them to notice. Thus, some people managed to escape. It was not even 10 o'clock, yet many stores had already closed, narrowly avoiding disaster. Some were still open but were invaded by zombies, causing the people inside to suffer. In short, tonight's life or death depends entirely on luck. Mo-han drove the Wuling Divine car and, upon encountering shops that were still open but had been overrun by zombies, parked directly at the entrance, dashed inside, and cleared out all the goods. It was truly a textbook example of an apocalypse $0 shopping spree. On the way home, Mo-han returned with a space full of loot. He entered any shop he came across and grabbed whatever he could. He even emptied out a store selling condoms as he passed by. When taking the condoms, he was completely serious. Although the apocalypse was brutal and he had just been betrayed by his girlfriend, who could guarantee he wouldn't meet a girl he liked in the future and need these things? Thinking of this, Mo-han's lips curved into a smile as he casually stored all the items from the neighboring stores selling sanitary pads and liners into his space. While taking these, he felt a bit perverse. If a woman saw him, she would definitely say, "Wow, this guy is actually holding sanitary pads, how creepy." At this thought, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everything near the hospital had been purchased for free, and as he approached his doorstep, Mo-han saw a maternity and baby store. The entrance hadn't been breached by zombies yet, yet, but it was likely to be overrun within half an hour. The mother and baby store's door was locked. Mohan took out a universal key from his space, easily unlocked the door, went in, and casually grabbed some items. The apocalypse had arrived, and no one was buying these things anymore. He told himself this wasn't stealing, it was helping to take away the items to prevent them from expiring and going to waste. Walking a few steps further, he saw a children's play center still in operation. 7 or 8 parents were there with their kids, playing. Of course, it actually meant the parents were engrossed in their phones while the kids played on their own. Seeing those innocent and adorable children, some 7 or 8 years old, others just 2 or 3, Mohan felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't help but walk in and say to the parents absorbed in their phones, "The city hospital is overrun with zombies, and it might spread here soon. Please take your kids home." Several parents continued to look down at their phones. One looked up and gave him a polite smile, saying, "Thank you," but their body remained completely still sitting. Mohan shook his head. If these parents died, it naturally had nothing to do with him, but these children were too pitiful. In a fit of anger, he walked out of the amusement park, instantly flashed back, and swept all the amusement facilities into his space. The children's cries immediately drew the attention of the shop owner and the parents. They looked up and saw that the slide, twisty ball, toy cars, toy planes, sand, all were gone. The playground was left with nothing but empty tiles. The owner was so scared he wet his pants, and the parents were also in a panic, shouting "What the hell?" as they grabbed their children and ran home desperately. Those living nearby made it home safely, while those living farther away were intercepted by zombies on their way back, turning into zombies themselves, with no way to return. Mohan sat in the divine vehicle, watching everything on the road, and could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. All beings suffer. Only self-salvation is possible. In his past life, he desperately tried to save others, but in the end, he couldn't survive himself and was instead killed. If good intentions are destined to go unrewarded, then in this life, I might as well be a cold-blooded executioner, wielding a blade to kill. The apocalypse is cruel and leaves no room for sentimentality. However, I do have my own principles, such as not killing good people or children. Driving back to the underground garage of my residential complex, the surroundings were still peaceful. Zombies hadn't spread here yet. Over at the city hospital, the virus spread so quickly because the people brought in by ambulances turned into zombies and started biting others frantically. Other places will still need some time before zombies can take over. I stored the divine vehicle into my personal space. After all, it's the apocalypse, and no one will bother checking the surveillance footage, so whatever I do, it won't be discovered. Back at home, Big Pancake and Demon Chicken were staring at the TV. Seeing me return, the 2 dogs immediately rushed over to greet me. Big Pancake is healthy, agile, and runs incredibly fast. The Demon Chicken's leg injury hasn't healed yet, so it can only hop over. I held one in each arm, hugging them tightly and showering them with kisses. The 2 dogs, however, pushed me away disdainfully. So annoying. They were busy watching TV, and I kept kissing them non-stop. I could clearly feel their disdain, especially from Dabing. As I kissed it, it kept turning its head to stare at the TV, definitely a TV addict. The TV is showing Dog Trouble, where Dog 1 and Dog 2 are always coming up with ways to deal with the forest-chopping Big Headstrong. Big Headstrong, stop right there. Stupid dogs. Big Headstrong, will be back. I watched for a few minutes, and it was actually quite interesting. After using the restroom, I returned to the sofa and idly played with my phone. The news was scrolling with the latest updates. Recently, zombie attack incidents have occurred in multiple areas. Citizens are advised to stay at home and avoid going out unless necessary. Experts' research indicates that the zombie virus outbreak is primarily influenced by meteorite haze. Red bumps appear on the infected. Do not scratch, stay calm, and use antibiotics immediately. Stay away from people who have turned into zombies to avoid being bitten. Below the news, tens of thousands of comments poured in, expressing people's intense emotions. Damn, stay at home? There's no food. Are we supposed to just wait to die at home? Yeah, if I had known the zombie virus was going to break out, I would have stocked up on more food. Experts are just nonsense. Isn't this just smog getting into the body, causing red bumps and sickness? What's there to research? Exactly, if this can be researched, I could be an expert too. What a joke. You're not supposed to scratch the red bumps? Who wouldn't want to scratch them? They're unbearably itchy. How can you not scratch? I also have a lot of red bumps on my body, and I can't help but want to scratch them. It's unbearable. In the residents group chat, 99 plus messages popped up. When I opened it, it was all discussions about the zombie outbreak at the city hospital. Someone recorded a video of a zombie biting a person downstairs and shared it in the group, causing everyone to panic. 9-10-3 Wang Mumu, so scary. These zombies are as bloody and terrifying as in the movies. 731 Zhanging, yeah, what should we do? I'm so scared. For 81 Linlu, there's not much food left at home, and there are zombies everywhere outside. How are we going to survive? 8-12-Acute and adorable. It's over, the apocalypse is here, we're all going to die. I shook my head. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, just the beginning, and people are already this panicked. In just over 10 days, a global water and power outage will bring true despair. Moreover, the extreme heat will cause many to die and rot at home, unnoticed by anyone. The dead will turn into zombies, their bodies covered in rotting flesh and maggots, utterly disgusting. They will open their big mouths, growling roar, roar, roar as they bite people everywhere. Sigh, just thinking about this scene gives me goosebumps all over. Looking at the time, it's already late. I got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Taking advantage of the fact that the apocalypse hasn't cut off the electricity yet, the water in the heater is still very hot. With a thought, I took out 20 large pots from the space. I turned on the faucet and started filling the pots with water. The weather is extremely hot now, so the demand for hot water is not high. But as the apocalypse progresses and extreme cold weather arrives, hot water will become very important. The water from the water heater ran out after filling just 5 large pots. I stored these 5 pots of water in the space and let the water heater continue heating water. I specifically adjusted the water temperature to 75 degrees. After the water was boiled, I filled 5 more pots. Relying on just one water heater, Mohan felt the speed was too slow. He simply didn't have the patience to wait. So, while the water heater was boiling water, he simultaneously turned on the induction cooker and the gas stove in the kitchen, placing 2 large pots on each stove to boil water together. This way, the efficiency was much faster. Until going to bed at midnight, Mohan had boiled a total of 20 large pots of water, all stored in the space. The space was static, so the hot water placed inside would remain hot even after a long time when taken out for use. After finishing the 20 large pots of water, Mohan really had no patience to continue and lay down on the bed, comforting himself, "It's okay, anyway, during extreme cold, I can slowly boil water with the electric heater." After all, he had stockpiled generators, electric heaters, storage batteries, and gasoline. Speaking of gasoline, Mohan suddenly realized that although he had stored quite a bit of gasoline, it was absolutely far from enough to last 20 or 30 years. Since it's already the apocalypse, while the things outside haven't been completely looted, he needs to go out and stock up more, especially gasoline. This stuff is extremely valuable, and he has to hoard as much as he can. But it's too late tonight, he needs a good night's sleep. He'll set out again at dawn tomorrow. Pancake, demon chicken, turn off the TV and go to sleep. Mohan called out to the 2 dogs to rest. He had to call them 3 times before the 2 dogs obediently lay down. On the spacious bed, Mohan slept on one side, while the 2 dogs squeezed onto the other side. Waking up in the middle of the night, a piercing, prolonged scream suddenly came from downstairs. Mohan pulled back the curtains and looked down, only to see a group of zombies chasing a woman returning late at night. The woman seemed to have been drinking, stumbling as she ran. In the end, her high heels twisted her ankle, and she fell to the ground. The zombies immediately pounced on her and began tearing into her. The low groans of the zombies and the woman's cries of pain intertwined, disturbing the entire neighborhood. People peeked out from their windows for a glance, then quickly pulled back, shutting their doors and windows tightly, afraid the zombies would notice and come into their homes to bite them. Messages in the group kept dinging non-stop, but Mohan couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He simply put his phone on silent and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Mohan ate a little something and headed out. This time, he brought along Debing. He hadn't planned on taking it, but Debing clung tightly to his big shorts with its mouth, almost tearing them. He had no choice but to take it out for a walk. This little guy was clever. It could even help keep watch when the time came. As for the demon chicken, its leg injury hadn't healed yet, so it stayed at home. Mohan left enough food for it, so it wouldn't go hungry. He cautiously took the elevator downstairs, and fortunately, he didn't encounter any zombies on the way. It seemed that the incident with that woman last night had scared a lot of people, and no one dared to come out. When he arrived at the parking lot, he saw a few zombies wandering around inside. Mohan quickly ran to the car with Debing. He unlocked the car, and it beeped twice. The zombies saw this and started limping toward him. Debing nervously stared at the approaching zombies, baring its teeth and trying its best to look fierce. It opened its mouth, and with a puff, it unexpectedly spat out a tiny flame, about the size of a match head. Mohan smiled and said, "Pancake, get in the car quickly. With your firepower, you can't kill them. Wait until your abilities get stronger." Pancake glanced at him and quickly jumped into the car through the open window. The zombies had already reached the car, and Pancake, who had just jumped in, almost had his foot grabbed by one of them. Mohan had already summoned the Wooling Divine car. Pancake sat in the passenger seat, still shaken. Mohan rolled up the window and asked with a smile, "Scared you, didn't I?" After all, Pancake wasn't a reborn individual, he was still just a little pup. His abilities weren't strong yet, and when faced with those rotting, blood-dripping zombies, he still felt a lingering fear. However, the little guy cared a lot about saving face. When Mohan asked, it certainly wouldn't admit to being scared, just shook its head vigorously and bared its teeth at the zombies outside. Mohan could tell it was pretending but didn't expose it. Saving face, after all, is a common ailment of every grown man, incurable. Mohan drove all the way out of the garage and headed onto the street. It was only 6:30 in the the morning, but the temperature was already very high. Natural disasters and a zombie virus intertwine, making life truly difficult for ordinary people. The streets are full of zombies, each one rolling their eyes, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, growling, and spinning in place. The sight of living people is almost non-existent. It's not that there are no survivors, but it's still too early, and people are hiding at home, too afraid to come out. Even at midday, no one dares to step outside easily. After more than 10 days, the survivors, having consumed all the food and drink in their homes, would be so hungry that they could no longer endure it and would finally think of going out to find some food. After all, death awaited them outside, and death awaited them at home. It might as well be better to go out and find something to eat. If they were going to die, they might as well die with a full stomach. After all, the feeling of hunger was truly unbearable. The Wuling magic car drove along, stopping and starting. Any food or drink that could be taken from roadside shops was swept away by Emohan. Passing by his own milk tea shop, he directly took out his universal key, opened the door, and went inside, taking away the equipment, tea ingredients, and recipes. This key is really useful. Emohan left the milk tea shop, got back in the car, and continued driving forward. When zombies blocked the road, he simply ran them over. The universal key in his hand had an interesting story. Emohan had bought it for just 29.9 yuan at a street stall before his rebirth. At the time, he hadn't thought it was truly a universal key. He just liked its design and bought it. Who would have thought that when the apocalypse came, it would turn out to be incredibly useful? Originally, during the apocalypse, if you wanted to enter somewhere, you could just kick the door open. However, the sound of kicking the door was too loud, so it was more prudent to use a key to quietly open the door and sneak in. Emohan's spatial flash ability was indeed powerful, but that was because the zombies he encountered now were all low-level. In another month or two, when zombies mutate into mid-level or high-level ones with heightened senses of smell, even if Emohan used spatial invisibility, they would still sniff him out during his flashes. However, Emohan couldn't awaken his abilities yet, as awakening required 10,000 mid-level zombie crystal cores. 10,000 crystal cores meant he would have to kill tens of thousands of mid-level zombies to awaken his mental abilities. Moreover, not all mid-level zombies had crystal cores in their brains. The doors on both sides of the street were tightly shut. Emohan didn't want to waste time on small shops, but he would ransack every large supermarket, leaving not even a needle behind. The streets were crowded with zombies, and wrecked cars were scattered everywhere, blocking the roads, but traffic hadn't completely collapsed yet. After all, there were still few people who turned into zombies. Since the virus outbreak occurred at night, most people hurried home and temporarily escaped the disaster. Emohan arrived at the largest gas station in the city. All the gas station employees had turned into zombies, wearing blue uniforms, wandering around the station, occasionally letting out a few roars. Emohan parked the Wuling Hongguang outside the gas station, locked the car doors, and turned up the music. The vast horizon is my love. The song, the most dazzling ethnic style, lit up the atmosphere. He brought along a pancake and used spatial teleportation to conceal himself. Several zombie employees at the gas station were drawn to the music and started heading toward the car. There is a convenience store in the gas station, specifically for drivers to pay for fuel, buy cigarettes, drinks, and snacks. The glass door was tightly shut, and inside, two employees were trapped, desperately banging on the glass door, howling, "Owo, owo." Emohan scanned the surroundings. Seeing no other zombies, he felt reassured and boldly took out over 100 large iron barrels from his space, then grabbed the fuel nozzle to start refueling. The gas station had 6 fuel pumps, and Emohan placed a large iron barrel next to each pump, opened the nozzle, and began refueling. Each time a barrel was filled, he tightened the lid and stored it back in his space. The fuel nozzle worked quickly, and he didn't dare waste even a minute. He was practically running back and forth between the 6 fuel pumps, sweating profusely from the effort. At this moment, a zombie staggered toward him from the front of the Wuling van. Emohan, busy tightening the barrel lid, didn't notice. Fortunately, Big Pancake noticed it and gently tugged on Emohan's pant leg, drawing his attention to the zombie. Emohan took a knife out of his space and struck the zombie on the head. The zombie immediately fell to the ground, dead. Emohan looked approvingly at the little yellow dog. No wonder it was called Fire God Big Pancake in the previous life. Truly clever. In a situation like just now, other dogs would have barked loudly. Big Pancake didn't bark because it knew that barking would disturb other zombies, attract more trouble, and be disadvantageous to its owner. Good job, Big Pancake. Emohan put the freshly filled oil drum into his space, silently praising it in his heart. The smell of gasoline is actually quite pungent and unpleasant. Fortunately, the air in the space doesn't circulate, so the gasoline smell couldn't spread and fill the entire area. Outside the gas station, a Wuling minivan was blasting deafening music, attracting a dozen zombies from the road. Some of them gathered around the Wuling minivan, while others headed toward Emohan, who was refueling. Emohan remained calm, planning to wait until they got closer and then take them out one by one with headshots. Seeing his composure, Dabing was startled and quickly charged charged at a few zombies, barking loudly, successfully drawing their attention. The zombies began growling and chasing after Dabing. In large strides, Dabing ran around the perimeter of the gas station, barking as he went. If any zombies suddenly stopped chasing him and turned toward Mohan, he would immediately run in front of the zombie, correcting its mistake and pull it back into his running circle. While refueling, Mohan watched Dabing's clever antics and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "What a little rascal." In Mohan's space, there were tens of thousands of barrels for storing oil. Back then, to be prepared, he had deliberately bought a large number of these barrels and stored them in his space, planning to use them to stockpile fuel whenever he came across a gas station after the apocalypse broke out. Yang Hu and his team had also helped him stockpile quite a bit of fuel, at least several thousand barrels. But even several thousand barrels of fuel were far from enough. Mohan's airplane and large ship consumed a significant amount of fuel in just one refueling session. Airplane, ship? Mohan suddenly thought about taking the airplane and ship out of his space to refuel, but after surveying the surrounding area, he shook his head. The space was too narrow to accommodate either the airplane or the ship. After filling over 1,000 large iron barrels with fuel, using the 6 fuel pumps at the gas station, he had drained the station dry. The entire gas station's fuel supply had been completely emptied by Mohan. Sigh, it seems this gas station doesn't have much capacity. It can't hold that much fuel. After storing the last iron barrel in his space, Mohan glanced through the glass door into the convenience store. There was indeed a lot of food and drinks inside. In the room next to the convenience store, there was a large pile of iron barrels for refueling. A smile tugged at the corner of Mohan's mouth as he strode toward the convenience store. As soon as he opened the glass door, the zombies inside began howling. 2 zombies, one in front and one behind, walked out of the glass door, baring their bloody mouths and lunging at Mohan. Mohan sidestepped to dodge and took a few steps back, with the zombies following closely. They were now ravenous and desperately trying to eat human flesh. However, before they could get close to Mohan, he vanished into thin air. The zombies looked around in confusion, growling, and then turned to head toward the Wuling minivan outside the gas station. Mohan emerged from his space and swaggered into the convenience store, storing all the goods along with the shelves into his space. Then he went next door to the convenience store and stored all the towering piles of iron barrels into his space as well. Finally, he noticed a thick stack of tissue boxes piled next to the cash register, which were meant to be gifts for customers who refueled with 200 yuan or more. Mohan placed his hand on the tissue boxes, and with a thought, all the tissue boxes on the ground entered his space. The items in his space wouldn't be randomly piled up but would automatically be categorized and neatly arranged. When the time came, all Mohan had to do was focus his mind on the item he wanted, and it would instantly appear in front of him. Humming a little tune, Mohan walked out of the convenience store. Outside the gas station, Dabing was still leading the zombies in circles. Around the Wuling Shinche, 3 zombies were gathered. Mohan walked all the way to the Wuling Shinche and shouted at the 3 zombies surrounding the car, "Come on, your Grandpa Han is right here. Dare to bite me and see what happens." The zombies turned their heads to look at him, tilted their heads, and staggered toward him. Mohan immediately vanished on the spot. The zombies were left bewildered, especially the 2 inside the convenience store who had already been confused once before and were now confused again. Actually, confused was Mohan's interpretation. These low-level zombies didn't have complex thoughts, only the instinct of hunger. Mohan had already reached the Shinche, opened the car door, and stepped inside. Seeing its owner get into the car, Dabing ran desperately in the opposite direction for a while to lure the zombies away, then quickly turned back. Mohan saw Dabing rushing over and quickly rolled down the car window. Dabing jumped in through the window. "Dabing, with your jumping speed, if it weren't for the apocalypse, you could have represented China in competitions and won a world high jump championship." Dabing tilted its head, seriously pondering Mohan's words. Although it didn't quite understand what a high jump championship was, it did understand that Mohan was praising its jumping ability. Being praised by its owner, the little guy was overjoyed and started bouncing around on the passenger seat. "Sit still, I'm about to drive," Mohan said to Dabing while starting the car. "The fuel at this gas station is almost depleted, and Mohan is preparing to head to the next gas station to fill all the barrels in the space. If the next gas station is also out of fuel, then he'll go to the one after that. In short, while the apocalypse is just beginning and people haven't realized they need to come out for $0 shopping, he must take everything he can first, especially gasoline. Once chaos breaks out in the apocalypse, many people will struggle to protect themselves, let alone obtain gasoline. So, for now, he will take as much as he can. After all, having grown up in this city, this is Mohan's home turf. Which street has a gas station, which street has several internet cafes, Mohan knows them all clearly in his mind. He drove the magical car along the road outside the gas station, turned left at the intersection 5 minutes later, and then drove straight for 15 minutes to reach another gas station. He refueled using the same method. The fuel at this gas station was much more more abundant than the previous one. Emohan filled 200 large iron barrels with fuel here, leaving him gasping for breath. Looking at the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The scorching sun hung in the sky, the asphalt road was baked to a boiling heat, and the air was filled with a strong smell of rubber. Emohan climbed warily into the whirling magical car, and Big Pancake jumped into the car as well. Because it was so hot, Big Pancake had his mouth open and tongue out to cool off. Damn, it must be 43 degrees now, it's unbearably hot, he said as he rolled up all the car windows and turned the air conditioning to the maximum. A few minutes later, the air conditioning finally started to take effect, and Emohan let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally not hot anymore, much more comfortable. I need to hurry home and lie on the sofa under the air conditioning. He took out a bottle of Pulse from his space, twisted off the cap, and gulped down several big mouthfuls. The bottle was soon empty. Dabing watched him drink water, staring eagerly, his pleading expression unmistakable. Emohan also took another bottle of Pulse and a large bowl from the space, poured the Pulse into the bowl for Dabing to drink. Dabing stretched its neck and slurped continuously, quickly finishing the bowl. After drinking water and enjoying the air conditioning, the fatigue in Emohan's body finally began to fade away. However, he didn't dare to go to the next gas station anymore. At this moment, the scorching sun was high in the sky, and the air temperature was at least 43 degrees. If he continued working, he feared he might die of heatstroke. Wouldn't that mean the rebirth was wasted? Heaven granted him the chance to be reborn, such a rare opportunity. If he were to die at the very first stage of the apocalypse, extreme heat, those ghosts in hell would definitely laugh their heads off, thinking he was truly both weak and useless. So, he drove all the way home. On the road, he saw a disheveled woman desperately running, followed closely by 4 or 5 zombies. Seeing Emohan's Wuling van drive past her, the woman looked as if she had seen her savior. She ran while shouting loudly, "Sir, sir, please, save me." Watching the woman frantically pounding on the car window, Emohan's gaze turned slightly cold, and he did not stop. After the apocalypse, scenes like this played out every day. He couldn't save everyone. In his previous life, he was a savior, yet he met a tragic end. In this life, he just wants to live more freely, a little more selfishly. So, Emohan not only didn't stop the car but instead accelerated forward. However, out of curiosity, he glanced at the rearview mirror while driving, just in time to see the woman almost being bitten by a zombie when a police car passed by her and stopped. A female police officer got out of the car and rescued the woman. The distance was too far to see the female officer's face clearly, but her figure was curvaceous, and her demeanor was dashing. Needless to say, she was definitely a beauty. Men all like to look at beautiful women, and Emohan was no exception. However, watching was just watching. In the past, his heart belonged only to Yenuer, and he had never been moved by any other woman. He merely appreciated beauty from a man's perspective, but never crossed the line, not even for a fleeting moment of pretense. The car drove all the way toward his residential complex. Along the way, there were both smooth stretches of road and areas where vehicles were haphazardly blocking the way. Encountering a roadblock, Emohan chose to take a detour. In fact, he could have completely stored the Wuling Divine car in his space, passed through the obstacle, and then retrieved it from the space to continue driving. To avoid being discovered and exposing the secret of his space, he deliberately took a longer route. The zombie virus had just broken out, and coincidentally, the incident started at the city hospital last night. At that time, most people had already left work and gone home. Through news and videos showing zombies devouring humans, everyone stayed home today, not daring to venture out, temporarily ensuring their safety. Those who hadn't left work last night, or were driving or taking the bus home, were attacked by the sudden zombie outbreak and, after being bitten, never made it back home. Those who had left work at 5:30 p.m. stayed home watching movies or reading novels, ignoring the news and not checking videos, went out as usual in the morning to go to work, only to die as soon as they stepped out, becoming part of the zombie horde, howling and biting people everywhere. The scenes depicted in TV dramas and post-apocalyptic novels, where cities are instantly wiped out after a zombie virus outbreak, are actually not very scientific. The extinction of humanity is a slow process. Some people died last night when bitten by zombies, some were bitten and turned into zombies while searching for food later, and others starved to death at home or succumbed to the scorching heat. There are always those who struggle to survive under the threat of death, and there are always those who try to save themselves. Turning the corner, Emohan discovered that the street was not occupied solely by his car. Numerous police vehicles were scouring the area for zombies, clearing out infected individuals, and striving to provide safety for survivors. The police fired their guns, used knives in close combat, and even sprayed high-pressure water jets. Against these low-level zombies, they were no match and were subdued within minutes. Even with the outbreak of the zombie virus, it was impossible for the entire city to be wiped out instantly. To become a complete ghost town would take at least half a month. Currently, it was only the early stages of the outbreak, with an infection rate of approximately 20% to 30%. The government, public facilities, and police were still functioning effectively. Loudspeakers above the city continuously broadcast. Due to the recent outbreak of the zombie virus, citizens are advised to stay home as much as possible and avoid going out unless necessary. Imo-han took a detour and was stopped by the police as he approached his residential area. "Stop, pull over," a policeman signaled. "What's the matter, officer?" Imo-han parked his car for inspection. After confirming that he had no wounds, the policeman said sternly, "There are zombies everywhere outside. It's extremely dangerous. The government is working hard to eliminate them. You should hurry home and try not to come out." "Alright, thank you, officer." Just as Imo-han was about to drive away, Jinwoo and Wang Gang appeared in the distance. To avoid being entangled with them again, Imo-han immediately started his car, kicking up a cloud of dust as he sped away. Along the way, many zombies had already been cleared by the police. When encountering stragglers or zombies wandering in from elsewhere, Imo-han simply drove into them, got out of the car, and slashed them a few times to ensure they were completely destroyed. Initially, he hadn't planned to kill zombies, but seeing the government's efforts to eliminate them, Imo-han decided to lend a hand. However, he knew deep down that it was futile. This was only the early stage. Once the virus reached the mid-stage outbreak with an infection rate exceeding 50%, the government would be overwhelmed, and sporadic crimes and robberies would begin to spread. By the late stage, with an infection rate above 70%, society would enter a state of anarchy, and the police, government, and public facilities would completely collapse. Robberies, murders, arson, and other incidents would become rampant, social order would disintegrate entirely, and people would revert to the law of the jungle for survival. Driving alone, Imo-han couldn't help but reflect on the brutal apocalypse of his previous life, feeling deeply moved. This apocalypse was equally cruel, and he needed to awaken his abilities as soon as possible, kill the dragon, and find refuge to live a stable life. After circling around, he finally returned to his residential area. The underground parking garage now had a few more zombies than it did in the morning. As soon as Imo-han got out of the car and closed the door, the zombies surrounded him, growling. The pancake in his arms trembled with fear. Imo-han laughed and said, "The once famous fire god Pancake from my previous life turns out to be a coward." Pancake barked twice, as if to say, "I haven't grown up yet, I'm still a baby." Imo-han patted Dabing's head, focused his thoughts, and placed it into the space. He then used spatial teleportation to quickly move behind the zombie, firing consecutive shots to its head. The zombie instantly fell to the ground. Imo-han could have chosen not to kill these zombies and gone straight home, but seeing the situation before him, he decided to step in and clean up. At this moment, however, he was in an extremely foul mood because the zombie, with its stinking mouth wide open and howling foolishly, had scared Dabing out of its wits. It deserved to die. When zombies mutate and upgrade later on, he would still be able to kill them and collect crystal cores to awaken his abilities. However, mid-level and high-level zombies wouldn't be so easy to deal with, as their strength would make killing them far from simple. Woof woof woof. Back home, the demon chicken hobbled over. It stared at Imo-han with a pitiful look, as if blaming him for being out for too long. Lacking a sense of security, it was especially afraid that Imo-han might abandon it. Imo-han squatted down, picked up the demon chicken, and said with a smile, "Don't look at me with that pitiful expression. Afraid I'll take Dabing and leave you behind? Coward." The demon chicken heard these words, its eyes sparkling with joy, but outwardly it still didn't appear too lively. On the other hand, Pancake, having not seen the demon chicken for a while and missing it terribly, immediately pounced on it and started nibbling furiously, nibbling its ears, nibbling its mouth, nibbling its belly. Ugh! The demon chicken shook its head disdainfully. Disgusting. Imo-han put the two dogs back on the ground and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Outside, the two dogs were still playing, but almost all the noise came from Pancake. Pancake and the demon chicken had completely different personalities. Pancake was lively and adorable, enthusiastic and cheerful. The demon chicken was serious and reserved, cautious and careful. Each had its own charm. Imo-han had just finished his shower and came out with a bathrobe wrapped around his waist when he heard his phone ringing. He walked to the coffee table, picked up the phone, and saw it was Yang Hu calling, his voice urgent. "Hey, Han, where are you now?" Yang Hu asked anxiously. Imo-han was a bit puzzled as to why Yang Hu was calling him. "What's wrong, Hu?" "Han, the zombie virus has broken out, and zombies are biting people everywhere. I don't know if the government can completely clean it up. I'm trapped at home right now, and there are several zombies right outside my door. There's no way I can go out to help you check the goods at the old factory." Imo-han listened carefully without making a sound. Yang Hu continued, "I went to the old factory the day before yesterday and found there are still tens of thousands of bags of rice and tens of thousands of barrels of mineral water. My family has plenty to eat, but if you run out of food in a few days, remember to go and take some." After hearing Yang Hu's words, Imo-han's lips curled into a smile. It seemed his decision back then was correct, leaving those supplies of rice and water for Yang Hu. Unexpectedly, he hadn't secretly hoarded them during the apocalypse. This guy is truly a good buddy. "No need, Xiao Wu," Imo-han said seriously, "just keep those supplies for yourself. If the police police fail to clear out the zombies and there's no food for a long time, that would be truly life-threatening. Yang Hu insisted, if you give me your supplies, what will you eat and drink? Brother Han, I still have 3 big bags of rice and 2 barrels of mineral water at home, enough to last for a while. When I run out of food, I'll figure something out. This virus shouldn't last long. Those are your things, and I can't take them. Not last long? Han shook his head, thinking to himself, brother, this virus is going to last for many years. It's just that in his previous life he had died in the 5th year of the apocalypse, so he had no idea what happened afterward, whether Earth eventually recovered or was completely destroyed. If Yang Hu had casually accepted the supplies or secretly kept them for himself, Han would have thought it was normal. After all, in life and death situations, principles mean nothing. However, it was also possible that Yang Hu simply hadn't realized the power of the zombie virus, thinking that, with the police fully mobilized, a few bullets and some effort would be enough to wipe out the zombies. Probably, many people still naively believed that the government could solve the crisis for them. Brother, I still have a little food and supplies here, not much. Keep those for yourself. Find some time to get them before someone else takes them. But, Brother Han. Yang Hu wanted to refuse again, but Han interrupted him sternly. It's settled then. Take care, brother. After speaking, Han hung up the phone directly without waiting for Yang Hu's response. Yang Hu did not call back. Big pancake, demon chicken, keep the TV volume down. I'm going to take a nap. Han placed the phone by his pillow, lay down, and fell soundly asleep, not waking up until the evening. After waking up, he sat at the dining table and opened 2 cans of dog food for the 2 dogs. Han had stocked up plenty of dog food for them, including beef flavor, lamb flavor, and chicken flavor, all of which smelled quite appetizing. Naturally, there was no dog meat flavor in the dog food. Stranger Han himself had a Chongqing chicken hot pot. The ingredients were taken from his space, still steaming hot. The rice was also piping hot, paired with a simple melon and bean soup. The aroma of the chicken was mouth-watering, and the soup quenched his thirst. With the air conditioning on in the room, life couldn't get any more comfortable than this. The day before yesterday, Wang Feng called me, saying that the shelter he was building for Stranger Han was nearing completion, with only a few critical steps left. He had already settled the workers' wages and sent them home one by one. Now, he was the only one left in the shelter, responsible for designing the final stages. Logically, he should be able to finish the design today. But I have a question in my mind. Does Wang Feng know about the outbreak of the zombie virus? If he does, what if he decides to stay in the shelter and refuses to come out? I called him several times, and the phone rang more than 10 times, but he didn't answer. I tried again, but still, no one picked up. I started to wonder, could this guy be hiding in the shelter because the apocalypse has arrived, waiting for his cancer to take him so he can die inside and turn into one of those chuckling zombies? Wouldn't that make me the fool who wasted billions to build a god-tier shelter for a zombie? To be honest, I was feeling a bit uneasy. Fortunately, when the shelter was being built, I got hold of the blueprints. I know exactly where to enter the shelter, how to navigate the passages, and how to use the equipment. I quickly finished my meal and checked the time, 7:03 p.m. Due to the extreme heat, the days were long and the nights short, so it was still bright outside. I couldn't sit still any longer. I had to go to the shelter immediately. I said to Dabing and Yaoji, you two stay home and watch the house. I'm going out for a bit. If I don't come back tonight, don't come looking for me. I'll definitely be back tomorrow. Worried that I might encounter some unexpected situation and not make it back in time, I took out plenty of dog food, canned dog food, and milk from the storage. Dabing and Yaoji, seeing that I was about to leave, were clearly uneasy and kept barking incessantly. I squatted down, stroking a dog's head with one hand, and said with a smile, I'm so capable, what could possibly happen? Don't worry, this is just a precaution. The 2 dogs still looked uneasy, their eyes filled with deep concern. I took out a phone from the space and said with a smile, if you're really that worried, I'll leave the phone at home and call you later. I always carry 2 phones, one with a virtual number for others to use, and the other with my real number for personal use. After being reborn, I hacked into the network of the linked company and cancelled my real number. This way, no one could trace me through the number, let alone expect me to use the real number to call anyone. The 2 dogs didn't understand anyway, so I left the phone. Dabing held the phone in its mouth, placed it on the coffee table, and fiddled with it using its paw, turning the volume to the maximum. Having arranged everything at home, I was just about to open the door and leave when suddenly, Wang Feng's call came through. Hello, Mr. Han. Wang Feng's voice was clearly weak and feeble. Mr. Han is the name on my fake ID. Hearing his sickly voice, my heart tightened. It's over. This guy is really going to die. If he dies in the shelter, wouldn't all my efforts in building this shelter be wasted? Hello, Wang Feng, this is Mo. This is Mr. Han. How's your shelter coming along? Mr. Han, you need to come quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Alright, where are you? I'll come right away. Outside the shelter. Alright, wait for me. Hanging up the phone, I quickly rushed to the underground garage, got in the car, and headed straight for the shelter. Judging by Wang Feng's voice, the situation was already critical, and I I absolutely couldn't let him die there. My number one shelter, a massive project costing nearly 1.5 billion, was originally budgeted at 1 billion but later increased to 1.5 billion. Money doesn't matter to me, as long as Wang Feng built the shelter securely, I could rest easy. I got into the Wuling Divine car, floored the gas pedal, and sped off. When I encountered police trying to stop the car on the road, I refused to stop and accelerated further. Looking at the rearview mirror, I muttered, if you're going to fight zombies, just fight zombies. Why stop cars? Hey, drive the car back, lock your doors at home, it's too dangerous outside. The policeman was still shouting from behind. My car had already sped far away. Once I reached the main road, I deliberately took a few detours, parked the Wuling van by the roadside, switched to a high-end off-road vehicle, floored the gas pedal until it smoked, and charged straight back, racing all the way to the mountaintop shelter. Standing on the mountaintop, looking out, it was completely flat, and there was no sign of the shelter. I took out my phone and dialed Wang Feng's number. Hello, Wang Feng, where are you? The call was hung up. I called again, but it was still rejected. This is absolutely terrible. Damn it, what the hell? Mo Han thought he had been stood up and immediately flew into a rage, searching everywhere for Wang Feng's whereabouts, determined to drag him out and give him a good lesson. Who would have thought? Creak. The floor beneath Mo Han's feet suddenly moved. He was so startled that he quickly dodged to the side, his eyes fixed intently on the ground. The spot where he had just been standing suddenly split open into a wide crack. The crack rapidly spread to both sides, revealing a bottomless cavern. Mo Han was just about to step closer to take a look when a small elevator suddenly emerged from the cave, and Wang Feng was being sent out from inside. Wang Feng stepped out of the elevator, which immediately retracted back into the cave with a clang. The crack in the ground instantly closed up as well. Mo Han walked over, looking left and right, up and down, but couldn't find any trace of where the crack had been. Wang Feng leaned on his cane, standing weakly to the side, and said, Mr. Han, there's no need to look. The soil above the shelter is made from a special material mixed with regular soil, and the floor panels are completely sealed. You can't tell at all. Mo Han curiously tapped the surrounding soil and said, but this is clearly soft soil. That's right, Wang Feng explained with a smile. The shelter's top cover has over 3 meters of soil. Every time the door opens, the soil is automatically pushed aside, and when the door closes, the soil is pushed back. Since it's made from specially customized soil, you can't tell it's been moved. Wow, amazing, truly incredible. Mo Han couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wang Feng looked at the hunched old man in front of him with a face full of astonishment. He hadn't expected someone of his age to be so trendy, casually using young people's slang like and awesome. Mo Han realized his slip of the tongue and quickly laughed, saying, young man, don't look at me like that. Who says old folks can't use trendy language? This is called fashion. Fashion, you get it? Wang Feng gave a weak smile and said to Mo Han, Mr. Han, the shelter has been completely built. I called you here today for 2 reasons. First, to have you inspect the interior of the shelter, and second, to input your facial recognition. This way, in the future, you just need to stand on this panel for 2 seconds, and the door will automatically open, and the divine elevator will come to pick you up. Wang Feng picked up a key in his hand, placed it on the soil, and the key automatically sensed the top door, which then opened. In other words, cough, cough. Wang Feng explained weakly to Mo Han, from now on, whether it's using the key, facial recognition, or voice, the shelter door can be opened, but it's limited to you alone. After speaking, Wang Feng had to stop and catch his breath for a few minutes. Mo Han understood in his heart that Wang Feng had cancer and would pass away 3 months after the apocalypse began. Now, with his severe coughing and extreme weakness, it seemed as if he could collapse at any moment. Couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? Wang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Mr. Han, I can't hold on much longer. Mo Han said seriously, don't joke around. You're clearly fine. How could you be dying? Wang Feng coughed a few more times and said, I have brain cancer, liver cancer, stomach cancer. Mo Han was startled. So many cancers. Yes, Wang Feng said, the doctor said I only have 3 months to live, but yesterday I suddenly felt very unwell. Why would you feel that way? Is it because building the shelter was too exhausting? Wang Feng did not answer. Mo Han did not press further and waited quietly. Sighing, Wang Feng continued, there's something I need to confess to you. If my family were still alive, I might have secretly let them move into the shelter and never come out again, which would essentially mean taking advantage of you. Now that they're all gone, and I'm the only one left in this world, I won't live for much longer. This shelter, I'll return it to you. It embodies the efforts of my entire life. Only by placing it in your hands can its true value be realized. Mo Han nodded. At this moment, he didn't know whether to feel fortunate for himself or sad for Wang Feng's situation. Alright, let's go down and take a look together, Mo Han said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng opened the door to the shelter, and the elevator immediately ascended rapidly along 2 thick iron cables. Go in. Wang Feng took the lead and walked in. His body was weak, and he couldn't help but cough repeatedly. Mo Han also strode in after him. Before coming here, he had been extremely wary of Wang Feng, but at this moment, his vigilance had clearly diminished significantly. Wang Feng has cancer and doesn't have long to live. He knew about this in his previous life. When he met Wang Feng in his previous life, Wang Feng also told him that his wife, child, and mother had all been bitten to death by his father, who had turned into a zombie. These events are exactly the same as in his past life, only the sequence of occurrences is different. The elevator is not very big and can accommodate a maximum of 5 people at a time. You can stand, but if you don't want to stand, simply press the button on the wall that resembles a seat, and a small chair will slowly pop out beside it for you to sit on. At this moment, Wang Feng was sitting on that chair. In his previous life, Emohan already knew that this man was a rare genius, though unfortunately his lifespan was somewhat short. If he could live healthily, he would surely create countless astonishing and extraordinary buildings. Couldn't help but sigh in my heart. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Feng saw him shaking his head and naturally understood what he meant. He shook his head and said, life is just like this, every step is already predestined. Since I was young, my health has been poor, and I had no interest in other things, except for studying building structures. To be honest, don't laugh, my wife was also someone my parents forced me to marry. Emohan laughed and said, your wife was forced on you by your parents, so what about the child? Was that also forced by them? Didn't it still come from you and your wife sleeping together? Huh? Wang Feng also laughed and said, sleeping together is indeed quite wonderful. Ha. He continued, I thought I would never achieve my dream in this lifetime. I never expected that someone would sponsor me to fulfill my wish. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. The two chatted and laughed as the elevator swiftly descended, reaching the underground shelter. A massive conical dome suddenly appeared before Emohan's eyes. The shelter, enormous like a gleaming pearl, stood in the darkness, radiating an endless aura of mystery. Emohan stood on the top cover of the conical dome, looking up to see nothing but pitch blackness, making it impossible to gauge the exact height. Wang Feng saw his gaze and said, the rope in the shaft is 30 meters long. 30 meters? Emohan asked in surprise. Does that mean we're now 30 meters underground? Wang Feng nodded. Emohan counted on his fingers and calculated. A single floor of a commercial building is about 3 meters high, so 30 meters is as tall as a 10-story building. This is worth nearly 2 billion yuan, totally worth it. Wang Feng interrupted his calculations and gently pressed a button under his foot. The conical dome's lid emitted a rumbling sound as a thick, solid brown door slowly rose. Although Emohan had seen the blueprints before the shelter was built, he was still awestruck upon arriving here in person. Wang Feng pointed to the door in front of them and said, Mr. Han, please stand in front of the safety door to input your identity into the system. Alright, how do I proceed? Emohan stood straight in front of the security door. Wang Feng saw his posture and suddenly laughed. Mr. Han, you should remove your makeup first, otherwise the facial recognition system won't recognize you. He actually saw through my makeup. Emohan asked in confusion, how did you know I was wearing makeup? Wang Feng shook his head and laughed. First, aren't you the hunched old man? How come your back suddenly straightened up? Second, Mr. Han, where's your beard? He quickly pulled out his phone from his big shorts, opened the selfie mode, and took a picture of himself with the phone screen. Oh no! The seemingly flawless disguise was exposed just because of this little beard. However, even without the beard, with the wrinkles and pockmarks on Emohan's face, it was impossible to recognize who he was. Wang Feng said, but if you don't reveal your true face, how will you use facial recognition to enter the shelter in the future? Alright, Emohan had no choice but to remove the mask from his face in front of Wang Feng. After all, Wang Feng wouldn't live much longer anyway. He no longer has any relatives. The shelter he painstakingly designed will never be handed over to anyone except Emohan, who appreciates him and has the capability. As for the shelter on the Tibetan plateau, when the time comes, that foreigner ales will be dealt with. Following Wang Feng's instructions, Emohan began facial recognition. Ding! Facial recognition successful. After completing facial recognition, Wang Feng asked Emohan to undergo voice recognition. However, the voice recognition was quite amusing, as it required Emohan to sing a song. A mechanical voice sounded, Sir, please sing a nursery rhyme. Emohan pursed his lips and turned to look at Wang Feng. Does it have to be a nursery rhyme? The machine voice sounded again, Yes, sir, please start singing. Emohan had no choice but to quickly search his mind for a children's song he could sing. In the end, he only found one, Little White Rabbit, Be Good. Ahem. Emohan cleared his throat and was about to start singing when he suddenly felt that he might have been tricked by Wang Feng. He turned around, looking at Wang Feng's stifled laughter, and couldn't help but say, You're such a nutcase. Is it really that funny? Do we have to specify what song to sing? Can we switch to something else? Wang Feng replied with a laugh. Do you know ancient poetry? If you do, I can switch to reciting poetry mode. Emohan sighed. Forget it, I'll just sing. There was a video on the emergency door. Emohan started singing to the screen. Little White Rabbit, Be Good, open the door, hurry and open it. After finishing the song, he waited for the safety door to open automatically. Unexpectedly, a mechanical voice suddenly prompted, The singing is not appealing, the expression is not cute enough, please re-enter. Emohan. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and angrily scolded Wang Wang Feng. You bastard. What kind of nonsense did you set up? Cancel it immediately, it's too childish. Wang Feng said, once the voice input is set, it can't be cancelled. You. Emohan glared at him, then looked back at the security door screen. The machine voice prompted again, expression too fierce. Please be gentler. Please re-enter your voice. Emohan had no choice but to adjust his expression helplessly, contorting his face and trying to look a bit cuter. He cheerfully sang, "Little White Rabbit, be good, open the door, hurry and open it." Singing, he even raised his hands to mimic the shape of rabbit ears. After finishing the song, and once the voice recognition succeeded, the security door finally opened. Unexpectedly, the machine voice suddenly started singing in a cute tone, "Won't open, I won't open." Upon hearing this, Emohan almost exploded with anger. This shelter is way too ridiculous. Just as she was about to turn around and scold Wang Feng, suddenly, ding, voice recognition successful. You scared me. I thought I had to keep singing. Wang Feng, you really have too much time on your hands to come up with something this childish. Wang Feng laughed and said, don't you think this machine is adorable? In the apocalypse, people will stay in shelters for a long time. Over time, the pressure can be overwhelming and they might go crazy. If there's something cute to do, it can help ease the loneliness, don't you think? Alright, yes. Emohan said impatiently. If there's anything else to do, hurry up and finish it. I can't wait to go in and see what kind of mess is inside. Wang Feng nodded and had Emohan input his fingerprint. In other words, from now on, when Emohan comes to the shelter, he can directly use the key to open the door. Facial recognition, voice recognition, and fingerprint unlocking are also available. While recording his fingerprint, Emohan chuckled. This feature isn't anything special. Even regular anti-theft doors on the market have it. Wang Feng shook his head. Are there such adorable robots on the market that ask you to sing? Emohan smiled. Not really. Ding. Fingerprint recognition successful. Accompanied by soothing light music, the video-equipped door from earlier slowly retracted, and the real door emerged on the other side. Wang Feng said, that was a fake door just now. This is the real safety door. If you didn't pass the test of the fake door, the real safety door wouldn't appear. This cover can't be destroyed even with a missile strike. Wow, that's incredible. Wang Feng said proudly, of course, I used everything I've learned in my life. The door automatically opened to both sides, and Wang Feng and Emohan walked in together. They walked down a series of steps and arrived at the first level of the shelter. The first level consists of the monitoring room and the medical area. The monitoring room is responsible for observing the situation within a 2-kilometer radius around the shelter. If enemies appear, they can be detected immediately, and the defense mode can be activated. The medical area is adjacent to the monitoring room and is primarily used to handle sudden illnesses within the shelter, ensuring timely treatment. The second floor houses the food storage area and general goods area, which are mainly responsible for storing basic necessities for daily life. Wang Feng has already stocked a large amount of supplies, the majority of which are compressed biscuits with a shelf life of 5 to 6 years. Wang Feng said, most food on the market has a shelf life of only 1 or 2 years, so it's better to prepare more compressed biscuits. Although the taste is average, they are highly practical. The third level, planting area. This area is primarily responsible for supplying fresh food to the entire shelter, including growing grains, vegetables, and raising poultry, creating a complete food chain. Packaged food will eventually run out, so the planning of the planting area is particularly important. Moreover, by utilizing plants for cultivation, the oxygen they release can be entirely collected into the oxygen delivery system for the shelter's recycling use. Of course, the oxygen provided by plants alone is far from sufficient, so every level of the shelter is equipped with an oxygen input system. Through multiple filtration devices, toxic and harmful substances in the external natural oxygen are filtered out, ensuring a pure oxygen supply for the shelter. The fourth level, living area. This level is equipped with 3 standard housing units, each featuring facilities such as a kitchen, living room, dining room, bedroom, and bathroom. Waste from the bathrooms is processed by waste treatment equipment and directly discharged into a valley several kilometers away, completely unnoticed. When Emohan arrived on this level, he felt particularly warm, as the warm yellow and light blue tones on the bedroom walls gave this place a true sense of home. Following Wang Feng's lead, Emohan continued down to the next level, the fifth level, entertainment area. This level is equipped with entertainment facilities such as a bar, KTV karaoke room, billiard room, swimming pool, dance studio, and study room. Looking at the comprehensive setup, Emohan smiled and said, you really thought of everything. Of course, Wang Feng replied, being confined underground for so long would definitely get boring, and these entertainment facilities can help you relieve the monotony. Good, with that one sentence of yours. Emohan patted him on the shoulder, a bit too hard, causing Wang Feng to cough immediately. Startled, Emohan quickly helped him regulate his breathing, afraid that something might happen to him in the shelter. Don't worry, Wang Feng said with a smile. I won't die. Even if I were to die, it would have to wait until I leave the shelter first. Hearing this, Emohan finally felt much more at ease. they walked all the way to the last level, the 6th level, water filtration zone, and power generation zone. The apocalypse not only brings fires and earthquakes but also various forms of pollution. When it comes to survival, water is more important than food. Therefore, underground water extraction facilities are set up here. However, it is still uncertain whether the groundwater is contaminated, so multi-stage filters and purification systems are equipped. When polluted water enters the extraction system, it must first go through multiple filtration stages. The filters can effectively block harmful microorganisms, toxic chemicals, and radioactive substances. This ensures that the extracted groundwater is clean and uncontaminated. During the water filtration process, kinetic energy and external wind energy can also be utilized to generate electricity, providing power for the entire shelter. After visiting the 6th floor, Wang Feng asked Emohan, "How do you feel?" Emohan looked at the various power generation equipment around him, feeling incredibly shocked. He wanted to praise it with some elegant words, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything suitable. He could only blurt out, "I wanted to compose poetry and paint, but alas, I lack the culture. All I can say is, amazing." Wang Feng laughed and said, "Everything is within." "Yes, exactly." Emohan reached out and shook Wang Feng's hand firmly, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly a rare genius. This shelter is so practical, so impressive." Wang Feng smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. What you've seen is just the interior of the shelter. On the surface, it may look ordinary, but all the building materials are bulletproof grade. It's constructed with special concrete. The outer walls are 3.8 meters thick, and embedded within are 1,200 tons of high-strength steel bars, enough to withstand the shockwaves and radiation from a nuclear explosion." Emohan listened quietly and exclaimed, "This is amazing." "That's right, it's truly incredible. It can resist poison, water, earthquakes, and even volcanic eruptions. In short, this shelter is absolutely one of a kind in the world." Wang Feng looked at his masterpiece with a face full of pride. When the two went upstairs, Wang Feng was too tired to walk and took the same elevator that had brought them down to the shelter to go directly upstairs. In the shelter, there is another elevator that cycles between the 1st and 7th floors. To go to a specific floor, you just need to press the corresponding button. "Wang Feng, if you die in the future, the elevator breaks down, or the equipment malfunctions, what am I supposed to do?" Emohan asked. "I'm using top-notch equipment, with a lifespan of over 100 years, Wang Feng replied confidently. "You mean to say you can live to be 120 or 30 years old?" Emohan said, half doubtful. "Who can say for sure? What if the equipment really breaks down? What should we do?" Emohan appeared a bit worried. "Don't worry." Wang Feng pulled out a crumpled hand-drawn blueprint from the clothes in his arms and said, "Everything I've learned in my life is drawn in here. If it really breaks, you can use the blueprint to repair it yourself." He paused for a moment and then continued, "Of course, to be safe, the shelter also has a manual passage leading to the surface. Starting from the small door on the southeast side of the shelter's cone, follow the stairs upward, and you'll eventually emerge in a valley. However, climbing up will take some time." The two took the elevator back to the surface. Above the elevator was a control panel connected to the first layer's monitoring equipment, which could display the surface situation in real time with a 360-degree, high-definition, no blind spot view. "I was just thinking, if there were people outside and I didn't know, coming out blindly like this, what if someone discovered us? Wouldn't that expose the location of the shelter?" Emohan said with some concern. Wang Feng confidently replied, "I already considered that when I designed these. The walls of the living area are also connected to monitoring equipment. You don't need to go to the 1st level. You can see everything happening within a few miles around the surface right from your own room. There's also an alarm system inside. If the shelter detects major disasters nearby, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or floods, it will issue an early warning. As for whether you choose to stay inside or come out to find another place, that's up to you." Emohan asked, "Would volcanic eruptions or earthquakes damage the shelter?" Wang Feng replied, "No." Emohan asked again, "Then under what circumstances might it be unsafe?" "If the global sea level rises by 60 meters, that would exceed the shelter's capacity." 60 meters. Wang Feng said no more. In his previous life, he only lived for 5 years and did not experience the disaster of melting glaciers and rising sea levels submerging the world. As for the massive floods in this life, he couldn't predict the exact water levels. It didn't matter. Since the sea levels would rise, turning the globe into a vast ocean and rendering underground shelters meaningless, that would at least be 5 or 6 years away. By then, Emohan could build a large ship and live on it. If it still doesn't work, then move to Xianyu village in the nearby city. The peaks there are at least over 1,000 meters high, and not to mention 60 meters of water depth. Even 600 meters of water wouldn't reach there. For Emohan, the shelter is just a place for emergencies. In case toxic gas or smog comes and the open-air wooden cabin in Xianyu village can't provide protection, then move into the shelter. When it's safe, return to the wooden cabin in Xianyu village and fully enjoy the beauty of the clear mountains and waters. Mr. Han, stepping out of the shelter and standing on the mountaintop, stop. Wang Feng said to Emohan, I have a request. I wonder if you can help me. Emohan remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on him. Wang Feng also looked at Emohan. Their eyes met for half a minute before he couldn't help but chuckle. Don't misunderstand, I won't touch the shelter. I'm a dying man, occupying such a prime location for a major project would only be a waste. Emohan still didn't speak, so Wang Feng continued. I just want to ask you to help me get a car. I want to drive back while the zombie virus hasn't fully spread, while the government is still functioning, and while transportation hasn't completely collapsed, to be with my family and walk the last stretch of my life. Emohan finally nodded. If it were about targeting the shelter, Emohan would never agree. But helping to get a car was a piece of cake for him. The car is over there, Emohan said, pointing to his vehicle. Take me down the mountain first, then you can take the car. Alright, thank you, Mr. Han. In this life, I have let down my parents, my wife, and my children. Now that the apocalypse has come, I must find them and stay with them no matter what. Wang Feng spoke without shedding tears, but his voice was hollow and desolate, as if foretelling the growing solitude of human civilization. The two got into the car, and Emohan drove back to the place where he had previously parked the Wuling Divine car. On the way, Wang Feng solemnly handed the shelter key to Emohan. He said, there is only this one key in the world, so be sure to keep it safe. Although facial recognition, voice recognition, and fingerprint input can all grant access to the shelter, this is no ordinary key. With it, you can activate the highly automated equipment inside the shelter. If you ever feel like not moving, just let the robots take care of you. Cleaning robots, cooking robots, they're all there. Huh, got it, Emohan replied with a smile. Emohan got out of the car, switched to the Wuling Divine car, and said to Wang Feng, thank you. This off-road vehicle is of pretty good quality. You can take it. Of course, the Aochi Q9, a world-renowned mountain vehicle, great for climbing and highly impact-resistant. This car is worth at least over 8 million. Wang Feng said proudly. Emohan shook his head. Just take it. It's the apocalypse. What does 8 million matter? Wang Feng bowed deeply to him and drove off in the Q9. To be honest, Emohan himself was reluctant to drive this car. These past few days, he had been recklessly driving around the streets in the Wuling Divine car. That was just a beat-up van, and if it broke, he could just toss it. But an 8 million plus car, he was a bit reluctant. Not because of the money, he had plenty of that, but mainly because he couldn't bear to part with the car, as it was convenient for mountain climbing. Mr. Han, thank you. Farewell forever. Wang Feng drove a short distance before suddenly stopping the car, leaning out to wave goodbye. Wang Feng suddenly began to cry, but the distance was too great, and with the darkness of the night, Emohan couldn't see the tears at the corners of his eyes. Wang Feng wept, partly out of gratitude to the only person in the world who appreciated him, and partly because he knew that after this farewell, they would never meet again. Emohan also waved in response. Wang Feng, farewell forever. Watching Wang Feng's car gradually disappear into the distance, Emohan drove his Wuling van back to the city. The streets were brightly lit, as if the zombie incident had never happened. Of course, if one ignored the bloodstains on the ground, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The police and armed forces had already cleared most of the zombies, and traffic on the streets was beginning to return to order. Emohan drove all the way back, encountering several groups of police officers. Fortunately, he didn't run into Qin Jinbo and Wang Gang. As he was nearing his residential complex, Emohan saw a female police officer clearing zombies on the street. It was the same woman who had called for his help when he was returning home from the gas station. Seeing Emohan's car approaching, the policewoman waved her hand, signaling him to stop. Emohan drove closer, rolled down the window, and took a closer look at the beautiful woman. What's the matter, officer? Emohan asked deliberately. The government is currently clearing out zombies. From now on, drive straight home and don't come out for the next few days. Lin Yan said to Emohan. Alright, thank you for the reminder, officer. You stay safe too. Emohan saluted her cutely and drove away. Just as Emohan's car drove off, Qin Jinwu and Wang Gang walked over. Wang Gang looked at the van that had just passed and said, Captain Qin, why do I feel like the person driving that van looked familiar? Qin Jinwu glared at him. Idiot, there are vans everywhere on the street. Of course you'd think they look familiar. No, Wang Gang corrected. Captain Qin, I mean the person driving the van. Why does he look exactly like Emohan? Emohan? Qin Jinwu frowned. Impossible, Emohan is locked up in the station. There's no way he could escape. Wang Gang scratched his head. True, how could that kid Emohan get out? I must have been seeing things. Qin Jinwu chuckled. Even if he really grew wings and escaped, we don't have time to deal with him now. Let's clean up the zombies first, then talk about him. Wang Gang nodded in agreement. Qin Jinwu walked over to Lin Yan and asked with concern, Swallow, your cold from a couple of days ago hasn't gotten better yet, has it? If you're not feeling well, go back and rest. Leave this to us. Lin Yan gave a faint smile. I'm fine, Captain Qin. Thank you for your concern. Qin Jinwu laughed and said, Swallow, you're too polite. Lin Yan smiled without saying anything further, holding her firearm and vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Wang Gang asked Qin Jinwu, Captain Qin, the bureau wants us to go to Dongshan Road. When are we leaving? Qin Jinwu was about to say a few words to Lin Yan, but Wang Gang's reminder brought him back to the matter at hand. He quickly said, Swallow, we need to head to Dongshan Road. There's been a large number of zombies appearing there. You must be careful and stay safe here. Lin Yan nodded. Thank you, Captain Qin. Wang Gang stood to the side, shaking his head helplessly. Everyone in the bureau knew that Qin Jinwu liked Lin Yan and tried to win her over with new tricks every day, but the ice-cold beauty never gave him the time of day. Wang Gang was so anxious that he kept stomping his feet, wishing he could personally help Qin Jinwu win over the goddess, and maybe even warm her bed for her. However, the part about warming the bed absolutely couldn't be heard by Qin Jinwu, or it would definitely lead to an argument. Mo Han drove back to the residential complex. Fortunately, there were no zombies in sight, likely because the police had mostly cleared them out. This was still the early stage of the virus outbreak, and the government firmly believed that as long as their firepower was strong enough, the zombie problem could be resolved. In their eyes, these weren't zombies but a virus similar to rabies. As long as the source of the virus was cut off and its spread halted, society could return to normal. Mo Han parked his trusty Wuling van in a parking space, got out, and took the elevator home. He didn't store the car directly in his space because it was filthy, covered in mud and zombie blood. The mud alone wouldn't have been a big deal, but the zombie blood was absolutely disgusting. He was worried that the blood might contaminate the supplies in his space, so he preferred to leave the car outside rather than bring it in. Walking from the underground garage to the elevator, he didn't encounter a single zombie. The entire residential complex was eerily quiet, making it feel as if he had returned to the peaceful days before the zombie virus outbreak. Just as Mo Han thought the journey would be uneventful, the elevator doors opened, and a pungent, bloody stench hit him in the face. In the elevator, a male zombie was frantically biting a little girl. The girl was covered in blood, and though she still had a sliver of consciousness, she could no longer cry out. When the elevator doors opened, Mo Han appeared at the entrance. The little girl tried to call for help but only managed to make muffled mmmmm sounds. Mo Han shook his head, pulled out a handgun from his space, and fired a shot at the male zombie on the ground. The zombie collapsed instantly. The little girl's eyes were filled with pain, her lips trembling. After Mo Han heard her faint mmmmm, she finally managed to utter two words, Daddy. Sigh, Daddy. Mo Han softly said to the little girl, I'm sorry. Then he aimed at her head and pulled the trigger. It was clear they were father and daughter. The father had suddenly turned into a zombie and bitten his own daughter. The bitten girl wouldn't survive for long and would eventually turn into a zombie herself, attacking others. It was better to give her a swift release. After dealing with the two people in the elevator, Mo Han took a pair of shoe covers out of his space, put them on, and stepped into the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor, and as he stepped out, the floor remained silent, with no sign of zombies. He took off the shoe covers and tossed them outside the hallway, then opened his door and walked inside. As usual, two little cuties ran toward him. Have you eaten? Mo Han plopped down on the sofa, picking up one of the dogs with one hand. Dabing licked the back of his hand with its tongue, barked twice, and tilted its head toward the empty can on the floor, indicating it had eaten. Yaoji also obediently nodded. Mo Han asked coldly, if you've eaten, why didn't you throw the can in the trash? Dabing and Yaoji exchanged a glance, suddenly freezing as if someone had pressed the pause button, neither of them moving an inch. Mo Han patted Dabing on the head, and Dabing said, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. He then patted Yaoji, and Yaoji replied, the enemy moves first, then I move. Looking at the two silly dogs, Mo Han lost his temper. Are you throwing it out or not? If not, either the trash goes out tonight, or the two of you do. Hearing this, Dabing and Yaoji panicked, quickly jumping off the sofa, with one grabbing an empty can, ready to take out the trash. Big Pancake, you go throw it away. The demon chicken's leg injury hasn't healed yet. Big Pancake looked at the demon chicken with its round, white eyes. The demon chicken quickly and tactfully placed the soda can properly. Big Pancake walked over, holding the soda can in its mouth. It lifted its two front paws, picked one up, and casually tossed it into the trash can under the kitchen floor. Mo Han sat back on the sofa, tilting his head to look out at the night sky through the window. The air conditioner was on in the room, so there was no sense of heat. But soon, the zombie virus fully erupted, the government lost control, and the world plunged into a dark chaos of water and power outages, descending into complete madness. At this moment, Mo Han was utterly powerless. At the moment, he neither knows where his enemies are hiding nor has awakened any special abilities. He can only sit at home and wait for the city to completely fall into chaos, with most people turning into zombies. Zombies are also gradually evolving. Some remain the same, while others transform into mid-level zombies. In a few days, mid-level zombies will continue to evolve into high-level zombies, which are much harder to deal with. By then, high-level zombies might even lead their kind to launch more ferocious attacks on humans. However, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Mohan decided to take advantage of this period of zombie mutation to conduct some serious physical training at home. Although he is indeed a sports school student, ever since graduating from university, his days have been spent playing games and indulging in unhealthy eating habits. This lifestyle has caused his physical fitness to deteriorate compared to before. If he were to face zombies in his current state, he might barely manage against 2 or 3, but if there were too many, he'd tire out before taking down a few. Although he has a space where he can hide, the maximum time he can stay there is only 1 hour. To awaken supernatural abilities, he must personally fight zombies and seize their crystal cores. Otherwise, he would forever remain an ordinary person, allowing the apocalyptic demon king to slay dragons and dominate this world with ease. After making up his mind, Mohan moved his thoughts and pulled out a giant standing punching bag from his space, launching a fierce attack on it. Recalling how he practiced boxing in his previous life, he trained while doing push-ups and sit-ups. Horse stance, splits, each movement flowed seamlessly into the next. After exercising for more than 2 hours straight, Mohan was exhausted. He finally stopped to do some stretching exercises and then sat back on the sofa to rest. He picked up his phone and randomly opened an app, only to see the screen filled with news about the government's major victory in eradicating zombies. The news anchor reported steadily, "Today, under the unified command of the government, a full day of zombie eradication operations was carried out, successfully clearing the majority of zombies in the city. As long as citizens stay at home and do not go out, zombies will have no chance to attack. We believe the government will surely lead everyone to quickly eliminate the zombie virus and restore a warm and peaceful home for us all. Citizens, please supervise each other. If you find any zombies around you, kill them immediately. It is not illegal. If someone is infected, please call the Yaelingling emergency hotline immediately. During this process, please stay away from the infected to ensure your own safety. Citizens, please lock your doors and windows, stay calm, and believe that the virus will soon be defeated." The host remained calm and composed, with a steady tone that conveyed a sense of calm and reliable strength. The government's cleanup operations were clearly visible to everyone, either through their own windows or in videos uploaded on social media. Although people harbored fear of the zombies, most still trusted the government, believing they could lead everyone out of the predicament and toward a brighter future. There were also some fearless independent media creators who risked their lives to go out and film zombie videos. Some were filming zombies howling chaotically in the streets, some formed groups to beat up zombies, and some even live-streamed the street conditions of the zombies. As a result, they were chased and bitten by zombies, barely escaping with their lives. For a time, news, updates, and videos about the zombie virus flooded everywhere, becoming the top trending topics on major websites. Many independent media bloggers made a fortune by posting zombie-related content. Alas, these people are just too ignorant. Mohan looked angrily at those who faced death fearlessly, thinking they were both arrogant and ignorant. In their eyes, zombies would soon be eradicated by the government, society would quickly return to normal, and they must seize the last chance to crazily rake in traffic. Little did they know, this was merely the prelude to the apocalypse, not the final chapter. In various groups, there was also heated discussion about the news of the police clearing out zombies. Of course, besides this matter, the heatwave issue was also being debated. Nowadays, what threatens people's safety, besides zombies, is the increasingly rising high temperatures. "I can't take it anymore. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the air conditioner is broken. I might die from the heat before getting bitten by a zombie. Yeah, today's temperature must be at least 44 degrees. The number 44 doesn't even sound lucky. I think it might be even higher. I can't sleep at all from the heat, and even lying on the floor at home feels scorching hot. It's so hot I could die. I want to go out but don't dare to, afraid of running into zombies." A group of people complained one after another about not having air conditioning at home, or that their air conditioners were broken. Such bad luck. At that moment, a discordant voice stirred up the group. "Luckily, I have air conditioning at home. From Flowerbur, super useful. TSK, enjoying the cool breeze, it's so comfortable." The people in the group who were almost driven crazy by the heat saw this message, and some chose to remain silent and ignore it. But a few directly snapped back, "Oh, so having air conditioning makes you special? TSK, what's there to show off? You'll get bitten by zombies before you even get to use the air conditioning. I've used Flowerbur air conditioners at home before, super power hungry and not good at all." For a moment, everyone's anger shifted from the zombie virus to the heat, and then from the heat to attacking the person who flaunted their air conditioning. Mohan also saw this message in the group and secretly thought that person was truly an idiot. In the current situation, everyone had to watch their words carefully and absolutely avoid revealing that they had air conditioning at home. Those in the group claiming they didn't have air conditioning or that theirs was broken weren't necessarily telling the truth. They were likely just trying to deflect suspicion and avoid unnecessary malicious speculation. Mohan couldn't be bothered with the group's endless bickering, so he put his phone down on the sofa and prepared to have a late-night snack. His storage space still had plenty of snacks he had bought abroad last time, including grilled chives, lamb skewers, and garlic butter oysters. With a thought, he took out a single serving and placed it on the table. The fridge still had some beer he had previously stored in the cooler. Emohan opened the fridge door and casually grabbed a bottle. Sitting at the dining table, he watched a movie on his phone while drinking beer and snacking. Life was, in a word, satisfying. The two dogs saw him snacking and wanted to join in the fun, but all the snacks on the table were unbearably spicy. They remembered the day the police came to the door, when they had to endure eating spicy chongqing hot pot to cover up Emohan's presence. As soon as the police left, they were nearly spiced to death. Now, seeing the chili peppers on the table, the two dogs swallowed nervously, as if their whole bodies were burning from the imagined heat. Emohan laughed and said, "Can't handle the spice? How about some iced jelly?" Iced jelly? Dabing looked excited. Eating iced jelly in this weather would be absolutely refreshing. Yaoji's eyes were wide open, staring at Emohan, waiting for him to magically produce 2 bowls of iced jelly. Looking at these two greedy little creatures, Emohan really wanted to say, like owner, like dog. Such gluttons. Woof woof woof. Emohan was eating skewers while re-watching the movie The Wandering Earth, enjoying the thrill brought by high technology. Suddenly, Yaoji stood by the living room window, barking incessantly while staring downstairs. Dabing, who had been sitting on a chair watching the movie with Emohan, quickly jumped off the chair, ran to the window to take a look, and started barking as well. However, although the two dogs barked, they were smart enough not to make too much noise. What's going on? Emohan curiously walked to the window and looked down. Below, there were 4 or 5 police cars and 2 ambulances. Police cars and ambulances? Emohan scanned the scene from the window and immediately understood. This was all part of the government's plan. Clearing the streets of zombies was just the first step. Once the streets were cleaned, the next phase would involve searching every house and every corner for zombies. If any were found, they would be executed on the spot according to the law. If infected individuals were discovered, they would be taken away for experiments. Various antiviral drugs would be injected into them. If they died, so be it. If they survived, they would be observed further to study whether their bodies carried genes resistant to the zombie virus. If such genes were found, further research and promotion would follow. Ultimately, the government was thinking long-term. Emohan quickly returned to the dining table and swept all the barbecue into his mouth. Saying it wasn't spicy would be a lie. It was indeed quite spicy. He then took out a bottle of mineral water from his space, and was just about to open it for a drink. Suddenly, there was a bang 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 knocking at the door. Emohan hurriedly scooped up Dabing and Yaoji into his arms and disappeared into his space with them. The police knocked on the door for a long time, and when no one answered, they called in the locksmith who was accompanying them to open the door. As expected of a professional locksmith, he easily unlocked the door within seconds. The police, guns in hand, searched everywhere: bathroom, bedroom, wardrobe, looking for any trace of zombies, but found nothing. They returned to the living room, possibly tired, and sat on the sofa for half a minute. Emohan used his space ability to observe their movements at all times. Among this group, Qin Jinwoo and Wang Gang were not present. It seemed that whether or not they knew he had escaped, they had no time to deal with it now. If he had known they wouldn't come, he wouldn't have bothered hiding earlier. The police sat idly for a while, collected themselves, and then left, closing the door behind them. From start to finish, they didn't take a single thing. Emohan emerged from his space, feeling grateful that the police were all good comrades. Once the police moved on to other floors, Emohan opened his door and checked it. There were no signs of damage. He decided to reinstall the security door after the police completely left the neighborhood. He also planned to install a surveillance device on the door so that in the future, anyone approaching the door could be clearly seen through the camera mounted above. Although Emohan wasn't skilled at installing doors and windows, he could take advantage of the internet while it was still available and learn installation methods from short videos. When he had bought furniture earlier, he had also purchased a lot of cabinets, light fixtures, and other items, which were now coming in handy. Emohan locked the door again and sat back on the sofa, but this time, he had lost the appetite to continue eating barbecue. He just felt that the bottle of beer he had earlier wasn't satisfying enough, so Emohan took a few more bottles of beer from the fridge's fresh keeping section, placed them in the freezer for 2 or 3 minutes, and then took them out. Taking a sip, he exclaimed, "Wow, that's refreshing." He drank 2 bottles in a row, then followed up with 2 more. Drinking alone too boring? Then let's have some barbecue to liven things up. In the end, he ate 40 grilled oysters and drank 9 bottles of beer. Despite drinking so much, Emohan didn't feel the slightest bit drunk. Years of drinking had long trained his alcohol tolerance. He just felt a bit full and let out a burp. Full and satisfied, Emohan sprawled out on the sofa. Dabing, while watching TV, diligently massaged Emohan's legs. Dabing, comfortable, keep going. Emohan squinted his eyes, watching a video on security door installation while speaking to Dabing. Dabing's 2 chubby little legs kept bouncing up and down on Emohan's body. Honestly, this little guy really knows how to please his owner. Downstairs, police cars and ambulances roared away from the neighborhood. Emohan Emohan got up from the sofa, walked to the door, and with a thought, retrieved a security door with surveillance from his space. In no time, he dismantled the original door and installed the new security door. He had thought the installation would be complicated, but it turned out to be surprisingly simple, and almost no noise was made throughout the process. The neighbor next door came out, took a look, and asked, "Why are you installing this door?" Emohan replied with a smile, "To keep out zombies." The neighbor, an old man in his 60s, told Mohan that his son worked in Beijing. With his hands behind his back, the old man watched Emohan install the door for a while and said, "Young man, could you help me install one too?" Emohan shook his head and said, "Sir, I can't help you with this. You'd better hire a professional to come and install it for you." The old man said nothing more, turned around, and went back home to watch TV. Emohan finished installing the security door, went back inside, and closed the door. Glancing at the time, he thought, "Damn, it's already past 1 o'clock," and quickly got into bed to sleep. Early the next morning, Emohan was woken up by a call from Mr. He, the man who had bought his house. Emohan, still groggy, listened to Mr. He's utterly dejected voice on the phone. "Damn, he hasn't hung up yet?" Calling so energetically this early in the morning. Mr. He said, "That house, you need to move out quickly. I have to move in tomorrow." Emohan found it strange. "Mr. He, didn't we agree that I could stay for a month first? It's only been a little over 10 days. Why are you kicking me out already?" "No choice, my mistress got bitten and turned into a zombie. I don't dare stay in that house anymore," Mr. He said anxiously. Emohan said in surprise, "Damn, you're too timid, aren't you? Afraid of just one zombie? Can't you think of a way to distract it? The house is full of her blood. Forget it, I'll give you 1 day to move out. Tomorrow, I'm moving in." After hanging up the phone, Emohan's lips curled into a cold smile. Are zombies really that scary? Or is it that someone did something shady, causing his mistress to turn into a zombie, and then dealt with it himself in the end? He wanted to go back to sleep, but after being woken up, he couldn't fall asleep again, so he picked up his phone to check the news. As soon as he opened the app, he saw 99 plus unread messages in the homeowners group chat. Emohan quickly climbed the stairs to check online and found that the news wasn't about zombies or high fevers, but about the person who bragged last night about having air conditioning and living a super comfortable life. The outdoor unit of their air conditioner had been smashed. It's really hard to imagine how someone managed to throw a rock and break the outdoor unit on the 5th floor. In any case, the protagonist of today's incident was furious, cursing in the group chat that the person who smashed their air conditioner was an idiot, wishing them to have a son without a butt and for their whole family to be doomed. Others in the group sarcastically commented, "Oh dear, no air conditioning, so hot. Sigh, this temperature is too high, it's unbearable. Yeah, I'm sweating all over right now. I told you to keep a low profile." The person involved in the air conditioner incident, at 7-4-1, retorted, "Screw you, who are you talking about? You're really strange. Why are you cursing? I wasn't even talking about you." Emohan couldn't help but want to call the person involved in the air conditioner incident an idiot. Smashing the air conditioner now, when the virus outbreak fully escalates, won't others be more likely to break down his door to steal food? In the current situation, it's still better to keep a low profile. Watching short videos and news, everyone says the zombie virus has been initially controlled and urges citizens to stay home and observe for a few more days. Emohan turned off his phone, got up to wash, and had breakfast. Looking out the window, he unexpectedly saw a few fearless people holding sticks and heading out. The air outside was scorching. Emohan took out an air thermometer and measured the temperature outside. It was a whopping 45 degrees. So hot, he had no choice but to lower the air conditioner temperature even further. Dabing and Yaoji were staring at the TV, while Emohan lay on the sofa watching the cartoon Tom and Jerry with them. Just as they were enjoying it enthusiastically, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside the door. "Help! Help! The mouse is eating people." "Rats?" Emohan was startled. He quickly sat up from the sofa, walked to the door, and checked the situation outside through the surveillance screen on the security door. The security door he had installed had a special advantage. Unlike ordinary security doors that required someone to be close to monitor, this one had a camera installed on the hallway ceiling, offering a wider field of view. It could automatically track moving targets and lock onto them at any time. The screams outside gradually turned into shrill cries of agony, but the sound wasn't coming from his doorway. Instead, it came from the apartment diagonally across, next to the elderly man who lived alone. That door was wide open, and hundreds of rats were scurrying inside. The cries of agony were coming from that room. Emohan stood behind his own door, frowning as he observed the situation outside. He hadn't even known someone lived next door until now. As for the old man next door, he had only moved in a couple of days ago. Previously, Emohan had been the only resident on this floor, and he rarely came back himself. The apartments here were either for the wealthy or the elite, and everyone was busy making money. While others were busy with their businesses, he had been addicted to gaming, turning into a simp to the point where his tongue was practically swollen from all the bootlicking. In the end, he got cheated on, and the betrayal was glaring glaringly obvious. He silently cursed the old man next door in his heart. The old man gently pushed the door ajar, trying to see what was happening outside. Suddenly, a swarm of rats crowded at his doorway, surging inside like a black tide. Terrified, he let out a good heavens, and quickly slammed the door shut. Luckily, the gap in the door was very small, otherwise, the rats would have gotten in. Mohan couldn't help but laugh. That little old man might be aged, but his reflexes were surprisingly quick. The screams from next door suddenly stopped. Mohan stared intently at the surveillance footage, only to see two ghostly figures staggering out of the room, with several large, disgusting rats clinging to them. If they were zombies, at least zombies have flesh and blood, but these two creatures had tattered clothing, skin bitten to shreds, leaving only skeletons, and their mouths were still crunching on something. What on earth are these things? Mohan frowned deeply, pondering whether these creatures were more formidable than zombies. Two skeletons walked out of the room, followed closely by the rats. Suddenly, one of the skeletons fixed its gaze on two large rats perched on the fire hydrant on the wall, stared for a few seconds, and then suddenly lunged forward. Rats, what is this thing? So terrifying. Mohan stared intently at the screen, watching as the skeleton ran to the fire hydrant within seconds, grabbed the two large rats standing on top of it, and directly tossed them into its sharp-toothed mouth, crunching away noisily. Mohan thought to himself, without eyeballs, how can it even see things? The crunching sounds were clearly audible. The chewed-up rat meat fell out of the skeleton's abdominal cavity, scattering pieces of flesh all over the ground. Since the organs inside the skeleton's abdomen had long been gnawed away by rats, there was no space left to hold anything. After finishing the rat meat, the skeleton wandered aimlessly through the corridor alongside another skeleton, its mouth still emitting crunching sounds. Whenever a rat climbed onto the wall, the fire hydrant, or the water pipes, they would swiftly grab it, chew it up in a few bites, and swallow it. Strangely, the rats on the ground, and even those crawling on them, were completely ignored, as if they were invisible. It was utterly bizarre. After repeated observation, Mohan discovered that these two ghostly figures couldn't bend down to look at the ground, they could only see objects at eye level. He speculated that these two skeletons were likely the original occupants of that room. Shortly after moving in, they were attacked by rats infected with the zombie virus and were instantly gnawed into skeletons. How tragic. However, the strange thing was, why didn't the police find any rats in the room when they came to inspect it last night? Could it be that these rats had just come from other floors? If so, are the people on those other floors still alive? Just as Mohan was thinking this, the entire building echoed with waves of blood-curdling screams. The source of the rats was unclear, but judging by the intensity of the sounds and the trembling tones, it was evident that someone else had fallen victim. No, not just one person, but many people were being attacked simultaneously. Mohan no longer paid attention to the two skeletons outside the door and immediately ran through every room, carefully checking whether the windows were closed. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, the kitchen. Because of the hot weather, all the windows had originally been open. Mohan hurriedly closed them one by one. After ensuring all the windows were shut, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to lie back on the sofa to continue watching TV, he suddenly saw a huge rat poking its head out of the kitchen, its eyes fierce, seemingly ready to scurry under the sofa. He had no idea when it had gotten in. Mohan's heart tightened, and he immediately stood up, quickly grabbing a wooden plank in his hand. If there was only this one rat in the room, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if many rats had gotten in and were hiding, the consequences of being bitten even once would be unimaginable. The two skeletons outside the door were the most gruesome and painful lesson. The pancake and demon chicken watching TV on the sofa sensed the danger even faster than Mohan. Pancake quickly jumped off one end of the sofa, while the demon chicken, ignoring its injured leg, leapt off the other end. The two dogs immediately began chasing down the large rat. Mohan was extremely nervous. In an instant, he stored the sofa, carpet, coffee table, and stools into his personal space, cutting off all hiding spots for the rat. The rat stared blankly at the sofa that had suddenly disappeared a few meters away, then turned and fled toward the kitchen in search of a new hiding place. However, despite its speed, it was no match for Daving and the demon chicken. The two dogs flanked it from both sides, pouncing on the rat in an instant and pinning it firmly to the ground. The rat squeaked frantically, struggling desperately, even attempting to bite Daving's paw. Mohan approached, squatted down, and stared at the rat, noticing its blood-red eyes and the foul stench of decay emanating from its body. He murmured in confusion, "A mutated corpse rat? Isn't this kind of thing supposed to appear only 6 months into the apocalypse? Could it be that the recent heat wave caused many people to die at home, their bodies rotting into zombies, and the rats feeding on the decayed flesh spread the corpse poison further and further?" Although Mohan had been reborn, the sequence of events in this life and the previous one might not necessarily align perfectly. Just like the butterfly effect, a single change could trigger a cascade of different outcomes. Mohan's rebirth was the starting point of this chain of changes. Therefore, the occurrence of various natural and man-made disasters in the future may be full of uncertainties. Big Pancake, Demon Chicken, what What do you think we should do with this thing? Big Pancake tilted its head in thought, while Demon Chicken barked incessantly, seemingly expressing its opinion. Forget it, this thing is dirty and disgusting, and its blood can spread infections. Let's just kill it directly, Mo Han decided. He took out an iron box from his space and said to Dabing, you breathe fire on it, and I'll put it into this iron box. Dabing barked excitedly, his face showing a look of enthusiasm. Speaking of the awakening of abilities, Dabing was the first to awaken. The exact reason, the circumstances, and why he inexplicably recognized Mo Han as his master in a foreign land all remain a mystery. The Demon Chicken pressed down hard on the mouse, and Dabing opened his mouth and exhaled, spraying out a burst of flames. This time, the flames were much larger than when Mo Han first saw him breathe fire. After the awakening of supernatural abilities, even without the aid of crystal cores, the abilities of those with powers will gradually improve on their own, though at an extremely slow pace. Only by killing mid-level zombies and seizing the crystal cores in their brains can one rapidly enhance their strength. Low-level zombies do not have crystal cores in their brains, killing them is meaningless. How can one distinguish between low-level, mid-level, and high-level zombies? By observing their reaction speed. Those with sluggish reactions and pose minimal threat are low-level zombies. Those with agile reactions and quickly chase and bite people are mid-level zombies. By the mid-apocalypse, most zombies on the streets have evolved into mid-level zombies. High-level zombies are conscious and possess formidable strength. It is said that there are even king-level zombies, which have surpassed the category of zombies and become alien creatures. The flames spewed by Dabing instantly ignited the rat, and Mo Han quickly closed the iron box and locked the lid tightly. The burning rat was unable to extinguish the flames on its own, and the fire spewed by Dabing could not be extinguished by anyone else except the rat itself. That fire was no ordinary flame but the Samadhi true fire, specifically designed to kill zombie aliens. Inside the iron box, the rat squeaked in pain, desperately crashing against the box in an attempt to escape. Silently waiting until the mouse was completely dead, Mo Han finally threw the box into the trash can. Worried that there might be more mice in the house, he took to Bing and Yao Ji to search every corner of the place. They meticulously checked every nook and cranny. If Mo Han were searching alone, there would surely be some that escaped detection. But with De Bing and Yao Ji, especially De Bing with its awakened abilities and sharp canine nose, it could detect even the faintest trace of scent in just half a second, let alone a mouse. Although the Demon Chicken has not yet awakened its abilities, as a descendant of police dogs, its alertness and sense of smell are equally exceptionally sharp. With these two dogs, there will no longer be any mice in the house, which means no potential safety hazards for Mo Han. The sound of screams echoed one after another from the neighborhood. Mo Han looked down from the window. Downstairs, a few people who had just gone out with sticks to look for food were now being frantically chased by a swarm of rats, desperately running back toward the residential area. Mo Han exclaimed in surprise, could there be rats on the streets too? Suddenly, one of them accidentally fell to the ground, and the rats immediately swarmed over, all clinging to him. Mo Han stared intently, and within a few minutes, the person who had been full of life moments ago had his clothes torn to shreds, his flesh devoured completely, leaving only a skeleton gleaming with a chilling white light. The skeleton's neck turned with a crack sound, got up, and began to wander aimlessly around the neighborhood. Mo Han had witnessed the power of corpse rats in his previous life and knew that it was extremely difficult for humans to defeat them, requiring a significant expenditure of manpower and resources. He sat on the sofa, snatched the TV remote from De Bing, and wanted to see whether the rat infestation was limited to this neighborhood or had already spread. On the TV, the news broadcast host was reporting the news. The news mentioned several incidents of rats attacking poultry but did not report any cases of rats attacking people. It is unclear whether the government is unaware or considers the scenes too gruesome to disclose. In any case, news about rats attacking people has not been broadcast. The host reassured, the previous zombie virus has been effectively controlled, and now the government is investing significant manpower and resources to actively prevent and control the rat infestation. At that time, methods such as aerial bait drops and street-level bait distribution will be used to deploy large amounts of rodenticide, mouse traps, and glue boards to completely eradicate the rats. Please make sure to lock your doors and windows and refrain from going out for a few days. Many netizens left comments under the post. It's over, it's over. Is humanity doomed? The zombie virus hasn't been completely eradicated, and now there's a rat plague. Are they really leaving us no way to survive? Our neighborhood has already seen many deaths, a group of skeletons creaking as they walk around the community, and my family is running out of food. Yes, the weather is hot, the zombies haven't been completely eradicated, and now there's a rat infestation. I've already prepared myself for death. Everyone, take care. My name is Yang Mumu, and I live in Blue Bay Community, Building 8, Unit 13, Apartment 1. I want the world to remember that I was once here. A group of people comforted young Mumu. Mumu, don't be so pessimistic. Trust the government, they will surely lead us through this crisis. Yes, trust the government, and we will surely achieve victory. The comments are filled with people's people's pessimism and despair about the current situation. Many have uploaded photos, telling everyone that if they were to leave this world, unfortunately, they once truly loved life. Woof woof woof. Dabing and Yaogai started protesting on the side as Emohan hogged the TV for half a day without returning it. Dabing barked, "Woof woof woof. Master, you have a phone, hurry up and give the TV back to us." Yaogai remained silent, expressing dissatisfaction with the master occupying the TV. Helplessly, Emohan had no choice but to return the TV to them. Dabing took the remote control and skillfully switched to the cartoons they liked to watch. "No, I have to go out and try, see if there are crystal cores inside the skulls outside. In the current situation, if I can't awaken supernatural abilities soon, surviving against more powerful monsters in the future will be nearly impossible." Thinking about it, Emohan stood up from the sofa, holding the 2 electric batons he had bought earlier, and said to Dabing, "Let's go, time to level up by fighting monsters." Dabing excitedly stood up and followed Emohan to the door. When Emohan was stocking up, in addition to common human medicines, he also prepared a lot of items to deal with poisonous insects, ants, and rats. Insecticides, rat poison, glue traps, everything was available. Emohan moved his thoughts and took out a large piece of meat from the space, evenly sprinkling over a dozen bottles of colorless and tasteless Dushikiang poison on it to ensure the toxin penetrated the meat. The piece of meat weighed as much as half a pig, at least over 100 pounds, enough to easily deal with thousands of corpse rats. To ensure absolute success, Missouri-han took out another large piece of meat from the space and repeated the same operation. The Dushikiang poison he bought was the most potent available on the market, and the corpse rats would definitely not survive after consuming it. Emohan carefully confirmed through surveillance that there were no corpse rats outside for the time being. His movements were as swift as lightning. He quickly opened the door, threw out the 2 large pieces of meat, and then promptly shut the door again. The entire process was smooth and seamless, taking no more than a minute. The sound of the door opening and closing immediately attracted 2 skeletons pacing near the entrance. The 2 skeletons suddenly howled and lunged toward Emohan's door, screaming incessantly. Through the surveillance screen, Emohan saw their ghostly appearance and couldn't help but feel irritated, but dealing with them would have to wait a little longer. He reached out his hand and heavily pounded on his security door. The loud banging immediately attracted corpse rats scavenging on other floors. Hundreds of them swarmed up, and upon seeing the 2 large chunks of pork on the ground, they instantly pounced on them and began devouring them frantically. Emohan looked at the densely packed corpse rats and felt secretly pleased. This doesn't count as a large-scale rat disaster yet. Only a small portion of the rats have mutated so far. He knew very well that a true large-scale rat disaster couldn't be caused by just a few hundred rats. It would require at least tens of thousands. In the face of those disgusting creatures, survival for both humans and livestock would be nothing short of a pipe dream. As long as he could eliminate the rats in front of him, Emohan could safely venture out to clear the skeletons and investigate the crystal cores in their brains. After finishing the 2 chunks of pork, the corpse rats immediately began vomiting blood and all collapsed lifelessly on the ground. Emohan, still cautious, pounded on his door, again with force. Apart from the 2 skeletons howling incessantly, no other rats appeared. The corpse rats that had eaten the meat died gruesomely, showing no signs of life. This Dushikiang is indeed powerful. The rats were all dead before the pork was even finished. Back when he was stockpiling seeds, Emohan specifically bought quite a few items from the pesticide store, specifically to deal with rats. According to the shop owner, this poison is a super upgraded version of the old Dushikiang. After confirming that it was quiet outside and all the rats were dead, Emohan prepared to open the door and go out. But on second thought, he decided not to rush. To be safe, he first put on protective gear. This protective suit was stolen by him years ago from a military base in the beautiful country. The material is a bulletproof vest grade, fully sealed, extremely durable, impervious to animal bites, and bulletproof. Emohan dressed neatly, took to Bing, and forcefully pushed his door open. Since the door opened outward, the push caused 2 skeletons to stagger back a few steps. He quickly stepped out of the door, shut it swiftly, and wielded an electric baton to start electrocuting the 2 skeletons. In just a few seconds, the skeletons were electrocuted to death and collapsed to the ground. Emohan took out a short knife from his space and pried open the skulls of the skeletons. Great! He felt a surge of joy. Both skeletons had crystal cores in their skulls, though they were not very large. Well, small as they are, it's better than nothing. In his previous life, Emohan had consumed 10,000 crystal cores before awakening his abilities, averaging dozens per day, which ultimately triggered his awakening. If he wants to awaken again in this life, he'll have to kill more mid-level zombies. These skeletons likely contain crystal cores due to the influence of mutated corpse rats, directly turning them into mid-level zombies. Emohan, accompanied by Bing, wearing protective suits, began descending the building floor by floor. He deliberately avoided taking the elevator because walking down step by step allowed him to handle matters along the way. If he encountered corpse rats, he would poison them to death. If he came across skeletons, he would immediately kill them and extract the crystal cores. From the 12th floor floor of his home all the way down. His target was the skeletons in the community below. On the way, he hardly saw any corpse rats, but in the corridors of each floor, there were always one or two ferocious skeletons wandering around, looking for targets to attack. When they saw Mohan, they excitedly lunged at him, only to be met with his swinging electric baton. The skeletons instantly lost their flames and collapsed, dead. Mohan fought his way downstairs, collecting 12 crystal cores in his hand. It seems collecting 10,000 crystal cores isn't that hard. There are now more than a dozen skeletons in the neighborhood, their mouths wide open, creaking and howling. Mohan walked over with an electric baton, and the skeletons immediately gathered around, as excited as starving ghosts who hadn't eaten in decades. Mohan really couldn't understand. Clearly, they no longer had stomachs, so where did the hunger come from? The skeletons approached at an alarming speed, opening their mouths to bite as soon as they got close. If not for the protective suit, he wouldn't have been able to fend them off. Big Pancake saw the skeletons besieging his master and immediately barked a few times, attracting the attention of several skeletons, which then turned to chase him. Only 8 skeletons remained around Mohan. He gripped 2 electric batons in his hands, sparks flashing and crackling, and 2 skeletons fell to the ground in response. While electrocuting these 2 skeletons, another skeleton suddenly took the opportunity to bite his protective suit at the elbow. Although it couldn't tear through the suit, its softness, unlike the hardness of steel, still caused Mohan some pain. Damn it, you dare to sneak attack your brother Han? Electrocuting you is already letting you off easy. Mohan roared angrily, smashing the electric baton in his hand fiercely against the skeleton's head. Bang, 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 he struck repeatedly until the skeleton's head was shattered and it fell to the ground. He didn't forget to kick it twice afterward. Upstairs, many people stood by the windows watching the scene unfold. Oh my, the person downstairs actually dared to kill skeletons. That's incredible. Taking on so many skeletons alone, how is he so awesome? That's great. Once he gets rid of all the skeletons in the neighborhood, my fear will be greatly reduced. Is he also from our neighborhood? Which floor does he live on? Some people raised their phones to take pictures, while others zoomed in to record videos. There were even those who, in order to gain attention, started live streaming directly, pointing their cameras at Mohan downstairs. Mohan just wanted to live a low-profile life and never had any intention of becoming famous. He was completely unaware of the filming upstairs. After all, he was wearing protective gear, so no one could recognize him. After taking down several skeletons in front of him with a bang, Dabing saw that the skeletons in this area had been cleared and led the ones chasing behind it straight to Mohan. Mohan, holding an electric baton, had already killed 8 skeletons earlier. Now that Dabing had lured the remaining skeletons over, he could deal with them in no time. Big Pancake cheered and jumped excitedly on the side, admiring his master's might. More than a dozen skeletons lay scattered on the ground, and Mohan prepared to start extracting the crystal cores. He looked up and noticed that people were peeking out from the windows of various floors in the neighborhood, many holding up their phones, either taking pictures or recording videos. Mohan sighed softly. It seemed that in the future, it would be better to set out at night to extract crystal cores. Fame can be troublesome, and if he accidentally became an internet celebrity, it would be a real headache. But since it has already been filmed, I can't be bothered to care. If they want to film, let them film. He pretended to reach into the pocket of his protective suit to take something out, but in reality, with a thought, he retrieved a short knife from his space and then pulled it out of the pocket. This was to prevent others from discovering the secret of his space. After all, facing so many neighbors and retrieving items from his space in front of the entire community, who wouldn't think that's asking for trouble? Mohan held the short knife and began cutting open the skulls. Among the 13 skeletons, aside from the 2 whose heads had been smashed by the electric baton, he used the knife to cut open all the others. More than 10 skeletons, but only 7 contained crystal cores. Not everyone had them. Those crystal cores were wrapped in bloody brain matter. Someone upstairs zoomed in with their phone and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, so there's brain matter inside the skulls. I thought they were just dry, empty cavities." The person next to them frowned and said, "Ugh, how disgusting. What is that person even doing? What's so fascinating about digging through that gross brain matter? Who knows?" By the window on the 7th floor, a woman watched Mohan rummaging through the skeleton's skull. Her expression shifted from admiration to fear. "I thought he was a hero, helping everyone kill skeletons. I never expected him to be a pervert, actually eating the skeleton's head." Mohan squatted beside the skeleton, fully focused on collecting the crystal cores. While others might wonder why the skeleton's skull had brain matter, he knew the truth. These were not real skeletons at all, but rather something akin to mid-level zombies, their flesh completely devoured by corpse rats. Only the skulls remained intact, as the corpse rats couldn't gnaw through them, leaving the brain matter perfectly preserved. He put the collected crystal cores into a food bag, sealed it, and placed it in the pocket of his protective suit. Looking up at the people by the windows on each floor of the building, Mohan said to Dabing, "Let's head back first and come again tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to walk toward Building 9, but suddenly, family. After taking just a few steps, Bing suddenly started barking woof 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 outside the community gate. Mohan quickly turned around, his expression becoming extremely alert as he stared intently outside. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately shouted, Bing, run! He then rushed toward Building 9. The other residents upstairs were also watching, their faces filled with panic. The next second, everyone hurriedly shut their windows and drew their curtains. Mohan and Bing had just entered Building 9 when a large swarm of dark rats surged from outside, rushing straight toward them. Mohan had already run inside the building. Earlier, in front of the neighborhood residents, he couldn't quickly retreat into his own space to hide, nor could he use poisoned pork to eliminate the rats, fearing the secret of his space would be exposed. But now they had reached the elevator entrance, and there was no need to hide anything anymore. He quickly retrieved a large piece of pork from his space and sprayed it with rat poison. Just after spraying, the group of rats had already rushed to the edge of the elevator entrance. Mohan quickly threw out the piece of poisoned pork and immediately retreated into his own space. The rats swarmed over, scrambling to gnaw at the poisoned pork, and the air was filled with the sound of squeak, squeak, squeak. The pork on the ground was soon gnawed clean. This won't do, there's too little meat and too many rats. Mohan quickly retrieved a whole fresh pig from the space, sprayed it with rat poison, then stepped out of the space and threw the poisoned pig in front of the rats. He used the space to teleport and hid nearby, observing everything. There were at least 1,000 or 2,000 rats on the ground, and those who didn't get the first piece of meat rushed to fight for the second. The second whole piece of pork, with a sufficient quantity. When Mohan used to stockpile supplies, he never thought pork could be used this way. At the time, he was only thinking that if a rat infestation or pest disaster occurred, he would hide in the underground shelter to avoid it. But now, he doesn't plan to back down. Terrifying aliens, monsters, and ancient beasts will soon appear in this world. If he doesn't awaken his abilities quickly, he won't survive in this cruel apocalypse. Therefore, he must urgently collect 10,000 crystal cores to awaken his abilities. The rats that ate the poisoned pork all collapsed, dying in a dense, dark mass. Mohan wore a thick protective suit. The outside was unbearably hot, and his chest felt so stifled that he could hardly breathe. Can't take it anymore, it's so hot. I need to go home and rest, then come out to act tonight, he said to Dabing. Dabing, Mohan looked at the ground covered with dead rats. Can you try burning them with your fire? There were too many rats on the ground. If they set fire directly, it would definitely cause a fire and air pollution. Mohan was just teasing Dabing, wanting to see if its fire ability had any limits. After all, its flames were currently like a baby learning to walk, not very destructive. Sure enough, Dabing opened its mouth and spat out a burst of flame at the dead mouse with a puff. The flame was slightly larger than a matchstick head, about the size of the flame on a red wedding candle. It sprayed fire onto the back of a dead mouse, and the mouse's back began to sizzle and burn. Spray a few more, Mohan instructed. Dabing began to spray fire at the dead mice one after another. By the time it reached the 10th burst of fire, the flames in its mouth suddenly went out. Altogether, it only managed to burn 10 rats to death. What terrible luck. Dabing muttered to himself, don't underestimate me, I'm still young. In this scorching heat, with dead rats piled up here, in a few days the rotting flesh will stink, and maggots will be crawling everywhere. It's so disgusting. Mohan took out his phone and dialed 110. Hello, yes, the lobby at the elevator entrance on the first floor of Building 9 in our community is full of dead rats. Please come and handle it as soon as possible, officer. After making the call, Mohan and Dabing went back upstairs to their own apartment. There were still hundreds of dead rats piled up at the door. In such hot weather, if it's not dealt with quickly, the stench will be unbearable tonight, and he will definitely regret living here the next day. Mohan acted on a thought, taking a broom, a shovel, and a large plastic bag from his space, and quickly cleaned up the rats on the ground, putting them into the plastic bag. With no other choice, he went downstairs again and threw the plastic bag full of rats into the trash can next to the underground parking lot. Only then did he return to the house. The over 2,000 dead rats at the elevator entrance were simply too much. He couldn't be bothered to clean them up himself, so he decided to leave it to the police to handle. After returning home, Mohan took off the protective suit and thoroughly disinfected its surface with 94 disinfectant. He then went to the bathroom to wash his hands with disinfectant, ensuring complete safety. The demon chicken was especially happy to see Mohan and Dabing return. Its leg injury hadn't fully healed yet. Fortunately, Mohan applied medicine to it every day, replaced the bandages with fresh gauze, and with the demon chicken's strong self-healing ability, the injury had improved significantly. It was estimated that in a few more days, walking wouldn't be unbearably painful for it. However, it was a pity that even after a full recovery, the leg would still be lame. In its previous life, the demon chicken's leg had been lame as well. Demon chicken, come here, let me change your dressing. Mohan sat on the sofa and placed the demon chicken in front of him. With a thought, the coffee table was instantly filled with the items he needed for the dressing change: hydrogen peroxide, ointment, gauze, and scissors. The demon chicken obediently lay on his lap, patiently waiting for the process. glass. Bing, as usual, tilted its head, squatting on the floor and staring intently. Its eyes followed the movements of Han's hands, rolling around with curiosity. What a little cutie. It was a pity it was male. If it were female, combined with the demon chicken, this mutant dog might have given birth to some kind of monster. Big Bing muttered, "Your thoughts are too filthy." The demon chicken retorted, "Can you stop thinking about pairing up all the time? Just how desperate are you?" Han helplessly admitted, "To be honest, quite desperate. Back when I was a simp, I could always go find Yenuer to ease my longing. Now, without a woman around, my body craves interaction with a woman even more than my heart does." All wrapped up. "Be careful yourself, don't let it touch the wound." Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound of a stomach growling. Han touched his own stomach, wondering why he was so hungry, only to realize the sound wasn't coming from him. It turned out to be Bing's stomach growling. What a foodie. Looking at the dog food left for them on the coffee table, it was almost all gone. With a thought, Han took out dozens of cans of dog food from his space. Bing and Yao Ji's eyes lit up, thinking to themselves that recognizing this owner wasn't a mistake. The two dogs were smart and cooperative. Bing bit the can, while Yao Ji grabbed the pull tab on top, and with a swift motion, they opened a can of dog food. They repeated the process and opened another can. Then, the two dogs each squatted in their own spot and began enjoying their lunch. Watching them eat so happily, Han couldn't bear to let himself go hungry. He sat down at the dining table, and with a thought, the table was instantly filled with dishes: cold cucumber salad, braised pork with chestnuts, stir-fried prawns, spicy pork intestines, and a bowl of vegetable soup, accompanied by a steaming pot of rice. He ate while scrolling through his phone, checking the latest updates. Ding dong, WeChat group messages kept flashing. Han opened it to see a video of himself downstairs fighting skeletons. The group was buzzing with heated discussions. The topics mainly revolved around questions like, why is he fighting skeletons? After killing the skeletons, why did he cut open their heads? After cutting open their heads, why is he picking things out from inside? In the end, everyone came to a few conclusions. First, he is a pervert who enjoys eating skulls. Second, he is a fan of post-apocalyptic novels and wants to find the crystal core inside the skulls. Third, if he really finds the crystal core, will he awaken superpowers like in the novels? Someone in the group suggested, how about we go kill skeletons and look for crystal cores? Sure, I want to awaken superpowers, then go raid the supermarket. There's no food left at home. Look for crystal cores? Have you seen how terrifying those skeletons are? Do you dare to go? I don't dare. Han picked up a large piece of braised pork and ate it with great relish. There were still some beers in the fridge that had been chilled in the morning, and he had already drunk 3 bottles. Ice-cold beer paired with a table full of delicious dishes. He savored it slowly. After washing the dishes post-meal, Han didn't hear the sound of police sirens all afternoon, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. The government departments were probably out of control. Who exactly had caused the failure, zombies or rats? Han hadn't received any clear information, but there was one thing he was certain of. When the police were clearing out the zombies, a few stragglers accidentally bit some rats. After the rats turned into zombies, they bit their own kind or other animals, including humans. Thus, the second wave of the zombie virus began to spread, and it spread even wider. When humans were ambushed by 1 or 2 rats, they wouldn't immediately turn into skeletons. At first, they would just get injured and feel unwell. But the virus was incredibly potent. Rats carried numerous pathogens, and as a carrier for the zombie virus, the virus underwent significant mutations, quickly transforming the infected into zombies. This zombie virus transmitted through rats was even more dangerous than being bitten directly by a zombie. After all, if a zombie couldn't bite a person, the person wouldn't turn into a zombie. But rats were different. They would bite you, and they might even urinate in your rice cooker at home, causing you to get infected with the virus. This is the fundamental reason why people have feared rat infestations throughout history. But this time, the rats that appeared were no ordinary rodents, they were mutated corpse rats. Those surrounded by the swarm of rats would soon be gnawed down to nothing but skeletons. After all, skeletons and zombies are both calamities, far from being anything good. Zombie, you think you're any better? Skeleton, give me back my crystal core. Not only do they eat people, but they also humiliate others, truly shameless. Achoo. Lost in thought, Han suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Who's cursing me? After thinking about it, it seemed like no one was cursing him. After eating, Han took out the 9 crystal cores he had previously collected from his space and rinsed them clean under tap water. He gave 2 to Pancake, 2 to the demon chicken, and kept 5 for himself. The crystal cores had no particular taste, neither sweet nor salty, and were crunchy when chewed. With 5 crystal cores, Han was still 9,995 short of his goal to awaken his abilities. He gently slid open his phone screen and switched to the news channel. The host was issuing an urgent announcement. Citizens, due to the severe rat infestation and the rebound of the zombie virus, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Please try to shelter at home and ensure your doors and windows are securely closed. Ah! Before the host could finish speaking, a colleague behind her suddenly stood up and bit her neck. Under the watchful eyes of the entire nation, the news broadcast host had her neck bitten through by the colleague behind her, letting out a piercing scream. Blood gushed like a fountain from the wound in her neck. The colleague who bit her had turned pale, with bulging veins, clearly showing signs of zombification. The host struggled desperately for a few moments before collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing uncontrollably. The live broadcast studio descended into utter chaos. Mohan furrowed his brows. The situation was clearly heading in a worse direction. Although he didn't want to experience the bloody horrors of the apocalypse again, there was no way out now. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. What's more, in this life, Mohan had to personally kill that great enemy, Dragon Slayer. He took a short nap on the sofa. The two dogs were making a racket watching TV, yet he still managed to fall asleep. He was quite impressed with himself. When he woke up, it was already dark. Mohan decided to take action. Although his spatial ability allowed him to enter and exit for an hour and even achieve teleportation through rapid transitions, this was only possible in open areas where zombies couldn't surround him. If trapped in a confined space, entering the dimension would only buy him an hour before he was forcibly ejected. While teleportation could confuse enemies and make him invisible to others, his body could still be touched in that instant. In other words, half the time his body was in the dimension, and the other half it was exposed, making close encounters with zombies still extremely dangerous. Therefore, Mohan still donned a thick protective suit and took Dabing downstairs. Although Dabing was still young and his abilities weren't strong, as a dog, his sharp ears and keen nose greatly enhanced Mohan's safety. At critical moments, Dabing might even turn the tide. Mohan chose not to take the elevator, even though it was faster. With the zombie virus rampant, there was always the risk of water and power outages. If the elevator lost power and he got trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although elevators have backup power supplies, what if the backup failed? Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was fatal for Mohan. He resolutely refused to take that risk. Someone who had survived the apocalypse would never gamble with their life so easily. So, he slowly made his way down the stairs. Along the way, he encountered a skeleton wandering near the stairwell. Upon seeing Mohan, it lunged at him to bite. Mohan remained calm, holding an electric baton, and jabbed it forcefully. The 100,000-volt high-voltage current instantly caused the skeleton to collapse to the ground. He retrieved a large iron hammer from his space and smashed it down hard on the skeleton's skull. With a loud bang, the skull shattered instantly. Mohan casually picked up the crystal core from the fragmented head. Previously, he had tried cutting it with a knife, but it felt too soft and unsatisfying, nothing compared to the clean efficiency of the hammer. From the 12th floor all the way down to the first floor, no zombies were encountered along the way, and there was no trace of any living rats. Upon reaching the first floor, Mohan saw thousands of dead rats piled on the ground, emitting a strong stench after an entire hot afternoon. It seemed the neighbors had yet to notice the situation with the dead rats. Ever since the news anchor was bitten to death by a zombie and then turned into one herself within minutes, people no longer dared to venture outside easily. Mohan called the police in the morning to have them come and clean up the rats, and someone still answered the phone at the station. But from the afternoon until evening, not a single person showed up. When Mohan dialed 110 again, the phone rang several times, but no one answered anymore. Clearly, the police station had already fallen. The armed police officers had turned into zombies, and unarmed civilians were even less capable of resisting. The government was out of control, the police station had fallen, and the public health system had collapsed. This world had completely descended into a brutal apocalypse. Mohan held Dabing and walked out of the residential area. Since the power hadn't gone out yet, the streetlights were still on. Under the hazy glow of the lights, zombies with white eyes, bluish-purple faces, and bulging veins were everywhere. As soon as they saw Mohan and Dabing, they howled and staggered toward them. Slow in movement and dull in reaction, these were merely the most basic-level zombies. Without crystal cores in their brains, they weren't worth Missouri Han's time. So, when the zombie lunged at Mohan, he held Dabing, used a spatial flash, and instantly disappeared from the spot. The zombies stood there blankly, howling and growling, unable to figure out where their food had gone. Mohan, holding Dabing, appeared across the street and saw 4 skeletons crazily chasing and biting a man. The man was wearing a security guard uniform, presumably the neighborhood's security guard. Mohan was unfamiliar with the neighborhood and didn't recognize him. The guard was shouting for help while desperately running forward. If he hadn't shouted, he might have had a slim chance of survival. But since he was running and shouting, he ended up being chased not only by the skeletons but also by zombies. The skeletons were fast, while the zombies were slower. When Dabing saw the skeletons chasing the security guard, it barked excitedly a few times. Mohan immediately made a silencing gesture and quickly ran in the direction of the guard. However, he wasn't going to save the guard. He was worried that if the skeletons ran too far, his crystal hostile cores would vanish without a trace. The security guard heard the dog barking and turned his head while running. When he saw Emohan and Debing, he was overjoyed and, bypassing the bus stop sign, sprinted toward Emohan, shouting, "Help! Help!" Emohan certainly wouldn't save him. The last thing you should have in the apocalypse is a saintly heart. Those saintly characters in apocalypse novels rarely make it past 3 episodes. In his previous life, Emohan was a super saintly guy, always thinking about saving the world, rescuing this and that, only to meet a tragic end. So, in this life, Emohan must be ruthless and decisive to survive safely. However, if the security guard manages to escape successfully while Emohan is killing skeletons, that's another matter entirely and has nothing to do with him. The security guard had already run to Emohan's side, with several skeletons in hot pursuit. The security guard shouted to Emohan, "Help me." Before the words were even finished, the security guard suddenly gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with malice. Taking advantage of Emohan's distraction while defending against the skeletons and zombies, he shoved him to the ground. The moment Emohan fell, 5 skeletons immediately pounced on him, and the zombies swarmed as well. Seeing this, Dabing barked in terror, frantically trying to divert the skeletons and zombies away. The security guard seized the opportunity, quickly ran forward into the guard booth ahead, and slammed the door shut. The security guard, still shaken, stared at the scene outside the booth, feeling relieved that he had finally escaped the pursuit and avoided disaster. However, the next second left him dumbfounded. Emohan, whom he had just pushed down, was standing completely unscathed beside the pile of skeletons and zombies, waving a baton in his hand and fiercely striking at the zombie on the topmost layer. A burst of sparks and lightning erupted in an instant. Emohan coldly stared at the skeletons and zombies on the ground. The moment the security guard pushed him, he had flashed into a space, and then used spatial teleportation to jump aside. The group of skeletons and zombies, caught off guard, toppled over one after another, fully expecting to feast to their heart's content. Little did they know, their dinner was now standing beside them, coldly watching and handing over an electric baton-branded spark candy. One bite and it would take care of them for life, so much so that they could even reincarnate as humans in their next life. The powerful electric current instantly killed all the zombies on the top layer, while the skeletons below, though less affected due to the reduced power of the current, were still severely injured. Emohan sneered coldly and pulled all the zombies off the skeletons. The 5 skeletons immediately freed themselves from the oppressive weight and shakily climbed to their feet. Emohan glanced at the skeletons that had already stood up. Due to the aftereffects of the electric current, their movements were no longer as swift as before. Emohan, singing loudly, led them toward the security booth. "Sister, boldly move forward, don't look back." When singing, Emohan's eyes always carried a faintly mocking expression, fixed on the security guard in the booth. Damn it! The apocalypse has just begun, and the ugliness of human nature is already being exposed in full. If it weren't for having the space, running fast, and wearing an indestructible protective suit, in that instant, I would have definitely become one of the zombie horde. This debt must be settled. If I don't settle it, I won't be called Emohan, I'll be called Dumdog. Debing, when you say it like that, why do I feel like you're targeting me? The security guard held an iron shovel in his hand, watching Emohan and the skeleton get closer and closer, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. His eyes were filled with endless fear, and he kept muttering, "Don't come closer, don't come closer." Emohan's raspy voice, like a high-pitched speaker with unstable voltage, was unpleasant but extremely attention-grabbing. Not only the skeletons from earlier, but the surrounding zombies were also drawn to his voice. Emohan walked to the guard booth, suddenly holding an 80-centimeter-long iron rod in his hand, and banged it forcefully against the glass door of the booth with a bang, bang, bang. The glass door shattered with a loud crash. Emohan was immediately surrounded by a group of skeletons and zombies. The moment they lunged at him, Emohan quickly darted into the space to hide. Anyway, he could stay hidden in the space for an hour, which was more than enough. When the zombies changed positions, he came out again. The big pancake clearly knew that its big turtle owner liked to hide in its shell, not even bothering to make a sound, obediently standing not far away, waiting to watch the security guard show. The glass door shattered, and several skeletons along with a large group of zombies swarmed into the booth. Before the security guard could swing the iron shovel in his hand, he was knocked down by the skeletons and zombies rushing in. In an instant, the sound of biting erupted one after another, and the security guard's screams echoed across the entire neighborhood. The ground gradually became stained with bright red blood. Emohan appeared outside the guard booth, raised his middle finger at the security guard inside whose eyes had already lost focus, and angrily cursed, "Screw you. Dare to plot against me? Enjoy this now." Ha! Debing also ran over with a pitter-patter, imitating Emohan's actions. Tilting his head, he tried to raise a middle finger at the security guard, but his little paw couldn't separate, so he had to give up. Emohan kept a deliberate distance with Debing, waiting until the guard post was completely silent and confirming that the security guard was dead before walking into the post with an 80-centimeter-long iron rod in hand. He fiercely struck the zombies and skeletons that were still groaning and humming with loud bang 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 sounds. Originally, he only intended to kill a few skeletons to obtain crystal cores, but the zombies were too chaotic and obstructive, forcing him to kill them all in one go. After retrieving the crystal cores from the skeleton's brains, Mo-han left the guard post, his protective suit stained with red and white blood and brain matter. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention, thinking he would find a place to clean up later since the protective suit wouldn't let water seep in. "Let's go, Pancake, change the map," Mo-han shouted, and Pancake responded. One man and one dog started changing locations to continue searching for skeletons. There are more zombies than skeletons on the streets now, making it really hard to find a few skeletons. "Skeleton, don't bother me." As they just reached the street corner, Mo-han and Debing were almost overwhelmed by the stifling heat. Even though it was nighttime, the temperature was still close to 40 degrees, and Mo-han was wearing a thick protective suit, nearly fainting from the heat. If it weren't for the fact that he almost got himself killed by accident, he would have wanted to take off this cumbersome protective suit. The big pancake was so hot it kept sticking out its tongue. "Want an ice cream, Big Pancake?" Mo-han sat on the stone steps outside a shop. "Big Pancake, woof woof woof," meaning 3, no, 5. With a thought, 2 ice creams instantly appeared in Mo-han's hand, which was wearing protective gear. "Don't rush, finish this one first, then take the next one." Mo-han tore open the ice cream wrapper, gently lifted the protective goggles from his face, and brought the ice cream to his mouth. Taking a bite, wow, it was absolutely amazing. He prepared a food bag for Debing, placed the ice cream inside, and Debing licked it vigorously beside him, occasionally spinning in circles on the ground. Simply delicious. "One person and one dog, one stick for you, one stick for me." Originally thought they would only eat the 5 popsicles mentioned by Debing, but Mo-han ended up eating a total of 10 in one go. Just standing up from the ground, the place where they were sitting hadn't had any zombies come by, making it a relatively secluded corner. Just about to set off, suddenly there was a creak. A police car stopped on the road 5 or 6 meters away from Mo-han. A person got out of the police car, holding a gun, covered in blood. Mo-han took a closer look and realized it was the female officer he had seen before, curvaceous figure, fair skin, and captivatingly long legs, Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan parked the car by the roadside, holding a firearm, her body in a defensive posture, and step by step walked toward Mo-han. Her home is on the 6th floor, and she needs to go up from the stairs next to where Mo-han is standing. The police station has already fallen into chaos, with many colleagues turning into terrifying zombies. Not daring to stay at the police station any longer, Lin Yan drove away, planning to return home to accompany her cat, taking things one step at a time. Lin Yan saw Mo-han wearing protective clothing. Due to the dim light, she couldn't see the person inside clearly, but from his demeanor, he was full of vigilance. She pointed a gun at Mo-han and coldly asked, "Who are you?" Mo-han quickly raised his hands and said, "Officer Lin, I'm not a bad person. Earlier, when I was driving a van back to the neighborhood, you even warned me that it was dangerous outside and told me to hurry home and not come out. Don't you remember?" Lin Yan frowned. A van? She had no impression of it, but later she learned that the van driver, Mo-han, was the coward who threw his girlfriend into a septic tank and even escaped from the police station. "Is it you?" Lin Yan snorted coldly. "You're that fugitive." Mo-han smiled awkwardly. "It's the apocalypse now, who cares about fugitives? If I hadn't run, I'd have died in the police station long ago." "That's true. No one's after you now, so get lost," Lin Yan said coldly, then bypassed Mo-han and went upstairs. "Hey, Officer Lin, you forgot to lock your car door." Mo-han watched Lin Yan cautiously go upstairs and called out loudly. Lin Yan suddenly turned her head, pointing the gun at his feet, and cursed, "Noisy." Mo-han quickly dodged to the side and said with a smile, "Officer Lin really has personality." Lin Yan glared at him, then continued to cautiously head upstairs. A woo-woo-woo. The gunshot just now immediately attracted several zombies, and in no time, they were about to collide with Mo-han. Mo-han quickly led Debing forward. Although low-level zombies are not terrifying, their constant pursuit is truly irritating. Moreover, with so many zombies, if surrounded, Mo-han could only stay in the space for an hour. Kicked out of the space after an hour, a moment of carelessness could make you a zombie's meal. This risk, Mo-han would absolutely not take. His target is mid-level zombies. Although zombies have not truly evolved yet, crystal nuclei have already formed in their skulls, similar to those of mid-level zombies. The path to awakening abilities is extremely arduous, requiring the collection of 10,000 crystal nuclei. Mo-han previously collected 9, and just now obtained 5 more, making a total of only 14. Moreover, out of the previous 9, 4 were given to 2 dogs, leaving him with only 5. Unintentionally, he ended up short by 4 crystal cores. Thinking about it, the road ahead is truly long and arduous. Can't just sit at home waiting for death, waiting to act only when mid-level zombies appear. Because mid-level zombies are fast and agile, fighting them is very troublesome. Moreover, when mid-level zombies appear, various monsters and aliens will follow one after another. At that time, Mo-han will want to kill them, and they will want to kill Mo-han. Awakening abilities is by no means an easy task. Although some people can awaken their abilities on their own due to later coincidences, the speed is far slower slower than directly consuming crystal cores. If Emohan doesn't want to repeat past mistakes, he must quickly collect crystal cores, awaken his abilities before slaying the dragon, and form his own team to kill the dragon. The matter of forming a team can wait. Awakening abilities should be the top priority for now. Team members must be strong, all-powerful ability users, and he can't just bring in random people to waste his food. Right now, no one has awakened their abilities yet, so it's unclear who's strong and who's a rookie. Emohan is still completely unaware. No rush, take it slow. When there's time, more supplies need to be gathered. After all, the more supplies there are, the better for forming a team. Emohan, carrying Debing, walked straight ahead along the crossroads. They arrived at a square and saw zombies dressed in colorful clothes, swaying and twisting their bodies. At the front of the square, a massive speaker was still playing energetic music, though the power seemed a bit unstable. It was obvious that this group had been dancing in the square when they were unfortunately bitten by zombies, leading to their complete annihilation. Emohan scanned the area. There were about 50 to 60 zombies. That's quite a number. Among the zombie horde, there were more than 10 skeletons mixed in. Emohan swallowed nervously. That's more than 10 crystal cores. Big Pancake, lure those 10 plus skeletons over here, Emohan said to Big Pancake. Big Pancake raised his head and glanced at Emohan, then turned around and started barking woof 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 at the zombie horde. Emohan held an electric baton in each hand, ready to face the battle. The zombie reacted sluggishly, wobbling as it slowly approached him. The skeleton took just a few steps to reach Emohan. In terms of speed, the skeleton was countless times faster than the zombie. Emohan quickly turned on the electric baton and thrust it fiercely at the skeleton. A massive beam of purple light flashed, and the 4 skeletons charging at him instantly collapsed to the ground. Other skeletons quickly rushed over as well, only to meet the same fate. When more than a dozen skeletons had been defeated, the zombie horde had already closed in on Emohan. He couldn't spare the time to collect the crystal cores from the skeletons. There were too many zombies, and it was too risky. He had to lure them away first. Big Pancake barked loudly beside him, successfully attracting over a dozen zombies to follow. The remaining 20 or so zombies stared hungrily at Emohan, eager to devour his flesh. Emohan ran quickly in one direction, followed closely by more than 20 zombies. He led them all the way to the square before swiftly using spatial teleportation to quietly return. Squatting in front of more than a dozen skeletons, Emohan swung a large iron hammer, smashing their skulls to pieces. He picked up the crystal cores, called out to Debing, and went off to search for other skeletons. Just after taking a few steps, due to the dim lighting here, Emohan accidentally stepped on something soft. A sharp squeak was heard. It turned out to be a rat. Ever since witnessing these rats devouring people, Emohan's stomach would involuntarily churn every time he saw them. Just wondering, where did all those swarms of rats go earlier? Why are they nowhere to be seen now? Suddenly, a large, dense group of rats surged forward. The rats split into 2 groups, half chasing Emohan, and the other half chasing Debing. Although Debing was young and chubby, he ran extremely fast. It rolled away like a big yellow ball, tumbling far into the distance. The mouse couldn't keep up with its speed. Emohan, wearing heavy protective gear, couldn't outrun the mouse and had to retreat into the space. He took out a large piece of pork and sprinkled it with rat poison. With a wave of thought, the poisoned pork was thrown to the ground. Mice, with their extremely sensitive sense of smell, caught the scent of the meat. The group chasing the pancake immediately gave up and turned around to scramble for the meat chunks. Fortunately, this poison, tetramine, is colorless and tasteless, otherwise, the mice wouldn't have eaten it. Thousands of mice all succumbed to the power of the tetramine. Emohan looked at the dead rat on the ground and felt a pang of regret for the piece of pork he had thrown, hesitating for several seconds. Although there was more than enough pork in the space to last, the apocalypse was long, and he still needed to use it sparingly. Thinking of the pork, Emohan suddenly had a bright idea. While water and electricity were still available, he could head to the cold chain food processing plant on Dajiang Road to stock up. With a thought, a van appeared in front of him. This is not the car he drove before. That one is parked securely in the underground garage of the residential area. Emohan arrived at the entrance of the cold chain processing plant. The doors and windows of the factory were tightly shut. Inside the heavy glass factory, many freezers were operating simultaneously, emitting a faint cold light. He pulled out a massive glass cutter from his space and forcefully slashed it across the glass door. The glass door of the cold chain food processing plant, due to food safety requirements, was made of the most durable tempered glass. Even an ordinary large iron chisel wouldn't be able to break it, but fortunately, Emohan had this glass cutter. This was a treasure he had taken from a military base in the great beautiful country. Emohan kicked away a large piece of glass and stepped into the cold storage room. Inside the cold storage room, rows of freezers were filled with various pork belly, pork chops, pork stomach, pork kidneys, as well as beef, lamb, fish, and all kinds of frozen goods. These foods and frozen goods were similar to those from a processing plant. Emohan placed his hand on the rows of freezers, collecting them along with the frozen meat inside into his space. After clearing out this cold storage room, he was about to head to the next one. Suddenly, Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind. Stop! Mo-han turned around, and several gleaming white steel pipes were pointed at him. Leading the group was a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man in his 40s. 4 young men in their 20s or 30s stood beside him. Hey, get out! This is our turf! The middle-aged man pointed a steel pipe at Mo-han's forehead and shouted harshly. Mo-han glanced at the 6 people surrounding him and smiled. Guys, let's talk this out. Are you the staff here? Ha ha, staff? The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully. The employees inside were already bitten to death by zombies. He snorted coldly, turned to Mo-han, and said, listen up, this place is our territory now. If you want to find food, go somewhere else. Otherwise, it won't be good if you get beaten up later. Mo-han thought for a moment and replied, alright, then I'll leave you to it. Humph, at least you know your place. The middle-aged man shook his head dismissively. Now get lost. Mo-han, under everyone's gaze, tucked his tail between his legs, holding a large pancake in his arms, and really turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he turned back to the group and said, no, I have to take some food back. Otherwise, driving all the way here from such a far place and leaving with nothing would be a waste of effort, wouldn't it? This is the largest cold chain factory in the city, and there's so much stuff here that you can't even finish it all. Oh, look who's suddenly full of energy. The middle-aged man instantly flew into a rage. Damn it, the stuff we can't finish isn't for you to take a share of. Several young men nearby chimed in. Yeah, it's not for you. You're really bold, daring to come alone and try to steal something. Boss, beat him to death with sticks and lock him in the cold storage. As soon as the words were spoken, the middle-aged man was the first to swing an iron rod at Mo-han, while the others raised their sticks, ready to strike. However, Mo-han suddenly vanished into thin air right before their eyes. The middle-aged man's iron rod veered off and struck a young man on the head. The young man let out an ouch, his head bleeding profusely, and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. The middle-aged man hadn't expected to hit so hard, actually knocking his own underling unconscious with one blow. The apocalypse had just begun, and taking over the cold chain processing plant was already a risky move. Now, whether the underling was dead or alive remained a mystery. Mo-han used spatial teleportation and coldly observed everything before him. That iron rod struck so hard, it's a miracle the young man isn't brain damaged. If that blow had hit his head just now, he'd be the one brain damaged. Brain damaged? Bah! How can you say that about yourself? Big soldier, are you okay? Big soldier. A group of people surrounded the young man lying on the ground, his skin torn and flesh exposed, shouting anxiously. Big brother, quick, call Demon 20, send him to the hospital. Yes, big brother, he might die. The middle-aged man said irritably, call Demon 20 for what? Where are there still hospitals in the apocalypse? Everyone stood up angrily, blaming the guy in the protective suit for the mistake, but at the same time, they were also afraid, how could that person suddenly disappear? Could it be some kind of earth-escaping technique? Or maybe it's a ghost. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with panic, and an uncontrollable urge to pee surged within them. At this moment, that idiot Mo-han was hiding in another cold storage room, quickly gathering items. Pork, lamb, beef, horse meat, anything in sight was stuffed into his own space. After finishing with this cold storage room, he moved on to the next one. The meat in these cold storage rooms was enough to last him several lifetimes without worry. After all, the city's entire supply of frozen goods was concentrated in this cold storage room and the frozen goods processing plant where Mo-han had previously stockpiled. Perhaps, in the future, to deal with the dragon slayers, he would need to establish his own sphere of influence. The more resources, the better, there could never be too much. When this place is cleared out, he will also visit that frozen goods processing plant. Mo-han cleared out the entire cold chain processing plant but didn't see a single zombie. No need to guess, they must have been taken care of by those at the entrance. Just as well, it saved him the trouble. At the entrance of the cold storage room, the group of people stood guard over the young man lying on the ground, his skin torn and flesh exposed. Suddenly, the young man let out a howl from his mouth, abruptly sat up, and fiercely bit the middle-aged man's neck. Ah! The middle-aged man struggled desperately, screaming in pain. The young men nearby were so scared they wet their pants, fleeing in panic, their shorts soaked one by one. Mo-han shook his head, looking calm and composed, and swaggered out of the cold chain food processing plant. Ah, he. A young man at the door caught sight of Mo-han walking out in protective gear, too terrified to speak, stammering as he tried to explain to the person beside him. The person listening to him was also so frightened that they felt completely weak. Everything they had experienced in the past few days had completely overturned their nearly 30 years of understanding. Already scared enough, Mo-han still gave them the middle finger before getting into the van. Terrified and furious, the two were so angry they almost fainted on the spot, their lives hanging by a thread. Mo-han started the van and drove toward the frozen food processing plant. The plant wasn't far from here, just 2 streets away. The van drove along the road, which was littered with overturned and skewed vehicles. When the road ahead was impassable, Mo-han decisively stored the van back into his space. After bypassing the obstacle, he would retrieve the van and continue forward. Under the dim, gray streetlights, the streets were filled with zombies running in all directions. Mo-han avoided accelerated and shook off those he could, and for those he couldn't, he simply rammed into them. The impact sent the zombies flying several meters away, with some even split in half, their mouths still snapping as if trying to bite someone. Emohan finally arrived at the entrance of the frozen goods processing plant and gently pushed the door open. It wasn't locked. Without a doubt, the place had already been overrun by zombies. If there were still survivors, how could the door possibly be unlocked? Holding a thick iron rod in his hand and accompanied by Dabing, Emohan walked straight into the processing plant. As soon as he entered, he heard a series of zombie growls. Looking up, the first zombie he encountered inside the plant turned out to be the same boss who had helped him stock up at the supermarket earlier. At this moment, the zombie boss's body had swollen significantly, wearing a work uniform that could no longer cover his belly, wandering around the hall while growling. The hall was brightly lit, unusually so. Upon seeing Emohan enter, the zombie boss immediately roared and charged at him, shouting, "I want to eat your brain." A berserker? The evolution path of ordinary zombies is clear, progressing from low-level to mid-level, high-level, and finally to king-level zombies. However, some zombies, after consuming unknown substances or being infected by other viruses, transform into berserkers. Berserkers are zombies that undergo rapid evolution to the limits of their life in a single night, gaining a sliver of consciousness and possessing extremely high attack power. However, due to the immense energy consumption of this evolution, berserkers often self-destruct and die within 2 or 3 days. At this moment, the zombie boss had already reached Emohan. Emohan looked at the zombie boss in front of him, towering 2 heads taller and significantly bulkier than before, and couldn't help but wonder what this guy had gone through to transform into such a berserk mutant. Just a few days ago, he had been enthusiastically helping Emohan stock up on supplies, and now he had turned into this. The apocalypse was something no one would believe unless they saw it with their own eyes. Even if Emohan had warned him before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have believed it. He would have thought Emohan was crazy. Besides, Emohan wasn't keen on meddling in others' affairs, lest he expose the secret of his space. As he was lost in thought, the zombie boss roared and lunged at him. Emohan glanced around the 1,000-square-meter hall, which was piled high with pre-packaged food and some bulk goods stored in refrigerated cabinets. Apart from the zombie boss, there were another 20 or 30 zombies in the hall, all roaring and closing in on him. Emohan only wanted to grab the food and had no intention of causing trouble. Ordinary zombies weren't a concern, he could just lure them away. But berserk mutants were different, they were fast, strong, and relentless in their pursuit. Beside Emohan, Dabing barked loudly, drawing the attention of most of the zombies. Zombies were incredibly stupid and were quickly drawn to Dabing, staggering after him. Dabing ran circles around the zombies, even cheekily wiggling his rear and mimicking Emohan by flipping them off. While being chased by the zombie boss, Missouri-Han couldn't help but laugh out loud at Dabing's antics. The weather was stiflingly hot, and he was wearing a thick protective suit, laughing so hard he almost couldn't catch his breath. The zombie boss, however, showed no signs of fatigue, sticking to Emohan like a foul-smelling piece of gum. Wherever Emohan went, it followed, nearly biting him several times. Damn it! Emohan cursed angrily, pulling a silenced gun from his space and firing several shots at the zombie boss. However, the zombie boss was incredibly quick and agile, dodging each bullet with uncanny precision. The key was that unless the head was hit, it couldn't be killed. No matter how much damage was done to the rest of its body, it wouldn't die. Emohan fired while quickly retreating. The zombie boss seemed to have some awareness, narrowly avoiding headshots each time, as if it knew that was its weak point. When his shots repeatedly missed, Emohan decided to stop and wait for the zombie boss to get closer. He slipped into his space, grabbed a sturdy iron hammer, and emerged, swinging it down with all his might when the zombie boss was unprepared. This swing carried all his strength, aiming to kill the berserk mutant in one blow, but he underestimated the mutant's reaction speed. Just as the hammer was about to land, the zombie boss immediately dodged to the side. Emohan was startled, suspecting that it had somehow awakened a teleportation ability. Why did he need to accumulate the energy of 10,000 crystal cores to awaken his ability, while the zombie boss had awakened its ability just a few days into the apocalypse? This berserk transformation was simply too extreme. However, Emohan didn't envy it. After all, while berserk mutants were incredibly powerful for a short time, their lifespan was only a few days. No matter how formidable they were, it was ultimately pointless. As Emohan was momentarily stunned, the zombie boss raised its hand and lunged at him. The weather was too hot, and Emohan, wearing his heavy protective suit, didn't want to tangle with the zombie boss for now. He decided to focus on gathering supplies. First, using his space to teleport, he quickly dashed forward to the area where the goods were piled up. Emerging from his space, he placed his hand on the goods, and the row of supplies on the ground was instantly transported into his space. "I want to eat your brain." Just as Emohan was about to touch the second pile of goods, the zombie boss had already rushed up to him, swinging a heavy slap toward his chest. Emohan didn't expect the zombie boss boss to be so fast, actually managing to catch up to him. This indicated that when he blinked, the zombie boss could still sense his presence. Mohan's spatial blink was completely ineffective against powerful superhumans. The blink was akin to a brief invisibility, utilizing extreme speed to flash in and out of space, but to superhumans, the moment he emerged from space, his presence could be detected. It was just that the speed was so fast it made the superhumans doubt whether their senses were playing tricks on them. The berserk mutant was equivalent to a first-level awakened being, capable of easily crushing Mohan, who had no superpowers at all. Fortunately, Mohan possessed spatial abilities, otherwise, surviving before awakening would have been incredibly difficult. In his previous life, Mohan played the role of a great savior at the base, heading out early and returning late every day to fight zombies and aliens. Although he narrowly escaped death multiple times, his frequent expeditions allowed him to collect over 10,000 crystal cores, making him one of the earliest individuals to awaken superpowers. Later, as natural disasters and human calamities escalated, monsters from the deep sea and underground abyss, mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, and aliens began to emerge, wreaking havoc on the world. Hunting these giant beasts and seizing the advanced crystal cores in their brains could significantly enhance the power of superhumans. Crystal cores were categorized into levels. Levels 1 to 3 were basic, levels 4 to 6 were intermediate, levels 7 to 10 were advanced, and levels 11 to 12 were king level. Consuming just one king level crystal core granted energy equivalent to the beast's original body. Consuming multiple cores allowed the fusion of the beast's superpowers into one's own. For instance, the crystal cores in the brains of mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas were king level, but capturing such a beast was extremely challenging. Truly ferocious, Mohan exclaimed as the zombie boss swung a palm at him, the sharp gust of wind scraping painfully against his ears. Fortunately, at the moment the palm descended, he swiftly blinked into space, barely dodging the attack. If he had taken that hit, he would have been skinned alive. The zombie boss, seeing Mohan disappear, furiously kicked and punched around in place, mechanically repeating, "I want to eat your brain." Mohan had already run to another pile of goods. This time, instead of blindly emerging from the space, he directly used spatial teleportation to collect the goods. Thousands of boxes of goods on the ground vanished in an instant. The zombie boss sniffed Mohan's scent as he chased around, but he couldn't figure out his exact location. Mohan collected supplies and arrived at the door of the freezer warehouse, where he found a zombie swaying and blocking the way. He emerged from the space and delivered a fierce kick, knocking the zombie to the ground. Pointing at the zombie boss not far ahead, he coldly said to the fallen zombie, "Damn it, I can't beat him, but I can definitely beat you." The fallen zombie, unwilling to back down, shouted, "Can you stop being so shameless, you coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong?" The zombie boss saw Mohan appear from the space again and immediately dashed over at an incredible speed, reaching Mohan in an instant and extending its sharp claws to grab his protective goggles. Mohan disappeared in a flash once more. The next second, he was back in the freezer storage room, starting to collect supplies. The weather was too hot, and the chase with the zombie boss just now almost left Mohan exhausted. At this moment, entering the freezer felt so refreshing it was like stepping into heaven. What nonsense am I saying? The zombie boss searched everywhere in the storage room for Mohan but couldn't find him. The scent in its mind caused it to drool disgustingly all over the place. Thankfully, the freezer was tightly sealed, or it would have been unbearably nauseating. Still fuming, the zombie boss also charged into the freezer storage room. Damn it, is this never going to end? Mohan originally didn't want to bother with the zombie boss any further, planning to grab the supplies and leave quickly. Unexpectedly, the zombie boss chased him all the way to the freezer. Earlier, Mohan had used a silenced gun to avoid attracting more zombies with loud gunfire. But since the zombie boss was so persistent, Mohan couldn't be blamed for what happened next. With a thought, Mohan pulled out a handful of submachine guns from his space and aimed them directly at the zombie boss's head, unleashing a fierce barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire echoed. In an instant, the zombie boss's body turned into a sieve, and his head resembled a honeycomb, collapsing to the ground completely dead. Damn it, I should have just used the submachine guns from the start, Mohan muttered. After dealing with the zombie boss, he quickly stuffed all the frozen goods into his space. However, the loud gunfire attracted more and more zombies, who roared and surged toward the freezer in waves. Mohan glanced at the time. It was already past midnight, time to head back and rest. Earlier, De Bing had led the zombies out of the hall, but now his whereabouts were unknown. Mohan squeezed his way out of the zombie horde, flashing back to the processing plant. He searched around the entrance but couldn't find any trace of De Bing. Big pancake, big pancake. Mohan stood at the entrance of the processing plant, shouting at the top of his lungs, but there was no response. The zombies in the warehouse heard the shouting and began to howl in unison, staggering out in pursuit. Mohan's heart tightened. Big Pancake was always clever and could never get lost. How could it suddenly disappear? Unless it was in danger. Without time time to think further. Mohan ran along the entrance of the processing plant, shouting as he went. His loud voice attracted even more zombies from the surrounding area. Their growls grew closer and closer as they stumbled toward him with mouths agape. Big pancake, Mohan shouted as he ran. In this zombie-infested era, making noise was the easiest way to invite trouble, and everyone had learned to keep quiet. But he had no choice, his beloved companion was missing. Woof woof woof. After running 50 or 60 meters, Mohan heard Big Pancake's urgent barking near the entrance of a dilapidated warehouse at the southwest corner of the processing plant. It seemed to be warning him not to go inside. Big Pancake, don't be afraid, I'm coming. Mohan didn't care about anything else. Big Pancake's safety was the most important thing. Right now, no matter what monsters or demons were inside, he could always use spatial teleportation to escape after rushing in. Of all the strategies, retreat was the best. If he couldn't win, he would run. There was no shame in that. In his previous life, when he faced various villains and ferocious monsters, he had refused to retreat easily, all to save face in front of Yen Yuer and to maintain his image as a saintly hero. And what was the result? He died a miserable death. In this life, Mohan's mindset had changed. Revenge must be taken, but his life must also be preserved. At critical moments, if he could run, he would run. Not running would be foolish. Bird, what did I ever do to you? You still rely on me when you're in a hurry. With a thought, Mohan gripped his short gun and cautiously stepped into the warehouse. Inside, it was pitch black, and he could see several pairs of glowing green eyes staring at him, ready to pounce at any moment. Those were definitely not Big Pancake's eyes. Big Pancake's eyes were large and bright, the standard black eyes of a golden retriever. Unlike the small bean-like eyes of other golden retrievers, Big Pancake's eyes were like big, beautiful Karzalan beans. Big Pancake. Without hesitation, Mohan fired several shots at the glowing green eyes. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed, followed by shrill screams from the darkness. At the same time, something lunged at Mohan. Without a second thought, he teleported into his spatial dimension. The creature missed its target and crashed into the wall behind him, making a series of loud thuds. Woof woof. Mohan couldn't see in the darkness, so he relied on Big Pancake's barking to locate it. He teleported in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Mohan tripped over a wooden beam in the warehouse. As he fell, he exited his spatial dimension and quickly sprang to his feet, retreating several meters. At the same time, he pulled out a flashlight from his spatial dimension and turned it on. Swish! The flashlight's beam illuminated the surroundings, revealing a white haze. Mohan finally saw what had attacked him. 3 monsters. 3 cat monsters as big as dogs. Woof! Big Pancake barked at Mohan, its voice filled with both joy and worry. Mohan's eyes locked onto the 3 cat monsters in front of him as he slowly retreated step by step toward Big Pancake. Still wondering why Big Pancake had suddenly disappeared, Mohan realized it had accidentally stepped on a mousetrap and injured its leg. To escape the pursuit of the cat monsters, it had desperately squeezed into a gap between some wooden beams, leaving only its large, watery eyes visible as it looked helplessly at Mohan. You silly dog! Mohan muttered under his breath. Just as the 3 cat monsters lunged at him, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Every shot hit its mark, and the 3 cat monsters fell to the ground. Mohan, still uneasy, fired a few more shots. After confirming that the cat demon was no longer moving, he walked over and kicked it a few times, to ensure it was completely unconscious. Only then did he turn around, squat beside Pancake, and carefully remove the mousetrap from its foot. Pancake, can you wake up with your brain next time? How could you be so silly, getting trapped by just one mousetrap? Mohan teased with a laugh as he unlocked the trap. He pulled out a master key from his space and unlocked it with a cheerful smile. Pancake felt a bit shy, but instead of getting upset at being teased, it vigorously rubbed its head against Mohan's hand. Seeing its fawning behavior, Mohan couldn't help but pat its head and said with a smile, "Alright, I was just joking with you, but seriously, be more careful next time." Big Pancake nodded at Mohan, its eyes darting around. Mohan's fatherly love instantly overflowed, and he squatted down to pick it up, gently patting its back as if soothing a child. Suddenly, he thought of something and gently placed Big Pancake back on the ground. These 3 cat demons must have crystal cores in their heads. Mohan walked over to the cat demon corpses, and with a thought, a large iron hammer appeared in his hand, which he swung fiercely at their skulls. The cat heads instantly shattered into pieces, and 3 crystal-clear crystal cores rolled out. Though only the size of a thumb, Mohan immediately recognized them as intermediate-level crystal cores. Primary crystal cores are red, intermediate ones are green, advanced ones are purple, and golden ones represent king-level crystal cores. The 3 crystal cores in Mohan's hand glowed green. If awakening abilities requires 10,000 primary crystal cores, then intermediate crystal cores only require 3,000, advanced crystal cores just 1,000, and a single king-level crystal core is enough to awaken abilities in an ordinary person, granting them immense power. Quite a harvest. Mohan put the crystal cores into a food bag, stored it in the space, and walked out of the old warehouse warehouse holding a flatbread. Just as he walked out of the warehouse, he almost bumped into a staggering giant mutant. Fortunately, Emohan reacted quickly and dodged in time. "Damn it, another mutant," he muttered. "I want to eat your head." The mutant repeated the same persistent phrase the zombie boss had said earlier. Emohan was puzzled. Why is this guy so disgusting, always wanting to eat people's brains? The zombie's inner voice: "We also want to eat brains, but unfortunately, we can't speak." The key is, when there's no one on the road, the berserk mutant moves as slowly as an ordinary zombie. But once it spots fresh prey, its speed instantly increases tenfold, like a true glutton. "Want to eat my brain? Then I'll just have to eat your crystal core first." Emohan sneered coldly. He pulled out a submachine gun from his space and, at the moment the berserk mutant lunged aggressively, Emohan aimed at its head and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several gunshots rang out, and the berserk mutant's head instantly burst open, with brain matter splattering everywhere. "Another intermediate crystal core. I've already collected 4 tonight." Emohan found a green intermediate crystal core near the fallen zombie boss. Tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. After clearing out the frozen goods in 2 cold storage rooms, he obtained more than 10 primary crystal cores and 4 intermediate crystal cores. Emohan felt that he was one step closer to awakening his abilities. Unable to contain his good mood, he walked away humming a tune while holding a pancake. Behind him, a group of zombies howled and clamored as they followed closely. Emohan quickened his pace slightly, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far from them. The low-level zombies were clumsy and slow, completely unable to keep up with him. As long as their numbers weren't too large and they weren't in an enclosed space, he wasn't afraid of them at all. Humming a tune, he got into his van, sat in the driver's seat, and placed the flatbread on the passenger seat. Just as the group of zombies reached the side of the vehicle, he suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply and rammed to the right, instantly knocking the zombies over in a chaotic mess. Although he couldn't kill them outright, the zombies all fell to the ground, with broken arms and missing legs, leaving only mangled limbs crawling around. Emohan, however, was as delighted as if he were watching a show, enjoying their pathetic appearance as they struggled in vain to catch their prey. Thinking about those zombies growling and howling, yet only able to crawl on the ground, Emohan couldn't help but find it amusing. Dabing, sitting beside him, looked at his silly expression with a face full of disdain. But when he thought about how his foot had just been caught in a mousetrap and Emohan hadn't blamed him at all, Dabing's expression softened into one of gentle affection, like a kind aunt. Emohan turned his head to look at Dabing, who was sitting beside him grinning foolishly, and thought to himself how adorably silly it was. Somehow, that expression suddenly reminded him of an old man in his 70s or 80s. It was now midnight, and Emohan was driving a van, hurrying home. The road was too hot, so he took off his protective suit and casually tossed it onto the back seat of the van, finally feeling a bit cooler. He pulled a can of Red Bull out of his space and downed one with Dabing. The streets were still brightly lit, with a few scattered zombies wandering aimlessly, as if they had no idea where to go next. When the van approached, they began growling and stumbling toward it. As the van moved forward, the zombies followed closely, their numbers growing larger and larger. This is not good. All the zombies are chasing after him. If the number of zombies increases and forms a horde, no matter how powerful Emohan's spatial ability is, it would be difficult to escape alive. Once a horde forms, the zombies push and squeeze against each other. If Emohan gets surrounded, his spatial teleportation would be rendered useless. At that point, the space ability would only last for an hour, and once the time is up, he would be forced out and become a meal for the zombies. Only a fool would willingly become a zombie's feast. Opportunities for rebirth don't come around every year. Emohan took out a loudspeaker from his space and recorded his hoarse voice into it. Then, he gently tossed the loudspeaker out of the van and onto the street. A large group of zombies was immediately drawn to the music of the most dazzling ethnic style coming from the loudspeaker. They crowded around it, desperately searching for the source of the sound. Emohan looked at the group of silly zombies through the rearview mirror and shook his head, saying, "No wonder they're low-level zombies, so dumb. They don't even bend down to check where the speaker is hidden." The song from the loudspeaker drowned out the clattering sound of the van in motion, and Emohan successfully shook off the stinking tail. On the way home, the van kept attracting new zombies as it drove. Emohan repeated his trick, shaking them off wave after wave. After all, there were tens of thousands of loudspeakers in the space, so he could use them as much as he wanted. Once they were used up, he would just go empty out all the large shopping malls tomorrow. Plenty of loudspeakers, both high-pitched and low-pitched. Due to the obstruction of the zombies, what was usually a half-hour journey took Emohan a full hour. He finally arrived home, and it was already 1:30 a.m. Emohan disinfected himself thoroughly and also disinfected Dabing. Then he opened the door and entered the house, thinking the demon chicken had already gone to sleep. Unexpectedly, the silly dog was still waiting for them to return. As soon as the door opened, it barked excitedly with explosive sounds. Emohan walked into the house and placed Dabing on the ground. The demon chicken immediately rushed over, but Emohan quickly stopped it. "Demon chicken, don't move. Dabing's leg is injured." The demon chicken chicken immediately halted, looking at Mo-han in confusion, then at Debing. Debing lay weakly on the ground, waiting for the demon chicken's concern. The demon chicken instantly understood, hurried over to sniff the wound, and licked Debing's face. Debing felt the care of his brother. Though his leg hurt, his heart was warm and comforted. Mo-han took out old equipment from his space, disinfected Debing, applied medicine, and bandaged it with gauze. His focused appearance could easily make someone who didn't know him think he was a skilled veterinarian. After treating Debing's wound, Mo-han was so exhausted that he went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Then he jumped onto his warm bed, sprawled out in all directions, and lay down. The next second, his snores were already making the bed frame hum and vibrate. Throughout the night, there were sharp screams in the neighborhood, people being bitten by zombies, and others turning into zombies, but none of this affected Mo-han in the slightest. He slept more soundly than a pig. No one knows how much time had passed when Mo-han got up to use the bathroom and suddenly noticed several missed calls on his phone. He picked up the phone to check and found that they were from Officer Lin Yen. Officer Lin, abandoning his usual calm demeanor, shouted tremblingly at him, "Mo-han, come to my house quickly. My cat has turned into a monster. I'm hiding in the bathroom right now. Please come and save me." Mo-han's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. "Officer Lin, don't be afraid. Lock the bathroom door. I'll come to save you right away." "Mo-han, hurry up. If you're any later, I won't make it," Officer Lin pleaded. Hearing Officer Lin's voice, Mo-han's heart pounded uncontrollably. Unable to hold back any longer, he put on protective gear, opened the door, and walked out. Mo-han's mind was filled with the image of Officer Lin's fair and beautiful face throughout the journey, especially the proud peaks on her chest, which excited him so much that he accidentally fell down the stairs. He quickly got up and rushed forward. Holding a hammer in his hand, he desperately smashed the zombies. When he arrived at Officer Lin's doorstep, Mo-han immediately saw the cat that had turned into a monster. Its body was as large as a tiger, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, growling lowly at Mo-han outside the door. Mo-han swiftly pulled out a gun from his space, kicked the door open, and fired several shots at the giant cat demon that lunged at him. The bullets pierced through the cat demon's head, and it instantly fell to the ground, lifeless. "Officer Lin, the cat demon has been taken care of. You can come out now," Mo-han shouted, standing at the bathroom door. The sound of running water came from inside the bathroom. The frosted glass door didn't block the view well. Mo-han stared at the curvaceous figure inside and couldn't help but swallow hard. Suddenly, Lin Yen pushed open the bathroom door from inside and pulled Mo-han in. When Mo-han woke up, he reached out and touched the space beside him empty. No one was there. So it was just a dream last night. The sensation of warmth and softness had felt so real. He squinted his eyes and lazed in bed for a while before sluggishly getting up. Wearing oversized shorts and flip-flops, he brushed his teeth and washed his face while listening to upbeat music. Looking out the window, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays blindingly bright, making the faces of the staggering, roaring zombies downstairs appear even more grotesque and terrifying. This damn weather, it must be over 40 degrees. Mo-han reached his hand out the window, and a wave of heat immediately hit him. Debing and Yao Ji had already gotten up early, had breakfast, and were now sitting on the sofa watching cartoons. Mo-han glanced over, it was Paw Patrol. The two kids were watching intently, not even blinking, completely absorbed. Mo-han sat down at the dining table, and with a thought, a sumptuous breakfast appeared on the table: 3 braised eggs, a large plate of boiled shrimp, 5 fried dough sticks, a bowl of porridge, a dish of pickled radish, and a plate of spicy crispy peas. The breakfast was light, as the weather was too hot, and he didn't feel like eating anything greasy. While eating, he opened his phone to check the news outside. The authorities hadn't released any new announcements yet, which was understandable given the current chaos. Once the water and power were completely cut off, the authorities would send people out to gather supplies, establish bases, and take in survivors. The apocalypse had only just begun a few days ago, and people hadn't fully reacted yet. They needed time to adapt. Messages kept popping up in various groups. Mo-han casually clicked on one, the residents group. "It's over. It's all over. We're doomed. The outside is full of zombies, and I have no food at home. I'm starving. Can any neighbor be kind enough to give me some food? I don't have any food at home either. Neighbors, please, I'm begging you to help. The situation is urgent. Everyone is out of food. Should we form a team to go out and scavenge for supplies? Is anyone willing? I want to go, but those zombies are too terrifying. The outside is full of zombies. I don't dare to take the risk." Mo-han didn't finish reading the messages in the group chat. There were simply too many. As soon as one message appeared, another would quickly cover it. They were nothing more than complaints, fears, and pleas for food. Mo-han shook his head. At most, in another day, the people upstairs and downstairs would start fighting over each other's supplies, and by then, another bloody conflict would be inevitable. Such scenes had become all too common for them. On major forums, people were fervently discussing how to survive next, researching various survival strategies, while simultaneously complaining about why the authorities had yet to release a survival guide. Many households households were already running out of food and some had only a little left. What used to be a single meal's portion now had to be carefully rationed to last an entire day. Some migrant workers renting apartments, who were used to eating out, didn't even have pots or pans at home. They had managed to survive 2 days on snacks and instant noodles they had stockpiled, but now they were too weak from hunger to stand or move. The authorities had not indicated any plans to distribute food, leaving everyone increasingly desperate, speculating whether the government itself was beyond saving. While browsing the forums, Mo-han leisurely ate some prawns. After eating his fill, he lay down on the sofa. It was too hot during the day to move around, so he decided to stay home and rest, planning to go out once the evening brought cooler temperatures. Lying on the sofa, he unknowingly fell asleep. De Bing and Yao Ji were still watching TV. Seeing that Mo-han had fallen asleep, Yao Ji quietly picked up the remote control and turned the volume down a bit. But unexpectedly, within less than 3 minutes, Mo-han's thunderous snores filled the room. The snoring was so loud that it made it impossible for Dabing and Yaoi to focus on watching TV. Helpless, Dabing had to grab the remote and turn the volume up to the maximum. While watching TV, Dabing glanced at Mo-han and lamented that his strength wasn't great enough, otherwise, he would definitely throw those 2 dogs onto the bed in the bedroom. It was just too noisy. In the midst of his hazy sleep, Mo-han suddenly heard someone forcefully knocking on his door. The knocking on the door was astonishingly loud. If the security door weren't sturdy enough, it might have already been broken. Mo-han got up impatiently and walked toward the door. He didn't know who was outside. Could it be Lu Mingguang, the buyer of this house, coming to reclaim it? After all, Lu Mingguang had called him yesterday, urging him to move out quickly. While pondering, Mo-han had already walked to the door and looked through the surveillance screen on the door. Standing outside was not Lu Mingguang, but a group of strangers. 1, 2, 3. Mo-han counted. There were 7 people outside the door. All of them were tall young men, holding knives, iron rods, and even things like table legs. The one knocking on the door was a black, chubby man. Mo-han thought he was already dark-skinned, but compared to the chubby man in front of him, he instantly felt several shades lighter. Hey, is anyone home? The chubby man knocked on the door for a long time, but no one responded. He shouted loudly, is anyone home? If you're home, please open the door. Mo-han hesitated for a few seconds and did not open the door. The apocalypse had only just begun a few days ago, so logically, no one would dare to have murderous intentions yet. But he had no idea what the other party actually wanted. Is it to break into the house for robbery, or some other purpose? He had no idea at all. With his strength, taking down these people would be a matter of minutes. But Mo-han didn't want to waste words with them, mainly for fear of accidental killing. Several people knocked on the door for a long time, and seeing no response, they turned and went to the next house. The surveillance camera followed their figures as they moved. The elderly man living alone next door heard the knocking and opened the door. Seeing a few people outside holding things, he sternly asked, hey, what are you up to? Planning to rob me? A few young people saw it was an old man and laughed, saying, oh, it's an old gentleman. Never mind, we'll go to the next house. The elderly man living alone frowned and asked, half-talking, unclear. Speak clearly, what's the matter? The leader said to the chubby man, sir, our family has run out of food. If this continues, everyone will starve to death. We want to team up with the young and strong in the community to look out for each other, go out to fight zombies, and gather food. You're quite old, so maybe not. We'll go find someone else. The old man raised an eyebrow and retorted, if I don't go looking for food because of my age, will you share what you find with me? A few young people listened as if hearing a joke. Old man, what you're saying isn't right. You're old and not going out, so why should the things we find be shared with you? The solitary old man sneered, humph, I thought you were righteous and respected the elderly and cared for the young, but it turns out you're not good people at all. One young man retorted indignantly, respecting the elderly and caring for the young, can that fill your stomach? When you die and go to the underworld, that's where they care most about etiquette. The chubby man quickly gave the young man a look, and the young man fell silent. The chubby man asked, old man, if you can't go, you can let your son go. The elderly man living alone sneered, my son doesn't want to go, he's busy watching TV at home. Oh, okay. The chubby man left with his group. Mo-han quietly listened to their conversation, secretly marveling at how the elderly man living alone was no ordinary person, seeing through their probing with just a few words. A few young people were ostensibly going door to door in teams, preparing to go out and gather supplies. In reality, they were also probing to see how many people were in each household. This way, when they acted at night, they would have a clear idea, making it easier to take action. Mo-han didn't open the door, so they would naturally assume no one was home. Mo-han sneered. Logically speaking, these people would definitely come to pry open his door at night. Watching the figures of the few people leaving on the surveillance, Mo-han lay back on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. In the group chat, some people were teaming up to go out and find food, while others were directly stealing from their neighbors. Mo-han shook his head. The madness of crime was destined to begin from this moment. Time flies by quickly. In the evening, Mo-han was lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly, when suddenly big panic Pancake and Demon Chicken started barking woof woof woof, waking him up. What is it? Emohan sat up abruptly, suddenly realizing that everything around him was pitch black. Suddenly realized the power was out. Went to the kitchen to check and found that the water from the faucet was gone too. Sigh, no water, no electricity. Emohan stood barefoot by the window, gazing at the pitch black night sky, fully aware that the moment humanity completely lost water and electricity had begun. Screams echoed one after another throughout the neighborhood. Everyone understood that once the water and electricity were cut off, the chances of restoration were almost non-existent. Moreover, in such hot weather, with no electricity, no water, and no food at home, going outside was not an option as the streets were filled with zombies. Despair and anger spread in everyone's hearts. Originally, Emohan planned to go out to fight monsters and collect crystal cores, but after thinking it over, he decided not to rush out just yet, opting instead to observe the movements of the people during the day and see if there would be any activity at night. What surprised him was that those people did not show up even after midnight. The internet had long been disconnected, and Emohan could not get any updates from the group, nor could he see news or short videos, leaving him completely unaware of the latest domestic and international situations. He sat at the dining table, eating skewers while drinking cold beer. At 12:30, faint sounds of smashing and banging came from downstairs. Emohan opened the window, leaned out to look outside, and the sounds of smashing immediately grew louder. Out of curiosity, he used spatial teleportation to make his way downstairs to the neighborhood, wanting to see what everyone was doing and, incidentally, check if there were any mutated animals to kill for practice. Teleporting through space along the way, Emohan entered the neighborhood and could hear sharks shouting from afar. Let go! You bunch of robbers, how can you just take someone else's things? Help! Someone is snatching people, snatching people. The shout came from the large supermarket on the first floor of the community, which was the supply hub for everyone's daily needs. Emohan understood in his heart that if the situation deteriorated, the first place people would loot would definitely be this supermarket. Sure enough, a large crowd of people was frantically carrying things out, leaving the supermarket in complete disarray. The supermarket was originally closed, but unfortunately, it had glass doors, making the food and drinks inside clearly visible. It's likely the supermarket owner already knew the goods would be looted, but the zombie virus outbreak happened so suddenly that he and his family had been hiding at home for the past few days, not daring to step outside. He wanted to hide the goods but couldn't find a suitable place in time. Emohan saw the shattered glass door and the black cloth beside it, realizing that the owner had taken precautions by using the black cloth to cover the glass door. But what's the use of that? Everyone in the neighborhood knew there was a big supermarket on the first floor. Robbery, understandable. The supermarket owner and his family fought desperately, but it was all in vain. Everything was taken away by people who fled. In the end, they could only sit in the empty supermarket, wailing loudly. This crying attracted the zombies outside the neighborhood. Just now, a few zombies in the neighborhood were taken down by a group of people working together to make it easier to grab supplies. Now, the zombies outside heard the desperate cries of the shopkeeper's family and staggered into the neighborhood. The shopkeeper's family hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Tonight, those young people who looted the supermarket probably won't come to trouble the shopkeeper's family. Emohan used spatial teleportation to quickly leave the neighborhood. Earlier, he didn't feel like moving while in his room, but curiosity drove him downstairs when he heard the commotion. Now everything is clear, completely as expected. He couldn't be bothered to go back upstairs and decided to head out to kill a few monsters first. Using spatial teleportation, Emohan left the residential area. He wandered around the street, but apart from the low-level zombies howling, he didn't see any mid-level zombies. After wandering for a long time, the heat became unbearable for him. It was 48 degrees during the day and at least 43 degrees at night. Unable to find mid-level zombies, Emohan decided to switch to gathering supplies. The street was lined with shops. He came out of the space, took out the master key, opened the doors one by one, went inside to loot, and stored everything in the space. There was a pharmacy at the corner. Emohan walked to the pharmacy entrance, used the master key to open the door, and stepped inside. In the darkness, a hard gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. He froze for a second, then instantly flashed into the space. Using the space to teleport, he ran forward 5 or 6 meters, turned on the flashlight, and quickly loaded his gun. The two exclaimed at the same time, but neither put down their gun. Emohan looked at the female protagonist who had appeared in his dream last night, and scenes of their wild encounter in the bathroom flashed through his mind. Everything felt so real, and a thought crossed his mind. Why not? No one is here. Let's go wild once more. Officer Lin, what are you doing here? Emohan spoke first. Lin Yan's gun remained firmly pointed at Emohan as she coldly said, "A beast who can harm a woman doesn't deserve to talk to me." Emohan responded helplessly, "Officer Lin, can you stop hitting where it hurts? Women, too, can be good or bad. Some deserve respect, while others are worse than dogs. Even so, it's not your place to carry out punishment." Lin Yan retorted disdainfully. Emohan withdrew his gun, took a few steps closer to Lin Yan, and said with a smile, "Then how would Officer Lin handle something like infidelity? Lin Yan looked at his teasing expression and always felt like she was being played by him, but she couldn't quite describe the feeling. In any case, as long as she didn't talk to this person, everything would be fine. She simply didn't want to pay him any attention. Carrying a large travel bag, Lin Yan now had it slung across her chest. The medicine cabinet held quite a few supplies, and she had specifically picked out fever reducers, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers to pack into the bag. What, aren't you here to get medicine? Seeing Emohan standing motionless at the doorway staring at her, Lin Yan inexplicably felt a trace of nervousness rise in her heart. Emohan's lips curved slightly as he looked at the spacious pharmacy and said with a smile, "Ladies first." While the two were talking, a few howls came from the second floor of the pharmacy, followed by an object rolling out of the elevator and landing about 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Yan. Lin Yan turned her head to look and found it was actually a zombie. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes before she quickly returned to her indifferent demeanor. Earlier, when she used the master key to open the door, she had deliberately looked around and hadn't spotted any zombies. She hadn't expected it to be hiding upstairs. "Officer Lin, there's something I'm quite curious about." Emohan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall with a somewhat pretentious air. "How exactly did you get in?" Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, choosing to remain silent and blatantly ignore his presence. The roars of the zombies grew closer and were already closing in on Lin Yan. She drew a short knife from her waist, stepped forward, and plunged it straight into the zombie's skull. Her movements were clean and efficient, fully showcasing the decisiveness and competence of a policewoman. Emohan was just about to praise her when he suddenly noticed that the blade was stuck in the zombie's skull. Lin Yan tightly gripped the knife handle, desperately twisting the blade, but the zombie that had been stabbed roared and lunged at her. Lin Yan hurriedly stepped back, only to trip over a box of medicine she had placed on the ground earlier, intending to move it. With a loud thud, Lin Yan fell to the ground, and the zombie pounced on her, its foul-smelling mouth aiming straight for her neck. Although she was a policewoman, she was still an ordinary woman and stood no chance against the towering, incredibly strong zombie. Seeing the zombie about to bite her neck, she had no choice but to desperately kick with her feet, but she couldn't reach. She could only use her hands to frantically hold the zombie's head, desperately preventing it from biting her. The weather was scorching, and the zombie's flesh had long since rotted away. When Lin Yan forcefully pushed the zombie's head away, the decayed skin on its left cheek loosened and sagged due to her strength, falling directly onto her face. She bit her lip tightly and quickly turned her head. The decayed skin fell onto her neck, crawling with wriggling maggots. A strong stench instantly filled the entire pharmacy. Emohan still stood coldly to the side, arms crossed, observing. It wasn't until he saw the rotting flesh and maggots falling onto Lin Yan's neck that he began to feel concerned, fearing the maggots might crawl into places they shouldn't. He quickly stepped forward, yanked the zombie off Lin Yan, and forcefully threw it aside. Then he grabbed the hilt of the short knife Lin Yan had just used and gave it a desperate pull. The knife finally popped out of the zombie's head. The zombie was not dead, still growling and howling, trying to get up. Emohan gripped the knife handle tightly and swiftly delivered a few more stabs. Rotten liquid flowed out from the zombie's skull, confirming it was completely finished. Lin Yan, who had fallen to the ground, seemed terribly frightened and hurriedly got up, desperately shaking off the maggots on her body. Emohan approached her, and under the flashlight's beam, her face was as pale as paper. "If the maggots of a zombie stay on the surface of your skin for too long, they will burrow into your body and turn you into one of the zombie horde." Emohan reached out, holding a tissue, intending to help her wipe off the maggots on her body, but Lin Yan slapped his hand away. She snatched the tissue, tugged her t-shirt forcefully, and covered the maggots on her body. Looking at Emohan, who was still staring at her, she sternly said, "Turn around." Emohan sneaked a glance at the towering peaks, swallowed hard, and obediently turned his head. "Get out!" Lin Yan shouted sternly again. Emohan reluctantly walked toward the door. Just as he opened it, he suddenly slammed it shut again. Outside, the sound of zombies howling and roaring could be heard. Just hearing this commotion, it was clear that there were at least a dozen zombies causing trouble outside. "Officer Lin, outside." Emohan turned back, intending to tell Lin Yan that the outside was full of zombies. But Lin Yan was so tense at the moment that she was almost losing control. Terrified that those corpse bugs might crawl into her neck and chest, she directly took off her t-shirt and underwear, frantically wiping her neck and body with tissue paper. Emohan turned around, and the scene before him made his blood surge. "Ah!" Lin Yan, in a panic, tightly covered her chest with both hands while cursing, "You pervert, get out of here right now." Earlier, she saw Emohan open the door and thought he had already left. The corpse worms on her body kept wriggling, and in desperation, she quickly took off her clothes, not expecting him to come back. As expected, what kind of decency could you expect from someone who could casually throw his fiancée into a septic tank? Quality? "Officer, please don't insult me. I have no desire to associate with certain people." At this moment, her body being seen, Lin Yan was both embarrassed and furious, wishing she could shoot Emohan on the spot. Emohan, however, said helplessly, "If it weren't for the zombies at the door, why would I come back? I'm not the kind of person who disrespects women or harbors ill suicidal intentions toward unfamiliar women. Fortunately, Officer Lin had already seen inside, so Lin Yan wasn't exactly an unfamiliar woman. Lin Yan sneered coldly, a person who can throw his fiancée into a septic tank, what else are you incapable of doing? Emohan was so angry he almost collapsed. Lin Yan, if I hadn't saved you just now, you'd already be a zombie by now. Do you still have the chance to argue with me? Lin Yan finally shut her mouth. The maggots and rotten flesh on her body had been cleaned off, but the clothes thrown on the ground could no longer be worn. She crossed one arm over her chest and pointed at Emohan with the other, saying, "You, come here." Emohan's lips curved into a smile. He certainly knew what she was up to. Reluctantly, he walked over and stood beside Lin Yan. Lin Yan grabbed Emohan and pulled him in front of her. The two stood face to face like this. Emohan lowered his head to look at the snow-white skin in front of him, which shone brightly even in the darkness. It was a beauty unique to Lin Yan. For a moment, his blood surged, and Emohan suddenly felt a heat in his nose. Something flowed out, and he quickly wiped it with his hand. Lin Yan hugged him tightly, her hands wrapping around him from front to back. Emohan said shyly, "Officer Lin, I'm a law-abiding citizen. What are you trying to do?" As he spoke, Lin Yan lifted his arm and instantly pulled off the white t-shirt he was wearing, quickly putting it on herself. Emohan, having his shirt taken off, didn't get angry and laughed. "Officer Lin, aren't you being a bit too unfair?" Lin Yan snorted coldly, "If it weren't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't even consider wearing your smelly shirt." Emohan pointed to his black shorts and laughed. "Shorts, huh? Do you want me to reluctantly lend them to you?" "You!" Lin Yan cursed him angrily. "Hooligan." A hand swung toward his chest. Emohan shook his head. "It's always the same line, no originality at all." Lin Yan ignored him, turned around, and continued packing medicine into her bag from the medicine cabinet. Emohan looked at his bare upper body and shook his head. With a thought, he picked up a white tank top and quickly put it on. Lin Yan's backpack was already stuffed with various medicines and could hold no more. Emohan followed behind her and asked, "Officer Lin, what made you think of coming to the pharmacy to get medicine?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Yan turned her head and glanced at him coldly, responding, "What's it to you?" Emohan stood to the side and said leisurely, "Last night, I had a dream. I dreamed that your cat ate a zombified rat and turned into a demon cat. Are you here to get medicine for your cat?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan opened her mouth wide, looking at him in astonishment. Seeing Lin Yan's expression, Emohan was secretly delighted. This time, he really was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse and guessed correctly. However, the fact that she could still come out to get medicine indicated that the cat was only injured and hadn't reached the stage of corpse transformation yet. "Lin Yan, don't waste your efforts. If your cat is really infected with corpse poison, it will transform sooner or later and won't survive." Emohan looked at the busy Lin Yan and continued, "A stupid cat that would go eat corpse rats isn't worth saving, especially since you can't save it anyway." Lin Yan zipped up her backpack tightly. There was no room for more medicine. She was unwilling to give up just like that. After all, it wasn't easy to make it out of this zombie-infested area. Emohan spoke beside her, but she didn't respond at first, giving off an impression of coldness and arrogance. When she heard Emohan call her cat stupid, she turned her head and said coldly, "My cat saved me." "You're the idiot." After speaking, she walked briskly to the pharmacy counter, pulled out several large food bags from under the counter, and began stuffing them with medicine with a series of thuds. Emohan leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on her busy figure. "You said your cat saved you? You were bitten by a zombie, and it shielded you from the zombie?" he asked curiously. Lin Yan finished packing one bag of medicine and started filling another. She looked up at Emohan and said, "Last night, because there was a hole in the corner of my rental room, a zombie rat got in. Cotton Candy got hurt trying to save me." Cotton Candy. A faint smile appeared on Emohan's lips. "That's a good name. What a pity." A trace of sorrow flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as she tightly secured the two bags filled with medicine. "No matter if Cotton Candy has a chance to survive or not, I must save it." She slung the travel bag over her back, carried the two large bags of medicine in her left hand, and gripped a gun in her right hand, ready to head out the door. Emohan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, observing the beautiful police officer, curious to see how she planned to leave the pharmacy. Lin Yan gently pushed the door open a crack, and it let out a creaking sound. She quickly shut it again. The slight movement at the entrance revealed the presence of a dozen zombies standing guard. Emohan couldn't help but feel amused. After closing the door, Lin Yan placed the two bags of medicine on the ground, tightened her grip on the gun, and cautiously made her way upstairs. Emohan, intrigued, followed her to see what this beauty was planning to do. "Take this pile of medicine upstairs first." Lin Yan walked to his side, grabbed the flashlight from his hand, and directed him to carry the medicine. Emohan smiled faintly and sincerely followed her instructions, scooping up all the medicine from the cabinet into his arms. Lin Yan walked ahead, and he followed closely behind, one after the other, up the stairs. The second floor was still pitch black. Lin Yan casually swept the flashlight around but didn't spot any zombies. "Throw something in there," she said to Emohan. Emohan smiled slightly. It seemed that this Officer Lin was fairly quick-witted. He obediently complied. In fact, he could escape escape at any time, but since there weren't many mid-level zombies on the streets right now, and going home would just mean sleeping, he figured he might as well play along with this beauty and see what she was up to. Clang! A box of medicine in Emohan's hand was thrown onto the floor not far in front of the two of them. After waiting for a long time, there were still no zombies appearing. Emohan said to Lin Yan, if there were zombies, they would have come out as soon as they saw the flashlight beam. Lin Yan nodded. The two of them stepped onto the second floor floorboards together. Following Lin Yan to the window, they still didn't see any zombies. It seemed the second floor was relatively safe. The ground was piled high with large boxes of various medicines, syringes, needles, and infusion tubes, and the air was filled with a strong medicinal smell. Lin Yan and Emohan walked to the window and looked down, discovering that the zombies were mainly gathered at the entrance of the pharmacy. Lin Yan walked around the room, tied several infusion tubes together, and attached a pair of medical goggles to the bottom end. She lowered the infusion tubes with the goggles out of the window, leaving them hanging mid-air on the first floor. The goggles were switched on, emitting a faint green glow. This light might not be noticeable during the day, but at night, hanging mid-air on the first floor, it attracted the surrounding zombies. They all swayed around the goggles, growling and howling. Some zombies raised their hands, trying to grab the goggles, but they repeatedly failed to reach them. Lin Yan saw the zombie leave the doorway and turned to Emohan, saying, "Go, there are no zombies at the door now, let's take the chance to run out." Emohan shook his head and smiled, saying, "Ladies first." Lin Yan gave him a strange look. This was the second time tonight he had used the phrase ladies first. Was he truly unafraid of death, courteously letting her go first, or was he deliberately trying to please her, hoping to change her opinion of him? She didn't think much about it and simply said, "Suit yourself." Ran downstairs alone. Emohan did not follow, standing by the window and staring outside. The door downstairs creaked open. Lin Yan, carrying a large travel bag on her back, holding two bags in her left hand and a gun in her right hand, rushed out the door. The zombies surrounding the goggles turned their heads and saw her, roaring as they lunged toward Lin Yan one by one. Emohan stood on the second floor and shouted loudly to the zombies downstairs, "Hey, you bunch of stupid zombies downstairs, lift your dog heads up. Grandpa is here." As he shouted, a coal mine flashlight appeared in his hand, which he turned to its brightest setting and wore on his head. The group of zombies below immediately looked up at him, roaring with fury, as if they couldn't wait to tear his head apart. Emohan deliberately did this to make Lin Yan feel like she was helping him. This person is a member of the police department. When the official base is established, Lin Yan will become one of the first management personnel to enter the base. Emohan himself is unwilling to enter the base. He doesn't want to be controlled or take orders from others. However, as long as he maintains contact with Lin Yan and leverages this relationship, it will be easier to connect with official personnel in the future. From Emohan's tragic death in his previous life to now, he still doesn't know who the apocalyptic overlord Tu Long, who caused his irreversible downfall, truly is. Perhaps that person is a high-ranking official. As the saying goes, friends scatter, but in stormy times, it's good to borrow an umbrella. These zombies are nothing in front of Emohan and pose no threat at all. But for Lin Yan, it's a completely different story. Therefore, doing someone a favor might come in handy in the future. The zombies were all drawn to Emohan, and Lin Yan took the opportunity to quickly bypass them, disappearing around the street corner. Before vanishing, she looked up at Emohan, her gaze complex and inscrutable. Emohan stood on the second floor of the pharmacy, watching Lin Yan leave before heading to the area where the medicine boxes were stored. With a thought, he gently collected all the medicines on the floor into his space. After clearing out everything on the second floor, Emohan went down to the first floor and stored all the medicines along with the medicine cabinets into his space. This way, with labeled notes, it would be more convenient to find the desired medicine in the future. After emptying the pharmacy, Emohan looted the liquor store next door. If only they had known before the apocalypse, there would have been no need to rush around shopping. They could have just done some zero-cost shopping after the apocalypse. However, stockpiling supplies in advance brings a sense of security. After all, once the apocalypse hits, supplies won't be as easy to obtain as one might think. After water and electricity are cut off, people will lack survival resources and will definitely band together to leave their homes, going door to door in a frenzy to loot. By then, there might not even be a chance for zero-cost shopping, as many things will have already been taken. Next to the liquor store was a bun shop. Emohan pushed the door open and entered. Inside the refrigerated cabinet were about 300 buns, likely placed there by the owner to prevent them from spoiling. The power outage had just begun, the ice in the freezer hadn't melted yet, and the buns were still cold. Emohan stored all these buns in his space. His space already contained buns, steamed bread, cornbread, and the like, and now he had stocked up on more buns. After all, the buns would just sit there, and once the ice melted, they would spoil. Emohan mocked himself, calling it saving the lives of buns and letting them maximize their value. Next to the bun shop was a stationery store, and beside that was a flower shop. Emohan quickly collected the items from these two stores and then rushed to the next one without stopping. Damn it, it's the first time I've realized that getting something for nothing can be so exhausting. It was already 2 in the morning when Emohan entered the last shop to be cleared out tonight, a braised meat shop. The braised meat was all stored in the freezer. Emohan touched the meat, and just like the buns earlier, there were still ice crystals on it. He placed his hand on the freezer and smoothly stored all the braised meat along with the freezer itself into his space. The seasonings used for the braised meat in the shop were also taken by him. As he looted along the way, some shops were empty, while others had owners, but the owners had already turned into zombies. Bang, bang, bang! The braised meat shop owner turned into a zombie. When Emohan used the master key to open the door, the owner accidentally locked himself in the bathroom, roaring incessantly inside. This actually saved Emohan a lot of trouble. As long as the bathroom door remained closed, the owner couldn't get out. No one stopped Emohan during the looting. At 3 in the morning, Emohan used spatial teleportation to return home, unlocked the door with the key, and found that Pancake and Demon Chicken were still awake. The 2 dogs squatted by the door and pounced on Emohan as soon as it opened. The worry in their eyes turned into surprise when they saw Emohan return, and Emohan took it all in. "What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Emohan deliberately asked, knowing full well they were worried about him, but still teasing them. Bing was the first to respond with a woof woof woof. "Master, aren't you asking the obvious? We're worried about you." The Demon Chicken also barked, "Woof woof woof, you're already grown up, yet you still don't know to come back early, making us 2 dogs worry. Do you think that's okay?" Although Emohan couldn't fully understand their words, from the tone and expressions of their woof woof woof, he could roughly guess their thoughts. Alright, I get it. Next time I'll come back early and not make you worry," Emohan said while hugging the 2 dogs. Due to the power outage, Emohan had forgotten to leave any lighting equipment in the house, so the 2 dogs had been squatting in the dark behind the door until he returned. Now that Emohan was back, with a thought, he took out several large lighting lamps. These lamps were very practical, capable of lasting 3 days on a single charge. Emohan had tens of thousands of such lamps stored in his space, enough to last a very long time. Damn, I completely forgot about the water outage. Emohan stood naked in the bathroom, ready to take a cold shower before going to bed. He turned on the faucet, but not a single drop of water came out. Only then did he remember the water was out, and so was the electricity. A faint smile appeared on Emohan's lips as he took out a large bucket of tap water from his storage space and placed it on the bathroom sink. He then retrieved a small water pump, connected it to a battery power source, and placed the pump into the bucket. A hose was attached to the pump and connected to the shower head. Just like that, a simple shower setup was ready. Using the pressure from the water pump, Emohan turned on the shower head and began to bathe. After spending the day outside collecting supplies and running around, his body was exhausted and covered in sticky sweat. Now, with a cold shower, he immediately felt much more refreshed. He sprawled out in a starfish position on the large bed in his bedroom and quickly fell asleep. Hadn't slept for half an hour when the Demon Chicken limped into Emohan's room, leaned close to his ear, and barked softly, "Woof woof." "Ugh, Demon Chicken, what are you doing?" "I'm trying to sleep." Emohan was woken up, his sleepy eyes filled with impatience. If it weren't for the injury on the Demon Chicken's leg, Emohan would have really wanted to slap it away. He turned over and continued burying his head to sleep, but the Demon Chicken kept barking incessantly by his ear, eventually waking Emohan up completely. "What is it, Demon Chicken? I just fell asleep. Why are you going crazy?" The Demon Chicken glanced at Emohan, clucking as it walked forward. Emohan immediately became alert. If nothing was wrong, the Demon Chicken would never make such a fuss. Could it be? He quickly put on his shoes and followed the Demon Chicken to the back of his house door. The big Pancake lay quietly on the sofa, not making a sound, with its injured leg, ears perked up high, and eyes fixed intently on the edge of the door. Although the surveillance camera on the door had power, the electricity was out, rendering it completely non-functional. Emohan couldn't see what was happening outside and could only press his ear to the door to listen carefully. Faintly, he could hear the sound of someone trying to pick the lock at the door. Without a doubt, it was the same group of people who had previously used the excuse of forming a team to scout around. Emohan hadn't let them in, and they assumed no one was home, planning to kick the door open directly. However, fearing the noise would attract attention, they decided to pick the lock instead. Emohan deliberately loosened the door lock slightly, making the movement so subtle that the people outside wouldn't notice. He then turned off the lighting on the sofa and waited silently for them to come in. "Idiot, isn't this door already open? Look at your skills, fiddling with it for so long." Outside the door, Hey Depang gave it a strong push and discovered that the door was indeed open. Hey Depang thought his subordinate was a fool. The door could be opened with just a push, yet the guy trying to pick the lock had been fumbling around for ages without success. Emohan sat on the sofa, and from the sound of the voices, he had already recognized the people outside as the ones who had come earlier in the day to form a team for exploration. Beside him, Dabing and Yaoji had their ears perked up, waiting for his command. With just one word from him, the 2 dogs would immediately rush out and tear those people apart. "Shoo, don't rush." Emohan patted the heads of the 2 dogs, soothing them softly. softly. I know you want to deal with the people outside, but you're still puppies, not fully grown, and your abilities haven't awakened yet. Right now, you're no match for them. Calm down, I have a way to deal with them. Just a few petty thieves, I can handle them in no time. Upon hearing Emohan say this, Dabing and Yaoji stopped being restless and obediently sat quietly beside him. He Dapeng led 7 people and pushed open the door to Emohan's room, which was pitch dark. He Dapeng turned on a flashlight and shone it around, spotting Emohan sitting on the sofa with 2 dogs. One of the subordinates behind him was the first to react upon seeing Emohan, trembling as he said, "The boss, there's silver on the sofa." Shut up. The burly man had already noticed Emohan on the sofa. At first, he felt a bit guilty, but then he thought, who cares about him in the apocalypse? With 6 armed brothers behind him, he had nothing to fear. Afraid of what? In an instant, the burly man's courage swelled and his tone became full of confidence. "Hey, you on the sofa, we're here to rob you. Be smart and don't resist, or the weapons in our hands won't show mercy." Emohan picked up the cigarette box from the table, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, crossed his legs, and leisurely blew out a smoke ring. The words of the big black-faced man were not yet finished when his 6 subordinates began rummaging through the house smugly. Emohan took a light drag of his cigarette and said with a smile, "I say, brothers, are you sure you want to rob me here?" The big black-faced man picked up the cigarette pack Emohan had just put down, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a few puffs, and stared down at Emohan, saying, "I say, buddy, we really are robbing you here. What can you do about it?" The big black-faced man's subordinates searched every room thoroughly and came back to report to him, "Boss, we didn't find any food." "How is that possible?" The dark-faced burly man was clearly skeptical. "Look at this person's complexion. At a glance, he doesn't look like someone who's gone hungry. Search again, the food must be hidden somewhere." Emohan let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself how ridiculously stupid these people were. The subordinates of the burly man searched the house again, only to find Emohan's refrigerator completely empty, without a trace of food. "Brothers, since there's no food, let's not waste time. Move on to the next house." Big Fat Black walked forward smoking a cigarette, casually taking Emohan's cigarette as well. You should know that Emohan had only smoked this cigarette twice, and now, with one wasted by Big Fat Black, it was truly a pity. Emohan couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. After all, it was his own possession. "Stop right there." Big Fat Black had already reached the door when Emohan suddenly stood up from the sofa and shouted toward the group by the door, "You searched my room, and now you think you can just leave?" Big Fat Black turned his head with a face full of disdain and coldly replied, "Damn it, look at you, what can you possibly do to me?" A few of his subordinates chimed in from the side, "Exactly, you really don't know your place. My big brother, you dare to mess with him? Back in the day, he was a tyrant in G-City, beating people so badly they ended up with concussions. He just got out of the station not long ago. Big brother, stop wasting words with him. Just beat him up, make him wish he were dead." Before the words had even faded, the group had already walked outside. The burly fat man snorted coldly, shot Emohan a glare, and swaggered off, preparing to rob Emohan's neighbor, that eccentric old man who lived alone. Emohan walked unhurriedly to the door and said to Dabing and Yaoji, "You two go to sleep first, don't worry about me." The 2 dogs barked, "Woof woof woof." Dabing said with concern, "Big Pig Trotter, you better be careful." Yaoji, limping, hopped over to Emohan and said, "Let me go with you instead. Let brother Yaoji keep an eye on you. If you come back beaten black and blue, that would be embarrassing." Emohan patted the demon chicken's head and said with a smile, "When it comes to fighting, I've never lost." The demon chicken muttered, "I don't believe you. You're such a sly old man. Trust brother Han, the coolest in society." The demon chicken, half convinced, returned to the sofa and sat down. After all, it was still just a child and easily believed Emohan's words. After settling the 2 dogs, a commotion could already be heard outside. Emohan walked out and casually locked his door, not wanting the scene of the fight to spill into his home and dirty his own space. Besides, if blood were to be spilled, it would be disgusting to have it splattered inside, and with no electricity or water, cleaning up would be troublesome. At this moment, Black Fatty couldn't unlock the solitary old man's door with the key. In a fit of rage, he resorted to violently kicking the door and shouted loudly, "Come out, whoever's inside." Just as he was shouting fervently, the solitary old man suddenly opened the door and angrily yelled, "You bunch of bastards, trying to make a racket in the middle of the night, are you?" The burly man yanked the elderly man living alone out, causing him to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. The burly man sneered, "You old geezer," blocking the door and getting in the way. With that, they swaggered into the house. The elderly man living alone struggled a few times, shakily got up, and muttered curses under his breath as he followed them into the house. Emohan strode to the door of the old man's solitary home and shouted into the house at Hey Dapang and his group, "You bunch of bastards, come out and fight." Hey Dapang and his crew were busy looting when they heard Emohan's arrogant words. Furious, they threw a box of instant noodles to the ground, grabbed a steel pipe, and charged out. His lackeys, each armed with a weapon, rushed out to surround Emohan. Emohan stepped back several paces, but suddenly a bag of chili powder appeared in his hand. Hey Dapang and his group didn't notice where the chili powder came from, but when they saw Emohan Han preparing to use it against them. They acted as if they just heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, you idiot, what kind of weapon is that? Hey, Depang pointed at Han and laughed loudly, as if he'd discovered something incredibly amusing. But before his laughter could end, Han suddenly vanished right in front of him. Where is he? Black Fatty felt a chill run down his spine as Han vanished into thin air. He widened his eyes, searching frantically in all directions. Suddenly, a handful of chili powder was thrown directly into his eyes. Ah! Black Fatty clutched his eyes, screaming in pain. A few of his brothers hurried over, asking anxiously, "Big brother, what's wrong? What happened?" Black Fatty cursed and shouted, "That bastard, he threw chili powder into my eyes." The men behind him exchanged uneasy glances, the scene of Han's sudden disappearance still fresh in their minds. Now, with Black Fatty writhing in pain from the chili powder, his words were undoubtedly true. His hair and eyebrows were covered in chili powder, and the agony on his face only underscored the terror of that tall man. The group felt their hair stand on end, each of them on high alert. Suddenly, one of Black Fatty's underlings was struck hard from behind with an iron rod, collapsing straight to the ground. Ah, my shoulder, my shoulder. The man curled up on the ground, crying out in pain. The others gripped their weapons tightly, nerves taut, ready to fight at any moment. Han used spatial teleportation and stood not far from the group, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Dealing with these lackeys was effortless, but their noise had disturbed his sleep, leaving him utterly infuriated. If he didn't toy with them a bit, how could he possibly appease himself? With a cold smile on his face, Han relied on spatial teleportation to appear directly in front of the group, wildly slapping their faces left and right with loud smacks. The lackeys were knocked around in confusion, unable to figure out where Han was. At this moment, everyone present was terrified, feeling as though they were facing not a man, but a ghost. With this thought, Black Fatty's underlings screamed and charged forward desperately, no longer daring to care about Black Fatty. The big, burly man with excruciating eye pain rubbed his eyes, tears washing away the chili powder. He barely managed to open his eyes and look around. He saw that 5 of his underlings had already fled, and the man who had been knocked down also ignored his pain, scrambling to his feet and running away. The big, burly man looked around frantically as if he'd seen a ghost, preparing to make his escape as well. Just then, Han suddenly appeared, blocking his path and smiling as he said, "What's this? You disturbed someone's sweet dreams and now you want to sneak away?" The big, burly man blinked hard, trying to ease the pain in his eyes. Looking at the calm and composed Han in front of him, he stammered in a trembling voice, Me? What about me?" Han strode up to him, grabbed his collar, and shouted sternly, "Brother, it's the middle of the night. You don't sleep but come to mess with me instead? You totally deserve this beating." After speaking, Han threw a punch with his left hand and another with his right at Black Fatty's big dark face. With 2 put sounds, 2 teeth fell out from each side of Black Fatty's mouth. You dare hit me." Black Fatty covered his face with one hand and squatted down, trying to pick up the steel pipe that had just fallen to the ground. Han stepped on his hand and pressed down hard. Ah! Black Fatty let out a sharp scream and suddenly lunged at Han with his head. Han skillfully dodged, countered with a kick, and struck Black Fatty's nose hard, causing blood to gush out instantly. Han showed no mercy and continued to beat Black Fatty mercilessly. At this moment, the elderly man living alone, with his bandaged hand, slowly walked out of the door. Earlier, he had been shoved to the ground by Black Fatty, twisting his hand. Seeing Han beating Black Fatty, he cursed angrily, "You worthless mutt, serves you right. Disturbing people's peaceful morning dreams." He looked at Han with gratitude in his eyes. "Neighbor, thank you. My name is Zhang Chaoyong, a retired doctor from the First People's Hospital of Beijing. Please take care of me in the future." Zhang Chaoyong? Han didn't say anything, just nodded in response. He had no idea who this old man was. His own body was in great shape, with no need to see a doctor. However, since this old man knows medicine, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, he might still come in handy in the future. Taking advantage of the brief moment while the two were talking, the hefty man struggled to get up from the ground and used all his strength to start running away. Han sneered coldly and followed closely behind him. He also wanted to see which floor this fool lived on. However, at the corner, out of sight of the solitary old man, Han quietly slipped into his own space. Due to the power outage, the elevator was out of service, so the hefty man had no choice but to run toward the stairs. Although his body was covered in wounds, the terrifying scene from earlier made him tremble uncontrollably. Despite his injuries, his running speed far exceeded his usual pace. Using his spatial ability to flash step, Han followed the hefty man to the 19th floor. Seeing the door number 9-19-1, Han's lips curled into a cold smile. "Ha, so this fool lives here." The hefty man banged on the door loudly, and it was quickly opened. Standing behind the hefty man, Han recognized that the person who opened the door was one of the lackeys from earlier. "Wang Erjuan, you son of a b**********. You and your bunch of idiots actually left me behind and ran off earlier, causing me to get beaten up. Damn it, when a brother's in trouble, you You all just run off on your own, so disloyal. The hefty man cursed and swore as he walked into the room. Emohan seized the opportunity to slip into the room as well. And you lot, you're absolutely disgusting. Always talking about loyalty, but where the hell were you just now? Ouch, it hurts like hell. As soon as Black Fatty entered the room, he started cursing at his underlings without holding back. With 2 teeth missing on either side and his mouth full of blood, his speech was slurred, making him look both pitiful and comical. At this moment, the underlings huddled on the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. They had all witnessed what had just happened. There was clearly no one there, yet it felt like an invisible hand was hitting them hard. Emohan was hiding somewhere in the room, completely undetectable. The electricity was out, and a few candles were lit, their flickering flames making the atmosphere even more eerie and terrifying. Black Fatty cursed as he started hitting the people on the sofa, slapping faces, pulling hair, and kicking legs. None of them dared to fight back. Normally, Black Fatty was just a small-time thug who relied on some connections to open a foot massage parlor on New Street. These guys followed him around every day, eating, drinking, and having fun, obeying his every command. They thought they were brothers for life, but when it came down to it, they abandoned him in a critical moment. As Black Fatty kept hitting and cursing, froth began forming at the corners of his mouth. Wang Erjuan spoke up, "Brother Hua, what happened just now was seriously too weird. I still feel short of breath and terrified." Li Tailin chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Hua, we didn't mean to leave you behind. We were just so scared in that instant. I'm telling you, that room is definitely not clean, it's haunted. Exactly, like that thing on the news from Big Beautiful Country recently. Yeah, ghosts. Big Beautiful Country calls unclean things ghosts, but it's basically what we call spirits here. I usually don't believe in ghosts, but just now I could clearly feel someone slapping my face." Ah, before the voice had faded, smack, the person speaking was slapped hard across the face, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers. Who hit me? The person who was slapped hadn't yet realized who had struck. When he noticed he was sitting alone in a corner of the sofa while everyone else stared at him. In terror, he covered his face and looked to his right. There, Emohan stood beside him, his hand hanging down. At that moment, Emohan was wearing a terrifying ghost mask. Without saying a word, he simply laughed. Ha ha ha. The room full of men instantly panicked and scattered in all directions. Li Tailin fell off the sofa, Wang Erjuan was so scared he wet his pants, and He Depang stood frozen in place, too shocked to even run. Emohan suddenly appeared in front of him, his ghostly face magnified, grinning coldly. He Depang let out a mama, before his eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground. The room descended into chaos, with screams echoing one after another. At 4 in the morning, the sky was already faintly brightening. The screams in the neighborhood had finally begun to subside. Emohan lay sprawled out on his warm, large bed, stretching his body in all directions. Thinking of the terrified expressions on those people's faces just now, he couldn't help but laugh. Still dreaming of being little troublemakers, yet with such little courage, what a disgrace to the word man. However, Emohan hadn't gone too far. He had only knocked out a few teeth, broken a few ribs, and scared a few of them so badly they wet themselves. For them, that was already punishment enough. With the apocalypse upon them, people robbing each other had become the norm. As long as those few hadn't harbored murderous intent, Emohan hadn't planned to go too hard on them. Still, after being frightened like that, those people probably wouldn't dare to come robbing again anytime soon. After all, surviving in the apocalypse was already hard enough. Of course, Emohan wasn't someone to be trifled with either. On his way back downstairs to his room, he casually moved all the supplies from their place into his own space. Emohan lay on the bed and slept until midday. He wanted to sleep a little longer, but the demon chicken barged into the bedroom, barking incessantly. Emohan was woken up, turned over, and found it impossible to fall back asleep. "Demon chicken, what are you doing? Don't you know I only go to sleep near dawn?" Emohan shouted impatiently. The demon chicken looked at its owner, who, due to staying up late, had greasy hair, heavy dark circles, and resembled a greasy middle-aged man. It barked while patting its own belly with its claws. "Hungry?" Emohan asked irritably. "Can't you find something to eat yourself?" With that, he lay back down and pulled the blanket over his ears. The demon chicken, fuming with anger but helpless, had no choice but to leave the bedroom and run to the sofa to find the pancake lying there waiting for it. "Woof woof woof. Demon chicken, woof woof woof. Brother, I can't wake him up. He still wants to sleep. Pancake, woof woof woof. Brother, help me get into the bedroom. My stomach feels bloated and I need to let out a fart." Emohan continued snoring thunderously. The demon chicken fetched a pillow from the guest bedroom, let Pancake sit on it, and dragged him into the bedroom like pulling a cart. It then patted the bed with a few pieces of clothing, allowing Pancake to climb onto the bed smoothly. Beep, beep, beep. After a few long, drawn-out loud noises came from under the blanket. Dabing quickly rolled out of the bed as if fleeing for his life. Ignoring his leg injury, he jumped onto the pillow, and the demon chicken grabbed the pillow and bolted. "What's that smell?" Emohan sniffed under the blanket, his nose twitching. The blanket was filled with a strong, pungent odor. Yes, the smell of a fart. The stench was so overwhelming that even breathing became difficult for him. Imohan suddenly threw off the blanket, finally able to breathe freely. He glanced at a few pieces of clothing by the bedside and roughly guessed what had happened. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Pancake! Demon Chicken! Which one of you farted?" At this moment, Pancake and Demon Chicken were already sitting obediently on the sofa, looking as if nothing had happened. Imohan rushed over barefoot, pointing at them and angrily demanding, "Don't play dumb. Who just farted in my blanket?" "Ha!" Pancake looked utterly confused, its bright eyes blinking innocently, and its round, chubby head swaying side to side, looking extremely guiltless. Judging by its expression, it probably wasn't the culprit. Imohan stared at the Demon Chicken again, and the Demon Chicken quickly stood up, shaking its head vigorously in denial. Strange, could it really not be the two of them? Imohan helplessly patted his backside and went to the bathroom to freshen up, secretly cursing himself. So stupid, letting out a world-shaking, ghost-weeping stinky fart and then going to ask two dogs? Only I could be such an unreliable owner. Going back to sleep was impossible. The bed was filled with a stench. It needed a good airing out. Imohan casually brushed his teeth and washed his face in the bathroom. As he walked out, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Pancake and the Demon Chicken on the sofa seemed to be smiling at him. Upon closer inspection, they weren't smiling. Was he just seeing things because he hadn't rested well? Just as he was about to eat breakfast, he noticed the area in front of the two dogs was completely empty. A thought crossed his mind, and he poured a heap of dog food onto the coffee table with a clatter enough to keep them busy for a while. Imohan sat down at the dining table and took out a bowl of beef noodles with added meat from his space to start eating. Out of habit, he opened his phone to check the news outside, only to find that various short videos and apps wouldn't load at all. Almost forgot, with no water and no electricity, naturally there's no internet either. Imohan shook his head, put down his phone, and continued eating noodles. Zombies in extreme heat, either of these two major disasters alone would be enough to bring humanity to the brink of extinction. Yet, the two disasters happened simultaneously. The exact number of humans left is unknown, but at least 7 out of 10 people died at the hands of zombies. Extreme heat without electricity or air conditioning also claimed many lives. Out of the more than 9 billion people on Blue Star, at least half have perished. Now, the number of survivors is estimated to be less than 1 billion. In the future, there will be various natural and man-made disasters, posing immense challenges to human survival. In his previous life, Imohan only lived for 5 years before being betrayed and dying a tragic death. Later, what exactly happened on Blue Star? Did humanity continue to survive or face complete annihilation? He had no idea. After all, those were events that occurred many years after his death. He ate a little something and looked up out the window. The glaring sun stung his eyes painfully. Imohan used an air thermometer to measure the temperature. It was an astonishing 51 degrees. No wonder it was so hot. He thought of the various generators he had stored in his space and took out a silent generator. After connecting the wires, he poured in half a tank of gasoline, and the generator started running. The lights, television, and other electrical appliances in the house were restored to power. Imohan turned off the lights. There was no need to waste electricity during the day. Even at night, he wouldn't turn them on. Just think about it, if the entire world was plunged into darkness and only his house had electricity, wouldn't that be asking for trouble and making himself a target? Otherwise, how could he be so foolish? After the generator started supplying power, the air conditioner at home naturally kicked in as well. Without it, facing temperatures over 50 degrees, even the reborn Imohan wouldn't last long without air conditioning and would be done for. Move over. Imohan pushed the two dogs to the far corner of the sofa and lay down himself. He took out the tablet that had been fully charged and loaded with movies earlier, and began watching them while lying down. There was still beer chilling in the fridge. Although the air conditioner was on and the room wasn't hot, Imohan still felt thirsty. He sat up from the sofa, grabbed a bottle of beer, and drank while watching the movie. By the time the movie ended, he had finished 4 bottles of beer. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door outside. Imohan glanced cautiously in the direction of the door, put down the tablet, and walked over. The surveillance showed that the person knocking was the neighbor, an elderly man living alone named Zhang Chaoyong. Imohan opened the door and asked coldly, "Dr. Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Chaoyong held a large box and handed it to Imohan, saying, "Young man, thank you for saving me yesterday. This old man is deeply grateful. I still have plenty of food at home. Let me give you some." Imohan waved his hand indifferently, "No need." After speaking, he turned around and closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Zhang Chaoyong knocked on it again with a bang bang bang. Imohan opened the door once more. "Dr. Zhang, I said no. I'll go out and find food myself. You're an old man, and you still deliver food to others. You deserve to starve." Zhang Chaoyong said, "Young man, my son will come to pick me up soon. Just keep these things, little." Bang! The door slammed shut, almost hitting the old man's nose. Imohan was a stubborn person who never took advantage of others, except in special circumstances. Old Zhang delivering things was merely his way of expressing gratitude for Imohan's so-called help earlier. there. Actually, only Imo-han himself knew that it wasn't a rescue at all. He just didn't want to clean up after others in his own home, fearing it would dirty the place, so he went outside to mess with those people. It just so happened that they were robbing old Zhang's house, which led to a misunderstanding. The old man thought he was some kind of taciturn hero. No, Imo-han would never save anyone in this lifetime, of course, except for beautiful women. In his past life he died miserably as a simp. In this life he planned to be a playboy and let others fawn over him instead, and they better do it enthusiastically. Dog's inner voice, can you stop licking back and forth? Isn't it disgusting? It's you? It's you? Old Zhang, holding the big box of items he couldn't give away, felt even more admiration for his tall neighbor. Doing good deeds without leaving a name, refusing gifts, what a true gentleman. A true gentleman? Imo-han finished watching the last 10 minutes of the movie, then turned on his computer to start playing games. Without internet, he played some previously downloaded single-player games, like Plants vs. Zombies, Fruit Ninja, and Match 3 games. The daytime temperature was too high, so Imo-han didn't go out. It wasn't until 9 in the evening that he put on protective gear and stepped outside. Daving's leg was still mostly unusable due to an earlier injury from a mousetrap, so Imo-han left the demon chicken at home to take care of it and wandered out on his own. During this period, he only went out to search for supplies. Crystal cores could only be found in the brains of mid-level zombies, so he was waiting for mid-level zombies to appear. If he was lucky, he might encounter a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas. Killing it and obtaining its crystal core would allow him to awaken his powers instantly, which would be amazing. Imo-han drove a van out of the neighborhood. He had already cleared out the nearby stores, so he had to go farther away. There was a large mall in the city center called Mingzhu Department Store, which had 7 floors in total. The first floor is a large supermarket with a complete range of supplies. The second floor is an adult clothing store. The third floor is a children's clothing store. The fourth floor is a home textile market. The fifth floor sells various toys. The sixth floor is a bookstore, and the seventh floor is filled with various restaurants and snack shops. Before the apocalypse broke out, this super mall welcomed tens of thousands of visitors daily, bustling with activity. Imo-han was somewhat reluctant to slowly pick through the small shops nearby. He preferred to be decisive, emptying one supermarket after another. The van stopped at the entrance of the Mingzhu department store, and Imo-han tied a flashlight to his head, gripping an iron hammer tightly in his hand as he quickly entered the mall. 2 iron hammers lightly collided, producing a crisp clang sound. Before long, a group of shadows swayed in the darkness, staggering toward him. Imo-han quickly turned on the flashlight on his head, and the blinding beam instantly illuminated the surroundings. However, the zombies were not deterred by the light. Driven by hunger, they howled and charged at him. He took a quick glance. There were at least 20 zombies. In such a massive shopping mall, there must have been many employees working and customers shopping when the virus outbreak occurred. Therefore, the number of zombies across the 7 floors would not be fewer than 200. Most people wouldn't dare to venture in recklessly. Although they knew the supplies were abundant, the sheer number of zombies was enough to instill fear. A single misstep could lead to becoming a meal for the zombies. Those who were devoured and left in pieces would then turn into new zombies, continuing the cycle of harm. As a result, very few dared to come here, and the lack of people turned out to be Imo-han's stroke of luck. It was exactly what he wanted. Imo-han swung his hammer as he moved forward, taking down almost one zombie with every 1 or 2 strikes. Originally, he could have used his spatial ability to launch sneak attacks and eliminate zombies without much effort. However, his long-term addiction to gaming had significantly weakened his physical strength, so he had been using sandbags to train his body in his free time. Unless the situation was dangerous, he preferred to handle things personally to test whether his physical fitness could return to the level it was in the first year or 2 after the apocalypse. Bang! Bang! 1 strike per zombie, and if they weren't dead after falling, he would deliver another blow. Imo-han swiftly and efficiently cleared out the 20 or so zombies around him. As he swung his hammer, a sense of fatigue gradually crept in. Once he had finally dealt with the immediate threats, he began storing supplies into his spatial space. In the supermarket, rows upon rows of snacks and various daily necessities were dazzling to the eye. Imo-han touched the food with his hand, and with a thought, those items, along with the shelves, were instantly transported into his space. He walked around, collecting as he went, covering quite a bit of ground in this spacious supermarket. After all, he couldn't just sweep the entire supermarket into his space all at once. He had to move things row by row, pile by pile, slowly. After making a full round, most of the supplies in the supermarket had been collected. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of a car stopping came from outside. Imo-han quickly turned off the flashlight on his head, hid under a cabinet, and held his breath to listen to the commotion outside. In the darkness, footsteps gradually approached, sounding like more than 10 people. Imo-han crouched halfway, watching the door warily, but due to the pitch-black surroundings, he couldn't make out the identities of the newcomers. Yang Hu led 12 brothers, a total of 13 people, holding iron rods as they slowly walked into the mall. Yang Hu said to the brothers behind him. Once we go in, avoid using guns if possible. The loud noise will only attract more zombies. Got it, Brother Hu, Li Si responded. Shoo, brothers, don't get separated. Stay close and be on guard for zombie ambushes at all times. Yes, Brother Hu, the 12 men replied softly. Yang Hu turned on the flashlight and scanned the surroundings. The entire mall was empty. Apart from a few shelves in the southeast corner, there was almost nothing else. Li Si exclaimed in surprise. This is unbelievable. Such a big mall. The first floor was full of food, and after just a few days, not only is the food gone, but even the shelves are missing. Yang Hu nodded. It is strange. Normally, when people gather supplies, they take the food and leave. Who would bother taking the shelves too? Everyone found it incredible, but they couldn't deny that the shelves were indeed gone. Brother Hu, there are still a few containers over there. Shall we go check if there's any food? Li Si suggested in a low voice. Mo Han was startled. From the voice, he had already recognized that the person conversing nearby was none other than his brother Yang Hu, who had previously procured various supplies for him. At this moment, Yang Hu, leading a group of people, was cautiously approaching the spot where Mo Han was hiding. Mo Han did not want to have too much involvement with Yang Hu. Although he did not plan to be a lone wolf conquering the world alone, he feared that relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient to take down the apocalyptic demon king too long, even if he awakened powerful abilities in the future. It is also difficult to slay the dragon in one strike, as the dragon has many skilled craftsmen and superhumans under its command. To completely defeat the dragon, it is necessary to gather a group of powerful individuals and form your own team. The principle that many hands make light work is something Mohan understands very well. It's just that, for now, many people's abilities have yet to awaken, including his own. So he hasn't started recruiting talent for the time being. As long as his abilities awaken and reach a certain level, Mohan can immediately begin establishing his own forces. With the food he has stockpiled, how many people can he win over in this apocalyptic world? After all, without food, all ideals are nothing but empty talk. As for why Yang Hu was not chosen, it was mainly because the two had already gone their separate ways at the very beginning of the apocalypse in the previous life, and later had almost no interaction. Moreover, whether Yang Hu awakened any abilities was also unknown to Mohan. His territory would never allow random people to enter. They must either be ability users or experts in a certain field. For example, the peerless genius Wang Feng, who had previously built the underground base. It's a pity that the man's life was short, otherwise, Mohan would have been willing to take him under his wing. Yang Hu walked to the place where Mohan was hiding. To avoid being discovered, Mohan quickly slipped into his own space. Yang Hu and his group slowly approached the shelves and found no zombies there, which instead felt extremely eerie. Walking to the shelf was completely empty. The first floor has been completely cleared out. Let's check upstairs. Yang Hu held his gun and cautiously led his brothers step by step upstairs. Mohan used spatial teleportation to quietly follow behind the group. Li Si said puzzledly, Brother Hu, it's not that the brothers are criticizing you, but the tens of thousands of bags of rice and barrels of water that Brother Han left in the abandoned factory, you should have taken them. With so much stuff, we don't even need to go out slowly looking for supplies. Yang Hu responded seriously, that's Brother Han's stuff. How could I dare take it? If I took it, what would Brother Han eat? Wait to starve to death? He turned to look at the brothers beside him and solemnly said, all of you remember this, that's Brother Han's stuff. No one is allowed to have any ideas about it. Got it? Li Si understood Yang Hu's attitude, knowing that once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. He could only sigh helplessly, got it, Brother Hu. The others also chimed in, don't worry, Brother Hu. We'll work hard to gather supplies ourselves and definitely won't touch Han's stuff. At this moment, Mohan, hiding behind the group, heard these words with his own ears and couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for Yang Hu. Earlier, Yang Hu had called him to discuss the ownership of that batch of supplies. Mohan directly delivered that batch of supplies to Yang Hu, but Yang Hu refused to accept them on the spot, firmly stating that they belonged to Mohan. With the apocalypse upon them, he would never take Mohan's survival supplies. At the time, Mohan thought Yang Hu was just being polite and would secretly go to the old factory to take the supplies before long. But unexpectedly, Yang Hu truly didn't touch them. This made Mohan look at Yang Hu with new eyes, feeling that this man was capable, trustworthy, and a true man. Yang Hu led his men, slowly walking up along the mall's escalator. Due to the power outage, the escalator had long since stopped functioning, so they had to climb the long and steep stairs on their own. As soon as they reached the escalator entrance, they heard bursts of howling sounds coming from the darkness on the second floor. Walking at the front, Yang Hu unconsciously tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand. Be careful, everyone. There are zombies right at the elevator entrance. Yang Hu quickly turned on the flashlight, scanning the zombies' positions. He turned back and whispered to Li Si, Shao Si, you take care of the one on the left, I'll handle the two on the right. Follow my instructions. Understood. Li Si nodded. The two walked to the elevator entrance, and Yang Hu whispered, go. Li Si rushed out, swinging a large iron rod down, taking care of the zombie on the left. Yang Hu quickly charged to the right right and also took out the 2 zombies there. Yang Hu whispered to everyone, brothers, there's no food upstairs, it's all clothing stores. Later, everyone grab a few pieces of clothing, so we won't run out of clothes in the future and can still impress the ladies. After we take the clothes, we'll immediately go downstairs to seize the nearby food stores. Tiger Bro is right, we can't come here for nothing. Pick out a few more good-looking clothes, so you won't be stuck as bachelors both before and after the apocalypse. Exactly. I still need to go to the adult store later to buy some condoms, so the world won't be filled with my kids in the future. A group of people chatted back and forth, quickly gathering a pile of clothes from the men's adult clothing section under the cover of Yang Hu and Li Si, and took them away. Emohan smiled as he watched them quickly run toward the first floor. Originally, they planned to grab food, but ended up leaving empty-handed. Still, no one was discouraged, they grabbed some clothes and made a quick escape. This group's attitude is truly impressive. Emohan appeared from the space and swept all the clothes in the men's section on the second floor into his bag. He originally planned to bypass the women's section, but then thought, what if he had a little girlfriend in the future? How could he not prepare a few outfits for her? Although he had already stockpiled quite a bit before the apocalypse, seeing so many beautiful clothes in front of him, it would be foolish not to hoard them. With this thought, Emohan stepped into the women's section. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered? Bang! Emohan was knocked unconscious. Sis, take a look at him. Although his skin is a bit dark, his features are actually quite handsome. Lingyu, all you do is stare at handsome guys all day. I think your infatuation is acting up again. Oh, come on, free eye candy, why not enjoy it? Sis, you should take a serious look too. He's really quite handsome. Hua Lingyu stared intently at Emohan's face. The resolute contours, chiseled features, and thin lips. If it weren't for his slightly darker skin, even those celebrities who rely on their looks couldn't compare to him. Ah, forget it. No matter how handsome he is, it won't fill my stomach. Hua Lingrong was sitting on the stool nearby, being dragged by Hua Lingyu to Emohan's side, admiring the man lying on the ground. Although she thought he was indeed handsome, Hua Lingrong still stuck to her old saying, handsomeness can't be eaten as food. Sis, do you think he'll be angry when he wakes up and finds out we knocked him out? I don't know, but we didn't abandon him and stayed by his side the whole time. He shouldn't blame us, right? As Emohan opened his eyes, 2 unfamiliar faces loomed large in front of him. Looking left and right, they scrutinized him carefully from every angle. Ah! Both sides screamed in fright and quickly took a few steps back. Was it you who knocked me out? Emohan looked at the 2 people in front of him, feeling unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar. The sisters calmed themselves, and Hua Lingrong stepped forward and said, sorry, we misunderstood earlier and punched you. We hope you can forgive us. Emohan frowned, unable to understand why these 2 women wanted to attack him. Brother, we didn't mean to hit you. Hua Lingyu ran over and said, we were just packing up clothes here to take away, and then you came wobbling over in a protective suit. We thought you were a zombie, so we hit you. Oh, so he was mistaken for a zombie. Luckily, he wasn't shot in the head, or it really would have been game over. Do I look like a zombie in protective clothing? Emohan coldly stared at the 2 sisters, his face full of confusion. Hua Lingyu quickly pulled out a medium-sized mirror from her bag. Here, take a look yourself. Emohan took the mirror and saw that the goggles were covered in bloodstains, making his face indeed look like a zombie. He looked down at his clothes, which were completely blood-red. No wonder others misunderstood. Emohan sat on the ground, and Hua Lingyu squatted in front of him, asking, do you believe what I said now? Emohan said nothing, glanced around, and slowly got up. The 2 sisters quickly bowed to him, saying, we're sorry, please forgive us, little brother. Little brother this, little brother that. It made Emohan feel a bit embarrassed to demand more compensation. But he was someone who held grudges, and after being hit he had to get an explanation. How about this? I can forgive you, but first tell me your names, and then I'll consider how you can compensate me. Ugh, my head still hurts. The headache wasn't a lie, it really hurt. We are called. Hua Lingrong seemed a bit hesitant, not too willing to tell Emohan her and her sister's names, as she still wasn't sure whether he was good or bad. But Hua Lingyu quickly blurted out, I'm Hua Lingyu, and my sister is Hua Lingrong. Emohan, Hua Lingyu, Hua Lingrong? It's actually them? No wonder there was a sense of familiarity when I first saw these 2. It turns out they are the Hua sisters from my previous life. In the past life, Emohan had crossed paths with the Hua sisters multiple times. The elder sister, Hua Lingrong, was the strongest water element ability user, possessing a spiritual spring space. Within that space was a spring of spiritual water, inexhaustible and endlessly replenished. Drinking it could quench thirst and relieve fatigue. In times of danger, Hua Lingrong could even transform the spiritual spring water into a water sword, which danced nimbly to attack enemies. The younger sister, Hua Lingyu, had the ability of spatial spiritual soil. Her space was an endless expanse of black soil, where crops could be planted and livestock raised. Typically, crops on the black soil took only 10 days to grow from sowing to harvest, regardless of season or time. As soon as one batch was harvested, the next could be planted, immediately sprouting, blooming, and bearing fruit in no time. The livestock raised days there were equally astonishing. A 15-pound piglet could grow to 200 pounds within 2 months, feeding on crops from the black soil. Although Hua Lingyu had no offensive abilities and was usually protected by her sister, her powers were incredibly formidable. What is most lacking in the apocalypse? Of course, it's food. And Hua Lingyu happens to be a food production machine, the life support for everyone in the base. Without food, how can you even talk about dreams? In their previous lives, these twin sisters were both weapons under the command of the great demon king Tulong. Mo Han once crossed paths with Hua Lingrong due to Tulong's pursuit. Originally, he had the chance to kill Hua Lingrong but was moved by compassion and refrained. Later, Hua Lingrong unexpectedly fell in love with Mo Han. Unfortunately, her 2 confessions were both rejected by him. At that time, Mo Han's heart was solely occupied by Yen Yuer, leaving no room for any other woman. Many women liked him, but he never paid attention to any of them. In this life, whether Hua Lingrong will fall in love with Mo Han again, even Mo Han himself is unsure. As for whether he will fall in love with her, that remains unknown. At this moment, the Hua sisters seem to have not yet awakened their abilities. Mo Han originally planned to wait until he awakened his own abilities before recruiting talented individuals. But if he were to part ways with them now, in an apocalypse without communication devices, finding them again would be incredibly difficult. So, Mo Han decided to first build a good relationship with the 2 sisters from now on, and then bring them under his command. And the first step to building a good relationship, of course, is to make them admire him. Admiration is the most effective weapon for a man to win over a woman. Only when she admires you will she scream for you. Mo Han cleared his throat and said, Hua Lingrong, Hua Lingyu, those are pretty nice names. Sai, instead of going to the first floor to grab some food, you came to the second floor to pick out clothes. Is beauty more important than life? Hua Lingyu pouted and said, that's not true. Life is important, and beauty is important too. I already packed the food in my bag. Look, see. As she spoke, she patted the backpack on her back, a large travel bag that was bulging. Hua Lingrong stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. Mo Han carefully observed the 2 girls in front of him. They were completely different from the people he had met 5 years into the apocalypse. Now, they still appeared youthful, not yet tempered by the hardships of the apocalypse that had made them more mature and even more beautiful. No wonder Mo Han didn't recognize them at first. The change was indeed too drastic. With the little bit of stuff in your bag, how long can you last? Mo Han shook his head and said with a smile, it'll be gone in just a few meals. As soon as Mo Han spoke, Hua Lingrong and Hua Lingyu's expressions instantly turned serious. Hua Lingyu sighed and said, yes, going out to find food is really not easy. Hua Lingrong continued, what's so difficult about now? The apocalypse has just begun. In a while, when everything has been looted, that's when the real challenge begins. Mo Han nodded, thinking that it made sense and wasn't too foolish. As soon as Hua Lingrong finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and asked Mo Han, oh, I forgot to ask, what's your name? What are you doing at the mall? Me? Mo Han replied with a smile, just call me Brother Han. What, only you guys can come to the mall to look for things, and I can't come to grab a few things too? Hua Lingrong smiled and said, that's not what I meant. My sister means, aren't you here to collect supplies? Then why don't you have a backpack? Empty-handed, still wearing that bulky protective suit, where are you going to put the stuff? Hua Lingyu had a lively personality, which was evident from the way she spoke, straightforward and quick-witted. She wasn't foolish, in fact, she could be considered very clever. If Mo Han hadn't been taken down by their combined efforts earlier, they probably wouldn't even be paying attention to him now. They must be extremely cautious about bringing Mo Han along. I go out to gather things and never bring tools, but the things I collect are enough for you 2 sisters to eat for generations. Mo Han said seriously. Hua Lingrong secretly let out a snicker, doubting whether the man in front of her had been knocked silly by her earlier strike. Instantly, a wave of guilt surged from her heart. Hua Lingyu, on the other hand, burst out laughing directly. Ah, Brother Han, you really know how to joke. Gathering things without tools and still enough for us to eat for generations? You're just bragging. Mo Han's lips curved into a smile as he turned on the flashlight on his head. He had just taken a hit from this pair of sisters, but fortunately, the flashlight had taken the brunt of it. Otherwise, he would have already been concussed. Ha! Mo Han said with a smile, then let me show you 2 sisters what it means to harvest endlessly without any tools. Hua Lingrong didn't respond, merely following Mo Han silently, increasingly feeling that she might have actually hit him silly. For a moment, she even felt a twinge of guilt, unsure of what to do. Hua Lingyu put down the clothes in her hands and followed Mo Han, wanting to see whether he was just bluffing or if he truly had the skills to back up his claims. See that? Mo Han raised an eyebrow at the 2 sisters. Simple, right? Hua Lingrong. Hua Lingyu, sis, he knows magic. He knows magic. Mo Han nodded and said, that's right, I know magic. I can make all the clothes in this mall disappear, and when we get home, I can make them reappear again. While speaking, Mo Han reached out to touch the clothes in the mall. In less than a second, all the clothes he touched disappeared from their original spots and entered his space. Ah, it's so amazing. Sis, it's truly amazing. The Hua sisters followed Emohan all the way, watching him sweep away all the women's clothing in the mall. Hua Lingyu was so excited that she screamed, her voice alarming the zombies upstairs. Those zombies stumbled and rolled downstairs, eager to rush over and devour these annoying intruders. Hua Lingrong, being more composed, was also stunned by Emohan's peculiar actions, though she didn't shout loudly like her younger sister Hua Lingyu. How about it? Am I awesome or what? Emohan looked at the two beauties beside him and said with a smile, do you know how big a mistake you almost made just now? You almost killed a great magician. After clearing out the second floor, the sisters followed Emohan up to the third floor. The third floor was a children's clothing store, with the entire floor dedicated to selling children's clothes. As the three of them had just climbed to the third floor, a zombie rushed out from the elevator entrance. The sisters gripped their short knives tightly, nervously staring at the zombie ahead. Emohan turned back and smiled at the sisters. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't be afraid, I'm here. This phrase, Emohan had only ever said to Yen Yuera before. Back when he was playing the role of a simp, he said so many sweet words that even a 64 gigabytes memory couldn't hold them all. Now, as he uttered these words, he wasn't genuinely trying to play the hero to save the beauty, he was aiming to win the admiration of the two sisters. Once the two sisters joined his revenge camp, the dragon-slaying side would lose two formidable opponents, while Emohan's side would gain two capable allies. Therefore, Emohan had to perform exceptionally well to make the sisters admire him. Just like winning a man's heart often starts with winning his stomach, Emohan understood that to win a woman's heart, a man must show strength. With this thought, a metal rod instantly appeared in Emohan's hand. Under the amazed gazes of the sisters, he swiftly KO'd the zombie in front of him with a few quick moves. Several people went upstairs. Because the flashlight on Emohan's head was too bright, the zombies roared and lunged toward them. Emohan casually counted. There were about 16 of them. Although the two sisters were somewhat scared, they still gripped their short knives tightly and followed Emohan to kill the zombies. After dealing with all the zombies, Emohan stored all the children's clothing on the third floor into his space. Next came the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh floors. Emohan led the sisters, killing zombies along the way and storing all the goods from each floor into his space. Brother Han, Hua Lingrong said bluntly as they went downstairs, I know you're impressive. When we go to the food supermarket on the first floor later, can you leave some stuff behind? Enough to fill a van for me and Lingyu? Emohan laughed heartily. You're too late. I've already taken everything. Then, Brother Han, could you share some with us? Hua Lingrong asked in a pleading tone. Not a problem at all. Emohan replied with a smile. If you follow me and become my subordinates, you'll never have to worry about food, clothing, or supplies in the future. But it's your choice, so think it over carefully. Hua Lingrong remained silent without speaking. Hua Lingyu also fell into thought. After all, the other party was a man, and both she and her sister were beautiful, so she naturally had to be more cautious. What if he had ulterior motives toward her? Hua Lingyu asked, Brother Han, what kind of work would I have to do under you? Emohan thought for a moment and said, first, go out with me to fight zombies and gather supplies. Second, cook and clean at home. Just this? Nothing else? Hua Lingyu burst into laughter. I thought it would be so difficult, but it turns out it's just collecting supplies and cooking. Haha, I can do it. Lingyu. Hua Lingrong quickly stopped her silly younger sister. No matter how capable Emohan was, he was still a stranger. It was necessary to observe him carefully first. Brother Han, Hua Lingrong pondered for a moment and said, we need to think this through carefully. If we come to a decision, we'll come find you. The implication was that if they couldn't figure it out, they'd go their separate ways. Emohan frowned, thinking, go their separate ways? Impossible. Based on his understanding of Hua Lingrong in his previous life, her politeness toward him now stemmed from two reasons. First, she felt guilty for hitting him earlier. Second, she admired his extraordinary magic skills. But if they were to separate, once Hua Lingrong calmed down, she would inevitably realize that following Emohan for food and resources would mean being constrained by him. So, no matter what, Hua Lingrong would never easily agree to let the sisters become his subordinates. Emohan was well aware of this and understood that it would not be easy to bring them under his command. Hua Lingrong was calm and composed. With meticulous thoughts, while Hua Lingyu appeared innocent and adorable on the surface, she was actually clever. If she figured out the intricacies or her elder sister analyzed them thoroughly, she might change her mind at any moment. Therefore, Emohan could not let them go easily. Even if he couldn't recruit them for now, he had to interact with them more and ensure they wouldn't turn to Toulon. If they went to Toulon's side, their food and drink needs would be taken care of. Hua Lingyu's spatial ability could grow crops, and Hua Lingrong's spiritual spring water could be utilized. Alright, Emohan said. The main thing is to find someone to cook. My head is buzzing from the beating you gave me, and I'm the only one at home. Usually, there's no one to cook for me. It's fine if you don't want to be my subordinates, but at least take care of me for a month. Once I'm healed, you can leave. The sisters looked at each other but remained silent. They hadn't been genetically modified by Toulon yet, retaining their original kindness and untainted by the bloodshed of the apocalypse. This was the perfect time for Emohan to win them over. Besides, he was a vengeful person, how could he take a beating for nothing? Since it was a misunderstanding and he couldn't retaliate, he decided to have them serve him for a month. One beating in exchange for a month of care. Emohan thought it was a fair deal. What, you hurt me and then don't care whether I live or die? Emohan frowned and said, if it were normal times and there was no food, I could still order takeout. But this is the apocalypse, if there's no food, I can only wait to die. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the expressions on the sisters' faces. Hua Lingyu, upon hearing this, quickly stepped forward and said to Hua Lingrong, sis, I think Brother Han has a point. He got hurt because of us, we can't just ignore him. Hua Lingrong glanced at her silly younger sister. As expected, she was a face-obsessed person who couldn't look away from a handsome guy. She didn't really want to take care of others. Clearly, she just thought Mohan was handsome and wanted an excuse to get closer to him. Mohan nodded. Hua Lingyu was indeed more understanding. Hua Lingrong, however, remained silent, standing to the side deep in thought. Mohan didn't disturb her and sat by the elevator on the first floor, stroking his head. Hua Lingrong took a few steps closer, using the flashlight to examine the large bump on Mohan's head. As if making up her mind, she said, Brother Han, I'm really sorry about earlier. I did hit you too hard. Taking care of you is no problem, though. Look, if there's a place nearby where you can stay, Lingyu and I can move in for a month. Once you've recovered, we'll leave. Well, thank you, sister. Mohan had been waiting for these words. Hua Lingyu was overjoyed. Great, great, we can all look after each other together. Hua Lingrong glanced at her, and she immediately pouted without saying a word. Mohan supported himself on the nearby handrail to stand up, and Hua Lingyu immediately ran over to help him. Unable to hold back, she asked, Brother Han, when you took us upstairs to collect supplies earlier, the situation wasn't this serious. Mohan sighed, I guess I might have gotten a concussion from the fall, and it's just starting to show now. Concussion? You old scoundrel, you're really something. I never make a fuss when I have an episode. Hua Lingrong, never heard of a concussion having delayed symptoms? However, looking at the big bump on Mohan's head, with a bit of blood seeping out, it doesn't seem fake. Forget it, she still had to take responsibility for him. The streets were full of howling zombies. If she and her sister left and he accidentally got killed by zombies, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. Besides, this guy had spatial abilities, capable of storing a large amount of supplies. In an apocalypse where resources were scarce, clinging to him would be all gain and no loss. After calmly thinking it through, Hua Lingrong decided to take care of Mohan for a month until he recovered. In the meantime, she would firmly hold on to this golden opportunity. If you're worried about being a woman and afraid others might have bad intentions, just find a place to live nearby. Cook meals every day and bring them to him, but don't spend time alone together, especially at night. Am I going to live with you, or are you coming to live with me? Mohan asked seriously. Of course, neither is okay, Hua Lingyu said with a laugh. A single man and a single woman, how can they live together? Mohan thought to himself, why is this girl so clueless? Hua Lingrong smiled and corrected her younger sister, look where your thoughts have gone. What Han meant was that he could find a place to stay near us, or we could find a place near him. You misunderstood, didn't you? Hua Lingyu, I totally misunderstood. Mohan secretly thought to himself, actually, my thoughts were quite off track too. Mohan smiled and said, forget it, I'll go to your side instead. It's easier for me to move. The three of them walked towards the door, where two vans were parked. One belonged to Mohan, and the other to the Hua sisters. To make it easier to bond, Mohan waved his hand and stored his van in his space. He said to Hua Lingrong, I feel dizzy and can't drive, so I'll ride with you. But first, I need to go home to pick up my dabing in Yaoi. Hua Lingyu looked surprised. That's not right, Brother Han. Didn't you say you were the only one in your family? Mohan shook his head and laughed. Do you think people would name themselves Pancake or Demon Chicken? Hua Lingyu, could it be a cat? It's two dogs, Mohan said. Yay, I love dogs. If my sister hadn't stopped me before, I would have already had one. Why doesn't your sister let you have a dog? My sister said I should prioritize studying. Hua Lingyu glanced at Hua Lingrong, her eyes full of grievance. Mohan laughed heartily and said, well, your sister really is a good sister. 35, Xingfu Road, Lanoyu Liyuan, Building 9, Underground Parking Lot. Mohan directed Hua Lingrong to drive all the way. Got it. Turn left here? Yes, turn left, go uphill, then turn right, and head down from there. The van stopped in the underground parking lot. It was pitch dark, with only the car lights for illumination. Many zombies staggered along the road, following the car. Hua Lingrong truly lives up to being the strongest water element ability user in her previous life, handling situations with composure and calmness. When a zombie lunged forward, she directly drove the car to ram into it, instantly smashing the zombie into pieces that scattered everywhere. What does scattered mean? It means being knocked into the air, falling apart, and then dropping down, dead. If there were zombies on the left, she rammed to the left. If there were zombies on the right, she rammed to the right. Hua Lingyu, unlike her sister, wasn't as composed and chirped incessantly inside the car along the way. Even if she awakens the spatial black soil ability in the future, it does not possess any offensive power. Mohan looked at the lively little girl in front of him and couldn't help but smile slightly. In the future, when various natural disasters strike, acid rain, fire rain corroding the land, most of the soil on Earth will no longer be suitable for growing crops. At that time, Hua Lingyu, who possesses the black soil ability, will become especially valuable. Therefore, Mo Han must protect her well. If anything happens to this little girl, his hope of growing food in the future will be completely shattered. Hua Lingyu was originally looking out the window but turned her head to find Mo Han gazing at her gently. Their eyes met, and the young girl blushed instantly. At 18 or 19 years old, Hua Lingyu's rosy cheeks were like flower buds about to bloom, stunningly beautiful and stirring the heart. Mo Han also felt embarrassed to keep staring, and both of them turned to look out the window. Ah, so many zombies. If we turn off the lights, we won't be able to see the road to drive, Hua Lingrong complained while driving. Mo Han stared fixedly out the window. Along the way, due to the car's headlights, more and more zombies began wandering around their car. Awu, awu. The piercing roars rose and fell, sending chills down one's spine. Mo Han slightly curled the corners of his lips and said to Hua Lingyu, "Don't be afraid, keep driving. I have a way to deal with them." With a thought, Mo Han retrieved 3 smoke bombs from the space. Red, blue, and green, 3 different colors. Hua Lingyu stared at Mo Han's hand in astonishment and exclaimed, "Brother Han, you're amazing." Mo Han looked up and smiled at the mischievous little girl, saying, "Of course. Brother Han, how did this thing suddenly appear in your hand? Can I take a look at your hand?" Hua Lingyu wanted to uncover the secret from Mo Han's hand. Mo Han smiled, holding the smoke bomb in his left hand and extending his right hand to her. Hua Lingyu carefully examined his right hand. Just now, the smoke bomb had appeared out of thin air in his right hand. She looked left and right, trying to find something special. After a long while, she only saw an ordinary pair of hands, with nothing unusual about them. "Han, there's nothing special about your hands. How can you make things appear?" Mo Han smiled and said, "I don't rely on my hands to make things appear, but on my thoughts." "Thoughts?" Hua Lingyu looked at him in confusion. Mo Han raised his hand and gently patted her head, smiling as he said, "Let me deal with the zombies first, then I'll explain it to you properly later." "Okay." Hua Lingyu, who had just been patted on the head, instantly turned into an adorable little cutie, obediently sitting to the side with her cheeks slightly flushed. Mo Han rolled down the van window, lit the smoke grenade in his hand, and threw it forcefully into the distance. Pop! The smoke grenade hit the ground, hissing as it emitted red smoke. The zombie walking toward the van saw the smoke and immediately turned around, heading in the direction of the smoke grenade. Mo Han quickly threw the blue and green smoke grenades as well, throwing them far away, and the zombies chased after them just as far. The zombies around the van were almost all lured away by the smoke grenades. Only 4 or 5 zombies remained near the van, but they were no longer a threat. Hua Lingyu continued driving forward and soon arrived at Mo Han's residential area. In the parking lot of the residential area, 4 or 5 zombies were howling not far away. Hua Lingyu casually found a spot to park, holding a short knife in her hand. Mo Han and Hua Lingyu also got out of the car. Mo Han carried a large iron hammer and said to Hua Lingyu, "That short knife of yours is useless. Here, use this. If you like it, keep it. It'll be your exclusive weapon from now on." Hua Lingyu looked at the large iron hammer in Mo Han's hand and smiled. "Alright, this hammer is perfect for smashing zombie heads." Saying this, Hua Lingyu took the hammer and rarely showed a faint smile. "Thank you." Mo Han chuckled lightly and said, "No need to be polite. From now on, we're teammates." Hua Lingyu nodded. "What about me?" Hua Lingyu also held a short knife with no other weapons. Seeing Mo Han give Hua Lingyu a hammer, she said, "Brother Han, I want a weapon too." "You want one too?" Mo Han recalled that in his previous life, Hua Lingyu didn't have any offensive abilities, so he hadn't planned to give her a weapon. "Yes, I want one too. Otherwise, what will I do if zombies come?" Hua Lingyu blinked her big eyes at Mo Han. Every time Mo Han saw Hua Lingyu, he couldn't help but associate her with his family's flatbread, thinking she was just like a dog. "Dog, you, who said that?" Mo Han thought for a moment, then took an iron rod out of his space and handed it to Hua Lingyu. "You and your sister. One uses an iron rod, the other an iron hammer. This way, your weapons won't get mixed up." Hua Lingyu happily took the iron rod and held it tightly in her hand. Mo Han's space still had many iron rods and hammers, and he casually took out another hammer. At this moment, 5 zombies had already walked up to them. Hua Lingyu gripped the hammer tightly and smashed it hard at the zombie's head without hesitation. Hua Lingyu, being a bit timid, stayed close to Mo Han, using the iron rod in her hand to strike at a zombie in front of her, taking 3 or 4 hits to bring it down. Compared to Hua Lingyu lacked a bit of composure and determination. Mo Han wielded a large hammer, smashing 1 zombie with each swing, and with 3 swings, the zombie was battered and torn. He picked up a flashlight and led the 2 sisters up the stairs all the way to the 12th floor. Mo Han took a key out of his pocket and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, 2 little fellows dashed out. It was the adorable Dabing and the stern-faced Yaoji. One of the little fellows was limping, while the other still hadn't fully recovered from a wound left by a mousetrap. So, when they rushed forward, their movements appeared somewhat somewhat sluggish. When they approached Emohan and saw the two beauties following behind him, the two dogs immediately came to a screeching halt, staring unblinkingly at the two young women in front of them. Hua Lingyu and Hua Lingrong stood side by side behind Emohan, letting the two dogs scrutinize them carefully. Big Pancake, woof woof woof. Bro, these two chicks are absolutely stunning. Demon Chicken, woof woof woof. Bro, your thoughts are not right, don't get any bad ideas. Big Pancake, woof woof woof. What do you know about a man's happiness? Demon Chicken, woof woof woof. I'm not a grown man yet. Big Pancake and Demon Chicken were conversing in dog language while sizing up the two beautiful girls in front of them. The sisters were similar in height and both had slender figures. The elder sister, Hua Lingrong, had a neat short haircut, giving off an impression of boldness and meticulousness. Younger sister Hua Lingyu has long, cascading hair like a waterfall, lively and adorable. Big Pancake and Demon Chicken were discussing in dog language which girl would be more suitable to introduce to Emohan as a wife. In the end, the two dogs reached an agreement. Why not let both of them become Emohan's wives? You little doggies are just too cute. The two dogs hadn't finished discussing yet when Hua Lingyu squatted down, patted Dabing's head, and sweetly said, "What's your name?" Dabing was almost charmed by her sweet words but quickly pulled himself together and answered seriously, "My name is Dabing." Can you even understand that? Making a dog tell you its own name. Emohan read disdain and contempt in Dabing's eyes. Dabing was quite the proud one, always considering himself the smartest. He probably thought that when Hua Lingyu asked for his name earlier, even if he said it, others wouldn't understand. Emohan shook his head helplessly and said to Hua Lingyu, "This is Dabing, and this is Yaoji." Hua Lingyu patted Dabing's head again. "Wow, your eyes are so beautiful, so bright and shiny." Dabing said proudly, "Woof woof woof. Isn't it obvious? Brother Bing here is a rare handsome guy." After interacting with Dabing for a while, Hua Lingyu turned her gaze to the black Doberman next to them. It stared at her intently, without hostility, only scrutiny. Although it wasn't as cute as the golden retriever, it seemed more like a precocious youth. Its entire body jet black and shiny, exuding an aura of an untouchable king. "Hello, Demon Chicken." Hua Lingyu greeted the Demon Chicken. The Demon Chicken nodded at her. Hua Lingrong stood beside Hua Lingyu, also carefully observing the two dogs. The golden retriever was gentle and adorable, while the Doberman was calm and dignified. Sighing softly, she couldn't help but feel that she and her sister had such a deep connection with Emohan. The personalities of the two dogs are just like two sisters in a family. One is lively and adorable, while the other is calm and reserved. "Come on in, have a seat." Emohan closed the door and invited the two sisters to sit on the sofa. The sisters placed their weapons behind the door, went to the bathroom to wash their hands, and then returned to sit on the sofa. Emohan drew the curtains in the living room, placed a flashlight on the TV cabinet, and lit up the room. Two dogs turned on the TV and continued playing the previously cached drama. The two sisters were instantly surprised. Hua Lingyu asked, "Hanji, how does your TV still have power?" Emohan pointed to a red silent generator on the windowsill and said, "This electricity comes from the generator." "Generator?" Hua Lingyu and Hua Lingrong exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Hua Lingyu sighed, "Why didn't we think of getting a few generators to use?" Hua Lingrong looked up and glanced around, then said to Hua Lingyu, "Look at this generator, it weighs at least over 100 pounds. Can you carry it?" "That's true." Hua Lingyu stared enviously at Emohan's generator. Emohan looked at the envy in her eyes and said with a smile, "Don't be envious. From now on, we're partners. As long as you need them, there are plenty of generators to use." Hua Lingyu looked at Emohan gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Han. Midnight snack, what do you feel like eating?" Emohan glanced at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock. They had left at 9, and somehow it was already so late when they returned. His stomach was already growling. Speaking of food, Hua Lingyu immediately touched her stomach and nodded. "Yes, I want to eat. I'm so hungry." Emohan glanced at Hua Lingrong, and she nodded as well. Emohan moved his thoughts and took out 3 boxes of instant noodles from the space, saying to the sisters, "It's too late. Asking you to cook would be inconvenient, so let's just make do with instant noodles." The sisters nodded in unison. The elder sister, Hua Lingrong, 21 years old, was originally a law student. She has already graduated from university and is now interning at a law firm. Younger sister Hua Lingyu, 19 years old, is a freshman in the music department. On the night the zombie virus broke out, the two sisters were sitting at home watching dramas, luckily avoiding the zombie attack. Early the next morning, they discovered that the outside was full of zombies and dared not leave the house ever since. Today, with the food at home running out and hunger unbearable, they had no choice but to go out in search of food. The two arrived at a large shopping mall and packed their travel bags full of food. Just as they were about to move the items to the van outside, they suddenly heard the sound of Emohan driving over. The sisters immediately became nervous and quickly ran up to the second floor, intending to avoid potential danger. However, as soon as they went upstairs, they were captivated by the beautiful clothes and dresses, unable to move their feet for a moment. They quickly found a bag near the counter and started packing the clothes. Before they could finish, they heard the sound of a car downstairs. Again. It wasn't until everything quieted said down below that the two sisters felt relieved and prepared to carry the clothes downstairs. Back on the first floor, they carried everything they could move and fit into the van. Just as everything was ready and they were about to leave, a zombie in a bloodstained white protective suit staggered toward them. To muster her courage, Hua Lingyu picked up a stick from beside the counter and struck down hard. Hearing a muffled groan, she realized she had actually hit a person. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten all day and lacked strength, otherwise, Mo Han might have been knocked out by her blow. In their hungry state, the sisters couldn't help but swallow when Mo Han mentioned food. Seeing their greedy expressions, Mo Han felt a surge of satisfaction. Food was scarce in the apocalypse, especially 2 or 3 years in, when pre-packaged food had long expired. Wanting to eat something fresh was nothing but a pipe dream, something that only existed in dreams. Mo Han possessed an uncountable amount of resources, and this alone attracted countless people who wanted to seek refuge with him, including the pair of sisters before him. After the apocalypse, it would take at least a year or so for them to awaken their abilities. Moreover, the strength of these abilities wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, it required gradual upgrading. Without abilities or combat skills to protect themselves, the two sisters found survival in this post-apocalyptic world extremely difficult. Therefore, Mo Han firmly believed that they would do everything possible to cling to him. Of course, Mo Han never doubted their loyalty. After all, in the previous life, even after the apocalyptic overlord Tu Long signed a contract with the sisters, and despite Tu Long treating them with extreme cruelty, the sisters never betrayed him. Even when Hua Lingrong accidentally fell in love with Mo Han, she still never betrayed Tu Long. Lingyu, go heat some water and make instant noodles, Mo Han said to Hua Lingyu. Okay. Hua Lingyu nodded, got up from the sofa, and walked into Mo Han's kitchen. She could hardly believe it as she filled a basin with water and pressed the induction cooker switch. It actually started working. Brother Han, this is amazing. Other households have no electricity and rely entirely on gas stoves. Once the gas runs out, they're done. But here, you can still use the induction cooker. Hua Lingyu stood in the kitchen waiting for the water to boil, full of surprise. Mo Han smiled and said, that's right. Once other people's gas runs out, they're finished. Not only do I have various generators here, but I also have a gas stove and actual coal. There's no problem at all with heating or cooking. Hua Lingrong sat on the sofa, keeping a slight distance from Mo Han. While Mo Han spoke, she kept staring at him. Although she said nothing, she felt a sense of admiration for him growing in her heart. Mo Han had no concerns about displaying his abilities in front of the two sisters, confident they would not betray him. First, it was because he had known them in his previous life and understood their character. Second, Mo Han not only wanted them to know about his abilities but also planned to take them out to fight zombies, search for crystal cores, and help them awaken their own abilities. Only by keeping these two sisters close to him could he maximize their potential. Hua Lingyu brought over the instant noodles she had prepared, placing them one by one on the coffee table. The three of them began eating the noodles. Hua Lingyu slurped her noodles and said, with satisfaction, so delicious. It's been so long since I've had something this good. After the water and power were cut off, being able to eat a bowl of instant noodles has become a luxury. Hua Lingrong didn't speak, quietly eating her instant noodles. Mo Han looked at the two sisters, took out a tray from his space, which contained more than 30 skewers of barbecue, and said, instant noodles with barbecue, want to have a few skewers? Hua Lingyu's eyes were fixed on the barbecue in front of her, spicy potato slices, grilled chives, grilled gluten, grilled lamb. She couldn't help but swallow and asked, Brother Han, is this also one of your magic tricks? Mo Han picked up a skewer of grilled chives from the tray, eating instant noodles while biting into the grilled chives. Seeing him eat, Hua Lingyu couldn't resist either. She casually grabbed a skewer of grilled gluten and put it in her mouth, exclaiming excitedly, wow, it's been so long since I had this. Oh my, it's still the same taste, so delicious, so delicious. Seeing that Hua Lingrong hadn't reached for the barbecue, Mo Han turned to ask, not having a skewer? Hua Lingrong nodded and reached out to take a skewer of roasted potato slices. Brother Han, you see, you can do magic tricks, so you could totally cook for yourself. You don't really need our help, Hua Lingyu said straightforwardly. Mo Han shook his head. Eating these things long-term isn't healthy. It's better to cook proper meals. Besides, I still have a head injury and need to properly nourish my body. Hua Lingyu stuffed another skewer of gluten into her mouth and said with a smile, then you've really found the right person. Don't be fooled by my sister's bad temper. Her cooking is top-notch. Mo Han looked at Hua Lingrong and said with a smile, I'll be counting on you from now on. It was perfect timing, as eating the food from the space for a long time always got tiresome. Since Hua Lingrong could cook, wasn't he in for a treat? Mo Han walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and said to the two sisters, cold beer, want a bottle? Sure. Hua Lingyu was about to respond, but after receiving a glare from Hua Lingrong, she had to change her answer. No, girls shouldn't drink alcohol. The expressions of the two sisters were all taken in by Mo Han. He thought to himself, these two really aren't alike. The younger sister was lively and adorable, while the elder sister was calm and steady. But in the apocalypse, steadiness was far more important than cuteness. It's normal for Hua Lingrong to have concerns. After all, Emohan is just a stranger. It's their first meeting, and a sense of caution is inevitable. Emohan opened a bottle of beer, sat on the sofa with the beer in hand, positioned himself between the two sisters, and smiled at Hua Lingrong, saying, "If I were a bad guy, the instant noodles you just ate would have been drugged. How could you still be so lively?" Hua Lingrong curled her lips slightly and said, "That's not what I meant. Mainly, she's only 19 years old, still young, and can't drink alcohol." Emohan laughed and said, "And you? Talking as if you're so much older." 21 years old, not that young anymore. He. Emohan chuckled and said no more. At 21, indeed not young anymore, it was time to consider marriage. In his previous life, Hua Lingrong had all kinds of affection for him, but unfortunately, his heart belonged elsewhere, devoted to being Yenuer's sycophant. In this life, he didn't know what his relationship with Hua Lingrong would be like, nor did he want to think about it for now. The most important thing now was to awaken his abilities quickly, find the Dragon Slayer, and fight to his heart's content. The 3 people and 1 dog ate instant noodles and barbecue. Because the apartment complex where Emohan lived had no vacant rooms upstairs or downstairs, the empty room next door, belonging to an elderly man living alone, was unoccupied, but after the corpse rats attacked, the room was full of bloodstains, a horrifying sight. Hua Lingrong didn't mind and said she could stay in that room. Hua Lingyu, however, shouted, "No way. That room is disgusting and filthy." Emohan was very sleepy and thought about just sleeping at his own place, but he was afraid the 2 sisters would see him as a scoundrel and get scared. "There's no other way, I'll move over to your place then," Emohan said to the 2 sisters. "It's more convenient for me to move." Hua Lingrong nodded. "It just so happens that there's an empty room next to ours." As soon as she finished speaking, Emohan quickly packed everything in the room that could be dismantled into his space, not even sparing the chandelier. The room was left with nothing but bare walls. Emohan held the flatbread, with the demon chicken following behind. At 4 in the morning, the 3 of them and 2 dogs got into Hua Lingrong's van and headed to the sisters' residence, number 02, East Road, Rose Garden Community. Along the way, zombies trailed them, and Emohan used smoke bombs to divert them. Hua Lingrong drove in circles and finally reached Rose Garden. Speaking of which, Emohan had been here once before, that time with Yenuer to visit her sick best friend. 8-10-6, this way. Hua Lingrong casually parked the car outside the community and let Emohan inside. Zombies in the neighborhood howled and lunged forward, but Emohan couldn't be bothered to make a move and simply threw a smoke bomb. The zombies were drawn to the red smoke and chased after it one by one. Climbing the stairs all the way to the 10th floor, Emohan's head still felt a bit dizzy. However, even though he was only slightly dizzy, he deliberately acted as if he were 8 times worse.